This young man risked his life to protect his beautiful sister, yet he was beaten to a pulp, and his leader was tossed by his captor into a bottomless abyss. Helpless, he watched it all unfold, only able to blame his own weakness. In the end, his tormentor hung him from a tree to be torn apart by wild beasts. Right then, an old man saved his life and took him as a disciple. After enduring hellish agony, he was finally reborn as an invincible god of war. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. The story begins in Gong Village. Shan Shawu had lived there with his father since he was 10, but after his father passed away, everyone turned on him and drove him out, believing the rumor that his father was a deserter. Since then, he became a man without a home, barely surviving in the forest for years. Suddenly, one day, the village sister came to tell Shan Shawu to return. It turned out to be her coming-of-age ceremony, so she had asked the village chief for permission to invite him to the feast. Shan Shawu obeyed immediately, because ever since his father died, the two siblings had taken him in and cared for him like family. The two returned to Gong Village, where everyone whispered and cursed Shan Shawu, but he didn't really care, treating their insults like barking dogs. Suddenly, they were blocked by someone who, relying on being the village chief's grandson, arrogantly grabbed Shan Shawu by the collar, hurling insults. Just then, a large hand snatched him up as if he were a frog. It was the sister's brother, Qishan, who had just returned from hunting. Seeing this, the sister told her brother to put him down, not wanting trouble with the village chief. Qishan casually tossed the guy aside, and he hit the ground, screaming in pain. The elderly village chief, seeing her grandson in such a miserable state, grew furious and swung her cane, striking Qishan, but it was like a mosquito bite, completely useless. At this moment, Qishan produced a letter from the district magistrate, then left with his sister and Shan Shawu. The village chief's face paled as she read the letter, looking for the three of them, but they were already gone. Meanwhile, at the Lu Ning estate, on a plateau called Blood Tear Plain, a earth-shaking duel was taking place. The Murong family once dominated the north, but they had suddenly gone into hiding for 10 years, leaving the northern martial arts world leaderless and in constant chaos. Among them, the forces of the Great Strength Fort and the Dragon Immortal Manor were the strongest, so both sides decided to settle the bid for supremacy through combat. On the hillside, an old beggar drank wine while observing the situation. He was Han Wuba, an elder of the beggar sect, who had traveled a long way to watch. The two on the stage quickly engaged with blades and swords. The dragon statue sword style of the manor master was famous for strikes that flowed like dragons and phoenixes, while the ferocious martial saber of the fort master carried the beauty of an unparalleled blade. Han Wuba silently praised them. Their fame was well-deserved. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, an old man with his hands behind his back descended. He stood beside a bronze statue at the top of the mountain, quietly watching the duel, seemingly oblivious to the way Han Wuba stared at him like he had seen a monster. Han Wuba's heart was in turmoil. He considered himself a master with keen senses. Though distracted by the fight, he hadn't noticed the old man's presence until he was right next to him. Suddenly, the old man's brows knit together. He gently pressed a palm onto the bronze statue, his other hand clutching his chest clearly. An old injury had flared up. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, as a surge of powerful energy poured from his right palm into the statue. A moment later, the old man looked dejected, his eyes full of regret. Han Wuba was utterly stunned. The old man was standing right there, yet he couldn't feel a shred of internal energy from him. Suddenly, the old man uttered something cryptic. "My successor will return." With that, he leaped into the air, gliding over 30 meters in the blink of an eye before disappearing. Han Wuba hurriedly called out, wanting to ask what he meant, but the scene before his eyes left him frozen. The solid bronze statue had been twisted into a pile of scrap metal, with a trail of blue energy still ravaging the surface. Seeing this, Han Wuba couldn't help but gape. If that strike had landed on him, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. As for the young man, after returning home with the two Gong siblings, Gong Qishan suddenly asked his sister if she had a sweetheart. Hearing this, her cheeks flushed pink, and she said it was a silk merchant she had only met a few times. The young man sighed, knowing that if it weren't for him being a burden, with his sister's breathtaking beauty, suitors would have surely broken down their door. That night, waiting for the two siblings to fall asleep, the young man quietly woke up, took his bow and arrows out alone, but he was startled when Qishan called him back. The young man said he wanted to go into the mountains to find ginseng to earn a dowry for his sister, but Qishan saw right through his thoughts, telling him that whether his sister married or not, this place would always be his home. The young man waved him off, turned, and headed for the mountains, while his sister silently opened her eyes inside the house. On Trungbok Mountain, The young man searched all day without luck until, suddenly, his eyes lit up. He found two ginseng roots growing side by side, one large and one small. Shan Shawu shouted with joy as if he had struck gold, but in a flash, the sun dipped in the west. Thick fog rose across the mountains, making it impossible to descend. Just as he was looking for a place to rest, he spotted a campfire nearby. He quietly approached and saw an old man sitting cross-legged under a tree. It was the mysterious old man from the Blood Tier Plain. Seeing an old man out in the desolate mountains, the young man was naturally suspicious. The old man had already detected him watching and said, "If you don't come out, I'll drag you out myself." The young man hurriedly crawled out of the bushes, saying he meant no harm and asking if he could stay the night. The old man glanced at him and gave a silent nod. Beside the fire, the young man picked some mushrooms and offered a skewer to the old man to show his gratitude. The old man took it, chewing each bite 36 times before swallowing. Seeing this, the young man asked if it wasn't to his taste. The old man replied that he did it only to let his body fully absorb the nutrients, so that even a little food could meet his body's needs. The old man and the youth chatted by the fire. During their talk, the old man asked, "As an outsider, why do you live in Gong Village?" At this, the young man bashfully scratched his head, saying he had promised his father he would never leave the village. The old man sensed he was hiding something, but seeing the young man's hesitation, he didn't pry. The young man stammered a brief account of his situation, then asked why the old man was out in these desolate mountains. Unexpectedly, the old man replied that he was looking for death. The boy was startled and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "I'm suffering from an old illness and don't have much time left. But before I die, I must personally kill the enemy who destroyed my family. So, son, you don't need to try and talk me out of it. Death is where I'm headed." Hearing this, the young man didn't know what to say. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes and said nothing more. The young man could only sigh. They sat in silence all night. The next morning, the young man quietly got up and left, secretly leaving a ginseng root by the dying fire. He didn't know that overnight, a group of men had been galloping toward Gongra village. The leader was a Yuan dynasty envoy, with a scar on his face. Their goal was to select imperial concubines. Before leaving, Shan Shawu looked back at the old man. Even though he didn't know what the old man had been through, he hoped he could survive thanks to that ginseng and fulfill his final wish. Shaking off these lingering thoughts, Shan Shawu headed toward the village. Upon returning, he was shocked to find the village completely deserted. Shan Shawu was startled, failing to notice someone approaching from behind. The next second, a thug punched him hard in the back of the neck. The powerful blow sent him sprawling to the ground, and the man immediately pinned him down. The villagers who had been hiding rushed out to surround them. The village chief stated flatly that his sister would be chosen as a concubine candidate to be presented to the Yuan envoy. The letter from the local magistrate was to inform me that the envoy was coming to Gongra village. "I know you two are very close, so I had to lock you up before the envoy arrived." Learning the truth, Shan Shawu gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might, but the thug kept him pinned down. In the desperate struggle, Shan Shawu bit the thug's finger hard. The thug let go in pain, but as soon as he released him, Shan Shawu struck him in the face with his elbow. Pressing his advantage, Shan Shawu drew his bow, kicked the thug away, stepped on him, and aimed an arrow at his head. The thug trembled in fear, begging for his life. The village chief shouted at him, saying that this would ruin the whole village. But a furious Shan Shawu fired an arrow, which grazed the chief, leaving her terrified. The arrow embedded itself deep into her walking stick. A line was cut across the village chief's face by the arrow. Shan Shawu gritted his teeth, his voice cold. "No matter how you bully me, I'll endure it. But don't you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head. I'm taking my sister out of Gongra village now. Anyone who tries to stop me will get much worse than just a scratch." Having said that, Shan Shawu ignored everyone and ran straight home. The thug scrambled up and chased after him while shouting. But several war horses suddenly charged into the village the Yuan envoy had arrived to collect the people. The scarred man looked terrifying as he asked the chief where the beauty was. Shan Shawu raced home, where his sister was happily greeting him, unaware of what was happening. Shan Shawu hurriedly told his sister what had occurred. Before she could react, he grabbed her hand and ran toward the mountains. On the way, Shan Shawu suddenly froze. He saw a group of men heading toward their home, led by the Yuan envoy. Just then, the envoy looked toward Shan Shawu. He broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the man's savage gaze and hurried his sister into the deep forest. The envoy ordered his two subordinates to kill the boy, but keep the girl, as she might become their concubine. The two subordinates bowed, accepted the order, and leapt onto their horses. Moments later, to everyone's astonishment, they galloped in pursuit. Soon, They caught up to the fleeing siblings. Shan Shawu remained calm and quickly drew his bow to fire. An arrow shot toward the two, but unexpectedly, a subordinate drew his blade, spun in midair, and sliced the arrow in half. Seeing this, Shan Shawu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the subordinate lunged forward, striking him in the face with a palm blow that knocked him to the ground. His sister screamed in terror, but the other man covered her mouth. The first subordinate pretended to restrain Shan Shawu, then drew his sword with a cruel glare to strike at his head. Just then, a giant fist slammed into his face. It was Gong Qishan, who had just returned from gathering firewood. Seeing his comrade blown away, the second subordinate holding the sister turned pale. Shan Shawu was saved and hurriedly explained everything to Qishan. Upon learning, these men wanted to kidnap her. Qishan flew into a rage, pulling out his axe to kill the two. Qishan swung the axe, throwing a 20-pound log at them, but the first man easily sliced it in two. Just then, the first man's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly raised his blade to parry Qishan's axe. Although Qishan was born with great strength, his combat experience was far inferior. The man parried the axe, used the momentum to spin around, and sent his blade sweeping toward Qishan's neck. But at that moment, a foot stomped onto Qishan's shoulder. Shan Shawu used that boost to leap up, aiming 2 arrows at his enemy. Without hesitation, he fired both shots. The man turned pale, hurriedly withdrawing his blade to block the arrows. Unexpectedly, Qishan's iron-like fist arrived, landing a thunderous blow to his stomach. It was so strong that it distorted his face. Immediately after, he went flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a large tree before coming to a stop. But before he could recover, an arrow was aimed straight at his head. The man managed to tilt his head to dodge the arrow, but felt a sharp pain in his right leg. It turned out the second arrow had pierced his right calf. Seeing his comrade injured, the second man panicked. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Useless fools. You can't even handle 2 kids." Both siblings were startled. The speaker was the Yuan envoy. His eyes narrowed like a hungry tiger staring at its prey. He was a Yuan dynasty envoy sent to select concubines, but he was also a rare master martial artist in the army. Seeing his subordinates achieve nothing, the envoy glanced at them. One of them immediately broke into a cold sweat. The man didn't say much and strode forward. A powerful aura radiated from him, causing the siblings to feel a massive pressure bearing down on them. Shan Shawu gritted his teeth, trying to resist this pressure, but Qishan couldn't withstand it. He yelled and swung his axe at the man, but the envoy dodged quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a large hand was placed on Qishan's chest. The envoy channeled force into his palm, and Qishan spat out a mouthful of blood. His massive body was sent flying through the air like a small mountain, soaring over 20 yards like a broken kite and crashing through a great tree. Fortunately, the tree cushioned him, and Qishan rolled to the edge of a cliff before stopping. Seeing his younger brother beaten to the point of vomiting blood, Shan Shawu was both panicked and enraged. He shouted out, but the envoy had already glided before him, acting with lightning speed. He drew his bow and aimed a sharp arrow straight at his opponent's head. Without hesitation, he released the arrow, but his opponent was even faster, ducking to avoid it. The arrow only pierced the emissary's hat. Undeterred, he swung his left hand, striking Shan Shawu in the ribs. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, tumbling across the ground like a ball. Seeing him tangled in the mink fur, the emissary laughed, then glared at Shan Shawu with murderous intent. Just as he moved to finish Shan Shawu off, a large hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. The emissary turned around, meeting the bloodshot eyes of Gong Qishan. Gong Qishan roared from behind, "You bastard! Fight me if you're so good!" His massive hand tightened with all his might, lifting a large tree and hurling it straight at him. The emissary remained terrifyingly calm, his face unchanged. He punched the tree, shattering it like an egg hitting a rock. He lunged in a flash, delivering a knee strike that sent Gong Qishan flying. But he didn't stop there. This cruel brute continued his assault. Seeing this, Shan Shawu rushed in from behind, but couldn't touch him. The emissary dodged, then smashed his fist into the boy's face with the force of a father beating his son. He tumbled through the air before slamming into the ground. Their older sister watched her brother's fall, filled with despair, but she was helpless, held tight by one of the lackeys. As the emissary approached to kill Shan Shawu, he suddenly froze. Gong Qishan had grabbed his leg again. "You scum, even if I die, I won't let you kill my brother." "Fine, then I'll grant your wish, you die first." As he spoke, the emissary punched Gong Qishan in the face, but Gong Qishan didn't seem to feel it. He struggled to stand back up. Seeing this, the emissary's pupils contracted in disbelief. Gong Qishan glared at him with a cold, hollow voice. "You scum, I'm going to kill you." With that, Gong Qishan jumped to his feet, grabbed the emissary's wrist, and struck his head. Unexpectedly, the emissary jerked away, instantly appearing behind Gong Qishan. He reached out and grabbed the boy's spine, lifting him as if he were hoisting a small mountain. Gong Qishan screamed in agony as the emissary applied pressure. The emissary didn't care. He walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, a cruel smirk on his lips, and threw Gong Qishan into the abyss. Shan Shawu screamed in pain, struggling to lunge forward, but by the time he reached the cliff's edge, Gong Qishan had already fallen to the bottom. "Don't be so impatient, I'll send you down to join him soon." Shan Shawu didn't hear the threat. He couldn't believe his brother had died right before his eyes. Suddenly, a wave of pure rage overcame him. He headbutted the emissary, knocking him to the ground, then leaped up and delivered a powerful kick. Like a madman, Shan Shawu pummeled the emissary's face. The two lackeys watching couldn't believe their eyes. As agile as Shan Shawu was, he stood no chance against the emissary. Suddenly, an iron-like hand gripped the boy's wrist. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The emissary grinned sinisterly as his aura surged. Before Shan Shawu could react, he felt a force so powerful it threatened to tear his body apart. Immediately, he was thrown through the air, hitting the ground and passing out. The emissary stepped forward slowly, wiping blood from his lip, and said with a cruel voice, "You've got guts. I'll let you die in one piece." He pulled 2 chains from his belt and threw them at Shan Shawu, binding his arms and hanging him from a tree. "If your sister is lucky enough to be chosen as a concubine, you too might become royalty of the great Yuan. But now that your brother is dead, you'll be left here to hang until you die. You brought this on yourself." After speaking, he ordered his men to drag the sister away, leaving Shan Shawu hanging in the woods. Not long after, a pack of hungry wolves caught the scent of blood and tracked it to him. The pack stared at the hanging boy with greedy eyes. One wolf climbed a low branch and leaped, aiming to tear into Shan Shawu. Just then, a figure slowly approached. It was the old man Shan Shawu had met in the woods yesterday. The old man reached out his left hand, and a burst of green energy struck the wolf mid-air. Instantly, the beast was shredded into pieces. The other wolves rushed toward the old man. They attacked in unison, but the old man didn't flinch. Smiling, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and in a flash, he grabbed a wolf by the jaws. The green energy surged into the wolf, turning it into a pile of mangled flesh. Suddenly, another wolf tried to sneak up behind him, leaping to bite his neck. The old man had anticipated it. He spun around and delivered a palm strike to the wolf's back, killing it instantly. He moved through the pack as if strolling in a garden. In the blink of an eye, several wolves lay dead. Shan Shawu watched in disbelief. He never expected the old man he'd stumbled upon to be this powerful. The old man looked up at the boy and asked slowly, "Do you want to live, even if it means enduring pain far worse than death?" "My sworn brothers are dead, and the sister who raised me has been stolen away." Shan Shawu laughed bitterly. "Is there any pain left that I haven't already endured?" Hearing this, the old man did not hesitate. He raised his hands, and 2 beams of energy shot out, snapping the steel chains. He caught Shan Shawu as he fell. "You're a strong one. Despite all this suffering, you can still smile. From today on, you are the successor of me, Han Wuba." The boy had 35 broken bones, 72 damaged muscles, yet his master claimed his condition was excellent. Shan Shawu looked at his master in confusion, watching as he took the centennial ginseng root the boy had left behind, channeling his inner energy into it to extract a drop of pure ginseng essence. The master dripped the essence into Shan Shawu's mouth and said slowly, "The human body has 206 bones and 639 muscles. Understand them, and you can control your body perfectly. Because you cannot move, your nervous system is extremely tense and sensitive." After speaking, Han Wuba extended 2 fingers and began tapping the pressure points on Shan Shawu's body. A powerful flow of internal energy surged through the boy's body, mixing with the ginseng essence, constantly cleansing his damaged meridians. Focus your mind and feel the flow of energy. After clearing 36 major meridians, you will feel every state of your body. Feel how your muscles intertwine, and understand how the movement of your toes commands your hands to move, how the joints support your movements, and how you can even hear the blood flowing through your veins. Once you truly understand all of this, you will master the essence of our sect's martial arts. The intense pain made Shan Shawu cry out in agony. Han Wuba watched silently, his expression stern. "They say you cannot build without first destroying. You must break to rebuild. Whether you transform or end up crippled for life, that all depends on your willpower." A hint of reluctance flickered in the old man's eyes. "My boy, this is the only path for you to inherit the title of the sky-breaking martial statue." 1 year later, At Wangxian Cave on Mount Yaoshang, two thin, elderly men sat cross-legged, waiting in silence. A moment later, a figure glided in like a light breeze. It was the fake Venerable, the leader of the northern martial arts world. It turns out there is a group in the north whose martial arts have reached a transcendent, legendary realm, the unfettered immortal realm. Among them, the three masters of Wangxian Cave are led by the fake Venerable, who holds the highest cultivation. At this moment, the fake Venerable spoke slowly. I think you both know why I invited you here today. Within just 1 year, 12 of our masters in the unfettered immortal realm have been killed in the north. It turns out that about a year ago, an old man led a young man to find the 7th Earth Immortal at Teeling. The 7th Earth Immortal unleashed his ultimate world-changing technique, with surging energy and a blizzard attacking the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man raised his left hand, and it seemed as if lightning crackled in his palm. With just one strike, he shattered the very technique the 7th Earth Immortal was so proud of. Then, the old man kept pressing the attack, appearing before the 7th Earth Immortal in an instant. Using his hand as a blade, he easily severed the man's meridians. Before the 7th Earth Immortal could even react, a palm strike pierced his chest, and he bled from all 7 orifices, dying on the spot. Even more terrifying was that after he died, that powerful energy continued to tear his corpse apart. 2 months later, the old man led the young man to find Tiashanzi. Tiashanzi unleashed his mountain sealing technique, the 7 Earth God art, but the old man seemed to be mocking him. Facing the limitless wall, which was said to be impenetrable, the old man chose a direct confrontation. Again, with just one strike, he caused the limitless wall to collapse. His index finger then pierced through Tiashanzi's palm like a razor-sharp blade. Following that, a massive wave of the old man's internal energy erupted. Tiashanzi, even though you reach the unfettered immortal realm, every bone in your body has been ground into fine powder. In an instant, he exploded, leaving no bone intact. At this point, the fake Venerable's voice dropped. If all 12 masters died at the hands of that old man, the situation was dire. If this continues, forget about building a new nation. I fear even our existing forces will suffer heavy losses. The East Sea Sword Immortal could not believe it. In the north, no one had ever been able to kill an unfettered immortal realm master so easily. The Diamond Saint suspected the Imperial Court had discovered their plans, but he quickly dismissed his own theory. Even the Imperial Court could not easily eliminate masters of that level. Just then, the fake Venerable said slowly, "Have you two forgotten about him? 10 years ago, 30 of us at the unfettered immortal realm joined forces to kill him. But not only did we fail, we lost half our masters. That sky-breaking martial statue, Han Wuba, has returned with his disciple. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Shan Shawu put on 2 iron gauntlets, ready to fight. Han Wuba lunged forward. Seeing his master attack like a tiger descending the mountain, Shan Shawu fought back without fear. The two quickly clashed, their moves lightning fast, evenly matched for a moment. Over the past year, Shan Shawu had worn 80-pound iron gauntlets every day, and the sky-breaking art passed down by Han Wuba had started to show results. For 1,000 years, this art had been passed down to only one disciple at a time. The one who masters it is called the sky-breaking martial statue. It focuses on the art of dislocating bones and breaking joints, using one's internal energy to attack the opponent's meridians and pressure points to destroy their muscles and skeleton. Your movements are too slow. Faster. Stop thinking with your head. Let your body move naturally. The sky-breaking art has no special techniques. It is just using all your strength to snap joints and crush muscles. Shan Shawu hurriedly tapped his shoulder with 2 fingers, using his internal energy to neutralize the piercing energy on his arm. Unexpectedly, his master's 2 fingers were already upon him. He was struck on the forehead and sent flying back. Shan Shawu took a few steps before he could stand steady. You feel tired, but your enemies won't. If a dozen people surround you, will you just stand there waiting to die? Because you're tired? Han Wuba's voice held no tenderness. Adjust your breathing and go again. As he spoke, his eyes turned a haunting green, and in a blink, the old man vanished from where he stood. Shan Shawu turned pale, but suddenly, his master's right palm pressed against his chest. Han Wuba channeled his power into his palm, and Shan Shawu was blasted backward like a cannonball. The young man gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the internal force his master had driven into him. The 2 forces clashed inside his body, shattering the stones beneath his feet. I want to teach you gently, but I don't have time left. Feel it for yourself to reclaim everything you have lost. This mountain was a martial arts sanctuary that even the Imperial Court dared not enter. Yet now, an old man and a boy dared to storm it. The warrior monks guarding the mountain roared and charged out. The boy charged in to meet them, unafraid. Shan Shawu dove into the crowd like a tiger among wolves. He dodged and moved with such agility that no monk could withstand a single blow. Han Wuba looked at his disciple with great satisfaction, but suddenly, another group of monks surrounded them from behind. They rushed at the old man with long staves. Han Wuba kept one hand behind his back, and his right hand suddenly reached out, a powerful burst of energy firing backward. The 1,000-year-old stone bridge behind him was instantly destroyed. The heavy stone structure was tossed aside by the old man, easily blocking those pursuing them. Not long after, the master and disciple crossed the bridge, only to find another crowd of monks blocking the way. The lead monk shouted, "Han Wuba, 10 years have passed, what more do you want?" Han Wuba ignored him and whispered to his disciple, "Shawu, this is my personal grudge. If you get involved, their hatred might become a burden for the rest of your life. A teacher for a day is a father for life. If these are your master's enemies, just kill them. I live alone, what is there to be afraid of?" After saying that, Shan Shawu channeled all his internal energy into his palms. The 2 iron gloves couldn't withstand the force and shattered. Seeing this, the leading warrior monk immediately gave the order. Dozens of warrior monks jumped off the stone platform and charged toward the master and his disciple. Shan Shawu circulated his true energy, which radiated outwards. He stepped his right foot forward. His hands were no longer restricted by the iron gloves. He struck out with 2 powerful palms, and in an instant, several warrior monks were sent flying. Seeing his subordinates being beaten to a pulp by the young man, the leading warrior monk gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He let out a loud shout, suddenly leaped up, and with the momentum of his long staff, swung it down directly at Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu dodged the monk's staff. The sturdy iron staff slammed into the ground, creating a large crack. While Shan Shawu was still in the air, he swung his hand to release a palm strike, and a surge of true energy flew straight toward the warrior monk's head. The monk hurriedly tilted his body to dodge, and the powerful energy struck the ground, carving a deep trench. The warrior monk danced his staff behind his back, then gripped the end of the staff and suddenly exerted force. The long staff lunged out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Shan Shawu's chest. Seeing the staff coming with the power of lightning, Shan Shawu smiled faintly and reached out his right hand. To everyone's shock, he caught the staff with his bare hands. The warrior monk's expression changed drastically. At that moment, Shan Shawu suddenly applied force to his hand, and the long staff made of refined iron instantly deformed, twisting like a piece of rope. The immense twisting force made it impossible for the warrior monk to hold onto the staff, but he was decisive and immediately let go, charging in to attack Shan Shawu. He leaped high and delivered a kick towards Shan Shawu's head. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu was faster. He struck the monk's knee with one palm, and the monk's entire leg was instantly shattered by Shan Shawu. The warrior monk screamed in pain and fell off the stone platform. In his daze, he caught a glimpse of the young man's eyes and realized they were a strange shade of blue. At this moment, Han Wuba looked at the warrior monk and said slowly, "You just advised me to let go of the hatred from 10 years ago. I wonder, 10 years from now, can you forgive my disciple for crippling your leg? You hypocrites are always standing there preaching from a position of moral superiority. Today, I'll let you taste this feeling to see how compassionate you really are." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Wuba led Shan Shawu straight into the Wuxian cave. The Wuxian cave was a place isolated from the outside world, an ideal spot for martial arts training. There are green bone pills here, accumulated by the 3 immortals, which can serve as food. On the walls, there are dozens of luminous pearls. In the future, you can use them as travel expenses. Before Han Wuba could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook, and a massive stone door weighing thousands of pounds fell down, sealing the cave entrance. Han Wuba let out a cold laugh. They're always up to these petty tricks, but that's fine. Shan Shawu, once you break this stone door, you will officially inherit the heaven-shattering martial arts. After saying that, the master and disciple leaped into the cave. Not long after, they reached an open area inside. 3 old men were sitting cross-legged on 3 stone slabs. They were the 3 masters famous throughout the north of Wuxian Cave. The leading one, Jiazunzi, said calmly, "Ba, the hand of force, it has been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Han Wuba stood tall and replied coldly, "Jiazunzi, I have looked forward to this day every single day." At this, the Jin Kang Venerable sneered, "That boy and Gu Qingfeng must be your disciples, right? It seems you don't care about your disciples' lives. I called them here to give him one last lesson." Having said that, Han Wuba tore off his cloak, revealing muscular skin covered in scars. The scar over his heart was particularly terrifying. "Shan Shawu, from now on, you must memorize every single one of my moves. Even if it's an attack I have to take, it will be invaluable experience for you. Shan Shawu frowned upon hearing this, as he understood the implication in his master's words. The young man was silent for a moment, then said in a slightly trembling voice, "Yes, master, I will remember." No sooner had Shan Shawu spoken than the Haidong sword immortal made the first move. He flicked his left hand, and a 3-foot sword appeared. The cold sword, driven by internal energy, pinned itself into the rock at the top of the cave. Immediately, countless rocks fell down, raining upon Han Wuba. The other two understood the plan and stood up simultaneously. The three supreme masters attacked Han Wuba together. Jia Zunjia flicked his left hand, and a powerful burst of energy shot out. The Jin Kang Venerable extended 2 fingers and kept pointing at the air, utilizing his famous technique, the Jin Kang Reincarnation Finger. In an instant, sword energy and palm force surrounded Han Wuba. Besieged, Han Wuba just smiled. The old man reached out his left hand, channeled all his internal energy into his palm, and slammed it hard onto the ground in front of him. A powerful surge of true energy radiated from him as the center, and the entire ground cracked under the force of the palm strike. Han Wuba stood perfectly still like a fallen deity. Seeing this, Jia Zunjie could not believe his eyes. At this moment, Han Wuba said coldly, "Even with my old illness, killing the 3 of you is as easy as killing dogs." It turned out that 10 years ago, the 3 masters of Wuxia Cave conspired to overthrow the imperial family and sought out Han Wuba to invite him to join, but he refused. Afraid that Han Wuba would ruin their plans, Jia Zunjia tricked him into going outside and teamed up with 30 experts from the Xiaoyao immortal realm to ambush and kill him. At the same time, Han Wuba's wife was assassinated and died miserably at home. His only daughter and her wet nurse went missing in the chaos. Han Wuba fought with his life to kill half of the experts surrounding him, but he himself was severely wounded in that battle. Although the Heaven-Shattering Divine Art was very effective at healing meridian injuries, the wound to his heart could only be temporarily suppressed, not fully healed. Over the past 10 years, Han Wuba had searched throughout the north but still could not find his daughter. It wasn't until news arrived that his daughter had gone to the Central Plains that Han Wuba set out to the Central Plains to search for her. But while passing through the Blood Tier Plain, his old wound flared up. He realized he didn't have much time left, so he had to return to the north to find a successor. That was why he met Shan Shawu on Chengbai Mountain. Now, the enemies who had destroyed his family were right in front of him. Han Wuba's eyes were filled with killing intent. The old man reached out with both hands, with streams of true energy wrapping around his arms. The Haidong sword immortal, who was standing closest, hurriedly dodged, then charged in to stab his sword at Han Wuba's head. Unexpectedly, Han Wuba had already grabbed his wrist with his left hand. As the two passed each other, Han Wuba used just one move to tear off the Haidong sword immortal's left arm. The Haidong sword immortal screamed in pain, and the other two, seeing this, hurriedly rushed in to assist. Han Wuba extended both hands simultaneously, and 2 powerful streams of true energy shot out. As the old man clenched both fists, the energy exploded in front of the 2 men, and even the Haidong sword immortal, who was kneeling on the ground, was sent flying. Haidong Qiantian braced himself with his sword, sliding back several yards before finally coming to a halt. The other 2 quickly adjusted their internal energy, struggling to suppress Han Wuba's overwhelming pressure with their own. Han Wuba sneered, a mocking smirk on his face. Is this really all the 3 masters of Wuxia Cave can offer? Hearing this, Jia Zunjia flew into a rage, while the venerable Jin Kang was so furious his hair stood on end. As for Haidong Qiantian, he was consumed by bitterness over the loss of his arm. Jia Zunjie clasped his hands together, channeling all his remaining strength. His heart is wounded, he can't hold out much longer. Let's attack together and wear him down. With that, all 3 charged at Han Wuba at once, only to see Han Wuba's aura suddenly erupt with explosive intensity. The old man's eyes blazed like a tiger's. I don't have much time left, one strike to settle it all. Shan Shawu stood silently to the side, watching as a powerful surge of energy shot straight into the sky. With a single move, Han Wuba obliterated the entire cave. The 3 masters of Wuxia Cave were torn to shreds. A moment later, Shan Shawu found his master among the wreckage. Han Wuba was on the verge of death. Shan Shawu, don't be sad. I've had my revenge. I have no regrets. The only thing I regret is not finding my daughter. If she's still alive, she must be around your age. When she went missing years ago, she had her mother's sword manual with her. If you ever find her, let her live a peaceful life if she's doing well. But if she's suffering, just help her out once. That will be enough. Tears streamed down Shan Shawu's face as he nodded repeatedly, promising to fulfill his master's final wishes. He leaned against the stone bed, sighing as his master's voice still echoed in his ears, as if it were only yesterday. A moment later, Shan Shawu knelt and bowed 3 times, then 9 times, before Han Wuba's body. Master, I don't know how to repay the kindness you showed in raising me. In these 10 years, I have never once forgotten your teachings. As he spoke, the young man couldn't hold back his tears. A moment later, Shan Shawu stood up slowly. Master, I can finally say with pride that I am your disciple. The young man's gaze grew firm and resolute. From this day on, I am the 35th successor of the Heaven-Shattering Martial Arts. At that same moment, at Feng Mo Temple on Diuhuang Mountain, the alarm bells began ringing frantically. The warrior monks grabbed their long staves and rushed toward Wuxia Cave. Before long, hundreds had gathered at the cave entrance, ready for battle. The stone door, which had been sealed for decades, suddenly exploded with a deafening blast, hitting the monks like a massive warhammer to the heart. They didn't dare hesitate, quickly forming a formation. The crashing sounds from behind the stone door grew louder, and the ground shook so violently that several monks near the front stumbled and fell. The one-legged monk in the lead shouted, "Be careful! The tyrant of force has returned." Just as he finished, another thunderous explosion rocked the area, and the 10,000-pound stone door collapsed. The massive stone wall, half a yard thick, had been split in 2. A bare foot appeared before them, followed by a young man in tattered clothes stepping out of the cave. He squinted, adjusting to the sunlight. It was Shan Shawu, who had been in seclusion in Wuxia Cave for 10 years. The one-legged monk was shocked to see him. 10 years ago, it was Shan Shawu who had severed his leg, and the painful memory flooded back into his mind. Meanwhile, Shan Shawu muttered, "Since when was there a temple here?" Just then, a monk stepped forward. "Little benefactor, this Feng Mo Temple was built specifically to keep your master trapped inside. This is the abbot of Feng Mo Temple, Master Yuan Zhen." The old monk stared hard at Shan Shawu. "Do you intend to bathe this place in blood just like your master?" Shan Shawu smiled at this. "My master's debt has been settled. I have no desire to kill anymore." Master Yuan Zhen looked surprised. The little benefactor's answer truly left the old monk speechless. The one-legged monk claimed that a disciple of the tyrant of force couldn't be trusted, but the abbot remained silent, not ordering his disciples to attack. Seeing that persuasion was useless, the one-legged monk let out a loud laugh, eyeing Shan Shawu with hostility. "For 10 years, I have trained day and night, waiting for this very day." He swung his long staff, his voice cold. "Don't think that just because you're his disciple, even if the tyrant of force himself stood before me, I would still fight him." Shan Shawu smiled cryptically. 10 years have passed. Have you still not let go of your hatred? Fine, I will grant your wish, but please, wait a moment. With that, Shan Shawu turned and walked back toward Wuxia Cave. He looked up at the 3 statues of immortals at the entrance. He didn't need to be told that the monks had carved them. Shan Shawu's expression turned grim as he looked at the statues. The young man reached out his pale right hand, blue energy swirling in his palm. He gently placed his hand against the cliff face. Suddenly, the energy in his body surged into his palm, and a powerful shockwave erupted into the rock, with the killing intent spreading across the entire mountainside. Immediately, a massive, earth-shattering explosion ripped through the night sky. The 3 statues exploded instantly, and the entire Wuxia Cave collapsed in the blink of an eye. The one-legged monk watched in terror, cold sweat breaking out across his skin. Master Yuan Zhen was also startled. He hadn't expected the opponent's Heaven-Shattering Divine Art to reach such a level. Shan Shawu turned back around, speaking calmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, do you want to come at me one by one, or all together?" Faced with his calm tone, everyone fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. A moment later, Master Yuan Zhen asked with a tremor in his voice, You say you didn't want to kill anymore? If I let you go, what will you do?" Shan Shawu crossed his arms, looked at the old monk, and gave a faint smile. "That saves me the trouble. I am truly grateful." Master Yuan Zhen looked deep into the young man's eyes. "Very well. I thank you for your compassion, little benefactor. You may go." The one-legged monk tried to object, but Master Yuan Zhen told him plainly that with only 10 years of training, trying to defeat the successor of the Heaven-Shattering Martial Arts was nothing more than a daydream. Shan Shawu didn't want to drag this out, so he turned and left. Hundreds of people watched silently as he walked away, not a single one daring to stop him. As he passed the one-legged monk, Shan Shawu whispered, "You blocked my master from seeking his revenge that day. I severed your leg out of necessity, but I still believe our duel was fair. If you want revenge, feel free to come find me. I will be ready." Just then, Master Yuan Zhen asked, "Little benefactor, now that you are heading down the mountain, where will you go?" The young man paused. Naturally, I will finish what my master started. I am going to the Central Plains to find his daughter. Master Yuan Zhen let out a bitter laugh. It seemed a great upheaval was coming to the Central Plains. Shan Shawu glanced at the old monk without a word, then pushed off the ground and shot away. Watching him leave, Master Yuan Zhen muttered, "This young man has a presence that surpasses his master's. He may very well become the most powerful martial artist we've ever seen." Beside a small mountain stream, Shan Shawu shook his long hair, sending droplets of water flying in every direction. He hadn't bathed in 10 years. After cleaning up, he pulled his clothes from the water, but they were in tatters and impossible to wear. Several priceless night-luminescent pearls rolled out from his clothes onto the grass. Shan Shawu picked up a jade pendant that had fallen with them. He stared at the pendant in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, Shan Shawu snapped out of it. His most urgent need was clothing. Just then, the aroma of food drifted toward him. It seemed someone lived nearby. With that thought, the young man gathered his strength and leapt. In a blur, he took off. Soon, a simple little house came into view. In the courtyard, several sets of clothes were hanging on a rack. Shan Shawu smiled to himself, his toes barely touching the fallen leaves as he darted toward the house. In the yard, a young girl was being called by her family to collect the laundry. She was grumbling as she reached for the clothes when, suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the yard, carrying 2 sets of garments away. Just as the girl stood stunned by the sudden wind, she saw a young man descend from the sky, quickly pulling the clothes onto himself. Shan Shawu, surprised by how well they fit, tossed the girl a night-luminescent pearl worth 1,000 pieces of gold. "I'll take these clothes. This pearl is more than enough to cover them." The girl stared at the pearl in her hand, dazed. By the time she came to her senses and asked who he was, she looked up to find he had already vanished. Under the sunset, Shan Shawu stood atop a tree, just like he had years ago. It was time to head to the Central Plains to fulfill his master's final wish. In a valley in Phoenix City, Liuning Province, a caravan carrying torches was slowly moving forward. Situjan, head of the Green Sword sect, scanned his surroundings vigilantly. A flock of birds, startled from the cliffside, distracted him for a moment. The old man beside him offered some reassurance. "Headmaster Situ, there is no need to worry. This man is Xiao Ziming, commander of 1,000 households in Phoenix City. Who in this city would dare go against the Green Sword sect?" Hearing this, Situjan smirked. The Green Sword sect couldn't stay trapped in this tiny Phoenix City forever. It turned out that in the current martial arts world, the influence of the Iron Martial Alliance was rising rapidly. Situjan's goal was to bring the Green Sword sect into the fold, but to achieve that, he first had to become the master of Liuning. After the Murong clan went into seclusion, the Great Strength Fortress, one of the 3 major powers of the Hu Ming sect, had become the dominant force in Liuning. But recently, the Murong clan had begun to stir again. Thinking of this, Situjan smiled faintly. "Our target is the entirety of Liuning. When it comes to financial power, the Great Strength Fortress is nowhere near my Green Sword sect. As long as this mission goes smoothly, the Green Sword sect will reach new heights." Behind them, countless bars of gold were stacked on carriages. "Master Situ wants to defeat the Great Strength Fortress and join the Iron Martial Alliance? In this old man's view, that won't be difficult at all. We will help you, Master, as long as we cooperate." But before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced straight through his heart. Xiao Ziming looked at the arrow in his chest with disbelief, then tumbled from his horse due to the sheer force of the impact. Situjan was shocked, and immediately after, he saw dozens of figures descending from the cliffs. It was the notorious White Dog bandit gang. By dawn, the valley had returned to a deathly silence. 2 survivors looked at the carnage around them, silent. The man leading them said calmly, trying to bypass everyone to swallow the Imperial gold, only to be wiped out by the White Dogs. The Green Sword sect fools really didn't know their own limits. Just then, the woman sensed something was wrong and slipped behind her brother, whispering that they were being watched. Both looked up at the cliff, spotting a dark figure with a long spear hiding there. The dark figure realized he had been spotted and immediately leapt away, vanishing. The woman asked her brother if they should intercept him, but the man said it wasn't necessary. "That's the assassination squad from the Great Strength Fortress. The iron-faced judge must be nearby. We and the Great Strength Fortress will have a showdown sooner or later, but now is not the time. Let's go. The White Dogs have taken the gold. If we don't track them down quickly, it will be hard to retrieve." At the same time, inside the North Underworld Inn in Liuning, the room was boisterous. A large man was drinking heavily amidst the cheers of the crowd. He drained an entire jar of wine in a single breath. His subordinates cheered and clapped incessantly. Luo Haxu, the leader of the White Dogs, shouted, "Brothers, drink to your heart's content today." Just then, a subordinate stepped forward, trembling. "Boss, I'm the one who provided the information about the gold. About my reward," Luo Hakusu laughed heartily, saying he would certainly not treat him unfairly. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, shivering, occasionally looking up with worry, praying for these bandits to leave soon. Just then, a swaggering figure walked into the inn. The man didn't seem to notice the chaotic bandits, but when Luo Hakusu saw him, he froze. The notorious bandit, who killed as easily as breathing, cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is he here? He recognized this man as Ji Wushui, the captain of the Great Strength Fortress's assassination squad. Ji Wushui found a table and sat down grandly. Luo Hakusu's subordinate, not knowing who he was, stepped up and declared that the North Underworld Inn had been booked for the day by the White Dogs, but Ji Wushui didn't seem to hear him, suddenly asking the innkeeper loudly why his tea hadn't been served. The innkeeper, cowering in the corner, hurriedly brought the tea over. Just then, a voice called out from the door, "The iron-faced judge actually getting angry over a cup of tea? It seems the Great Strength Fortress is nothing special." The newcomers were the two siblings who had been tracking the gold. Seeing them, Ji Wushui was slightly surprised. So it's the Murong twin heroes? Could the Murong clan be getting involved in this too? Luo Hakusu was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the Murong clan to join the fray. Murong Guang said, leisurely, "This junior greets the iron-faced judge of the Great Strength Fortress." The White Dog bandits' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, but Ji Wushui remained cold. "The Great Strength Fortress doesn't want conflict with the Murong clan. Could the two of you please leave?" Murong simply replied coldly, "If the Murong clan asked you to withdraw, senior, would you consider agreeing?" Hearing this, Ji Wushui gave a cold laugh. "I never expected the high and mighty Murong clan to return to the martial arts world for a bit of gold." Ji Wushui's eyes flashed with malice as he sneered. "In that case, I'll kill everyone here. Robbing gold." As soon as he finished speaking, his presence shifted. The entire inn seemed to shake from the impact, but the Murong siblings were unfazed. Their expressions merely grew dark. "Murong clan, we've been in seclusion for 2 years, and it seems you vermin have forgotten your place in this world." The Murong siblings drew their weapons in unison, their voices icy as they scoffed at the Dali fortress. Just then, Luo Hakusu barked, "This thief isn't giving up either! You bastards, do you think our White Dog gang is easy to push around?" At that same moment, a young man muttered to himself as he walked in. "They say you have to stop by the Baiming Inn." Shan Shawu moved like a phantom, gliding between the two Murong siblings. For the first time, Ji Wushui wore a grave expression. He couldn't even clearly see the young man's movements. Ignoring the hostile gazes, Shan Shawu calmly walked over to an empty seat in the inn, his arms crossed. He sat down and ordered a bowl of noodles. The Murong siblings stared at his back, stunned. Just then, Ji Wushui's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Taking advantage of the siblings' distraction, he struck. Ji Wushui lunged with terrifying speed, his withered left hand suddenly reaching out. The bandage wrapped around his arm darted out like a viper's tongue, aimed straight at Murong Ji's face. Murong Guang narrowed his eyes at the sight. With a flick of his right hand, his folding fan snapped open, faster than lightning, shielding his younger sister and blocking Ji Wushui's bandage strike. Ji Wushui hadn't expected such a quick reaction. Staggering back from the impact, Murong Guang channeled power into his legs, stamped the ground, and lunged toward Ji Wushui. Seeing this, Ji Wushui didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly poured his internal energy into the bandage. The cloth seemed to come alive, wrapping around his hands like a pair of gauntlets. Ji Wushui caught the blow with both hands, tanking Murong Guang's thunderous attack with his own body. They clashed and immediately separated, only to dive back into the fray. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows. Suddenly, Murong Guang swung his fan, and Ji Wushui dodged, lightly tapping his toes against the fan to vault away. He used the momentum to gain distance, his 10 fingers digging into a pillar, hanging upside down on the wall like a giant spider. Murong Guang smirked. "Your fleeing technique is certainly unique, Elder." Ji Wushui wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed with a sarcastic tone. "Is that all the Murong clan's martial arts can do?" Before he finished, the hat on his head was sliced in two and fell. Murong Guang's eyes turned cold. Fueled by killing intent, he shouted, "What makes the Dali fortress think they have the skill?" Just then, a pop sounded behind Ji Wushui as his headscarf was blown away by an invisible force. The smile on Ji Wushui's face faded, and Murong Guang commanded his sister, "Take care of the White Dog gang. I'll handle this old man." Hearing this, Ji Wushui's face grew even darker. The White Dog gang members nearby were already terrified by the battle. Luo Haxu glanced toward the door, but Murongji blocked the exit. Drawing her sword, the girl said coldly, "Captain Luo, if you think you're escaping, you're mistaken. If you tell me where you've hidden the stolen gold, I can make your death quick." Luo Haxu was furious. He had roamed the lands for years and had never been insulted like this. "Whether it's the Murong clan or the Dali fortress, I'll kill you all today." The White Dog subordinates heard him and charged with their blades drawn. At the same time, Ji Wushui screamed, "Assassination squad! On my command, kill them all, leave no one alive." Immediately, dozens of shadows leaped down from the upper floor. It turned out, Ji Wushui had set an ambush here long ago. The squad descended, slaughtering everyone in their path. These were the elites of the Dali fortress. Even facing a crowd, they didn't flinch, shouting in unison, "The gold belongs to the Dali fortress." Hearing the shouts, Shan Shawu, who was eating his noodles, was startled. He turned around, muttered in curiosity, "Huh?" The three factions were clashing wildly in the inn. Shan Shawu kept calmly eating his noodles, even as the innkeeper urged him to leave because it was too dangerous. Shan Shawu replied, "I've been traveling from the north for 10 years and haven't had a proper meal yet." "Innkeeper, why are they fighting? I heard them mention gold, but I'm not really sure. It sounds like the Dali fortress and the Murong clan are fighting over the gold the White Dog gang stole." Hearing this, Shan Shawu understood. He had heard his master mention both the Dali fortress and the Murong clan. The two powers were competing for dominance over Liaoning. Murongji kicked an assassin, sending him crashing into the counter, knocked out cold. She looked over at Shan Shawu, who was still eating calmly, his face devoid of fear. Murongji thought to herself, "He's so calm in the middle of this chaos, could he be some hidden master?" Suddenly, she sensed danger behind her. A Dali fortress expert was lunging at her with a spear. Murongji spun around and delivered a single sword strike, cutting the attacker in two. After dealing with the assailant, Murongji looked at Shan Shawu again. She watched him for a moment before dismissing the strange thought. The boy looks only 20. How could he have reached such an inner strength realm? She coldly warned him, "If you don't want to die, leave now." "Thank you for the warning, miss, but I have 2 bites left. Once I'm done, I'll be on my way. You go ahead, don't worry about me." Murongji looked at Shan Shawu, surprised. "You've got guts. Suit yourself then." With that, she dove back into the battle. Meanwhile, the Dali fortress expert who had been knocked out earlier woke up. Seeing Shan Shawu sitting at the counter, he mistook him for one of the White Dog gang members, screamed, and attacked. Seeing this, Shan Shawu spun the chopsticks in his hand, infused them with internal energy, and struck the expert's finger. A surge of powerful energy pierced the expert's finger and surged into his meridians. The man instantly spat blood, collapsed to the floor, and died on the spot. Shan Shawu sighed. It seemed the Dali fortress's martial arts weren't that impressive after all. He looked outside and saw Murong Guang and Ji Wushui in a fierce stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ji Wushui sneered. "Recently, your Murong clan has been killing and collecting gold all over Liaoning. What is your true goal?" Murong Guang frowned and coldly replied, "I have nothing to say to you." He dashed forward, attacking with his fan, but Ji Wushui dodged. Luo Haxu looked at the battlefield and roared in anger. "Even though we of the White Dog gang are fierce, we are no match for the elite troops of the Dali fortress." At that moment, a subordinate trembled as he reported, "Boss, 80% of us are dead. What should we do?" Luo Haxu shouted, "Those damned dogs, I'll take them down with me." He clenched his fists, poured his internal energy into his arms, knelt down, and punched the ground with all his might. A powerful wave of internal energy erupted, throwing everyone backward. Even Murong Guang and Ji Wushui, who were locked in combat, were shaken. Murongzi was astonished. She hadn't expected this thief to have such strength. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. Luo Haxu charged forward like a mad bull. Before she could react, she was sent flying. "Tai Mian Pan Guan, Murong Duo, I'll remember you. I swear I'll have my revenge for this." Luo Haxu screamed and fled the inn. Murong Guang knew things were taking a turn for the worse and immediately gave chase. Ji Wushui, unwilling to drag this out, shouted, "Assassination squad, listen up, pursue him." Everyone in the inn was stunned as they watched the group storm out in pursuit of Luo Haxu. Murong Guang caught up to Luo Haxu and said coldly, "Luo Haxu, do you really think your light body technique is enough to get you away?" Ji Wushui also arrived, threatening him to hand over the gold, while the Dali sect vowed to protect their people. At this moment, Luo Haxu's subordinates in the inn regained their senses and tried to take the opportunity to escape, but they were blocked by Murongji. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword, slicing through an underling's throat. The man let out a miserable shriek and collapsed. Murongji didn't even bother to wipe the blood splattered on her face. She gritted her teeth. Luo Haxu, I swear I will take your life with my own hands. With that, she tapped her feet and darted out of the inn. Inside, the inn had turned into a battlefield with corpses piled up like mountains. Shan Shawu slowly walked over to a dying subordinate who weakly pleaded for his life. I don't know about saving people, but I'm quite good at killing them, Shawu said, then reached out with his left hand, gently tapping 2 acupuncture points on the man's throat. Then, he channeled his internal energy into the man's body. The underling felt his internal energy and blood surging in chaos. The pain was excruciating. He stared at Shawu, barely holding on. You, what do you want? Tell me where the gold is hidden, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Dongdongming Mountain, Yinkuo Ridge in the valley. There's a cave covered in vines. After saying this, the man gasped his last breath. Shan Shawu let go, his expression unmoved. He calmly said, My thanks, safe travels. Then, he gently brushed the man's eyes shut to let him rest in peace. Half an hour later, at Yinku Ridge, 100 miles from Dongming Mountain, Shan Shawu looked around, confirming this was the place he was looking for. Sure enough, he found horse prints and deep cart tracks pressed into the ground. The wheel tracks were an inch deep, proving the carriage had been heavily loaded. Shan Shawu followed the tracks to a valley and found the cave hidden by vines exactly as described. Shawu parted the vines and looked inside, seeing countless wooden chests piled up, all filled with gold. The entire cave was brimming with it, but Shawu didn't seem to care in the slightest. He only took a few gold bars, tucked them into his bag, and looked around the cave, lost in thought. He knew he would need this gold later, but what should he do with it now? After a moment, Shawu walked out of the cave. Based on the situation at the inn earlier, the Dali sect wouldn't give up easily, and in the end, the Murong clan would definitely come for the gold. With that thought, Shawu stretched out his hands, channeling all his internal energy into his palms. His master once taught that all things in the world have veins. You only need to sever these connections, and the heaven-splitting divine art could destroy anything. Shawu struck both sides with his palms. 2 powerful currents of energy surged out, slamming into the cliffs on both sides. The cave shook violently, and earth and stone collapsed, burying the entrance. Shawu leaped onto a tree branch, quietly observing his handiwork. As the dust settled, the entrance was completely sealed by boulders. Shawu felt indifferent. This way, no one would be able to get the gold easily. With that done, he began to calculate. Currently, the Dali sect in Fushun was competing with the Murong clan in Shenyang for the Liaoning territory. 10 years ago, when his master went looking for his daughter, he was blocked at Blood Tier Plain. Shenyang was the most densely populated place in Liaoning. After some thought, Shawu decided to head to Shenyang first to investigate. On the other side, Ji Wushui channeled his full strength into his fist, and Murong Guang gathered all his internal energy into his fan. The two unleashed their attacks against each other. Roof tiles shattered and flew everywhere. Luo Haxu was terrified the power of these two was far beyond his own. Senior Ji Wushui, we both know how our strengths compare. Must we really fight to the death? Ji Wushui's cheek was slashed, and blood began to flow. You insolent brat, you're still far from my level. Assassination squad, catch Luo Haxu. The elite subordinates of the Dali sect obeyed, rushing toward Luo Haxu. Murong Guang thought to himself, this isn't good. My martial arts might be slightly better, but it's hard to face so many people alone. Just then, a figure flew in. It was Murongji, who had been in pursuit. Big brother, leave Luo Haxu to me. Instantly, several flashes of sword light flickered, and 4 of the Dali sect's elite subordinates died on the spot. Murongji sheathed her sword after a few swift swings and lunged forward, grabbing Luo Haxu by the throat. Before he could react, he was subdued by the girl. Ji Wushui saw this and rushed forward, but a powerful wave of internal energy surged toward him, blocking his path. It was Murong Guang, stepping in to stop him. Ji Wushui hurriedly used both hands to defend, but his arms were immediately injured, and blood dripped down. I advised you to stop earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's too late, leave your life here. Luo Haxu, choked by Murongzi, struggled to speak. The gold is mine, don't you dare think you'll get it. Murongzi smiled coldly. I'll make you confess it yourself. Saying that, she channeled her internal energy into the captive, enveloping Luo Haxu. The technique she used was the soul shadow art of the Murong clan. That night, the Dali sect was ablaze with lights, and 7 corpses were laid out neatly in the courtyard. Wan Zhixing, the sect leader of the Dali sect, looked at the bodies, his expression pensive. What a pity. So many dead standing by and watching is useless. Indeed. They dared to kill our assassination squad. It shows they don't fear going to war with the Dali sect. At this moment, Ji Wushui spoke in a low voice. This failure was due to my incompetence. I ask for Wan Zhixing's punishment. You did your best. Punishing you now would be useless. I don't understand why the Murong clan would reappear in the pugilistic world for a bit of gold, but no matter their purpose, the Dali sect cannot let them have their way. As he said this, Wan Zhixing's voice boomed like a great bell. Everyone, listen. From this day forward, the Dali sect and the Murong clan are sworn enemies. All disciples are forbidden from going out. Concentrate on preparing for battle against the Murong clan. The Dali sect disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Ji Wushui lowered his head in shame, about to speak, but Wan Zhixing interrupted. Wushui, if you are truly incompetent, wouldn't that mean I misjudged you? Don't let your thoughts wander. When the final battle comes, you will be the vanguard and earn your redemption. Ji Wushui heard this and immediately knelt on one knee, his face full of gratitude. Wan Zhixing nodded. Good. That's how it should be. Then, he looked at one of the bodies on the mat, his gaze sharp. This body has no sword wounds, proving it didn't die from external trauma, and the internal organs weren't damaged, so it clearly didn't die from internal injury. Wan Zhixing placed 2 fingers on the corpse's pulse, examining it carefully, when suddenly, his expression changed. He died after someone used immense internal energy to shatter his meridians. Wan Zhixing turned back to look at Ji Wushui. Wushui, during the fight with the Murong duo, was anyone else there? Ji Wushui said there was a young man about 20 years old present, but this person showed nothing unusual, nor did he seem like someone with such profound internal power. Wan Zhixing pondered. At over 20 years old, it is indeed hard to possess such power. So there must have been another master helping them. Wan Shengxian, you and Hui Shuang go greet the Northern Wind Imperial Envoy. You must ensure absolute safety. After instructing his son, Wan Zhixing sank into deep thought. To be able to use internal energy to shatter meridians so precisely, even he could not do that. Could it be that such a master exists within the Murong clan? Or perhaps another expert intervened? Even though his heart was as calm as an ancient well, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The existence of this person would likely become a new variable. At the same time, at the Murong clan estate in Shenyang, the Murong duo hesitated before a door. You've returned late. It seems things didn't go as planned. Murong Guang looked pale and said bitterly, I have disappointed you, brother. Disappointed? What disappointment? I never had any expectations from the start. Enough talk. Get in there. Father is waiting. Murong Juncheng opened the door. Inside, an old man stood with his back turned, hands behind his back, looking out at the yard. It was Murong Dongtian, the head of the Murong clan. Murong Juncheng reported respectfully, Father, Murong Guang and Murong Ji have returned. Murong Dongtian turned around with a cold expression. I heard you two didn't get the gold. We used the soul-searching technique to find the location. But hearing this, Murong Dongtian's eyes sharpened. But what? When we arrived, the mountain had collapsed. The entire peak had caved in. But please rest assured, Father, as long as you give us time, even if we have to move mountains and drain the seas, we will find that gold. After Murong Guang recounted the whole story, Murong Dongtian extended his left hand, curling his 5 fingers. A powerful suction force emanated from his palm. Murong Guang felt his throat being crushed, and Murong Ji screamed in terror. Murong Guang was pulled toward Murong Dongtian, hovering in midair before being grabbed by the throat. For such incompetence, what use are you to me? Murong Ji was about to beg for mercy, but her older brother stopped her. Father is furious. Don't say anything. At this moment, Murong Dongtian was like a raging lion. Do you know why our Murong clan has lived in seclusion for 10 years? It was to join the Iron Martial Alliance and become part of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Your vision is so limited. You see, 20 years ago, the Murong clan grew too rapidly, which worried the 5 great clans, fearing that we would threaten their status. Thus, they relied on the Iron Martial Alliance to form the 5 Dragon Alliance to restrain us. That is why, 20 years ago, a major incident occurred within the Murong clan. The patriarch, Murong Dongtian, suddenly announced a state of seclusion and personally killed all the elders who opposed him. You think I did all this just to join that damn 5 Dragon Alliance? I want the Murong clan to rule the entire Iron Martial Alliance. As he spoke, Murong Dongtian slammed his son's head against the railing, veins bulged on his forehead. Murong Guang, what do you see? Murong Guang endured the pain and said tremblingly, I see the North Underworld Cave. That's right, the North Underworld Cave. As long as I obtain the inheritance of the North Underworld Emperor, what is the Five Dragon Alliance to me? With that gold, opening the gate to the cave will fulfill my ambition. Yet now, because of your mistake, the plan I've spent 20 years cultivating is about to go down the drain. At this point, Murong Juncheng softly intervened. Please calm your anger, father. I believe Murong Guang didn't mean it. Moreover, you don't need to worry. I have prepared a backup plan. In a few days, the Iron Horse Escort Agency will transport the gold, and we will surely be able to open the North Underworld Cave. Hearing this, Murong Dongtian's rage subsided. He told his two children, the two of you stay out of this matter from now on. Recently, there has been news that the Northern Wind Imperial Envoy of the Shihu Alliance is on the move. You two are to be in charge of guarding the perimeter. Do not let any slips occur. After speaking, Murong Dongtian looked toward the North Underworld Cave and muttered, I have endured for 20 years. Now, there is only one step left. He clenched his fist, crushing the railing. A fierce expression appeared on his wrinkled face. When that time comes, the whole world will be at the feet of the Murong clan. Shan Shawu was admiring the full moon in the night sky when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Shan Shawu, my sister's life is in your hands. Shan Shawu ran as fast as he could, intending to pull his brother up, but heard someone calling his name from behind. Shan Shawu turned his head and saw Gong Wuai, his face deathly pale. Shan Shawu, save me, I don't want to be taken away. Shan Shawu tried to rush over, but realized he was tightly bound. The Yuan emissary looked at him like a hungry wolf and said coldly, You're quite brave. I enjoy breaking the will of people like you the most. Shan Shawu woke up in a start. It was just a nightmare. He found himself drenched in sweat, his mind a blank. Just then, there was the sound of soft footsteps approaching. Shan Shawu turned back vigilantly and saw several figures wearing conical hats walking toward him. Two of them stepped forward, and the leader cupped his hands in greeting. It was Mo Boyu of the Iron Horse Escort Agency. They were escorting goods and were looking for a place to rest, so they came to ask Shan Shawu if they could stay the night. Shan Shawu followed the rules of the martial arts world, introduced himself, and said this was ownerless land, so there was no need to be formal. The escort team rested by the fire. Mo Boyu, being a lively person, started chatting with Shan Shawu. During the conversation, Shan Shawu learned that they were transporting goods to Shenyang. The terrain here was high and open on all sides, making it very favorable for defense. Because of this, every time they went to Shenyang, they rested here. Hearing that Shan Shawu was also on his way to Shenyang, Mo Boyu asked if he had any connection to the Murong clan. Mo Boyu suddenly fell silent and said with a serious expression, I cannot disclose the information of my clients. Shan Shawu quickly apologized, saying he was also heading to Shenyang and was just asking out of habit. Mo Junji, Mo Boyu's younger brother, quickly eased the atmosphere by handing Shan Shawu a plate of food. Shan Shawu thanked him and changed the subject. I want to go to Shenyang to look into some things. I wonder how you all usually go about gathering information. Mo Boyu began to explain that information gathering depends on the type of news. Mo Junji added, in the Central Plains, the fastest news comes from the beggar sect. Although their status is low, their numbers are vast, and the beggar sect's eyes and ears are everywhere. There is even a branch of the beggar sect in Shenyang. Hearing this, Shan Shawu started to formulate a plan. Mo Boyu said that the situation in Shenyang was currently very complex, as the Great Strength Fortress and the Murong clan were about to clash. So if Shan Shawu didn't have anything important to do, he should avoid it. Shan Shawu mentioned there was something he absolutely had to do. A mysterious smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he declared that, no matter what, he had to make a trip to Shenyang. Seeing how calm Shan Shawu was, Mo Boyu thought to himself, it seems this young hero is no ordinary person. I have spoken too much. The night fell, and silence filled the air. The next morning, Shan Shawu set off with the Tima Escort Agency. Along the way, Mo Boyu briefed Shan Shawu on the state of the martial arts world. Young hero Shan. The Iron Martial Alliance is currently at the height of its power. Can you believe a martial arts sect has expanded to the scale of an entire city? It is truly unprecedented. Seeing Shan Shawu show no reaction, Mo Boyu was surprised. Have you really never heard of the Iron Martial Alliance? Shan Shawu replied that he had come from the north and was not well versed in the affairs of the martial arts world. Hearing this, Mo Boyu explained clearly. It turned out the Iron Martial Alliance was formed by the Nine Heavens Manor, the Five Dragon Alliance, and the Lion-Tiger Alliance, gathering most of the top masters in central China. At the helm were the two saints, along with the three overlords, the four revered ones, and so on. One of the two saints was the sword saint, Manhwa Yundiezi, the leader of the Nine Heavens Manor. The other was the fist saint, Huangfu Junyuan, leader of the Five Dragon Alliance. These two forces kept each other in check. Rumor had it that the martial arts of the two saints and the three overlords had reached the carefree realm. Hearing this, Shan Shawu thought to himself that back in the north there were also people who had reached the carefree realm, but they had all been killed by his master. I wonder how these experts compare to my master. Actually, I don't even know who would win if they faced me. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted over, interrupting his train of thought. This smell was all too familiar to Shan Shawu. It was the scent of fresh blood. Mo Junji galloped over to report. Big brother, there are many corpses ahead. The martial arts world is treacherous. All this killing is terrifying. Upon hearing there were bodies ahead, Mo Boyu hurried to take a look. Seeing hundreds of corpses lining the road, Shan Shawu could not help but shudder as Mo Boyu shouted orders. It seems the Great Strength Manor and the Murong clan have clashed. Everyone, hurry up. We must pass through Blood Tear Valley quickly. The escort team frantically urged their horses toward Shenyang. Shan Shawu sat on the carriage, lost in thought. He realized that most of the corpses were wearing northern attire. Just then, Mo Boyu spoke up, breaking Shan Shawu's concentration. Don't worry, we will reach Shenyang today. There were rumors that the Great Strength Manor was harboring a group of refugees from the north. It seems those rumors were true. The Great Strength Manor likely didn't want to exhaust their forces too early. Hearing the words refugees, Shan Shawu smiled bitterly. If there were no other choice, who would want to die in a foreign land? But immediately after, a flicker of hope rose in him. If there were many refugees here, perhaps he could find news about his master's daughter and Gong Wuai. At that moment, Mo Junji, who was riding ahead, shouted, Big brother, I see the black bronze dragon statue. Shan Shawu listened as Mo Boyu recounted the history of this black dragon statue. It turned out that after the Murong clan shut their doors, this area was frequently plagued by war and chaos, with blood staining the earth red hence. It was called Blood Tear Valley. To commemorate the fallen, people had erected two bronze statues here, but 10 years ago, one of the two statues was destroyed. No one knew how the statue, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, had been destroyed. Shan Shawu looked at the statue and frowned. Could it have been his master? Before long, the city of Shenyang appeared before them. Upon entering the city, the members of the escort agency parted ways with Shan Shawu. Mo Junji cupped his hands and said, The beggar sect branch is on East Bamboo Street. Young hero Shan can go there to inquire. Shan Shawu returned the salute and said, Thank you. Mo Boyu draped an arm around Shan Shawu's shoulder and said, We have a mission to complete, so we must part here. Whenever you have time, young hero, you must visit the Tai Ma escort agency. We will drink until we pass out. May your martial path be smooth. Shan Shawu nodded with a smile. If there is a chance, I will definitely visit. Watching the escort agency leave, Shan Shawu turned to observe his surroundings. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto the rooftops. Shan Shawu jumped a few times and reached the top of the highest city wall. He observed for a moment, wondering where the Murong clan estate was. Suddenly, Shan Shawu smiled. It must be that fortress backed by the mountains. Just then, Shan Shawu's gaze stopped. He saw two figures standing on the city gate. It was the same Murong siblings he had met at the North Ming Inn. It seemed his guess was correct. That was indeed the Murong clan estate. Looking in the direction the two were watching, he saw a carriage caravan passing through the city gate. Shan Shawu chuckled to himself. The Tai Ma escort agency's goods were indeed being delivered to the Murong clan. Suddenly, Shan Shawu heard cries for help. He turned to look in the direction of the sound, and saw three thugs beating a child. They were cursing while they struck, showing no mercy. I told you, this is beggar sect territory. You aren't allowed here. Shan Shawu frowned. He heard the child's voice. It was the accent of someone from the north. Shan Shawu leaped off the wall and rushed toward the child. The child covered his head with his hands, crying and begging. My mother is sick. I wanted to ask the beggar sect to find my father. Do you think the beggar sect helps just anyone? The disciple said, raising his staff to strike. Just then, a figure swept in like a ghost. Shan Shawu moved like lightning, blocking the child and tapping his finger against the staff. A surge of powerful internal energy caused the staff to shatter. The beggar sect disciple stared at Shan Shawu in shock. Shan Shawu coldly shouted, 3 grown men beating a child, is this the conduct of the beggar sect? With that, he used 2 fingers to strike the glabella of the other 2 thugs. They were sent flying instantly. Shan Shawu had easily defeated all 3 thugs, but he did not know that all of this had been witnessed by an old beggar on the roof. It was Han Wuba. "You met his master 10 years ago," the old beggar muttered. Could this martial art be? At that moment, another beggar sect disciple scrambled up. "You brat, who are you? How dare you interfere with the beggar sect's business?" He lunged forward, his hand clawing at Shan Shawu like an eagle's talon. Shan Shawu was unfazed. He parried the strike and used his thumb to strike the Shenmen acupoint on the man's arm. A powerful surge of internal energy from Shan Shawu's own heart meridian flowed into the disciple's body. The man screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees. Shan Shawu said coldly, "What did this child do wrong? Why treat him like this? I heard the beggar sect champions justice, but it seems that's just a hollow reputation." At that moment, an old voice rang out. To blame the entire beggar sect over such a small matter is perhaps going too far. We have refused that child many times, but he would not listen. "I am Han Wuba, an elder of the beggar sect. May I ask for the young hero's name?" Shan Shawu looked coldly at the old beggar, neither arrogant nor servile. "I am Shan Shawu from the north." Han Wuba flashed a wide grin. "I wonder if young hero Shan could let him go? Even though he acted improperly, there is no need to cripple him, is there?" Shan Shawu's gaze was ice cold. The only person qualified to set conditions is one of equal standing. At this point, Shan Shawu increased the pressure on his hand. Ignoring the beggar disciple's pathetic screams, he said coldly, "It seems we aren't in the same league, young master. You said it well. So, my condition is this. The 100,000 disciples of the beggar sect will not seek revenge on you, and you must also guarantee the safety of that child." Shan Shawu understood what the old beggar was getting at and cursed the cunning old man under his breath, but he released his grip anyway. The beggar disciple cradled his injured arm, collapsing to the ground. Han Wuba chuckled. "I knew you were a reasonable person, young man. Many thanks for showing mercy." Ignoring the old beggar's sycophancy, Shan Shawu turned to look at the young girl behind him. "What is your name? Are you from the north as well?" The girl nodded and said her name was Wu Shangnan. "You mentioned your mother is sick. Let me go and take a look at her with you." As Shan Shawu led the girl away, the beggar disciple, still feeling resentful, asked the elder why he didn't teach that brat a lesson. "You should just be grateful you're still alive. If I hadn't stepped in just now, forget about you, this entire branch of the beggar sect could have been wiped out. Look at those 2 disciples. If he wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have been able to stop him. Did you notice his hands earlier? Fair, smooth, even more beautiful than a girl's, but you cannot imagine the terrifying power hidden within them." Having said this, Han Wuba fell into a trance, his voice sounding distant. "Those hands look exactly like the hands of an old man I met 10 years ago. His hands were just as beautiful as a woman's, but I will never forget what I saw that day." With just a gentle strike, he turned a massive bronze statue weighing tens of thousands of pounds into scrap metal. Han Wuba's voice trembled slightly. "I still remember that old man's final words. He said his successor would return, and now it seems the Central Plains martial arts world is about to face a major upheaval. No one expected that someone would dare to attack the Murong family's patrol right here in Shenyang. Earlier, a squad of Murong family disciples was patrolling the city. One subordinate suggested to the captain that they go out for drinks after the patrol, but the captain strictly refused. Now is a time of conflict. Even though the Great Strength Fortress doesn't have the capability to move against us in Shenyang, we cannot lower our guard. The moment he finished speaking, a hand pierced through his chest. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Ji Wushui of the Great Strength Fortress would manage to infiltrate the inner city. The Murong disciples panicked when they saw their captain killed. Ji Wushui shouted, "Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" His subordinates swarmed in to slaughter them. A moment later, 2 figures arrived. They were Murong Juncheng and Murong Guang. Seeing the countless bodies of the Murong disciples scattered around, Murong Juncheng asked coldly, "What is the situation in the city?" Murong Guang replied that the current situation was still unclear. "Assassinations like this have been happening frequently in the city. They are very cunning. It seems they want to cut off our influence outside the walls." Just then, Murong Ji flew over. "Big Brother, the Northern Wind envoy of the Hu Ming sect, has appeared." Murong Juncheng and Murong Guang were both startled. Murong Juncheng asked coldly, "Chu Muling has arrived in Shenyang? Is the information accurate?" "Yes, I have confirmed it. It is indeed the Northern Wind envoy, Chu Muling." Murong Guang's expression turned grave. It seemed the Hu Ming sect was getting involved. "Big Brother, we must act. The Great Strength Fortress is a subordinate of the Hu Ming sect, and Chu Muling will surely side with the Great Strength Fortress." That is a given, but if we act recklessly, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the entire Hu Ming sect. Let it be. I will go meet him and see what his purpose is. Murong Guang, you go to the North Ming cave and report this to father. Perhaps we can get this done by tonight. At the same time, in an inn within the city, a physician was checking the pulse of a woman. After a long while, the physician sighed, saying it was very difficult to treat. Her meridians were seriously damaged, and her internal energy was in chaos. The young girl burst into tears upon hearing this. Shan Shawu immediately asked, "What is the difficulty? Is the consultation fee not enough, or is your medical skill not up to par? I am the best physician in Shenyang. How could my skills be lacking? But to cure this illness, one needs wild ginseng and other rare medicinal herbs." Before the physician could finish, Shan Shawu placed a gold bar on the table. "No matter the cost or the time it takes, I beg you, sir, to do your utmost to save her." Seeing the heavy gold bar on the table, the physician swallowed hard. "Young master, rest assured, I will definitely cure her." With that, the physician stood up to take his leave, saying he would return after preparing the medicine. Knowing her mother could be saved, the little girl cried loudly, saying she didn't know how to repay Shan Shawu's kindness. Shan Shawu stepped in front of the girl and comforted her gently. "Cruel fate only finds the miserable. The wicked only bully the weak. Promise your big brother, no matter what difficulties you face, don't shed tears so easily." The little girl didn't quite understand, but she nodded in agreement. "All right. Now Big Brother wants to ask you a few things. What happened to your mother?" In the room, Shan Shawu sat by the window, deep in thought. Gongwu Ai had been taken away by the Yuan dynasty envoy, which perhaps had nothing to do with the Murong family, but the clues regarding his master's daughter, based on what the little girl said, the Murong family was highly suspicious. The girl's mother had met with an accident while looking for her husband. Her father was a merchant traveling between the north and the central plains. One day, his countrymen started going missing. Her father was acquainted with the Murong family and wanted to ask for their help in the search, but was rejected. That night, her father also disappeared. Rumor had it he was captured by the Murong family and taken to some mountain cave. It was said that many northerners were imprisoned there. Shan Shawu thought for a moment, and then suddenly asked the old beggar sleeping in the corner of the room, "Old sir, what do you make of this?" The old beggar grinned. "How did you know I was here? I could smell you from half a mile away." Han Wuba ignored Shan Shawu's taunt. "I know you've been eavesdropping on the roof the whole time. Tell me, what do you think about the northerners constantly going missing?" Han Wuba said that northerners disappearing was not a strange occurrence. 20 years ago, in Shenyang, and even in the entire Liaoning region, it happened like clockwork. At that time, the beggar sect had investigated but found no results, only vaguely sensing it had something to do with the Murong family. But since the Murong family closed its doors, all leads were cut off. They say the beggar sect holds the fastest news in the Central Plains. Now it seems that's just a rumor. Young people are just so impatient. 20 years ago, we couldn't find anything, but in recent years we have learned quite a bit. For example, the location of the cave you are looking for. At this point, Hong Wuguai stopped, implying that free information only went so far. Shan Shawu turned to look at him. "You want to negotiate a deal?" Hong Wuguai said seriously. "That is the rule of the beggar sect." Just then, a figure appeared at the door. Both of them looked up at once. It was a man in black, carrying a long sword, walking in slowly. It was Chu Muling, known as the Northern Wind Envoy. Unlike the two sages, the three elders, and the four venerables who have been famous for a long time, the martial arts world has three rising figures known as the Three Heroes, and Chu Muling is one of them. He is a young talent of the Tiger sect. After introducing the newcomer's background, Hong Wuguai whispered, "For him to come here personally, it shows that the Tiger sect takes this battle very seriously." Hearing this, Sa Yu took a few more looks at Chu Muling when another person walked in. Murong Juncheng cupped his hands in a salute, his attitude humble. "Long time no see. The Northern Wind Envoy's presence brings great honor to our Murong family." Chu Muling replied indifferently. "Long time no see. Murong Juncheng." Murong Juncheng invited him inside to talk, but Chu Muling refused, saying he had a prior appointment. Hearing this, Murong Juncheng was slightly stunned, his mind racing with speculation, while Chu Muling cupped his hands in greeting. "Junior, greetings, Elder Hong," Hong Wuguai asked with a laugh. "You know who I am? I heard that you have been in Shenyang for 10 years, Elder. I haven't had the chance to pay my respects until now." Hearing this, Murong Juncheng felt a surge of shock. An elder of the beggar sect had been in Shenyang for 10 years without him knowing. Chu Muling sensed the shift in Murong Juncheng's aura. It seemed the Murong family was unaware of this. Murong Juncheng hurriedly composed his expression and stepped forward to greet him. I am Murong Juncheng of the Murong family. Please forgive my earlier discourtesy. Han Wuba laughed smugly, lowering his voice to boast. How about that? Do you realize how powerful I am now? At this moment, Sayu's attention was drawn to Murong Juncheng's next words. Since you have a prior engagement, I will ask one question and then be on my way. If the Murong family and the Dali fort were to clash, I wonder whose side the Northern Wind envoy would take. Facing Murong Juncheng's direct question, Chu Muling remained cold. The invincible Blade Master did not want the Murong family and the Dali fort to continue fighting. Furthermore, he suspected that all of this was orchestrated by someone else. Murong Juncheng remained calm. Are you implying, envoy, that you suspect our Murong family? You're overthinking it, Juncheng. That was not my intention. Chu Muling stared straight at Murong Juncheng. I trust that is the case. Hearing this, Murong Juncheng cupped his hands behind his back to bid farewell. But after taking a few steps, he stopped, turned his head, and spoke with an enigmatic tone. Brother Muling, be careful. Shenyang is not peaceful tonight. Chu Muling's gaze sharpened. There is no need to worry about me. He walked out of the inn. Murong Juncheng gave a cold laugh. The invincible Blade Master doesn't want to fight? Does he think the Murong family is afraid of him? His expression turned vicious, devoid of the courtesy he had shown earlier. Tonight is the night you all die. Inside the inn, Chu Muling and Han Wuba were talking. Sayu was still thinking about the previous conversation when he was interrupted by Chu Muling. I am Chu Muling of the Tiger Sect. May I ask who you are? He asked, following the conventions of the martial arts world. At this moment, Chu Muling was internally shaken. He couldn't sense any aura from this young man. Han Wuba took the opportunity to ask directly why Chu Muling had come to see him. Chu Muling spoke bluntly. I just wanted to know the news regarding the Murong family. Or perhaps I wanted the beggar sect to stay out of this. Han Wuba's guess was correct. The invincible Blade Master was trying to prevent the conflict from escalating. If an all-out war broke out, the Tiger sect would surely intervene, with the Five Dragon Alliance lurking on the sidelines. If that happened, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Since the invincible Blade Master has spoken, I guarantee the beggar sect will not meddle in this. At this point, Han Wuba suddenly changed his tone. But if you have other motives, Elder, you're joking. How could the Tiger sect have any other intentions? After some polite exchanges, Chu Muling took his leave. That night, outside the Dali fort, Wan Juxing and his son and daughter went to the entrance to welcome Chu Muling. Chu Muling recounted what had happened that day, and Wan Shengxian immediately asked how the Dali fort should respond. Chu Muling laughed coldly. Since the battle with the Murong family was inevitable anyway, we might as well strike first and end it quickly. Let's go. Tonight, we will seize the inheritance of the Northern Darkness Emperor. On the other side, the master and student were standing on a cliff, looking down at the quiet city of Shenyang. Han Wuba asked Sayu if he planned to make a move tonight. Sayu replied, Tonight is the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Sayu leaped up, his hands behind his back. Let's go. Don't you want to go watch the excitement? In the secret chamber of the Murong family, Murong Juncheng was reporting everything to his father. After hearing this, Murong Dongtian immediately said, The Tiger sect came here under the guise of mediation, but in reality, they want to seize the Northern Darkness Emperor's inheritance. The beggar sect elder, Han Wuba, is also in Shenyang. Although he promised the beggar sect would not interfere, we cannot afford to be unprepared. If the beggar sect dares to intervene, we'll wipe them all out. Murong Dongtian stared at the two golden wheels on the stone table, his eyes burning with desire. After tonight, our Murong family will no longer need to hide. Neither the Five Dragon Alliance nor the Iron Martial Alliance is worth my concern. Murong Dongtian's tone turned fanatical. Once I obtain the broken golden wheels, this world will be at my feet. The city was already filled with corpses. At this moment, Han Wuba's voice rang out from behind. Why are you surprised? Struggles between martial arts clans are always like this. The two stepped over the scattered bodies. I am not surprised. If they weren't like this, we wouldn't be able to act so easily. Han Wuba couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't expected this young man to have such a ruthless mindset. Before long, the two arrived at a cave behind the mountain. A blast of cold air hit them in the face. It was the Northern Darkness Cave, which the Murong family had been guarding for so long. At this moment, inside the Northern Darkness Cave, the Dali fort and the Murong family were locked in a fierce battle. Cries echoed throughout the cave. Ji Wushui charged to the front, shouting, Destroy the Murong family.
On the other side, the Murong family disciples drew their swords to fight back, shouting slogans to defend the northern darkness cave. Wan Shengxian and his sister stuck close to Ji Wushui, and in an instant, the two siblings had killed several people. Chu Muling drew his blade, executing his signature lion blade technique. The flashing blade light covered everything, killing several Murong family disciples on the spot. In less than half an hour, the Dali fort had wiped out the Murong disciples. Wan Zhixing frowned, his face filled with confusion. The Murong family has spent 20 years hiding this place. Why have we won so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot toward them from behind. Several Dali fort subordinates were sliced in half and died on the spot. Hearing the agonizing screams, Chu Muling was startled, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The golden beam tore through the air like a hot knife through butter, streaking straight toward Wan Zhixing. Ji Wushui screamed in panic. "Alliance leader, watch out." Wan Zhixing heard the shout, sensed the danger behind him, and desperately tried to dodge, but the golden beam still sliced off his left arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Wan Zhixing clutched his severed arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance. Wan Zhixing bit back the pain and glanced over to see a group of figures in black robes slowly approaching. Their masked faces radiated murderous intent, and a deep, aged voice boomed out. "Even the Northern Wind Envoy has arrived in person. It seems the inheritance of the Northern Ming Emperor is truly tempting." Chu Muling heard the voice and turned his head. An old man was standing there, exuding an overwhelming aura, with two golden wheels spinning around him. It was Murong Dongtian, the head of the Murong clan. Back to Shan Shawu. As soon as they entered, they saw countless corpses strewn across the corridor. Shan Shawu was startled to see many beggar sect disciples pinned by arrows. It was clear they had been caught in a trap. The two of them cautiously ventured deeper when Han Wuba asked, "Are you here for the Northern Ming Emperor's inheritance too?" Shan Shawu stated flatly, "I have no interest in that." Hearing this, Han Wuba stared in disbelief. The Northern Ming Emperor's inheritance is a treasure everyone in the martial arts world dreams of. If you're not interested, why come to the Murong clan? But before he could finish, a stone tile beneath Hong Wuguai's feet suddenly sank, triggering a mechanism in the wall. Hong Wuguai was caught off guard, channeling his inner energy into his hands to brace against the oncoming stone pillar. But the power of this trap was far beyond his imagination. Despite giving it his all, he was pressed against the wall by the pillar. Just as he was hanging by a thread, a fair, slender hand appeared. Shan Shawu glided in front of him, lashed out with a palm strike, and the 10,000-pound stone pillar instantly shattered into rubble. Shan Shawu smiled. The thousand-break divine art had never failed him in 1,000 years. Hong Wuguai stared at Shan Shawu with his jaw on the floor. After saving him, they continued deeper. Soon, they reached the exit. Unexpectedly, beneath the northern Ming cave, there was an entirely different space. Hong Wuguai was stunned by the sight before him, a massive ice lake stretching hundreds of feet across. On the lake's surface, a crowd was surrounding a group of people in the center. Hong Wuguai recognized Murong Dongtian standing on a stone platform. Could those two golden wheels be the Northern Ming Emperor's inheritance? But Shan Shawu didn't care about the so-called treasure. His gaze was fixed on a small house in the far corner. Shan Shawu flew toward it. Hong Wuguai was confused and scratched his head. Who would ignore such a treasure right in front of them? Shan Shawu landed as light as a feather and peered through the iron bars, seeing that there were indeed many northern prisoners locked inside. Hong Wuguai followed and was equally shocked. Shan Shawu's expression turned icy cold. He extended his left hand, wrapped it in internal energy, and released a powerful blast of energy that demolished the entire wall. Murong Dongtian heard the commotion, frowned, and turned around to see an old man and a teenager standing there. He recognized the old man as Elder Hong Wuguai of the beggar sect. Murong Dongtian ordered coldly, "Murong Guang, Murong Ji, lead the Black Sword Squad to kill those two. Remember, I don't want a single soul leaving the Northern Ming cave alive." Murong Guang and Murong Ji obeyed and immediately moved out. Shan Shawu demolished the cell and asked calmly, "Is there anyone here who is the father of Wu Shengnan?" A man shakily stood up and walked forward, his voice trembling as he asked, "I am Shengnan's father. You know Shengnan? How is she? And is my wife all right?" Shan Shawu nodded and said, "They are both fine. I will take you back to reunite with your family." Hearing this, the man burst into tears and collapsed to his knees. "Thank you, young hero. If not for you, we would have died unjustly in this place." He wept bitterly. "Hundreds of us have already died. Murong Dongtian is truly a demon." Hong Wuguai was also choked with emotion. never expecting the old man to be the one responsible for such heinous crimes. Shan Shawu's gaze was frigid. I must meet Murong Dongtian. Just then, a voice rang out. Dare to release these northern slaves on your own? You are all very bold. When Shan Shawu heard the word slaves, his anger flared, and he turned to look. The ones approaching were Murong Guang and Murong Ji, whom he had met earlier. Shan Shawu asked coldly, "Who did you call a slave?" Murong Ji saw how aggressive the boy was and, for a moment, didn't dare to answer. Could this teenager be from the north as well? Han Wuba felt a sense of dread. It was rumored that the Murong clan had been training a squad of swordsmen for 20 years. It seemed this was the legendary Black Sword Squad. Old man, please help me look after these people. Han Wuba hurriedly asked what Shan Shawu intended to do. I already told you. I want to see that old man, Murong Dongtian. A black-clad swordsman heard this and flew into a rage. You've got some nerve, calling the clan head by his name. The teenager showed no fear, stepped forward, and said coldly, Get lost. The swordsman stepped up, channeling energy into his longsword, sparks of qi radiating outward. Han Wuba was alarmed. Murong Dongtian had clearly poured a lot of effort into these men. Shan Shawu remained expressionless in the face of the swordsman's energy. He flicked his wrist, waves of internal energy radiating from his body. Shan Shawu gave a cold laugh, stepped forward, and reached out to catch the sword tip. Before the swordsman's shocked eyes, his tempered steel sword snapped in two. The smile on Shan Shawu's face grew wider. If you want to stop me, heaven-breaking martial statue, you'll have to risk your life. With that, Shan Shawu's slender hand pressed against the swordsman's dantian. In an instant, a surge of energy, fierce as a flood, rushed into the man's meridians. The swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood. Shan Shawu's hair whipped around as he roared, Whoever blocks me dies. At that moment, the crisp sound of a sword being drawn from its scabbard echoed. Murong Guang and Murong Ji lunged forward, weapons in hand, attacking Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu glanced at them and said coldly, Are you both looking to die too? Saying this, he channeled energy into his palms, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Then today, I will wipe out your Murong clan. Suddenly, a shoe flew in, blocking Murong Ji's sword. It was Han Wuba stepping in to help Shan Shawu. The Murong brothers attacked in unison, knocking the old beggar away. Han Wuba spun in midair and landed gracefully. I've still got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Why don't you let the kid go and fight me instead? Han Wuba said, glaring at Shan Shawu. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. Fast. Shan Shawu smiled slightly. They understood each other without needing words. At this moment, Murong Guang ordered, Black Sword Squad, stop him. Dozens of black-clad swordsmen charged on command. Shan Shawu sneered. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't mind a massacre. Shan Shawu used his elbow to shatter a swordsman's arm, then landed a palm strike on his stomach. The swordsman flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Shan Shawu glided in front of another swordsman, shattered his leg with a kick, raised his left hand, and struck the opponent's chin with a palm blast. The swordsman collapsed, life or death unknown. Just then, another swordsman lunged forward, eyes flashing with murderous intent, thrusting his sword straight at Shan Shawu's heart. Hearing the whistle of wind behind him, Shan Shawu smirked coldly. In an instant, the swordsman's vision blurred, the youth in front of him had vanished. Shan Shawu had appeared behind him. He grabbed the man's neck with his left hand and his sword-wielding wrist with his right, twisting both arms with force. The longsword flew out, and Shan Shawu struck the blade with his palm. The sword ricocheted, piercing through 3 more swordsmen. They spat blood and dropped dead on the spot. The blade kept flying, pinning itself deep into the cavern wall. The remaining swordsmen were terrified. Shan Shawu didn't stop, channeling his internal energy into his stance. His eyes flashed as he demanded, Have you never heard of the heavenly breaking martial statue? Today, I'll show you what it really means to open your eyes. Shan Shawu roared and unleashed a palm strike. A swordsman turning around was instantly blasted to death on the spot. Violent currents of energy rained down like a storm. Swordsmen caught in the blast died instantly. Shan Shawu was like a tiger descending from the mountains, charging left and right through the crowd. No one could stop him. A swordsman yelled, thrusting his blade toward Shan Shawu's head. Shan Shawu didn't dodge. He charged straight forward, his 2 fingers catching the sword tip with lightning speed. The swordsman's face drained of color. Shan Shawu's eyes were cold as his fingers suddenly exerted force. The steel longsword was twisted into a spiral shape. Powerful energy surged into the swordsman's arm, shattering every bone within it. The force of the twist hurled him into the air before he crashed to the ground. Life or death unknown. Yet, More black-clad swordsmen charged forward, fearless of death. Facing the sea of enemies, Shan Shawu remained completely unfazed. His eyes glowed with a cold light. Stomping his feet, he channeled force into the ground, causing small rocks to vibrate and lift into the air. Shan Shawu directed his energy into both hands. As the stones hovered before him, he swung his arms, and countless small rocks shot out like arrows into the crowd. They carried terrifying power, smashing into the sea of swordsmen. Many couldn't dodge in time, and several stones exploded in the middle of the crowd, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Miserable screams echoed everywhere. Yet the Black Sword Squad was truly fierce. Many still charged forward without fear. Shan Shawu stood with one hand behind his back, raising his right, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The black-clad swordsmen quickly closed in, but instead of attacking, they moved around him like ghosts. Shan Shawu channeled energy into his right hand, observing the situation with a cold expression. A moment later, dozens of swordsmen moved in unison, gathering in one spot to form a vortex of energy that encircled him. The vortex gradually tightened, sealing off all his exits. Seeing this, Shan Shawu's expression didn't change. He remained as calm as ever. Suddenly, countless swords struck out from within the vortex. The Black Sword Squad was using the Northern Dipper execution formation, a technique they had trained for 20 years. Countless blades pointed directly at him. Just then, a sharp glimmer flickered in the youth's calm eyes. He crouched down and slammed a palm onto the ground. Shan Shawu laughed lightly as energy exploded from his palm, a massive, overwhelming wave of power radiating outward. The Black Sword Squad's newly formed formation was shattered. The entire northern underworld cavern seemed to tremble, forcing the three members of the Hong Five Freaks to stop their battle. Looking back, they saw a massive crater on the formerly calm surface of the lake. Murong Guang immediately commanded, "Murong Ji, go deal with those northern people. Then quickly return to father's side. I'll handle this old man." With that, Murong Guang rushed forward, attacking the Hong Five Freaks with his fan. The Hong Five Freaks leaped into the air to dodge. The old beggar was truly furious now. "I don't care about myself, but those northern people are innocent." He pulled a soft whip from his waist. Spinning in midair, he used the momentum to lash out at the Murong siblings. The whip struck like a dragon emerging from the sea. The siblings parried with their weapons. The Hong Five Freaks missed his mark, stepped back, and created distance between them. The old beggar shook his whip and laughed loudly. "Today, I'll show you brats what a true master can do." Murong Dongtian swung his golden wheel down. Ji Wushui was sliced in half and died on the spot. Chu Mulin saw this, horrified and enraged, and let out a loud shout as he charged at Murong Dongtian. He swung his blade down from above, but a flash of silver blocked his path. It was Murong Juncheng, who had appeared just in time, parrying the strike with a silver wheel. Chu Mulin was stunned. He never expected Murong Juncheng to possess such a weapon. Murong Juncheng said coldly, "Chu Mulin, I've always been curious, why are you called one of the three heroes?" At the same time, Wan Shengxian and his sister charged up, attacking Murong Dongtian together. But before they could get close, they were knocked back by two golden wheels. Murong Dongtian reached out and grabbed Wan Zhiting, who was nearby. The man was seized by the throat before he could even react. Murong Dongtian lifted Wan Zhiting into the air and said coldly, "The grand ambition of the Murong clan is almost complete, but you people from the Great Power sect are still a threat, especially the last 20 years you've spent calling yourselves the overlords of Liaoning. I'm very displeased." Just then, a massive explosion shook the entire cavern. Murong Dongtian was startled and hurriedly looked back, seeing countless black-clad swordsmen tossed into the air as screams of agony echoed all around. Murong Dongtian threw Wan Zhiting aside and looked toward the scene. He saw the bodies of his elite swordsmen scattered everywhere. Murong Dongtian was terrified, unable to believe that the elite squad he had spent 20 years training had been wiped out in an instant. Just then, a figure glided over. The youth stood tall with his hands behind his back. It was Shan Shawu, who had just caused such a scene. Shan Shawu stood beneath the stone platform, looking at Murong Dongtian with eyes full of murderous intent. "Old man, what right do you have to look down on the lives of the northern people? The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. That is the law of nature. You may have some martial arts skill, but to defend those slaves you truly don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. You mean whoever is strong has the right? Very well. Let's test who is truly stronger." Murong Juncheng and Chu Mulin also noticed the situation. Chu Mulin realized that this was the Shan Shawu he had met at the inn. Then, he caught sight of the massive crater, which was over 30 meters wide. The handsome youth's expression shifted slightly as he felt a vague sense of dread toward Shan Shawu, and it wasn't just because he could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of the Black Sword Squad. It's not just that he can create a massive crater with a single palm strike. It's the extraordinary aura radiating from Shan Shawu. Cold sweat beads on Chu Mulin's temples as he shivers. Murong Juncheng speaks up. Your opponent is me. With that, Murong Juncheng charges forward, swinging his silver wheel down. Chu Mulin hastily raises his blade to block, but the force of the strike is so overwhelming that he is sent stumbling back several steps. Chu Mulin struggles to suppress the boiling energy within him, glaring at Murong Juncheng with the ferocity of an enraged lion. Murong Juncheng, weren't you curious why I'm ranked among the 3 heroes? Today, I'll show you whether or not I deserve that title. On the other side, Murong Dongtian scoffs at Shan Shawu's words. I've mastered the soul-breaking golden wheels. I control them like extensions of my own arms. You naive brat, how dare you be so arrogant? I have inherited the legacy of the Northern Sea Emperor. In this world, who could possibly be my match? Murong Dongtian channels his internal energy into his left hand and raises it high. The golden wheel swirls around him, glowing with a brilliant golden light. He flicks his left hand, and the wheel streaks through the air, carrying the force of a thunderbolt straight toward Shan Shawu. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu doesn't dodge at all. He stands tall with his hands behind his back, looking composed, before simply extending his left hand. On Shan Shawu's fair arm, cyan-colored internal energy surges continuously. He catches the incredibly sharp soul-breaking golden wheel with his bare hand. In an instant, the two forces collide, triggering a deafening explosion. Murong Dongtian laughs wildly. I've spent 20 years honing these soul-breaking golden wheels. They are the legacy of the Northern Sea Emperor. You cocky brat, daring to block them with your bare hands? You really have no idea what you're up against. As dust fills the air, Shan Shawu's calm voice rings out from within the haze, dismissing the wheels as mere scrap metal. You dare claim to be the best in the world? Old man, you must still be dreaming. Murong Dongtian's eyes widen in disbelief. As the dust settles, Shan Shawu remains standing in the same spot, saying coldly, Is this the reason the Murong clan has been hoarding gold? Startled, Murong Dongtian asks, Did you steal the gold from my son? Shan Shawu doesn't answer instead. He sighs. Killing so many people? All for this toy? Old man, you've got too much time on your hands. The youth smirks. I don't want this garbage. You can have it back. With a swift motion, Shan Shawu strikes the golden wheel with his palm. It flies back like a shot, with even greater force than when Murong Dongtian was controlling it. It streaks straight toward Murong Dongtian, who is standing on the high platform. Not daring to block it head-on, he frantically maneuvers his remaining wheel. Murong Dongtian swings his right hand, launching the second wheel. The two collide in midair, emitting a piercing metallic clang like a massive bell. The sound echoes like rolling thunder, and the turbulent energy causes stone debris to scatter everywhere. Murong Dongtian is horrified. He never expected Shan Shawu's power to be this terrifying. He desperately channels all his internal energy into both hands, trying to regain control, but it seems he can no longer hold them back. Murong Dongtian's aged eyes are filled with fear. Finally, the wheel is knocked back, stopping less than 2 meters away from him. Murong Dongtian stares at his trembling hands, terror gripping his heart. Then, Shan Shao's voice sounds again. As the head of the Murong clan, I should let you die with some dignity. Suddenly, Shan Shao's tone shifts. Thinking of the people in the north, who suffered so much before they died, Shan Shawu channels his internal energy throughout his body, releasing powerful waves of aura. The youth's hair whips in the wind, a cold smile on his face. But I can't let you die that easily. With that, Shan Shawu pushes off the ground, lunging forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Murong Dongtian hurriedly calls back the two soul-breaking golden wheels. The old clan head has never been this humiliated. He swings both hands, shouting, You think you can act cocky with those amateur parlor tricks? If you want to kill me, Murong Dongtian, it won't be that easy. He directs both wheels to attack Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu leaps up, slipping through the gap between the wheels like a butterfly dancing through flowers. He lands lightly, his voice cold and filled with killing intent. Old man, did you call my martial arts amateur? Shan Shawu slams his right palm into the ground, using the recoil to launch himself back up. Today, I'll show you whether the Heaven-Breaking Divine Art is just a parlor trick. He spins, delivering a powerful kick toward Murong Dongtian. Shan Shawu strikes down. Murong Dongtian blocks with his hands, but the force of the kick leaves him trembling in shock. This brat is so young, yet his internal energy is this profound. Shan Shawu continues his momentum, sweeping his leg to strike Murong Dongtian in the head. The old man is sent flying. The youth's gaze is frigid. Old man, open your eyes and watch carefully. This is the heaven-breaking divine art you called a parlor trick. Shan Shawu charges again. Murong Dongtian isn't one to give up easily, instantly commanding the soul-breaking golden wheels to attack. The wheels spin at high speed, aiming for Shan Shawu's throat, but he quickly ducks to dodge. He continues his onslaught, slamming a palm into Murong Dongtian's stomach. The old man is sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The relentless attacks push Murong Dongtian to the brink of uncontrollable rage. He roars, his energy surging wildly. Murong Dongtian pours all his internal force into his hands, then swings them forward to unleash both soul-breaking golden wheels at Shan Shawu. The speed of the wheels increases tenfold, reaching Shan Shawu in the blink of an eye, but he effortlessly glides between them, unscathed. Murong Dongtian refuses to give up. He clenches his fists and pulls them to his sides. The two wheels fly back under his control. Seeing them zip past Shan Shawu repeatedly, Murong Dongtian gloats, "Brat, you're digging your own grave." But before he can finish his sentence, his expression changes. Shan Shawu's body begins to fade, the wheels only struck an afterimage. He has leaped into the air. Murong Dongtian looks up to see Shan Shawu right in front of him. Shan Shawu raises his leg and stomps straight down on Murong Dongtian's head. The old man frantically raises his hands to block. Shan Shawu doesn't follow up. Instead, he uses the recoil to retreat, putting some distance between them. Shan Shawu crossed his arms over his chest, his internal energy beginning to gather. His voice was cold as ice. "Old man, this will be a pain you will never forget." After speaking, the youth lunged forward, striking with both palms at Murong Dongtian. The old man tried to counter, but Shan Shawu easily neutralized his attack. Shan Shawu grabbed Murong Dongtian's arm with his right hand and struck his elbow with his left. A cracking sound echoed out. His left hand struck a pressure point on Murong Dongtian's arm, sending energy surging into his meridians. The sheer force of it sent surrounding debris flying. Murong Dongtian felt a surge of energy shoot straight to his head. Within moments, his right eye began to bleed. Shan Shawu laughed coldly. "Old man, this is only the beginning." On another part of the battlefield, Murong Juncheng and Chu Mulin were locked in a fierce fight. Chu Mulin swung his blade, forcing Murong Juncheng back, and asked coldly, "Do you still doubt why I am called one of the three heroes?" Murong Juncheng roared and charged again. But just then, a powerful surge of energy shot out, followed by a massive explosion nearby. Both fighters were startled. Chu Mulin hurriedly turned to look at the source of the blast. Murong Juncheng also felt a sense of dread. As the dust settled, he saw an old man standing there. Trembling, it was Murong Dongtian, covered in blood. Seeing his father in such a pathetic state, Murong Juncheng screamed in worry, but Murong Dongtian was in no condition to respond. He was struggling to endure the energy ravaging his body, staring at his right arm and trying to use his internal strength to suppress Shan Shawu's energy. Shan Shawu seemed to see right through him and said, "If you want to live a little longer, you'd best stop that. Once you circulate your energy, you're dead for sure." Hearing this, Murong Dongtian gritted his teeth, his expression turning vicious as he roared, "You brat. I have roamed these lands my entire life. Do you think I'd be intimidated by you? You say circulating my energy will kill me? I don't believe in such bad luck." With that, Murong Dongtian channeled his energy into his right arm. He actually managed to suppress Shan Shawu's energy. Murong Dongtian laughed loudly. "You think that little trick could stop me?" Shan Shawu watched him silently, his gaze like that of someone looking at a corpse. Just as predicted, the moment he finished speaking, things changed. The energy Murong Dongtian had just suppressed suddenly exploded, tearing through the meridians in his right arm. Blood began to pour from Murong Dongtian's nose and mouth. With a look of terror, he realized his internal blood flow was spiraling out of control. Murong Dongtian hurriedly used his left hand to jab 2 fingers into the pressure points on his right arm, trying to stop the energy from spreading. But to his horror, as the energy flowed, his expression only grew worse. The energy in his right arm was not being suppressed, it had become even more violent. Murong Dongtian gritted his teeth in agony, but the energy made him stagger. Shan Shawu stood with his arms crossed, saying slowly, "Blocking your meridians is a good idea, but you don't have the internal strength to pull it off. That energy will spread from your right arm through all your meridians. I already told you, I wouldn't let you die so easily." Hearing this, Murong Dongtian looked savage. He bit his lip to endure the pain and reached out with his left hand, pulling his 2 heaven-breaking wheels toward him. Shan Shawu leaped into the air, dodging with ease. "It's useless. With your current state, you can't even touch me." Just as he spoke, Shan Shawu's pupils constricted. He saw Murong Dongtian using the wheels to slice off his own right arm. I never imagined that a head of a prominent clan would go so far as to chop off his own arm just to survive. Seeing Murong Dongtian's ruthless decisiveness, Shan Shawu couldn't help but see him in a new light. Cutting off your arm really does stop the energy flow. It seems I underestimated you. Murong Dongtian ignored Shan Shawu's remark. He held his left hand high above his head, and a scorching surge of energy rose up, coating the wheels. Under his control, the two wheels burned like two suns. The surrounding air seemed to melt, and Murong Dongtian's old eyes were filled with hatred. "You bastard! I swear I will skin you alive." As he finished, his energy erupted, and the two wheels began to spin at a terrifying speed. They formed a sea of flames, emitting a searing heat that burned everything around them. Seeing this, Shan Shawu finally looked serious. He watched as Murong Dongtian shone like a midday sun, with waves of heat radiating out and engulfing the entire North Ming cave. Even Chu Mulen and Murong Juncheng in the distance were affected. This sudden change forced them to stop fighting and look toward the high platform with expressions of disbelief. "Brat, you dare ruin the grand plan of the Murong clan? Pay with your life." Facing this terrifying power, Shan Shawu calmly crossed his arms again, showing no signs of flinching. "If you had used this move earlier, you wouldn't have had to cut off your own arm." Saying this, he took a step back and channeled his energy into both hands. Shan Shawu crouched down, placing his hands in front of his stomach as blue energy swirled around his palms. With a cold gaze, the youth said, "Old man, I already told you I'm going to take your life." Shan Shawu thrust both hands forward, and a massive surge of energy shot out, colliding with the sea of fire Murong Dongtian had created. The energy within the youth's body surged like a great river flowing eastward, constantly gathering into his palms. The power of the blast suddenly spiked, shattering the sea of flames surrounding the wheels. Shan Shawu clenched his fists, and the two heaven-breaking wheels shattered instantly. A series of explosions rang out in the air, like thunder on a clear day. The consecutive blasts shook the entire North Ming cave. Chu Mulan and Murong Juncheng, far away, had to use all their internal strength to stand their ground. Murong Juncheng cried out, "Father!" Van Trich Tin, despite being severely wounded, was caught in the shockwave. The master of the Great Strength Guild was shaken so hard he coughed up blood, and his other underlings were in a pathetic state, sent flying into the air before crashing to the ground. Murong Dongtian circulated his energy throughout his body, struggling to hold on. He still couldn't accept this reality. His heaven-breaking wheels, pride of the North Ming Emperor, had been easily destroyed by the youth before him. This man, who was once a regional overlord, trembled and asked, Who exactly are you?" The youth laughed coldly. "I am Shan Shawu, the 35th generation of the heaven-breaking martial statues. 20 years ago, after discovering the North Ming cave, I spent my life meticulously planning everything. I've poured 20 years of my life's work into this, even going so far as to purge every elder in the clan who dared to oppose my plan. And yet, today, it's all been ruined by a brat like you. What kind of grudge do you have against my Murong clan anyway?" Shan Shawu didn't answer. He just kept walking forward. Murong Dongtian panicked and scrambled backward. "Don't come any closer. Stay away from me." In his panic, the old patriarch once considered a legendary hero collapsed to the ground, staring up at Shan Shawu, who was closing in with a murderous aura. "Murong Dongtian, you're completely spent. I'm begging you, don't kill me. I want to live. I'll give you anything you want. Just please, don't kill me. When those people from the north begged you for mercy, did you ever show them any? To you, they were nothing but ants, worthless and expendable. I'm different. I'm the head of the Murong clan. Don't you want the legacy of the great Emperor Baiming? I can give you all of it, as long as you spare my life." Murong Juncheng tried to dodge, but the blade grazed his face, and a few drops of fresh blood hit the ground. Chu Mulin had slashed him, blinding his left eye. "The Murong clan's eldest son is quite something, daring to let your guard down while fighting me. Chu Mulin." Murong Juncheng roared in fury. "You spineless coward. You have no honor, you just had to sneak attack me." With that, he whipped his right hand forward, sending his silver wheel flying straight toward Chu Mulin's throat. Chu Mulin swung his blade down, clashing with the silver wheel, but Murong Juncheng was enraged, and his raw power was so immense that it sent Chu Mulin flying backward. Murong Juncheng pressed his advantage, channeling his inner energy into his fist as he lunged at Chu Mulin, landing a heavy blow to his stomach. Chu Mulin was sent reeling. He felt a metallic tang in his throat. He bit his teeth together, but couldn't stop a mouthful of fresh blood from erupting. After forcing Chu Mulin back, Murong Juncheng recalled his silver wheel, then flung it forward once more. He leaped, chasing after the weapon as it shot toward the high platform, spinning directly at Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu was just about to strike, but his eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and easily swatted the silver wheel aside. It turned out Murong Juncheng's target wasn't him. He was trying to save his father. Murong Juncheng hoisted his father onto his shoulder. I, Murong Juncheng, will remember what happened today. I will have my revenge. Saying this, Murong Juncheng pushed off the ground, jumping into the air. In a flash, he had fled 100 feet away. Shan Shawu knew that if you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, they'll just grow back when spring arrives. He immediately raised his right hand, preparing to strike, but Murong Juncheng beat him to it. He manipulated the silver wheel to attack Shan Shawu. You're as stupid as your father. That attack is useless. But just then, a flicker appeared in Murong Juncheng's eyes. He used his left hand to redirect the silver wheel, sending it spiraling behind Shan Shawu. A massive explosion erupted right behind him. Shan Shawu was startled, thinking to himself, this isn't good. He turned to see a massive stone pillar being sliced apart, collapsing downward. The pillar, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, crashed down. Shan Shawu stayed calm, saying, that's something I hadn't accounted for. Immediately after, the massive pillar slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust so thick it obscured his vision. As for the old beggar, he was still in the thick of it. Even fighting both Murong siblings at once, Han Wuba didn't lose his edge. He shook his whip, laughing heartily. Listen up, brats. Let me show you the real power of an old master. Before he could finish, Murong Guang lunged forward. He used his momentum to spin, attacking with his fan, but Han Wuba parried with his whip. The fan and the whip clashed in midair with a thunderous bang. The old beggar stepped back to maintain his distance. Murong Guang pressed the attack, trying to get into close quarters. Murong Ji followed, her footwork incredibly agile. In an instant, she had bypassed Murong Guang, appearing behind Han Wuba and cutting off his retreat. Murong Ji thrust her sword toward the old man's throat, forcing him to scramble away. At the same time, Murong Guang's fan came sweeping in. Han Wuba did a backflip in the air, dodging both of their attacks. He landed on one hand, then kicked out powerfully with both feet at the Murong siblings. They were so focused on their own attack that they were caught off guard and struck by his feet. The old beggar seized the moment, his whip lashing out like a giant python, coiling tightly around Murong Guang. Han Wuba heaved, lifting Murong Guang clean off the ground. Murong Guang was bound tight and couldn't break free. Han Wuba hurled him toward Murong Ji, and the two siblings collided in midair. The old beggar deftly retracted his whip, sending the Murong siblings tumbling to the ground. They scrambled to get back up, their faces ashen. Han Wuba scoffed. Is this all the Murong clan has? You claim to be the best in Shenyang, yet you have such poor skills? Even we in the beggar clan don't just go around deciding who lives and who dies. What right do you think you have? But just then, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Han Wuba heard the sound and couldn't help but glance over. The entire Beiming cavern seemed to be shaking. The rescued northern folk looked on in absolute terror. The old beggar watched the scene, deeply worried for Shan Shawu. The Murong siblings looked over to see Murong Juncheng running toward them, carrying his father. Murong Juncheng screamed, Murong Guang, Murong Ji, retreat now. I've triggered the Great Destruction Array. Another massive explosion rocked the area, and a surge of powerful energy shot into the sky, sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the dust, a fair, slender finger gave a gentle wave. Hearing the blast, Murong Juncheng turned back. He saw Shan Shawu standing there, his expression grim. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from him, shattering the giant stone pillars into dust. Murong Juncheng couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such immense martial arts power before. Suddenly, Murong Ji screamed, Big brother, don't activate the array. Wait for us. Shan Shawu heard her, and his heart sank. Above the beaming cavern, strange, ominous sounds began to echo. Murong Ji looked anxious. Second brother, we have to go now. But Murong Guang replied with a crazed look, I'm not going anywhere. Even if I have to die here in the Beiming cavern, I'm going to settle the score with that old beggar. Murong Ji stared at her brother in complete disbelief. The young woman was at a total loss for what to do. You really think that pathetic martial art is enough to take me on? Murong Guang, his hair in disarray, wore a ferocious expression. Old man, enough talk. I'm going to tear you to pieces, and then I'll slaughter all those northern slaves right in front of you. But just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Shan Shawu's eyes were cold as ice. You? Relying only on yourself? As soon as he finished, Shan Shawu appeared right in front of Murong Guang and struck him with a single palm. Murong Guang flew backward like a leaf in a gale, slamming hard into a rock wall over 100 feet away. The force of the blow shattered the stone wall. Seeing this, Murong Ji, both frantic and furious, charged forward. Seeing that Murong Guang tried several times but still couldn't stand up, Murong Ji hurriedly helped her older brother up and asked anxiously with a trembling voice, "Second brother, how are you holding up? Please, wake up." Right at that moment, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "You can casually treat other people's lives like dirt, but suddenly, you care so much about your own brother's life?" Murong Ji stared at the person who had just spoken, her expression turning complicated as she demanded, "Why on earth do you keep targeting our Murong clan? Me? Targeting you? Cut the crap. You guys are the ones who crossed paths with me first. Stop playing innocent. You were the one who looted the gold at Banke, weren't you? What is your ultimate goal here anyway? Ever since I came down from the north to the Central Plains, I've managed to uncover 2 major clues along the way, and both of them lead right back to your precious Murong clan. First off, 10 years ago, a delegation of Yuan envoys headed up north. They passed through Shenyang and pushed straight into Mount Changbai. But back then, your Murong clan had completely sealed off your borders from the outside world. Maybe that first incident had nothing to do with you lot, but the second one happened 20 years ago. Back then, your Murong clan secretly locked up a massive group of refugees fleeing from the north. A little girl was smuggled into Shenyang through the blood tier urn, and after that, she completely vanished off the face of the earth. Do you dare sit there and claim this has nothing to do with the Murong clan?" Hearing those words, an old man among the crowd turned pale, his expression shifting dramatically. Could this young hero actually be here searching for that little girl? Everyone was still whispering among themselves, completely oblivious to the approaching danger. Right at that exact second, a deafening explosion shattered the quiet from deep inside the northern abyss cave. Murong Ji's face drained of color. She never in a million years expected that her oldest brother would trigger the Grand Annihilation Formation before she and her second brother could even make it out safely. Countless thunder bombs buried underground detonated all at once. The explosion roared like thunder, echoing violently through the entire northern abyss cave, making even a seasoned martial arts master like Han Wuba change his expression. Murongzi seemed to have accepted her grim fate as she looked at Shan Shawu with a complex gaze. "The very first time I ran into you at the Northern Abyss Inn, I knew you were no ordinary person. I never guessed you were actually a hidden master. But busybodies in the martial arts world who stick their noses into everything rarely live to a ripe old age. Now you're going to get buried alive right here in this Northern Abyss cave along with us. Even if by some miracle you manage to walk out of this alive, I will hunt you down and make you pay." Finished with her words, Murong Ji heaved Murong Guang onto her back and leaped upward. Ignoring the chaotic blasts exploding all around them, she shot straight toward the upper exit of the cave. With one final massive roar, the entire northern abyss cave collapsed in on itself. Half a month later, inside the estate of the Murong clan, Murong Dongtian sat alone under the twilight sky, drinking away his sorrows. In just 2 short weeks, the old clan head looked like he had aged a full decade overnight. Even though his heart was as cold as ice, losing a son was still a devastating blow to him. Murong Dongtian downed the last drop of wine in his cup, slammed it hard against the stone floor, and muttered darkly, "Murong Guang, your death was just an unfortunate accident. The men of the Murong clan don't know the meaning of fear. I will avenge you. First, I'm going to wipe out what's left of the Mighty Strength Fortress remnants, then swallow up all the surrounding factions, one by one. Sooner or later, our clan will surpass the 5 great clans. Just give me a little more time, and this time, absolutely no one is going to ruin my grand plan." Murong Dongtian rubbed his severed arm, which was still aching with a dull, throbbing pain. The image of that detestable young man still haunted his mind day and night. The aging clan head desperately longed to reclaim his former glory. But who the hell was that kid anyway? At this point, it didn't even matter anymore. No matter what sect or faction he came from, knowing that he was already dead and buried in the Northern Abyss Cave was more than enough for him. In the dead of night, howling winds swept across the land, as thick, dark clouds choked out the stars. Murong Dongtian suddenly snapped his eyes open, only to be struck with sheer terror as he saw the very boy he considered his worst nightmare standing right in front of him. Shan Shawu stood tall, looking down at him from above, and calmly said, "Old man, I told you before I'm coming back for your life." Turns out, after the Northern Abyss Cave was destroyed, Shan Shawu had used his divine heaven-breaking arts to blast a path out of the rubble. Those massive, seemingly unbreakable boulders were nothing more than soft tofu in his eyes. Han Wuba followed closely behind him, silently thanking his lucky stars in his heart. If it weren't for Shan Shawu, every single one of them would have been crushed to dust down there. Not long after, the group safely followed Shan Shawu out of the ruins. Right around that time, the old man from the crowd suddenly stepped forward and asked Shan Shawu if the little girl he was looking for happened to carry the surname Han. Hearing this, Shan Shawu looked slightly surprised and confirmed that yes, she did have the surname Han, and was around 5 or 6 years old back then. The old man revealed that he had been illegally imprisoned inside the Northern Abyss cave 20 years ago. During that brutal period, the Murong clan had abducted countless innocent people, young and old alike, but their main goal behind the scenes was to exploit the resources of the Northern Abyss cave. To cover their tracks, they ended up selling off the weaker women and children to ruthless human traffickers. The old man added that the little girl seemed to be named Han Xiangya, describing her as an exceptionally bright and sharp kid. Not long after being kidnapped, she was sold off to outsiders. The old financial logs and transit records from that era should still be hidden away somewhere inside Murong Dongtian's private study. As long as they could track down those ledgers, they would finally have a solid lead on the little girl's whereabouts. Hearing that, Shan Shawu instantly turned around, vowing that he would settle this blood debt with his own hands. That was the exact reason why he had broken into the Murong estate on this very night. Without wasting another second, Shan Shawu flicked his wrist, extending 2 fingers to strike several vital acupoints on Murong Dongtian's chest. Immediately, a violent surge of internal energy flooded into the old man's body. Finishing his work, the young man said with an icy tone, "I remember saying that I wouldn't let you die an easy death. It's finally time for you to pay the price for everything you've done." Murong Dongtian stared at the youth with horror-filled eyes as a terrifying wave of destructive energy instantly tore through the attic, taking quite a while to slowly fade away. Just then, Murong Juncheng's voice rang out from outside the room. "Father, according to your wishes, we're all packed and ready to set out for the Iron Martial Alliance. Murong Ji and I will investigate everything thoroughly. We'll definitely track down whoever is behind the destruction of the mighty Strength Fortress, so we can secure the support of more martial arts factions. We came by tonight to bid you farewell before we leave." Murong Juncheng waited for a long time, but his father never answered. Peering into the room, his face instantly twisted in shock. He saw Murong Dongtian slumped motionlessly over his chair with zero response, while faint wisps of residual internal energy were still swirling frantically across the old clan head's body. Panicking, Murong Juncheng cried out in horror, "Father, what is wrong with you? Murong Ji, hurry up and go fetch a doctor." By this point, Shan Shawu had already slipped away into the night. Hearing the screams echoing from the attic, the young man glanced back once before tightening his grip on the ledger tucked safely in his hand. Shan Shawu flew like the wind back toward the inn where he was staying, and the moment he vaulted through the window, a familiar voice greeted him. "Did you finally get what you were looking for?" Shan Shawu dropped lightly to the floor, stepping into the room to find Han Wuba waiting for him. Murong Dongtian was a complete monster, but he was still a major figure in the martial arts world. "Aren't you even a little bit regretful that he's just dead like that?" Shan Shawu coldly replied that he had zero ties or sympathy for scum like that. As long as he got his hands on the clues regarding his master's daughter, nothing else mattered. Han Wuba didn't seem fazed by Shan Shawu's frosty demeanor, warning him that 20 years had already passed, so those old leads might not even lead him to the girl. Hearing that, Shan Shawu frowned deeply, slamming the ledger down onto the table. He locked eyes with Han Wuba and asked straight to the point. "To be honest, there's actually a favor I need to ask of you. Have you ever heard of the Black Trade?" Hearing those 2 words, the old beggar turned serious immediately. He explained that the Black Trade was also known as the Dark Merchant Guild. Though calling it a merchant guild wasn't quite accurate, rumor had it that it was an alliance formed by many merchants, but nobody knew who the leader was, nor did they know the extent of its scale. It was only rumored that there wasn't a place or a job the Dark Merchant Guild wouldn't stick its hands into, even illegal slave trading that violated martial arts conventions. The only certainty was that the Black Trade had close ties to the Five Dragon Alliance. If that's the case, apart from knowing it's linked to the Five Dragon Alliance, are there no other valuable leads? True, but if I intervene, there's a chance we can track down the Black Trade. Shan Shawu stared at the old beggar. "How?" But Han Wuba replied that free information only went this far. Shan Shawu smiled at this, took out an item, and placed it in front of the old man. It was the night bright pearl he had obtained from the 10,000 Immortals cave. Seeing the night bright pearl, Han Wuba couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never seen such a beautiful pearl, but a moment later, he gritted his teeth and pushed it back. Shan Shawu didn't understand why he would do that, as it was clear the man wanted it. Han Wuba then began to recount a story from 10 years ago. It turned out that 10 years ago, when he met Han Wuba at Bloodgrief Plain and witnessed the power of a single palm strike from him, his faith in his own martial arts had been shaken. It was that very parting remark from Han Wuba that made Han Wuba stay in Shenyang for 10 years, waiting for his master's successor to appear. Regardless of the changing seasons, through wind, rain, and storms, this beggar sect elder had kept watch beside the bronze black dragon statue, waiting patiently. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he saw the Iron Horse Escort Agency's convoy passing through Bloodgrief Plain, that he noticed a young man sitting in a carriage. The moment I first saw you, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for, because your profound eyes are exactly like that old man's. Shan Shawu frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the man to have met his master 10 years ago. So, you want to obtain the heaven-breaking divine art? Correct. That is what I desire most. As I said before, knowledge comes with a price. If you agree to this condition, we can help each other. Shan Shawu thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. He cupped his hands and said, "The heaven-breaking divine art has always been a family heirloom. I'm not certain if I possess the full technique, but I guarantee I will teach you everything I know." Han Wuba grinned from ear to ear. He also cupped his hands and spoke solemnly. "Regardless of who you want to find, regardless of how many people you are looking for, I, Han Wuba, in my capacity as an elder of the beggar sect, will certainly do my utmost to help." Under the moonlight, the old man and the youth smiled at each other. The deal between them was officially struck: one, a young master who had just stepped into the pugilistic world; the other, an experienced beggar sect elder. Two people who had nothing to do with each other were now traveling the martial world together because of a pact. The next day, Shan Shawu rose early to set off. According to the news, the black trade was operating in Taiyuan, Shanxi. On the way, Han Wuba took out a small notebook and gave it to Shan Shawu, saying it contained a list of famous figures in the Central Plains martial arts world, and that if he wanted to navigate the pugilistic world, he should learn a bit about them. Shan Shawu immediately opened the notebook and read intently. Han Wuba added more context from the sidelines. In the notebook, the first person mentioned was one of the two saints, known in the martial world as the Fist Saint, Huangfu Junyuan, the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, one of the three major powers of the Iron Martial Alliance. Next was the second saint, Sword Saint Plum Blossom Ye-Zi, who guarded the Nine Heavens Mansion, a power subordinate to the Iron Martial Alliance that counterbalanced Huangfu Junyuan's Five Dragon Alliance. Han Wuba said that, although these two were hailed as the strongest in the martial world, the three hegemons and four venerables were not to be underestimated. Next were the three heroes and three flowers. The three heroes included Ironblade Third Step, Shadowless Blade, and Northwind Envoy. The three flowers included Blood Plum Blossom, Snow Lotus, and Water Flower. All were famous young masters in the martial world. Hearing this, Shan Shawu muttered in deep thought. Northwind Envoy. That's right. The Chu Mulin we met in Shenyang is the Northwind Envoy. He comes from the Tiger Alliance, another power of the Iron Martial Alliance. The Great Might Fort in Shun Prefecture is also a branch of the Tiger Alliance, and Invincible Blade Ba Chu Yusheng is known as the leader of the three hegemons. With martial arts nearly on par with the two saints, and Chu Mulin is the disciple of the Invincible Blade Ba, the leader among the young masters. The three heroes and three flowers are all around your age. If you have the chance, you should try to build connections with them. The old man and the youth walked on toward Taiyuan Prefecture. When night fell, they found a place to rest in the suburbs. Han Wuba finished a mouthful of strong liquor, feeling much more at ease. Shan Shawu was still looking at the martial arts list. A moment later, he suddenly asked, "Old man, according to this list, isn't there anyone stronger than the two saints?" Han Wuba was slightly surprised, then thought for a moment and said that there was perhaps one person stronger than the two saints. Shan Shawu's expression turned serious. "I heard that in the North Plains, there is a master called Heaven-Earth. This person is not only powerful, but also very ruthless. Rumor has it that not even the three hegemons joining hands could defeat him. There is still no information about his true identity, so most people think it's just nonsense. I only know that such a person exists, unless another master appears like you." Shan Shawu didn't pay attention to Han Wuguai's praise. In his mind, all he could see was the image of that person from 10 years ago. Was Liu Tiandi the name of the Yuan dynasty envoy, who took the five loves away? Han Wuguai glanced at Shan Shawu, and seeing he remained calm, suggested they start learning the heaven-breaking divine art. "I don't actually know much about the heaven-breaking divine art. My master only said it was a martial art passed down through thousands of generations. Meeting emptiness, you strike. Meeting solidity, you dodge. Act according to your heart's desire, with no fixed moves. If you put it that way, isn't the heaven-breaking divine art just like street fighting? That's probably not it. Of course not. To use the heaven-breaking divine art perfectly, you must understand the structure of the human body, the meridians, and the acupoints. Once you understand these, you can grasp the way the opponent generates force and their paths of attack, thereby striking their weak points, shattering muscles and bones, and blocking the flow of qi. My master said that everything in the world has a flow. Having said that, Shan Shawu waved his hand and unleashed a burst of internal energy. The powerful blast struck a boulder. Han Wuba's eyes widened. To use internal energy to sever the flow of all things, there is nothing that cannot be broken. Shan Shawu clenched his left fist, and a powerful surge of internal energy burst forth, instantly shattering the boulder to pieces. The surrounding ground shook violently. Han Wuba was caught completely off guard, tipping backward and landing heavily on his buttocks with a look of pure terror. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Suddenly, Han Wuba realized that his wine gourd had also been knocked over, spilling every last drop of the precious liquor he treasured like his own life. Furious, he accused Shan Shawu of doing it on purpose. After bickering for a while, the old man and the young warrior finally decided to rest. Meanwhile, over at the Dali fortress in Fushun, two people were wide awake and unable to find any sleep. Wan Jiting and Chu Muling sat around a stone table with heavy expressions. The Murong clan has announced that Murong Dongtian died of a heart condition. What do your lordship make of this? Anyone with even a shred of martial arts knowledge knows a master like Murong Dongtian could never just die of heart failure. It's obviously the work of Shan Shawu, but the Murong clan is simply too afraid to admit it. Wan Ziting mentioned that his pursuit team had previously crossed paths with Shan Shawu at Banke, where one of his subordinates had his meridians shattered and died. The fort master wore a look of regret. I should have recruited him back then. Even if you had tried to recruit him at the time, he still would have turned you down. Have you forgotten what he said when he saved us? If it weren't for the fact that you paid those northern refugees fair wages, just the mere act of ordering them to resist the Murong clan would have been enough to bring the exact same fate down upon Dali Fortress. Thankfully, Shan Shawu didn't throw his lot in with the Five Dragons Alliance. Otherwise, our Tiger Alliance would have gained yet another formidable enemy. Now that Murong Dongtian is dead, this is the prime opportunity for Dali Fortress to seize Shenyang. I have other urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay long. I'll await your good news. With that, Chu Muling stood up and took his leave. This young hero wasn't nearly as calm and collected as he pretended to be. Elsewhere, inside Shenyang City, a man wearing a bamboo hat hurried into a tavern. He walked straight toward a table tucked away in the corner of the second floor, then cupped his fists to deliver a report, only to be stopped by the man sitting at the table. Master Huan Do signaled for his subordinate to hold on for a moment, as he was listening to something important. He then glanced over at a nearby table, where a few people were gathered around a man missing a leg. The man was vividly recounting the fierce battle at the North Sea Cavern. That kid's hands were as soft as a girl's, but you guys couldn't possibly imagine the terrifying strength hidden inside them. The moment he touches you, your muscles and bones instantly twist and snap. Not even the Black Sword unit was a match for him. With just a gentle slap of his palm against the ground, the entire frozen lake inside the North Sea Cavern shattered. When I came to, I realized my leg was broken. Yet I didn't feel any pain at all. It was because that boy stood before me like a towering mountain, his overwhelming aura leaving me completely paralyzed. His presence felt like a god of war descended straight from the heavens. Nobody could possibly stand against him. Hearing this, Huan Do felt a jolt in his chest, then calmly asked, Nifeng, what do you make of this tall tale? Ni Minhui replied, the peg-legged man's story is way too exaggerated. Since when has there ever been such a divine martial art in this world? There's no smoke without fire. I need to head straight back to Taiyuan. Go investigate the background of this so-called god of war through the beggar sect. Ni Minhui immediately cupped his fists in obedience. Now, tell me the real cause behind Murong Dongtian's death. According to the Murong clan, it was due to heart failure, though whether it was natural illness or external force remains unclear. Rumors also circulate that he was assassinated. Huan Do rubbed his teacup, sinking into deep thought. How fascinating. They don't even dare to announce the true cause of the clan head's death. Who knows what actually went down between the Murong clan and that god of war? He then narrowed his eyes and slowly said, Still, isn't that god of war nickname a bit too arrogant? In just 3 days, the old man and the young warrior traveled all the way from Shenyang to Taiyuan. Han Wuba deeply regretted not agreeing to ride horses. He never expected that Shan Shawu could run non-stop for 3 whole days. The two entered Taiyuan City and found a local tavern. Over their meal, Han Wuba told Shan Shawu about the Black Firm. It turned out that after the Yuan forces suffered defeat and retreated to the north, a massive commercial guild called the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce emerged in the Central Plains. It grew at a terrifying speed, causing deep concern for the Black Firm. Because of this, wherever a branch of the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce opened, a branch of the Black Firm would follow. And since the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce had close ties with the Beggars sect, Han Wuba confidently declared that he would definitely track down information regarding the Black Firm. Just then, a commotion broke out on the street below. They saw 3 guards blocking a man's path. Shan Shawu looked over, his pupils constricting. The man being blocked exuded a murderous aura. Shan Shawu felt a bone-chilling wave of killing intent radiating from him. Han Wuba curiously looked over as well, his expression turning grim. The situation didn't look good. At that moment, the blocked man spoke up. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the arrogant young master of the Huang family. Word has it, you rely entirely on your father's influence to run amok, driving dozens of innocent women to suicide after violating them. As soon as those words left his mouth, the man's killing intent flared even higher. The Yuan forces were driven out not long ago, and yet freaks and scums like you are already starting to wreak havoc again. Furious, the 3 guards drew their sabers, ready to strike, when a voice from behind made them freeze in their tracks. Huang Yiwei stepped forward, announcing that he was willing to pay a heavy sum to hire Kang Wei to work for him. Kang Wei let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Young Master Huang must have never heard of my title. The Netherworld Demonic Blade. With a flick of his finger against the scabbard, the long saber at his hip flashed brilliantly. My blade exists solely to punish evil. With that, Kang Wei's aura shifted abruptly. Hearing the name Netherworld Demonic Blade, the faces of the 3 guards drained of color, but right then, a few flashes of light pierced the air before the 3 guards could even react. They were slain on the spot by Kang Wei. Seeing this, Huang Yiwei trembled with absolute fear, having no idea what to do. At that moment, Han Wuba stood up. Planning to stick your nose into this? If what that executioner said is true, then Huang Yiwei isn't worth saving. Han Wuba muttered that while Huang Yiwei was a piece of trash, his father was the leader of an orthodox sect, meaning they couldn't just stand by and watch a man die. Shan Shawu dismissively retorted, this so-called righteousness is nothing more than a self-proclaimed title. If you want to go meddle, go by yourself. By now, Kang Wei had already lunged forward, swinging his blade straight toward Huang Yiwei. Terrified, Huang Yiwei turned pale as a ghost. Right at that instant, Han Wuba flew into action, roaring at the top of his lungs. Stop right there. Kang Wei only saw a blur before his eyes as Han Wuba suddenly materialized right in front of him, unleashing a fierce kick. Kang Wei hurriedly raised his arms to block. Missing his first strike, Han Wuba immediately unleashed a rapid barrage of follow-up kicks. Kang V used his dual blades to block the strike and countered with a few quick slashes. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows, with neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Han Wuba seized the opening and launched a palm strike. Kang Vi couldn't dodge in time, took the hit square in the chest, and was sent flying backward. He stumbled back several steps, crouched down, his expression turning grave, and hooked his fingers into the blade's rings to detach them. He hurled the dual blades toward Han Wuba with immense force. The blades tore through the air, aimed straight at Han Wuba's throat. The old man jumped up in a panic and kicked the blade edge. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Young hero, hold your hand. I only wanted you to spare his life." But the old man didn't realize that the blade hilt was tied to a silver thread. Kang Vi said nothing, reached out to catch the rebounding blades, and flicked his wrists. Fine silver threads, thin as spider silk, silently surrounded Han Wuba. By the time the old beggar noticed, it was already too late. Kang Vi let out a cold laugh. Got you. With that, he tightened his left hand, binding the old man so tightly he couldn't move. Kang Vi channeled strength into his legs and lunged at Han Wuba. Shan Shawu, who had been watching the situation closely, narrowed his eyes. He focused his internal energy into his palms and grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table. With a flick of his wrist, Shan Shawu sent the chopsticks flying like bullets, instantly severing the silver threads. Han Wuba scrambled to break free, then looked at his opponent with a horrified expression. Kang Vi lost his balance and staggered back several steps. The executioner couldn't believe it. Even a treasure sword would struggle to cut his silver threads, yet a pair of chopsticks had sliced right through them. Furious, Kang Vi seethed with anger. Who dares to sneak an attack? If you have the guts, stand out and face me. He looked toward where the chopsticks had come from, but the window was empty. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a calm voice sounded in his ear. Face-to-face combat then? Right. And does using hidden weapons count as face-to-face for you? Shan Shawu said, his eyes indifferent, as he slowly added, Can we just drop this for today? Startled by the sudden appearance behind him, Kang Vi panicked and thrust his blades backward. So, you're dead set on fighting me then? Shan Shawu twisted his body to dodge the blades. He used the momentum of his turn to deliver a sweeping kick. Before Kang Vi could even track the movement, he took a kick to the face and was sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, Shan Shawu was already upon him, grabbing his wrist with his left hand, pinning his shoulder with his right, and snapping his arm with a forceful twist. Ignoring Kang Vi's screams, Shan Shawu struck his back with a palm. Kang Vi rolled across the ground, coming to a stop only after several rotations. The executioner gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled to his feet. He felt a secret dread. The youth's techniques were shifting and unfathomable, completely beyond his ability to grasp. Just then, his dual blades came flying back, aimed straight for the center of his forehead. Kang Vi poured every ounce of his strength into tilting his head and narrowly dodging the incoming blades. Seeing this, Shan Shawu smiled, brought his two fingers together, and green aura swirled around his fingertips. With a light flick, the energy clinging to the blades suddenly exploded. Kang Vi tried to block, but was still blown away, rolling several times on the ground before he stopped. Han Wuba looked at the silver thread, lost in thought. He realized it was made of diamond stone. The beggar sect elder was startled, a realization flashing through his mind. On the other side of the battlefield, Kang Vi hadn't even caught his breath when he saw a cold glint in Shan Shawu's eyes. Moments later, the youth was already right in front of him. Shan Shawu clasped his hands before his chest, channeling his internal energy. Kang Vi's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, I'm a dead man. But just then, Han Wuba shouted, Young hero Thien, please, spare him. Shan Shawu heard this, his expression shifting slightly, but it was too late to withdraw his full force. A palm strike carrying world-shaking power was released. The wall behind Kang Vi collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. Han Wuba gasped in astonishment. With a hit like that, he feared his opponent would be crushed to pieces. But to his surprise, Shan Shawu had managed to pull back his strength at the last second, leaving Kang Vi with only minor injuries. Having narrowly survived, Kang Vi looked at Shan Shawu with a terrified expression. Shan Shawu said calmly, That is enough for today. He then changed his tone. Or do you still want to return to the sect to sniff out secrets? Kang Vi's expression changed. When did you figure that out? At the same time, on a high building 100 miles away, a man in a hat stood on a roof, bow in hand. He looked down, muttering, To have such deep internal energy at such a young age is rare. But before my heavenly 1,000-mile art, he is nothing more than a moving target. The man drew his bow, knocking an arrow at the distant youth. Like so many Jianghu youngsters who die before their time, rest in peace. Having said that, he closed his eyes. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, glowing with light as his internal energy surged from his body, spreading in all directions. Within a range of several dozen yards, everything appeared clearly in his sight. He could even sense the presence of those hundreds of miles away. But just then, a voice rang in his ear. I suggest you stop now. The man in the hat was startled. That brat can use telepathy? Perhaps you still don't understand. I have spared you once already. Do not provoke my patience. Hearing this, the man in the hat glared, disbelieving. But he wouldn't give up, preparing to fire an arrow through the youth's head. Shan Shawu turned and glanced at him with cold, piercing eyes. A cold light flashed in Shan Shawu's eyes, and instantly, the aura around him soared. A powerful wave of energy radiating outward, centered on Shan Shawu. The man in the hat felt a blast of force hit his face, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. His hat fell to the ground, and he struggled to steady himself, terrified to his core. A moment later, he laughed loudly, then clasped his hands together and replied via telepathy, I was too arrogant. Your martial arts are truly superior. I am impressed. I shall return another day to learn from you. Shan Shawu looked at him and said nothing. Just then, Han Wuba stepped forward. Shan Shawu was still staring at the distant rooftop, and seeing the youth's grave expression, the old beggar asked, What is it? Shan Shawu was silent for a moment before saying, Nothing. Han Wuba didn't press further and led Shan Shawu up the mountain. On the way, Shan Shawu asked why he had told him to pull his punch earlier. Han Wuba explained that it was because of the silver thread Kang Vi had used. You don't know this, but that thread is made of diamond stone, the signature weapon of the Dark Merchant Guild. Just by seeing it, we might be able to gather some intel on them. Shan Shawu said that if Kang Wei and his accomplices teamed up, even he might not win. Han Wuba was very surprised to hear that. He had accomplices too? That's right. Ever since you made your move, he's been watching the whole time. If he had stepped in back then, you'd definitely be dead. Han Wuba didn't seem to care much about what Shan Shawu said. He muttered that with Shan Shawu around, there was nothing to worry about. Led by Han Wuba, the two of them walked up to a large gate on the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Shan Shawu looked up and saw that the plaque on the gate was completely blank. Han Wuba explained that this was a branch of the beggar sect in Taiyuan. The plaque had no words because the beggar sect championed justice, and anyone without a place to stay could rest here. They walked inside to an old, dilapidated temple, and he reached out to press a brick on the wall. Immediately, a secret stone door slid open. Following Han Wuba inside, Shan Shawu heard the clatter of walking sticks knocking together as a group of beggar sect disciples cupped their fists in a formal salute to greet Elder Hong. Han Wuba looked at the scene before him with a face full of pride. In the spacious courtyard, thousands of beggar sect disciples were gathered. On the surface, it was just a ruined temple, but no one could have guessed that a powerful force was hidden right behind it. Shan Shawu never would have dreamed in a million years that this was a beggar sect branch. Han Wuba led Shan Shawu into a secret room and filled him in on the situation. It turned out that the Taiwan branch was responsible for gathering intelligence all across the Central Plains, verifying it, and reporting back to the main headquarters. Since the incident where the Yuan dynasty's envoy kidnapped Gong Wu happened 10 years ago, all related information had already been sent to headquarters. Because of that, Han Wuba had sent someone to headquarters to get in touch. Then the old beggar called over the branch leader, Zhang Tuyi, to ask what information they had gathered on the black business. Zhang Tuyi reported that the head of the black business branch in Taiyuan was named Lian Ziyi, who wasn't just a skilled merchant, but also a formidable martial arts master. The trickiest part was that he was extremely cautious, refusing to fully trust even those closest to him, so nobody knew where he was hiding. The beggar sect disciples were doing their best to track him down. Do you really want to go up against the black business? They have deep ties to the Five Dragons Alliance. If you burn bridges with them, things are going to get really tough. Hearing this, Shan Shawu smiled. Are you worried I'm going to track them down directly? Han Wuba replied that knowing Shan Shawei's personality, that was entirely possible. Besides, we've already tracked down information on that executioner you asked me to look into. It turned out to be Kang Wei, the Netherworld Saber Demon. Right now, he was locked up in prison, awaiting trial. When Han Wuba heard the news, his expression shifted. If it really was him, things were going to get messy. At that very moment, in the dark prison of the Taiyuan prefecture, Kang Wei sat cross-legged, chanting to himself, "Heretics and demons must be purged, leave not a single one alive." Veins bulged across the Netherworld Saber Demon's forehead as his expression grew increasingly unhinged. Suddenly, Kang Wei snapped his eyes open and roared, "Heretics and demons must be purged." With that, Kang Wei's skinny arms suddenly rippled with muscles, and his frail body ballooned to several times its size. The prison guard heard the strange noise and looked over in surprise. Right then, inside the cell, Kang Wei flicked his wrist, and a silver wire shot out. Two guards walked over to check it out, completely unaware of the silver wire wrapped around the cell door. The next second, the cell door was sliced clean through by the silver wire and exploded, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. Kang Wei kept muttering, "Anyone who blocks the purge of demons is a demon themselves." Seeing this, the two guards were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Like a fiend crawling straight out of hell, Kang Wei said coldly, "All of you heretical scum deserve to die." Seeing Han Wuba's expression turn grave, Shan Shawu asked, "Have you heard of him?" "Yeah, he's notorious in the martial arts world. Word is that Kang Wei, the Netherworld Saber Demon, stands over 7 feet tall and wields a 5-foot-long broadsword. He's one of the Five Dragons Alliance's 5 guest patrons, and his combat power ranks in the top 5 of the entire alliance. The real headache is that his mind isn't all there. He has this extremely twisted obsession with absolute justice. Plus, he's got his own warped definition of what justice actually is. He judges right and wrong based entirely on his own subjective views, and he slaughters anyone he labels a heretic or a demon without mercy." Kang Wei blasted his way out of prison, cutting down every guard in his path. A man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a bow stood proudly. The Netherworld Saber Demon calmed down a bit when he saw him. Yang Dao, the Iron Cavalry, Divine Archer, said coldly, "I had no choice. It was an emergency." With that, he tossed the broadsword from his back over to Kang Wei. Kang Wei caught the sword and asked, "What's so urgent?" "Lian Ziyi is looking for you." Sounds like it's about the Five Dragons Alliance and the Black Business. Kang Wei drew his sword and said coldly, "They just want me to clean up their mess for them. Tell them to wait. I've got things to do." With that, Kang Wei swung his sword and walked off. Meanwhile, at the Hexiang sect, Huang Yiwei slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Father, your own son almost got killed, and yet you're just sitting here doing nothing? What good does locking him up do? Wouldn't a single word from you be enough to have him executed?" Sect leader Huang Duzheng scolded him. "Isn't this all because you went out looking for trouble? Do you have any idea how much chaos you've brought upon our Hexiang sect? Those useless idiots brought it on themselves. What does that have to do with me? Am I even your biological son?" Seeing his son acting like this, Huang Duzheng let out a heavy sigh and collapsed back into his chair. Right then, a vicious glint flashed in Huang Yiwei's eyes. He spun around, marched outside, and roared, "Listen up, Hexiang sect disciples. I am the young sect leader. That bastard dared to humiliate me, which means he humiliated the Hexiang sect. Follow me to the dungeon and chop that guy into pieces." With that, Huang Yiwei stormed off in the lead. The Hexiang sect disciples followed right behind him, but just as he flung open the main gates of the sect, he saw a giant of a man blocking the entrance like a pillar. Kang Wei flashed a sinister grin. Before Huang Yiwei could even react, a cold flash of light came crashing down. The young sect leader of the Hexiang sect was sliced right in half, and the razor-sharp saber aura didn't lose any momentum, blasting everyone behind him flying. Back in the main hall, Huang Duzheng was struck by agonizing grief at the sight. He let out a roar, drew his sword, and bolted outside to launch an attack on Kang Wei. Wielding his sword, Kang Wei burst into laughter. "Huang Duzheng, you're the one who spawned this piece of trash. You're the true source of all these heretical demons." Huang Duzheng stomped hard onto the wood debris, and his chubby body glided up effortlessly before using the momentum to plunge down, swinging his sword in a fierce slash. Kang Wei showed no fear at all, raising his blade to block. The two swords collided with a sharp, piercing metallic ring. Kang Wei laughed loudly. As expected, the Hexiang sect is nothing but a nest of heretics and demons. "I'm going to wipe you all out today." After saying that, Kang Wei put his strength into his hand and knocked Huang Duzheng away. Huang Duzheng spun in the air a few times before landing and stabilizing himself. His face was full of anger. "Our Hoa Tuong sect has always acted with integrity, as everyone in Taiwan knows well." Kang Wei scoffed. "I only believe in my own judgment." Seeing this, Huang Duzheng said nothing more as internal energy radiated from his body. Under his control, the energy condensed into swords of aura. Kang Wei's pupils contracted. He did not expect the sect leader to have such a move. Huang Duzheng brought his hands together and pointed into the air, and the aura swords flew toward Kang Wei like a swarm of locusts. Kang Wei dared not be careless. He used the Sutan carrying sword technique to block the aura sword aimed at his back while turning to deflect those flying toward his face. Kang Wei looked at Huang Duzheng and said coldly, "Old man, is that all you've got? You started this, so bear the consequences yourself." Seeing the aura swords flying at him, Kang Wei swung his sword in a blur, blocking them all. Seeing Huang Duzheng attacking relentlessly while Kang Wei remained unscathed, the disciples of the Hoa Tuong sect were astonished and pale. At this moment, Huang Duzheng was breaking into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching. Then, he funneled all his internal energy into his long sword, and a powerful surge of energy enveloped it, transforming it into a massive blade of aura. Kang Wei furrowed his brow slightly. Huang Duzheng then pushed off the ground, leapt into the air, and lunged straight toward Kang Wei. Kang Wei gave a cold laugh. "That's a bit better." He stepped back, crouched down, and held his long sword at his hip. This underworld demon blade laughed heartily, but it still wasn't enough. Finishing his sentence, Kang Wei roared, twisting his waist to gain momentum, and swung his sword horizontally. A powerful, domineering beam of sword light tore through the space. Huang Duzheng, being in the air, had no way to dodge. The sword light slashed through him, cutting him in two. The sharp blade aura did not dissipate, leveling the building behind Huang Duzheng as well. A loud explosion echoed, tearing through the quiet night of Taiwan Prefecture. Elsewhere, at the beggar sect's branch, Shan Shawu and Hong Nukwai were sitting around a campfire. The old beggar was proudly introducing the beggar sect's specialty dishes. Shan Shawu, however, frowned at the food in the pot, looking thoroughly disgusted. At that moment, a beggar sect disciple approached Trong Tanat and whispered a report. Upon hearing it, Trong Tanat's expression changed. Seeing this, Shan Shawu and Hong Nukwai looked over and asked, "What's the matter?" Trong Tanat said with a heavy face, "The Hoa Tuong sect has been wiped out by Kang Wei." Hearing this, Both their expressions turned grave. At the same time, in a casino in Taiyuan Prefecture, Kang Vi walked in, filled with killing intent. Reaching the second floor, he scanned the gamblers below with a cold gaze. Then, a low voice sounded behind him. An attendant cupped his hands in greeting. "Master Kang, the sect leader is waiting for you inside." After saying that, the attendant led Kang Vi deeper into the casino. They reached a secret room, and the attendant turned a bronze statue on the table, revealing a hidden door in the wall. The attendant bowed and said, "After you, Master Kang." An old man was sitting on a chair, waiting. Seeing Kang Vi enter, he said slowly, "The underworld demon blade, gracing us with his presence, is truly an honor for me." Kang Vi looked around and said softly, "The sect leader certainly knows how to pick a spot." Then his expression turned stern. "Speak, why did you call me here?" Lian Tungia did not beat around the bush, and stated directly that he wanted Kang Vi's help. Kang Vi narrowed his eyes. "Is this an order from the Five Dragon Alliance?" Lian Tungia claimed this was his own personal affair, but it would also benefit the Five Dragon Alliance. Hearing this, Kang Vi understood perfectly and turned to leave. "If it wasn't an order from the Five Dragon Alliance, I have no reason to take your orders. Goodbye." But Lian Tungia said, "Master Kang, wait. I heard that you have always made it your mission to eliminate evil heretics. Right now, a group of northerners is brazenly seizing property in the Central Plains. Can you really just stand by and do nothing?" Lian Tungia continued, "It's like a demon seducing human hearts. As far as I know, the Great Heaven Merchant Association was founded by a couple from the north 10 years ago. Every year, they rake in tens of millions of silver taels in the Central Plains, causing significant harm to our black trade business." Hearing this, Kang Vi turned back, looking incredulous. "The Great Heaven Merchant Association is not a Central Plains faction?" "That's right. Furthermore, I heard the Five Dragon Alliance is negotiating with them. Regardless of how high the profit is, we shouldn't be doing business with outsiders, should we?" Upon hearing this, Kang Vi could no longer contain his anger. He gripped his sword so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The underworld demon blades seemed to have been heavily triggered. "They are all damned evil heretics." Saying this, Kang Vi turned and left, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, the Great Heaven Merchant Association will soon disappear from Taiyuan." Watching Kang Vi leave, filled with killing intent, a smile appeared on Lian Tungia's face. A man wearing a hat also stepped out from the room. Dao Duong said, with a look of admiration. "As expected, it only took a few words to make him work for us." Lian Tungia glanced at him, looking smug. "You flatter me." Kang Vi's parents both died at the hands of the Yuan army, and ever since then, he has despised the northerners. I just stirred up some motivation in him. That is the scary part about you. So, will the plan proceed as expected? Of course, I wanted you to participate from the start. Let's go, to Sich Bitch Tuong. At the same time, at a tavern in Taiyuan, Shan Shawu still couldn't get used to the beggar sect's special dishes. He finally decided to go to the tavern to drink alone. Shan Shawu raised his wine cup, his heart filled with tangled thoughts. He recalled the information he had just heard at the beggar sect branch, a sense of sorrow rising in his heart. "I wonder if I did the right thing by sparing Kang Vi." "What? You said Kang Vi wiped out the entire Hoa Tuong sect?" "That's right. Not a single person in the Hoa Tuong sect survived. The bodies of sect leader Huang Duzheng and his son Huang Nivo were even hung up." Hearing this, Hong Nu Kuai's face turned pale. Even he could not understand why Kang Vi would do such a thing. "Branch leader Truong, select a few skilled men to secretly monitor Kang Vi. Don't miss any details." Truong Tanat immediately cupped his hands to accept the order. Shan Shawu regained his composure, starting to think about the connection between these clues. According to Hong Nu Kuai, the black trade acts very secretly, so his immediate goal is to approach the Great Heaven Merchant Association. Just then, a few figures appeared, catching Shan Shayu's attention. He looked up to see a woman and two men walking upstairs, carrying long swords. Shan Shayu recognized the pattern on the man's robe at a glance. He had seen it in the manual of Jianghu sects. It was the symbol of the Mount Hua sect. As for the woman, she had a graceful figure and wore a red veil. Her eyes were as clear and sparkling as water. But when Shan Shayu noticed the plum blossom pattern embroidered on her veil, he understood immediately. The Mount Hua sect followed Taoist traditions and had traditionally never accepted female disciples. Yet there was one person who made them break the rule. None other than the blood plum blossom, one of the three blossoms, Muyun Tongyan. The three of them arrived at the tavern and found the second floor fully packed. Muyun Tongyan glanced around the room before spotting Shan Shayu sitting alone by the window. She observed the young man, noticing his profound gaze and calm, steady demeanor. Muyun Tongyan walked over and mentioned that the tavern was out of seats, asking if Shan Shawu would mind sharing his table. Shan Shawu smiled and agreed. The three of them sat down and asked the waiter to bring up some food. While eating, Muyun Tongyan introduced her name and sect to Shan Shawu. The other two also introduced themselves, one named He Zongren and the other Tang Muhe. Both were second-generation disciples of the Mount Hua sect elite masters of the sect. It was a pleasure to meet them. This humble one is Shan Shawu from the north. May I ask which sect the young heroes belong to? Shan Shawu said he was not a member of the Central Plains martial arts world, and that his martial arts were only for self-defense and not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Muyun Tongyan grew secretly vigilant, but before she could speak further, Shan Shawu stood up to leave. "It's getting late, please excuse me." Seeing this, He Zongren said, "You wouldn't be so calm if you heard the title of the Blood Plum Blossom." Still maintaining her composure, Muyun Tongyan replied, "The Jianghu is vast. It's only natural that he hasn't heard of her name." The Jianghu is vast. It's only natural that he hasn't heard of her name. Given the current situation, we should still be careful. Who knows? He might have some connection to the underworld demonic blade, yet Muyun Tongyan was quite certain, believing this young man had nothing to do with the destruction of the Huaxiang sect. He did possess martial arts skills, but she couldn't sense his aura at all. Especially those calm, distant eyes, the look of someone completely indifferent to worldly affairs. Tang Muhe had a different opinion, believing that no matter how powerful the underworld demonic blade was, he would never dare to single-handedly challenge the largest faction in Taiyuan. As far as he knew, Kang Wei acted entirely on his own convictions, so he neither wanted nor was able to cooperate with anyone else. You two don't need to guess and speculate anymore. Everything will be clear after we meet the branch leader of the Grand Heaven Commercial Association tomorrow. That night, the three stayed at an inn. The next morning, Muyun Tongyan was practicing her sword in her room when she suddenly saw Shan Shawu passing by on the street below. Muyun Tongyan was slightly surprised, and upon looking closer, she realized it was the same young man she had met at the tavern last night. Muyun Tongyan felt a lingering sense of unease, wondering why Shan Shawu always gave her such an anxious feeling. Thinking this, Muyun Tongyan sheathed her sword and leaped out the window. Just at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Senior sister, we need to head to the Grand Heaven Commercial Association today. We should set off right now." After waiting a moment without a reply, Tang Muhe and He Zongren pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find the room completely empty. At the same time, at another inn in Taiyuan, Kang Wei sat alone in his room, muttering to himself. The eyes of the underworld demonic blade turned fierce. They are all heretic demons that must be eradicated. With that, Kang Wei stood up, grabbed his long sword, and muttered, "Grand Heaven Commercial Association, Kang Wei swears he will wipe you all out." Meanwhile, at the Taiwan branch of the Grand Heaven Commercial Association, Chief Steward Cheng Feng was meticulously recording accounts. Hearing the news that they would be hosting the prefect of Taiyuan today, a flash of cunning appeared in the branch leader's eyes, and he ordered Cheng Feng to prepare funds from the treasury. "The city wall collapsed last night. Our Grand Heaven Commercial Association must secure the contract for its repair." The branch leader sneered. "Since we're spending money, we have to go big and completely satisfy that prefect in one go." The chief steward memorized every instruction from the branch leader, then cupped his fists and prepared to make the arrangements. "I heard that Ni Minhui has returned from Shenyang. Go call him here." Before long, Ni Minhui arrived at the study to report what he had investigated. As far as he knew, Murong Dongtian died at the hands of the god of war, but for some reason, the beggar sect refused to reveal any information about him. Hearing this, the branch leader frowned, feeling that the beggar sect wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. And as for the black commerce, they haven't made a single move until now. The branch leader was quite shocked to hear this. The Grand Heaven Commercial Association and black commerce had always been secretly competing, yet for the past 3 months, the other side had remained completely silent. This made the branch leader feel uneasy. Lian Siyi, the man he knew, was never one to sit still. According to the intelligence gathered by his subordinates, Kang Wei, one of the 5 major guest elders of the Five Dragons Alliance, had appeared in Taiyuan. Furthermore, last night this underworld demonic blade openly committed a crime. Word has it that he killed the young sect master of the Huaxiang sect, then killed the sect master Huang Duzheng, and single-handedly massacred all the disciples of the Huaxiang sect, leading to its complete destruction. As for the reason why he did this, it remains unclear, but his subordinates guessed that his purpose in coming to Taiyuan was definitely related to the Five Dragons Alliance. And since the Five Dragons Alliance had close ties with black commerce, It was very likely that black commerce would make a move soon. The branch leader agreed with his subordinate's deduction, but even though he had clashed with Lien Ce many times, he still couldn't guess what that old fox was plotting. If only the young miss were here. With her intelligence, she would surely see through their plans. Just then, a subordinate rushed in from the front courtyard, panting as he reported that a letter had arrived from the young miss. Hearing this, the branch leader was overjoyed and hastily ordered them to bring the letter in. The branch leader scanned the letter, but the more he read, the uglier his expression became. A moment later, he slammed the letter hard onto the desk, plunging the entire study into silence. After a short while, Ni Minhui finally dared to ask about the contents of the letter. The young miss negotiated with the Five Dragons Alliance, but it failed. They demanded that we stop interfering with any other factions. Furthermore, at this point, the branch leader's expression turned furious. They also wanted the young miss to be married off to them. The night before, the young woman and young man had just crossed paths at the tavern. Muyun Tongyan followed Shan Shawu, keeping a moderate distance, watching the young man's back as he walked slowly away. Tong Yen thought to herself, what exactly is this mysterious young man up to? Suddenly, Shan Shawu turned around, and the girl on the roof had vanished. The young man looked toward the roof, sighed, and muttered, if you wanted to follow me, you could have just said so. Why the sneaking around? Duanmu Tong Yen, hiding in the corner, held her breath. The Huashan sect swordswoman was deeply anxious. She had completely masked her presence. How had he still managed to find her? Just then, her beautiful eyes widened. She saw a tall man holding a longsword blocking Shan Shawu's path. Shan Shawu looked at him with cold eyes and said indifferently, you wiped out the Hoa Tuong sect last night, yet you're bold enough to walk the streets today. Underworld Demon Blade, your guts are truly sky-high. Kid, we meet again. Perfect. Let's settle our score right now. Duanmu Tong Yen was shocked to see this. It seemed these two were already acquainted. Could it be, as Tang Mok Hop said, is Shan Shawu also involved in the massacre of the Hoa Tuong sect? At this thought, Duanmu Tong Yen tightened her grip on her longsword. Shan Shawu showed no fear at Kang Wei's threat. He was curious how that shattered arm of his could have healed within a single day. Furthermore, since he had lost to him before, he still dared to come looking for more. It seemed this underworld demon blade reputation wasn't entirely unearned. Kang Wei was also thinking. He knew the young man before him had high martial arts skills, but since he had stopped him from killing Hoang Vo, he was undoubtedly a wicked heretic. Thinking this, Kang Wei sneered and gripped his longsword tightly. Kid, I know your martial arts aren't bad. Kang Wei channeled his inner energy throughout his body, his chi surging outward. But since you are a wicked heretic, I must eliminate you. Just then, a figure flew in, and a woman in red landed between them. Duanmu Tong Yen, holding her longsword, said in a clear voice, Young Master Thien, we meet again. The girl's gaze was solemn. We shall speak later. For now, I must settle your business with the underworld demon blade. Having said that, Duanmu Tong Yen stepped toward Kang Wei. Shan Shawu frowned. Did the blood plum blossom misunderstand something? Duanmu Tong Yen spoke up. Senior Kang, it has been a long time. Tong Yen pays her respects. Seeing this, Kang Wei lowered his longsword and returned the gesture, but suspicion stirred in his heart. Why would the blood plum blossom Duanmu Tong Yen appear in Taiyuan? Was she sent by the Siuchong Manor? With that thought, Kang Wei asked directly, I wonder what brings the swordswoman Duanmu here. Naturally, I came for you, senior. I heard you caused bloodshed in Taiyuan, and I have come to investigate. Are you referring to the Hoa Tuong sect? They were all wicked demons. They deserve to die. Hearing this, Duanmu Tong Yen said angrily, I ask you to reconsider, senior. Do you know how many innocent people those beasts harmed? Can those victims accept your words? The young master of a sect that claims to be righteous acts so recklessly, and his father indulges him, refusing to discipline him. Kang Wei laughed loudly, his face full of pride. If we do not root out wicked demons while they are still in their infancy, they will cause greater disasters later. Therefore, even if I have to kill 10, 100, or even wipe out an entire sect, I will not hesitate. At this point, the underworld demon blade's gaze became sharp. He raised his longsword. Even if the opponent is from the Tiat Vo alliance, I do not fear them. Shan Shawu sighed. He doesn't know how to assess this situation at all. Duanmu Tong Yen said, Our Huashan sect is a subordinate of the Siuchong Manor, and Senior Kang is a member of the Engulong alliance. Saying this, the swordswoman drew her blade, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Kang Wei, showing no sign of weakness. If Senior Kang does not heed this warning, and remains obstinate, then once we clash, It will mean war between our two factions. The atmosphere on the street became tense. Killing intent loomed. Shan Shawu also became serious, as he noticed many people gathering around, with countless onlookers whispering and gossiping. Isn't that the Blood Plum Blossom from the Huashan sect? And the other one must be Kang Wei, who wiped out the Hoa Tuong sect. Why are they fighting? Shan Shawu thought to himself. These people are truly ignorant. If the two sides clash, innocent people will surely be caught in the crossfire. Just then, Tang Mok Hop and Ha Tong Nan passed by, looking for their senior sister. Seeing the crowd gathered ahead, Ha Tong Nan looked curiously and saw his senior sister facing a man. Taking a closer look at the man, he was startled. Isn't that the underworld demon blade, Kang Wei? Without a second thought, the two jumped through the crowd and shouted, "Senior sister, we are here to help!" Duanmu Tung Yen was momentarily distracted. At that instant, a cold glint flashed in Kang Wei's eyes. He drew his sword. Duanmu Tung Yen also drew hers, but she was a step slower. She then spun around, graceful as a butterfly. Just as the two swords were about to clash, a figure darted in. Shan Shawu reached out with both hands, blocking the two long swords. His voice remained as calm as water. "Please stop, you two. One is a renowned swordswoman of the Huashan sect, and the other is one of the 5 great guests of the Ngu Long Alliance. If you fight, innocent civilians will be caught in the crossfire. Why don't we leave it here for today and meet another time?" Kang Wei pursed his lips. He knew that if he were persuaded by Shan Shawu today, he would never have the chance to face him again. Thinking this, the underworld demon blade yelled, "In rooting out evil, I fear nothing." Finishing his sentence, Kang Wei channeled power into his arms. Shan Shawu saw this, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Immediately, a powerful wave of qi erupted from his body. The qi surged, like a tidal wave, slamming into Kang Wei's sword-wielding arm. He felt his blood and qi churn, and he let out a painful cry. This was the second time Kang Wei had felt the breath of death so close, but right after, that powerful surge of qi suddenly vanished. Kang Wei looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Shan Shawu let go and gently pushed Kang Wei. He stumbled back 2 steps. No matter how arrogant the underworld demon blade was, he could not help but feel terrified now. The 2 Huashan disciples, who were rushing over, halted. They did not expect the young man they met last night to be this strong. "I also do not wish to kill the innocent." After saying this, he grabbed Duanmu Tung Yen's hand and pulled her away. Duanmu Tung Yen was startled and cried out, "Tian Yang, Master Tian!" Shan Shawu paid no mind and kept pulling her along. But just then, Kang Wei's voice rang out from behind. "Young master, please stop. I do not yet know your noble name." Shan Shawu turned around and calmly said, "I am Shan Shawu." With that, he pulled Murong Tongyan away from the crowd. Mumu He and He Zongren hurried after them, leaving Kang Wei standing there in a daze. The wielder of the underworld demonic saber felt utterly miserable. He refused to give up his beliefs, but his opponent was simply too strong. It looked like he needed to find some help. Meanwhile, as soon as Shan Shawu stepped away from the crowd, he ran into 2 people. 2 beggar clan disciples cupped their fists in greeting, explaining that an elder had sent them to keep an eye on Kang Wei. Shan Shawu looked back at Kang Wei and remarked that now was not the right time to tail him. He was completely out of his mind right now, and if he caught them, they would be in serious danger. Seeing how respectfully the 2 beggar clan disciples treated Shan Shawu, Murong Tongyan grew even more confident in her judgment. This young man was truly extraordinary. The 2 beggar clan disciples bowed to thank Shan Shawu, promising to be much more careful. Mumu He and He Zongren followed behind Shan Shawu with puzzled expressions. After a moment, He Zongren finally spoke up. "Young hero Shan, please let go of her hand." Shan Shawu only then realized he was still holding Murong Tongyan's hand and hurriedly let go. "My apologies." "Mumu," he chimed in quickly. "We should head to the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce now." Hearing this, Shan Shawu felt a subtle stirring in his heart and asked if he could tag along with them. Mumu, he readily and cheerfully agreed. Murong Tongyan recalled the instructions her master had given her before setting out. "Tongyan, this mission is extremely difficult, but you must succeed, not just for the 9 Heavens mansion, but for yourself as well. You must know what should be done and what must not be done. You must know who to ally with and who to stay away from. Master, rest assured, I will keep your words engraved in my heart." She was firmly convinced that Shan Shawu and Kang Wei were connected somehow, and furthermore, he had deep ties with the beggar clan. Judging from what the 2 beggar clan disciples had just said, she guessed that he probably even knew a high-ranking elder of the beggar clan. That made him someone she definitely needed to befriend. Who knows? Perhaps she could recruit him into the 9 Heavens mansion down the road. Before long, the group arrived at the Taiyuan branch of the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Standing before the entrance, Shan Shawu looked up at the magnificent and majestic architecture with its bright crimson doors. For just a mere branch office, it was astonishingly luxurious, a clear testament to how immensely wealthy the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce truly was. Murong Tongyan pulled a jade pendant from her robes, handed it to the doorman, and stated that she wished to see the branch master. Shan Shawu stood quietly in the background, his sharp eyes catching the butterfly-shaped jade pendant in the young woman's hand. The youth froze, then reached into his own tunic, and fumbled around for a moment. He also possessed a butterfly-shaped jade pendant, though it was slightly smaller. It was a keepsake given to him over a decade ago by a little girl named Su Xiaohan, back when he was still up in the Northern Territories. This is my most precious treasure, and I am giving it to you. One day, I will become the richest merchant in the entire world. When that time comes, bring this to find me. Lost in these old memories, Shan Shawu smiled softly, wondering how that little girl had fared after moving to the Central Plains. With these thoughts swirling, Shan Shawu already had a plan in mind. Coming to the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce this time, aside from gathering information on the dark merchants, might also lead him to news about Su Xiaohan. After reporting to his superiors, the doorman led the group inside. Shortly after, they arrived at the inner courtyard of the branch. Steward Cheng Feng stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. Ah, so it is Blood Plum Blossom, one of the 3 flowers and 7 veneration masters. Since the young lady carries the personal token of our young miss, you are most certainly honored guests of the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Please, come right in. With that, Cheng Feng guided everyone toward a small pavilion. Along the way, the exquisitely arranged pavilions and courtyards left Shan Shawu deeply impressed. Yet for some reason, a strange thought crossed his mind. I wonder if that little girl from back then gets to live in a place as luxurious as this now. Just then, Murong Tongyan's voice cut through his train of thought. Young hero Shan, I happened to make the acquaintance of a friend in the Iron Martial Alliance a few days ago. That person is very closely tied to the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce, and since they happen to have a branch right here in Taiyuan, I figured I would drop by. So, young hero Shan, if you intend to travel extensively across the martial world, you really should make more friends along the way. Shan Shawu looked completely clueless, but he simply nodded and followed along with the rest. A moment later, they entered the reception hall. Branchmaster Quan Duhuan was already waiting inside, and everyone took their respective seats. Quan Duhuan cut straight to the chase. Does the honored martial sister Murong come here on account of Kang Wei, the wielder of the underworld demonic saber? Murong Tongyan didn't beat around the bush either, stating directly that it was indeed true, and that she wished to gather intelligence on him. We have been tracking Kang Wei for quite some time now. Recently, he has been moving in very close circles with the 4 heroes of the Black Merchant Syndicate. Hearing this, Shan Shawu thought to himself, just as expected. Chief Steward Cheng brought out a ledger for Murong Tongyan to inspect, which contained comprehensive records regarding the 4 heroes of the Black Merchant Syndicate, including their business dealings, their connections with official government offices, and even their relations with other martial arts factions. The only issue was that they still hadn't managed to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Normally, this information was strictly confidential and prohibited from being leaked outside. But because Murong Tongyan possessed the personal token of their young miss, they were willing to make an exception. They were still unclear about Kang Wei's true objective in coming to Taiyuan, but they strongly suspected it was tied to the Black Merchant Syndicate, and furthermore, likely orchestrated by the 5 Dragons Alliance. Murong Tongyan took the ledger and carefully read through its contents. When she reached a particular entry, she couldn't help but read it aloud. 20 years ago, they collaborated with the Murong clan in human trafficking operations. Though her voice was soft, it struck Shan Shawu like a thunderclap right beside his ear. Quan Duhuan keenly noticed the young man's sudden shift in demeanor. He had remained completely silent ever since entering the reception hall. So why did he react so violently just upon hearing news concerning the Murong clan? Although Shan Shawu quickly regained his composure, the look in his eyes was enough to put the branchmaster on high alert. At that moment, Murong Tongyan spoke up. Information never comes for free. I wonder what Branchmaster Quan desires in return. Quan Duhuan stated bluntly that he wanted the backing and protection of the Nine Heavens Mansion to minimize any potential losses the Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce might suffer. The Grand Heaven Chamber of Commerce is already under official government protection, so surely you have no need for our Nine Heavens Mansion. Respected martial sister Murong, the destruction of the Harmony sect was a feud within the pugilistic world, and it is entirely normal for the authorities to stay out of it. However, dozens of guards were slaughtered yesterday. yet the local government has completely turned a blind eye. I suspect that the prefect of Taiyuan has colluded with the Five Dragons Alliance, and from here on out, the authorities likely won't lift a finger against any actions taken by Kang Wei. Murong Tongyan replied that she did not possess the authority to mobilize the entire Nine Heavens mansion on her own, to which Quan Duhuan responded that mobilizing the various martial arts sects surrounding the Taiyuan prefecture would be more than enough. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Murong Tongyan agreed. Watching the two of them bargain fiercely over every ounce of leverage, Shan Shawu thought to himself that these two were truly far from ordinary people. At that moment, Quan Dao Hoan glanced at Shan Shawu, still unaware of the young brother's honorable name. For such a private conversation, for the heroine Doan Mok to bring this young man along, he must be someone of no small consequence. Before Shan Shawu could respond, Doan Mok Tung Yen spoke up. I invited young hero Thien to come along because I need his help. Ever since Mudong Dong Tien passed away, the beggar sect has been keeping things under wraps. Not only the Ku Trong mansion but even the Thiet Vo alliance hasn't heard a single whisper. Hearing Doan Mok Tung Yen bring this up, Quan Dao Hoan couldn't help but take a few more looks at Shan Shawu. Young hero Thien, I know you have a special connection with the beggar sect. If you can help us obtain information, the Ku Trong mansion will certainly reward you handsomely. Shan Shawu closed his eyes upon hearing this. So they were stalking me, all because of my ties to the beggar sect. Shan Shawu opened his eyes, and his aura suddenly shifted. Heroine Doan Mok. My relationship with the beggar sect isn't as close as you think. Shan Shawu replied coldly. I can pass the message on for you, but don't get your hopes up. Having said that, Shan Shawu stood up, no longer wanting to interrupt their conversation. Goodbye. Both disciples of the Huashan sect were terrified by the youth's aura. Even Quan Dao Hoan, who had vast experience in the martial arts world, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This kid is not to be trifled with. He truly is a hero among the young. Doan Mok Tung Yen regretted being so impulsive and hurriedly called out for young hero Thien to stop. But Shan Shawu had already stepped outside. Doan Mok Tung Yen regretted her rash actions. She and Shan Shawu had only met once, yet she had already said things that were out of line. She had crossed a martial arts taboo. While Quan Dao Hoan outwardly criticized Shan Shawu for being overly sensitive, deep down, he kept the boy in his mind. Our young miss has been searching for a young boy for these past few years. They say he was her childhood sweetheart. Judging by his accent, he seems to be from the north. Especially his eyes, they are identical to how the young miss described them. Could that boy be the one the young miss has been searching for all this time? Shan Shawu left the Daithian Trading Association alone. He had obtained information about Lian Tungia, and his next step was to track down the location of this black merchant. However, no sooner had he left the door than a disciple of the beggar sect came running up. He said that Elder Hong had sent him to invite Shan Shawu to return to the beggar sect. At the same time, on Ninggu to Mountain, a figure was walking silently through the forest. It was Kang Wei, whom Shan Shawu had defeated. Two beggar sect disciples tasked with trailing Kang Wei were following him from a distance. Suddenly, one of them felt a sharp pain in his heel. You keep following him. I have a terrible stomachache. I'll be back in a bit. But when the other disciple turned back, Kang Wei had vanished. The beggar sect disciple scratched his head, completely at a loss. He did not realize a figure was silently closing in on him. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. He turned his head and saw Kang Wei standing there with a cold gaze. Looks like you're looking for me. The beggar sect disciple saw Kang Wei appear out of nowhere, and was so terrified he sat down hard on the ground. At that exact moment, a silver wire as thin as a hair flew through the air. Before he could react, the silver wire wrapped around his throat. A flash of light, blood sprayed everywhere, and the body of the beggar sect disciple slumped to the ground. Kang Wei walked toward two figures in the forest. The man in white didn't understand why Kang Wei had killed a beggar. Kang Wei said that a beggar could never follow him from such a distance. It was clearly someone sent by the beggar sect to spy on him. Yin Dao Yang agreed with Kang Wei's assessment, then coldly gave an order. You, go and search this area thoroughly, see if he had any accomplices. You must absolutely not let the location of Shichbich Tuang be exposed. Ma Dai Nguyen, hiding in the bushes nearby, covered his mouth tightly. The beggar sect disciple was teary-eyed, swearing he would avenge his brother. Kang Wei and Yin Dao Yang arrived at a mountain trail. Crossing a ridge, a magnificent, imposing building appeared before them. It was Shichbich Tuang, the secret base of the black merchant. Inside the building, Lian Tungia was sitting under the eaves, looking out at the plaza. A subordinate dressed in black was kneeling and reporting. Master, those slaves have been completely brainwashed. They will absolutely obey every command. In 5 days, we can deliver them to the Engu Long Alliance. If we let them practice martial arts for a few more years, their strength will increase significantly. Lian Tuangia nodded, then sighed. I always feel like something is still missing. The subordinate said that the physical condition of these slaves had been improved to the highest level. Once they were trained in martial arts, they would become a formidable force. Lian Tuangia shook his head. That's not what I mean. I mean their aptitude isn't good enough. As he said this, he remembered that 20 years ago, there was a young girl with incredible aptitude. It was a pity she had escaped. Just then, Kang Wei and Yin Dao Yang entered. Kang Wei stated bluntly that he had come to ask Lian Tuangia for help. Yin Dao Yang recounted meeting the beggar. Lian Tuangia was startled. The old fox immediately thought that they might have been tracked. Kang Wei dismissed it, saying it was just one beggar whom he had already taken care of. Yin Dao Yang said he hadn't found anyone else either. You don't need to worry so much. But Lian Tuangia remained very cautious, saying it was time to leave Shichbeach Tuong. Hearing this, both were startled. They knew Lian Tuangia had spent 20 years meticulously building this place. 20 years of effort. If they hesitated, they might bring disaster upon themselves. If the beggar sect could come here once, they could come a second time. Hero Yin, tomorrow morning you take those slaves to the Engu Long Alliance. I will have everything prepared. As long as the martial arts sects continue to fight among themselves, as long as the Ming Dynasty and Northern Yuan are at odds, our trade will never run out. There's no need to worry about momentary losses. Having said that, Lian Tuangia looked at Kang Wei. I wonder what you came here to ask of me. The Ming Mansion demonic blade smiled coldly. Just wanted to ask you to help me find something. Meanwhile, at the beggar sect branch, Ma Dai Nguyen knelt before the main hall, weeping bitterly. The beggar sect disciples gathered around. Hong Nu Kwai heard Ma Dai Wen tell the whole story, his face grim. The beggar sect disciple slammed his head against the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Elder, I am useless. I could only stand and watch as Li Nam was killed. Please punish me according to our rules. Shan Shawu crossed his arms and sighed. I never expected that what he said the other day would actually come true. Hong Nu Kwai said that Li Nam's death was caused by Kang Wei, advising Ma Dai Nguyen not to blame himself too much. Meanwhile, Trong Tu Nat speculated that Ngutu Mountain was the hideout of Lian Tuangia. Elder, we must capture Lian Tuangia before he escapes. I've sent my best tracker to investigate. We'll definitely have news soon. Hong Wuba nodded in agreement, though he never expected that Lian Siyi was actually hiding in the mountains outside Taiyuan. Just then, a beggar sect disciple rushed over and shouted, Elder, news from Wuzu Mountain. Elder, we've discovered a secret base at Wuzu Mountain. Please give the order so we can avenge Brother Li Yan. Hearing this, Hong Wuguai stood up immediately and ordered coldly, Branch Leader Zhang, stay behind to guard the branch and keep a close watch on the Datian Merchant Guild. I have a hunch something big is about to happen there. Hong Wuguai then looked at the crowd and spoke with a thunderous voice. Disciples, listen closely. Those ranked below the 6th grade are to remain at the branch with Branch Leader Zhang. Those at the 6th grade or higher, follow me to eliminate Kang Wei. The beggar sect disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. After speaking, Hong Wuguai looked over at Shan Shawu. Seeing he was about to leave, he asked, Are you coming with the beggar sect? But facing a master like Kang Wei will surely lead to casualties, so you intend to go ahead and handle him yourself? Shan Shawu remained silent, which Hong Wuguai took as a silent admission of his guess. Kid, you underestimate our beggar sect. They set off together. Shan Shawu smiled and said nothing. This secret base had been in the mountains for 20 years without anyone finding it, yet tonight, a beggar showed up asking for food. Hong Wuguai deliberately feigned surprise, successfully drawing the attention of the 2 black merchant guards. Hong Wuguai stepped forward, asking for a bite to eat, and promising that if they ever fell on hard times, they could join the beggar sect. Hearing the words beggar sect, the 2 guards immediately tensed up. One drew his sword, ready to strike, but was blocked by the old beggar. I'm just asking for food. Why draw your sword to kill? With a cold laugh, Hong Wuguai instantly sent both guards flying, slamming them into the heavy gate before they crumpled to the ground, dead or alive. Hong Wuguai commanded, Brothers, charge. Let's wrap this up quickly. As soon as he finished, the beggar sect disciples rushed in like a tidal wave. They charged in with their beggar sticks like starving wolves. The black merchant guards drew their weapons to resist. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, and in an instant, the entire Red Wall fortress was filled with shouts and screams of battle. Amidst the chaos, an old man and a youth moved through the crowd as if no one were there. Hong Wuguai looked at Shan Shawu with a proud expression. How about that? Our beggar sect disciples aren't just good at gathering intelligence. Our martial arts aren't half bad, are they? Just as Han Wuba claimed, in less than a quarter of an hour, the beggar sect had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, a guard lunged at them with his sword. Han Wuba wasn't afraid at all. He kept his hands behind his back and kicked the opponent in the face. His toes, which hadn't been washed in 30 years, poked straight into the guard's nose. Han Wuba smiled and put his weight into the kick, sending the guard flying away like a ball. Upstairs, Lian Ziyi slammed his hand onto the railing. The black merchant sect leader was absolutely furious. He had planned to smuggle the slaves out secretly tomorrow morning, but he never expected the beggar sect to launch a night raid. Lian Ziyi angrily asked where Kang Wei was. Yin Daoyang replied that he had gone to deal with the Da Tian Merchant Guild. Yin, are you just going to stand there and watch? If this beggar lets them slaughter everyone, our Five-Dragon Alliance will suffer heavy losses. I'm not that brat's match. I can only wait for an opportunity. Besides, why didn't you prepare for this beforehand? I'm truly disappointed in you. With that, Yin Daoyang set his teacup down, his voice cold. And you should know your place. Even if the Red Wall Fortress is destroyed, or you die here, it won't affect the cooperation between the Dark Merchant Guild and the Five-Dragon Alliance. Everything happening here has nothing to do with the Black Merchant or the Five-Dragon Alliance. You brought this all on yourself. Hearing this, Lian Ziyi gritted his teeth, his blood boiling with rage. He understood that Yin Daoyang was washing his hands of the matter. Once the human trafficking was exposed, the orthodox sects would attack, and he would become the scapegoat. He stepped forward, staring intensely at Han Wuba and Shan Shawu. Lian Ziyi tried to remain calm and said, "The beggar sect claims to be righteous, yet you dare to break into someone's home in the middle of the night? If this got out, people would laugh at you. Lian Ziyi, a beggar sect disciple died here, and I've come to demand justice." Shan Shawu looked up at those words. Today, he had finally met the mysterious black merchant sect leader. 20 years ago, it was he who had kidnapped his master's daughter. You say I killed a beggar sect disciple, but where is your proof? I think you beggar sect folk are just bullying the weak. Han Wuba stated they had a witness, and if Lian Ziyi was innocent, he should let the beggar sect search the place. So, your sect is determined to go to war with me? Han Wuba frowned, his gaze cold. You killed a beggar sect disciple first. So what if I go to war with you? Lian Ziyi laughed coldly, then pulled out a short whistle and blew it. A strange whistle echoed, and immediately, heavy footsteps followed. From all directions, a crowd surged in, surrounding the beggar sect group. These people wore hemp clothes and had vacant, dull expressions. It turned out they were the slaves Lian Ziyi had trained for the Five-Dragon Alliance. The beggar sect disciples turned pale at the sight. A moment later, a disciple charged forward with his stick, swinging it with wind-tearing force toward a slave's head. But the slave didn't feel a thing. He didn't even try to dodge. The disciple was stunned, unable to believe it. In a flash, the stick landed, knocking the hood off the slave's head. Beneath the hood was the innocent face of a child. Shan Shawu and Han Wuba were both horrified. Just then, Lian Ziyi's maniacal laughter filled the air. Don't be surprised. They've been trained to feel no pain. Doesn't your beggar sect call itself an orthodox sect? I want to see if you can actually strike these children. Hearing this, Shan Shawu's killing intent surged uncontrollably. This old man really deserved to die. Just then, Yin Daoyang spoke up. Lian Ziyi, you've broken our agreement. Using these slaves as human shields is a bit against the rules, isn't it? My life is on the line. Why talk about rules anymore? If you don't want these slaves to all die here, then hurry and make your move. Otherwise, do you know how you'll answer to the Five-Dragon Alliance? Yin Daoyang looked grim, his jaw tightening. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Blood Sword Guest, obey. Instantly, a ghost-like figure appeared, the Blood Sword Guest, the elite force of the Five-Dragon Alliance. As Yin Daoyang gave the order, the Blood Sword Guest leaped onto the railing. A flash of light flickered as the Blood Swordmaster drew his blade and leaped from the second floor. Several other swordsmen appeared from the shadows, giving chase. Shan Shawu observed them. There were only 12, but their presence was as overwhelming as an entire army. The 12 blood swordsmen quickly joined the fray. The leader leaped forward, slashing down with his sword. A beggar sect disciple was cut in two. Fresh blood sprayed from the wound, dripping down the longsword. The beggar sect disciples couldn't help but recoil. Blood splattered onto the white robes of the swordsman, making his face appear even more terrifying. The lead blood swordmaster coldly ordered, "Kill them all." His subordinates obeyed, rushing forward immediately, and the tide of the battle, which had previously favored the beggar sect, suddenly shifted. After a moment, Shan Shawu noticed something unusual. Although these children were young, their physiques were identical to those of adults. It was clear they had been subjected to special methods to artificially accelerate the development of their muscles and bones. Not only that, but their minds had also been controlled through forbidden arts. No matter how terrified they were now, they dared not move without an order. Furthermore, this state was clearly irreversible. If this continued, these children would likely not live past the age of 20. At this thought, Shan Shawu was filled with fury. He wondered if his master's daughter had been harmed in the same way. Han Wuba saw the killing intent rising in Shan Shawu's eyes and hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder. The old beggar's voice was grave. Shan Shawu, stay calm. Those wearing white are from the Five Dragon Alliance. If you intervene, I'm afraid things will reach a point of no return. Shan Shawu replied coldly. You are an elder of the beggar sect, yet you see your disciples being slaughtered and do nothing. Han Wuba sighed and said, currently, the beggar sect and the Five Dragon Alliance are in a delicate balance. The northern plains have not yet been fully defeated, so all our martial arts sects have an unspoken agreement that, in the end, we may have to compromise. That is the way of the martial world. Everyone talks about righteousness, but when their own interests are at stake, how many truly remember it? But you are different. You are not from the Central Plains martial arts circles, nor do you belong to any sect. If you intervene, the Five Dragon Alliance will not let you off. Shan Shawu let out a cold laugh. Elder, can you not hear the cries of these children? They are scared to death, yet they dare not retreat. Can you not hear the screams of the beggar sect disciples? They were already, why did they have to come here and bleed for nothing? I started martial arts at 14. It has only been 12 years. You must have been practicing for much longer than me, right? At this point, Shan Shawu shouted angrily. If you have practiced martial arts but do not dare to act accordingly, then tell me, elder, why did you even bother training the heaven-breaking divine skill? These words from Shan Shawu shook Han Wuba to his core. Ever since becoming a beggar sect elder, he had always been cautious, calculating every gain and loss. But now, he felt his own state of mind was not even equal to that of a youth. His disciples were risking their lives in battle, yet he was still hesitating. With that thought, Han Wuba drew his whip. The beggar sect elder laughed loudly. Well said, kid, you've got guts. You go catch Lian Siyi. I will deal with these blood swordsmen. Finished, Han Wuba channeled his internal energy, and the whip in his hand surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. Instantly, the whip wrapped tightly around the arm of a blood swordsman. Han Wuba poured his strength into his hands and yanked hard. His whole body flew forward, using the momentum to kick the blood swordsman square in the face. The man let out a miserable scream as his longsword fell to the ground. A cold glint flashed in the beggar sect elder's eyes. He kicked the hilt of the sword, and the 3-foot-long blade flew through the air, piercing the blood swordsman's chest. The force of the kick sent him flying over a dozen yards, and the longsword kept going, pinning him firmly to a pillar. The blood swordsman was nailed to the post, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the lead blood swordsman's expression changed. He shouted loudly, warning his subordinates to be more careful. Han Wuba stood with his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Brothers, today we fight as we please. Our beggar sect has been quiet for too long. It's time to show them the true power of us beggars. As soon as he finished speaking, the beggar sect disciples cheered and rushed forward, surrounding the remaining blood swordsmen. Han Wuba charged in first, swinging his whip. The whip carried the power of thunder, forcing the blood swordsmen to dodge rather than block directly. With one move, Han Wuba shattered their formation and then ordered the formation of the dog-beating array. Hearing this, the lead blood swordsman was startled and hurriedly told his subordinates to retreat and form a defensive circle. But he was distracted for a split second and was blindsided by a beggar sect disciple. The blood swordsman clutched his back, turning to counterattack, but was struck in the face by the disciple. He tried to suppress the pain and stepped back to create distance, but the beggar sect disciple pursued him, continuing the assault. The blood swordsman leaped up, using his feet to stomp on his opponent's staff. He borrowed the momentum to fly outward, intending to attack the other disciples on the outer perimeter. He no longer wanted to fight, only to escape the encirclement. But it was clearly too late. A beggar sect disciple jumped onto his comrade's shoulder, then dove down like an arrow leaving a bow. He swung his staff, striking the lead blood swordsman squarely on the back of the neck. The other blood swordsmen were defeated as well. By now, the beggar sect's dog-beating array was fully set. Shan Shawu witnessed this scene and nodded in silent approval, then looked up at the balcony where Lian Siyi was standing. The Black Mountain gang leader was gnashing his teeth, his rage burning intensely. He could not believe that the elites of the Five Dragon Alliance could do nothing against a bunch of beggars. At that moment, Shan Shawu's gaze sharpened. He pushed off the ground and leaped up. Shan Shawu soared to the balcony, attacking Lian Ziyi. Lian Ziyi was busy cursing and had no time to defend, suddenly feeling a strong gust of wind. Immediately, Shan Shawu appeared before him. Lian Ziyi was terrified and slumped to the ground. Shan Shawu reached out his left hand, his vital energy enveloping it. The youth's voice was as cold as frost. Lian Ziyi, 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Murong family, and where did you take them? I don't have much patience. Where is he right now? For the first time, the Black Mountain gang leader felt the breath of death so close. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he couldn't utter a single sound. Just then, a voice rang out. Young hero, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Yin Daoyang slowly drew back his heaven-destroying bow, a cold smile appearing on the face of the master of the Iron Cavalry divine skill. This time, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. As the words left his lips, an arrow was fired at terrifying speed. A golden aura of chi condensed around the arrow. Even from a distance of 30 meters, the arrow arrived almost instantly. Despite being on guard, Shan Shawu hadn't expected his opponent to strike so quickly. He only saw a golden flash streak straight toward his chest. The young man was immediately sent flying by the powerful impact. As Shan Shawu landed gracefully, the arrow still embedded in his chest, he frowned and spat out a mouthful of turbid breath. Yin Daoyang had poured all his strength into that arrow before leaning against the wooden railing to watch. Lian Tunghia, thinking Yin Daoyang had succeeded, started cheering, but Yin Daoyang frowned after a closer look. Shan Shawu was slowly standing up, his right hand gripping the arrow, with less than 3 inches of the shaft protruding from his palm. Clearly, the young man had managed to catch the lethal arrow at the very last second. Shan Shawu stared at the arrow in his hand, his heart still racing. Had he not quickly retreated to create distance, he would have likely been pierced through the chest. The young man tossed the arrow aside and said coldly, Your timing is excellent, but it's a pity you failed to seize the only chance you had to kill me. Having failed with one strike, Yin Daoyang immediately activated his golden eye heavenly vision technique to observe meticulously. In an instant, the entire flow of qi around Shan Shawu's body became clear to him. He could see a powerful aura of energy hidden deep within the young man's dantian. Threads of faint qi rose from the top of his head. Yin Daoyang gulped, unable to believe a mere youth could possess such refined internal power. A moment later, trying to steady his nerves, he drew another arrow and leaped off the balcony. Gliding through the air, Yin Daoyang drew his bow, a golden aura of qi condensing on the arrow as he fired straight at Shan Shawu. The latter stepped back lightly, dodging it with ease. Shan Shawu frowned, filled with doubt. Since his opponent was a master archer, why was he charging in instead of keeping his distance? At that very moment, Yin Daoyang lunged forward following the arrow, his eyes burning with the intensity of his Iron Cavalry divine art, his entire body's qi flowing without pause. Yin Daoyang raised his hand, his movements continuous and decisive. This time, he fired a volley of 10 arrows. Shan Shawu moved like a gale, dodging continuously, his speed so great he left only blurred shadows behind. Yin Daoyang maintained a distance of 30 meters, his hands never resting. In a heartbeat, his bow roared like thunder, arrows flying in a barrage that even pierced through a foot-thick stone wall. From the balcony above, Lian Tunghia stared intently at the situation below. Even though Yin Daoyang was one of the 5 great guest masters of the Five Dragon Alliance, it seemed he could do nothing to the young man. The Black Mountain Gang leader thought to himself that this was no place to linger, and it would be best to leave soon. Shan Shawu kept dodging the arrows, knowing that if this continued, he would remain on the defensive. Spotting a large flag ahead, Shan Shawu reached out and grabbed the flagpole. The young man's running speed was already immense. After gripping the pole, his body suddenly pivoted, and immediately after, he launched himself like a cannonball, using the momentum to fly straight at Yin Daoyang. Seeing this, Yin Daoyang immediately stepped back. Shan Shawu missed, landed steadily, then pushed off hard with his toes, soaring into the air. Seeing the young man shift instantly from defense to offense, Yin Daoyang panicked, his hands moving non-stop as he fired another 10 arrows in rapid succession. Shan Shawu moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing as he dodged every single arrow. The two chased each other until they reached a small building. Yin Daoyang flew inside without hesitation. Shan Shawu wouldn't let him go and chased right after him. Just then, Yin Daoyang suddenly thrust his right hand out, firing silver wires from his wrist, instantly weaving a dense spiderweb trap within the house. Caught off guard, the young man dashed right into the formation. Shan Shawu cursed under his breath, quickly stepping forward with his right foot to steady his stance. Stinking brat, it's too late to realize it now. As he spoke, Yin Daoyang yanked his right hand hard, the silver wires tightening instantly, curling around Shan Shawu. To his surprise, the young man was faster, retreating toward the door immediately, though a few strands of his hair were still severed by the razor-sharp silver wires. When you approached me, I already sensed something wasn't right, so it was all to lure me here. It was quite an interesting plan, but now that I've seen through it, it's become dull. Hearing this, Shan Shawu's eyes turned cold. You find this amusing? The young man extended 2 fingers, gathering powerful internal energy into his fingertips before flicking hard against a nearby silver wire. A powerful, domineering force rippled along the wire. In a blink, many of the silver wires snapped under the strain. As wood chips filled the air, the young man's voice rang out. Those children looked no older than 13 or 14, yet you tortured them to such a state. Yin Daoyang watched the scene, utterly terrified. These silver wires were forged from diamond stone. They couldn't be broken by internal power alone. He had not expected a youth so young to have such exquisite control over his internal energy. Shan Shawu's eyes glinted with killing intent, and he continued, "Fighting people like you makes me feel sick." As he finished speaking, the young man's figure vanished. Terrified, Yin Daoyang scrambled backward. Shan Shawu stuck close behind, relentlessly pursuing him. The young man kicked off a pillar, only to find his opponent aiming directly at him as he rounded the corner. Shan Shawu's gaze chilled. He raised his right hand suddenly and delivered a powerful palm strike to the nearby pillar. Along with the immense force from his palm, a massive shockwave of energy erupted, causing the entire small building to collapse in an instant. Amidst the rubble, Yin Daoyang's eyes went wide, unable to believe the sheer power of his opponent's palm strike. Through the swirling dust, Yin Daoyang flew out of the small building, the master of the Iron Cavalry Divine Art having barely escaped being buried in the debris. Before he could even steady himself, a shadow had latched onto him, following inseparably. Seeing this, Yin Daoyang couldn't help but laugh mockingly at himself. He was one of the 5 great guest masters of the 5-Dragon Alliance, yet he was being pushed to this extent by an unknown youth. Thinking of this, Yin Daoyang spoke slowly. "We are fighting to the death, yet we still don't know each other's names. I am Yin Daoyang, known as the Iron Cavalry Divine Art. I am Shan Shawu, from the northern frontier. Today, I will certainly take your dog's life." Yin Daoyang chuckled coldly at the words, saying nothing more as he drew 10 more arrows from his quiver. The Iron Cavalry Master took a heavy step forward with his left foot, his eyes returning to normal before flashing with a sharp light. The 10 arrows hovered strangely before him, controlled by his chi. Yin Daoyang channeled his entire cultivation into his arrows, causing each one to spin incessantly, driven by his surging internal energy. This master archer let his arrows fly like flowing water and drifting clouds. In an instant, 10 arrows merged into one, carrying the destructive force of thunder and storms as they streaked toward the young man. Tian Sa-Wu showed no fear. He extended his left hand, unleashing a massive, rolling wave of pure power from his palm. The force instantly enveloped the arrows, shattering the energy, coating them into countless fragments, followed immediately by a thunderous explosion. The collision of their powers sent debris flying in every direction. Before the dust could even settle, Tian Sa-Wu lunged forward, his hand as solid as Mount Tai, striking directly at the crown of Yin Daoyang's head. Seeing the young man's lethal strike, Yin Daoyang was terrified to the core. The master of the hidden god technique refused to accept his fate, frantically pouring all his remaining strength into one final arrow. With less than 10 feet between them, there was no way to dodge. The arrow shot toward Tian Sa-Wu's head like a meteor. Seeing the projectile flying straight at his face, Tian Sa-Wu engaged his core and waist, twisting his body mid-air. He reached out with his hand, using a powerful burst of energy to stop the arrow in its tracks. Tian Sa-Wu seized the arrow and continued his downward strike. In the blink of an eye, they bypassed each other. A moment later, the arrow was embedded firmly in the center of Yin Daoyang's forehead. Tian Sa-Wu landed on the ground and said coldly, "I told you I would take your pathetic life today. Rest in peace on your way out." No sooner had he spoken than Yin Daoyang collapsed, dead on the spot. Han Wuba could hardly believe his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This battle would surely stir up trouble for the 5-Dragon Alliance. Thinking of this, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to find Lian Si Yi first, only to realize the leader of the Black Mountain Gang had vanished long ago. No one knew that, at that very moment, a horse was galloping wildly toward the Taiyuan mansion. On its back, Lian Si Yi was terrified, trembling like a lost dog. He knew for certain that the sect had blocked all escape routes. He had to reach the Great Heaven Trade Union to find Kang Wei. Only Kang Wei could escort him safely out of Taiyuan. Back at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Kang Wei wore a cruel smile just before the front gate was shattered to pieces. Then, blood-curdling screams echoed from within the estate. Tang Mu-He and Duan Mu-Kong-Yan were in the middle of a discussion when they were startled. At that exact moment, the chief steward, Cheng Feng, ran in, panting as he reported, "Chief, Kang Wei is attacking the gates. The Union guards are fighting for their lives, but they can't hold him off. I suggest you and Quan Do Huan retreat for now." "Shut up. If I leave, this branch will be finished. The young lady is still at the Five Dragon Alliance. She will definitely be in danger." Tang Mu-He and Duan Mu-Kong-Yan were baffled by the news. Even if Kang Wei were a master, why would he suddenly attack the Great Heaven Trade Union? Duan Mu-Kong-Yan suddenly realized that the Five Dragon Alliance must have guessed that the cooperation with the Great Heaven Trade Union had failed, so they were using this underhanded tactic to prevent the trade union from joining forces with other factions. Everyone rushed to the front courtyard, only to see a group of guards confronting Kang Wei in the square. A guard screamed and charged straight at Kang Wei. Kang Wei didn't flinch, drawing his longsword to meet him, moving like a butterfly dancing through a forest of flowers now visible, now hidden. A moment later, under the moonlight, limbs were severed and blood splattered everywhere as he slaughtered the guards. The Devil Blade Master laughed loudly. "You demonic, crooked lot all deserve to die." Just then, another guard attacked from behind. Kang Wei glanced back, sneered, and with a flick of his wrist, his blade pierced the guard's chest. Seeing their comrade killed so brutally, 2 more guards rushed in, but they were cut down by Kang Wei before they could even get close. Even though the guards fought with their lives, the gap in strength was too vast. Every swing of Kang Wei's sword claimed another life. This Devil Blade Master was like a god of death incarnate. None of the guards could withstand a single blow. The captain of the guards, Naming Huai, gritted his teeth in fury. The captain gathered strength in his legs and soared into the air, charging directly at Kang Wei. "You lunatic! I'm going to kill you today!" Kang Wei chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is that all you've got?" He launched himself forward, aiming straight for Niming Hui. Niming Hui used his momentum to descend, swinging his sword downward. Kang Wei used his Fire Consumes Heaven technique to parry the strike. They clashed instantly, flashes of sword shadows filling the air. Kang Wei's swordsmanship was powerful and decisive, each move lethal. Niming Hui struggled to defend, gradually falling into a disadvantage. After 10 moves, Kang Wei knocked Niming Hui back and said coldly, "That's all you're capable of? I don't have time to play with you." As he spoke, the Devil Blade Master's aura suddenly surged. He flung his scabbard at Niming Hui. As it flew toward him, Niming Hui hurriedly raised his sword to block. Unexpectedly, Kang Wei appeared in that very blink. Niming Hui's pupils constricted, sensing disaster, but before he could react, Kang Wei slashed horizontally. A spray of blood erupted from Niming Hui's waist. The guard captain was sliced in 2 by Kang Wei. Quan Du Huan watched, his face turning deathly pale, unable to believe his eyes. Niming Hui was his most trusted aide, yet he had died such a horrific death. Niming Hui gritted his teeth and gasped his final words. "Kang Wei, you won't have a good end." "True. I don't think I'll have a good end either," Kang Wei replied, "but only after I kill you first." With that, the Devil Blade Master soared upward, aiming directly at the still-stunned Quan Do Huan. Mid-air, Kang Wei laughed. You scoundrel of the demonic path." He swung his sword toward Quan Do Huan's head, but just as the blade was a foot away, it couldn't move any further. It turned out that Tang Mu-He and the other had intercepted Kang Wei's lethal blow. "Kang Wei, don't be reckless. We of the Mount Hua sect will not stand by and watch." Kang Wei grew furious, increasing his pressure. Sparks flew from where the swords met, but he still couldn't break through. Just then, a figure landed on the tip of the sword. Duan Mukong-Yan's face was cold as ice as she barked, "Do you really think you can lay a finger on my aunt?" Saying this, Duan Mukong-Yan leaped, thrusting her sword forward. The blade whistled through the air, aimed straight at Kang Wei's throat. He hastily tilted his head to dodge, pulling his sword back to parry. Seeing this, Tang Mu-He and the other swung their swords at Kang Wei's lower body, but he retreated gracefully, avoiding them with ease. Forced back by the strike, Kang Wei shouted in resentment, "Your 9 Heavens Pavilion started this. Bear the consequences yourselves. You are nothing but thieves acting like gentlemen. Brother, stop wasting your breath on him. Kill him first. Then we can talk." As soon as he said that, the 3 of them rushed to surround and attack Kang Wei. Duanmu Tongyuan seized the opportunity to lunge forward, thrusting her sword. Kang Wei tilted his longsword by half an inch, parrying the blow with his blade. but the force behind her sword knocked him back several feet. He slammed into the wall behind him and tumbled to the ground. Kang Wei narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. It seemed the reputation of the blood-plumb, bone-melting blade was well-deserved. Suddenly, the Ma Dao Ming Fu cultist's eyes widened, and the muscles all over his body began to swell to many times their original size. Fueled by his internal energy, thick green veins bulged out, and his muscles rippled like those of an ancient demon god. This sudden transformation shocked Tong Muhe and the other disciple. Even Duanmu Tongyuan stared in disbelief. A moment later, they all felt a powerful force erupting from him, and all three were instantly knocked back. Duanmu Tongyuan tapped her toes lightly on a piece of debris, her figure moving gracefully like a swan. The swordswoman spun in midair to disperse the impact, then landed safely on the ground. She had used the Huashan sect's unique movement art, the dark fragrance drift, while Tang Muhe and the other man struggled much more. Both of them had to retreat several paces before they could steady themselves. The three retreated a distance, standing on high alert. Kang Wei sneered. That was the dark fragrance drift, wasn't it? Truly exquisite and peerless. But right now, the three of them weren't focused on Kang Wei's martial arts. They had heard their master speak of a secret technique in the pugilistic world, a method that could forcefully stimulate the growth of bone and muscle, multiplying one's strength. Seeing it with their own eyes today, they couldn't help but be astonished. Kang Wei chuckled coldly and countered, "What's the matter? Are you scared just by seeing me like this? If you knew the Five Dragon Alliance's plans, wouldn't you be scared senseless?" After knocking back Duanmu Tongyuan and the others, Kang Wei said coldly, "That's all I can tell you. If I say any more, the Power King will likely kill me first." Quan Daohuan, listening from afar, was shaken. Could the plan Kang Wei spoke of be the one Huangfu Junyuan had devised himself? But at this moment, Kang Wei wasn't as calm as he appeared. He had already tested Duanmu Tongyuan's skills, and the two remaining Huashan disciples were not to be underestimated either. If this dragged on, the outcome would be hard to predict. Thinking this, Kang Wei switched his long sword to his right hand, stepped forward with his left foot, crouched low, and prepared to strike. Duanmu Tongyuan frowned. Kang Wei had been fighting with his left hand the whole time. Who would have guessed this Ma Dao Ming Fu member was actually right-handed? Meanwhile, inside the temple of Wuzu Mountain, the few surviving bloodsword warriors were preparing to make a desperate attempt to break through the encirclement. Han Wuba, with a face as cold as stone, swung his long whip. It lashed out like a python, instantly coiling tightly around a bloodsword warrior's neck. Using the strength in his arm, Han Wuba launched himself like an arrow from a bow. A ferocious knee strike slammed straight into the bloodsword warrior's face. The old beggar then moved as swiftly as a dragon. In the blink of an eye, the three remaining bloodsword warriors fell one after another. One warrior was still twitching after hitting the ground. Han Wuba didn't hesitate. He stomped down hard. The bloodsword warrior's head cracked open, and he died on the spot. Just then, after finishing his task, Yin Daoyang arrived. Han Wuba mentioned that Lian Sunyi had escaped. Shan Shawu didn't seem overly worried. Weren't these bloodsword warriors still here? They could just interrogate them to find out where Lian Sunyi was hiding. Han Wuba remarked that the bloodsword warriors were the elite of the Five Dragon Alliance, having undergone rigorous training. Even with all sorts of methods, it wouldn't be easy to extract information from them. Shan Shawu's expression darkened, and he said calmly, "Don't worry, they will definitely tell me." The beggar sect disciples bound the remaining survivors, dragging them before the group. Out of the original 12, only 6 were left. Han Wuba turned his attention to the children nearby. The old beggar thought to himself that as long as they captured Lian Sunyi, the beggar sect would have leverage to negotiate with the Five Dragon Alliance, and if they could help these enslaved children regain their senses, they would become direct evidence to expose the human traffickers' crimes. Han Wuba patted a child gently on the shoulder. "Little one, the beggar sect will protect you all until your bodies and spirits have fully recovered." Who would have thought that a simple, kind gesture from the old beggar would terrify the child? The enslaved child pulled a short sword from its sheath by reflex, the blade flashing with a cold, sharp light. Han Wuguai's expression changed. The blade was already closing in, aimed straight at his face. The old man leaned backward, just barely dodging the horizontal slash, then stepped back nimbly to create distance. At this moment, the other enslaved children seemed triggered, all rushing madly toward Han Wuguai, attacking relentlessly. Shan Shawu stepped forward, shielding Han Wuguai behind him. The young man's eyes were calm, his voice steady. "Leave this to me. It seems they've misunderstood your good intentions." Han Wuguai was slightly startled. "Young Master Tian, they are just children. Rest assured, I won't be too heavy-handed with them. Saying that, Shan Shawu channeled energy into his legs and stomped the ground. A 3-foot-long bluestone tile cracked under his feet. The youth extended his left hand, wrapped in overbearing internal force. Shan Shawu lightly tapped the tile with one finger, and immediately, the bluestone shattered, sending countless fragments flying outward. The stone shards rained down like a downpour, striking the acupoints of the slaves. Over 100 children were instantly immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The beggar sect disciples whispered among themselves. They hadn't expected the youth the elder brought along to have such incredible skills. Shan Shawu walked over slowly and hugged an immobilized child, just as Han Wuba had saved him long ago. From now on, no one will control you ever again. You are free now. The child didn't know if they understood, but tears were already streaming down their face. Han Wuba dragged the few surviving warriors to a corner. After subduing the slaves, Shan Shawu turned to speak to them. Tell me, where did Lian Sunyi go? Don't you dare think you can keep silent. I won't say a word. Hearing this, a cold flash appeared in Shan Shawu's eyes. In an instant, his 2 fingers struck 3 acupoints on the warrior's chest with lightning speed. The man's hands suddenly moved against his will. Shan Shawu placed a short sword into his hand, and the blade drew closer to the warrior himself. The warrior looked horrified, intending to commit suicide. A blood-sword warrior who won't betray his companions even in death? Shan Shawu felt a flicker of emotion. Fine, if you want to be a hero, I'll grant your wish. The youth curled his 2 fingers slightly, and the warrior's arms moved of their own accord, stabbing straight at the comrade standing next to him. The swordsman was terrified beyond belief, desperately trying to grip his own wrist, but his hand refused to obey him. His blade continued to pierce, inch by agonizing inch, into his companion's throat. His eyes filled with horror as he screamed, "Stop!" Shan Shawu just sneered, completely ignoring his plea. Didn't you claim your comrades' lives were more important than your own? Fine, then I'll let you kill them one by one with your own hands. The Red Five watched the scene unfold with a smirk. Blood-sword mercenaries were trained from childhood with an iron will, and betraying one's teammates was the ultimate taboo etched into their minds. Shan Shawu's actions were ruthless, but they instantly shattered the mental defenses of these elites. Sure enough, seeing his companion about to die by his own hand, the swordsman couldn't take the pressure any longer and screamed, "Stop, I'll talk." Lian Siyi definitely ran to the Great Sky trading firm. Shan Shawu's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Are you sure? You better not be lying." Before this, he asked Kang Wei to wipe out the Great Sky trading firm. Kang Wei agreed to his request. The Red Five asked the young man what he intended to do. Shan Shawu looked solemn. "I have to head to the Great Sky trading firm. I must capture Lian Siyi. I'll leave this place to you, elder." With that, Shan Shawu pushed off the ground with all his might, launching into the air and vanishing. Immediately, the stone floor shattered, sending debris flying everywhere as the force of his movement created a gale that forced everyone to squint. In just a blink of an eye, Shan Shawu had traveled over 100 yards. He knew that even with the 3 disciples of Mount Hua guarding it, the Great Sky trading firm would struggle to hold off Kang Wei. If he arrived too late, Lian Ce would surely escape, and the clues regarding his master's daughter would be lost again. Thinking of this, Shan Shawu pushed his movement techniques to the limit. Under the moonlight, only a blur could be seen racing toward Taiyuan City. This place was once the most lavish estate in all of Taiyuan, but now it lay in ruins due to one man's arrival. Quan Duhuan surveyed the situation, thinking to himself that his life now depended entirely on the 3 Mount Hua disciples. Even if the Great Sky trading firm had mechanisms that could destroy the entire estate, he wouldn't mind sacrificing his own life, but he refused to let the young miss come to any harm. Manager Cheng Feng tried to convince his master to use the chance to escape, but Quan Duhuan ignored his subordinate's advice. Seeing the 3 Mount Hua disciples fighting to the death against Kang Wei, the frail leader of the trading firm slowly said, "I have made a pact with Duanmu Kongyan. Whether I live or die, I cannot betray my ally. Merchants value profit, that's true, but we must value our word even more." Saying this, Quan Duhuan clenched his fists, muttering, "Forgive me, miss. I'm afraid I can no longer serve you, but I will never break my blood oath." At that moment, Kang Wei let out a loud roar and leapt into the air. Duanmu Kongyan hurriedly warned her 2 junior brothers to be careful. The magic blade was radiating killing intent, his power surging into his sword. He swung his blade down, sending out a flurry of sword energy. Duanmu Kongyan's expression turned grim at the sight. The Mount Hua swordswoman tipped her toes, stepping back while channeling all her internal energy into her blade. Duanmu Kongyan leapt into the air like a plum blossom amidst the cold snow. In an instant, The sword energy around her swirled with extraordinary power. Then, she focused all her energy and swung her sword, the strike blooming like a winter plum. The two combatants clashed fiercely in the blink of an eye. Tang Muhe and the other disciple quickly scrambled to the sides. Two streams of sword light collided violently, causing a shockwave to blast through the area. Kang Wei sneered. The snow plum blossom truly lives up to her reputation. Then, a flash of cruelty lit up his eyes. But thinking you can stop me with just this? You're dreaming, Kang Wei bellowed, slamming his sword into the ground with both hands. The killing intent around him suddenly skyrocketed, his massive power pouring into his blade. Immediately, the solid ground began to crack beneath them. He was using his signature technique, the Heaven-Shattering Strike. In an instant, a violent surge of sword energy swept forward, churning up stones and debris in its wake. Seeing this, Duanmu Kongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword light surged toward them like a tidal wave, carrying an earth-shattering force. He, Zongren, and the other disciple hurriedly tried to defend, but the pressure was as crushing as Mount Tai. Their cultivation was still lacking. They couldn't hold out much longer. Duanmu Kongyan knew she couldn't block this attack alone. The Snow Plum Blossom made a decisive choice, calling her two brothers over. Zongren, Muhe, form the three talents sword formation. Help me. The two Mount Hua disciples immediately understood, quickly retreating to her side. The three of them instantly formed the sword formation, their auras linking together. They channeled their power simultaneously, creating a powerful surge of sword light. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact in midair. For a moment, the entire estate shook. When the dust finally settled, Kang Wei stumbled back a step. The magic blade rested his hands on his hips, gasping for air. A moment later, he reached up to wipe his nose and felt a stream of fresh, bright red blood. He had clearly suffered internal injuries from the clash, but the three on the other side were in an even worse state. Tang Mu and the other disciple were bleeding from all 7 orifices, their breath cut short as they slumped to the ground, lifeless. Duanmu Kongyan's clothes were tattered and torn. The Snow Plum Blossom leaned on her sword, struggling to stay upright. Kang Wei sneered coldly. Duanmu Kongyan, you can't blame me for bullying the weak. His eyes flashed with malice again. You brought this upon yourself. Elsewhere, on a street not far from the Great Sky trading firm, a group of beggar gang disciples were patrolling with their bamboo staves. They had received orders from the Red Five to blockade all major routes in Taiyuan. The unusual behavior of the beggar gang made passers-by stare. Branchmaster Zhang Tuyi was listening to his subordinate's report when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Zhang Tuyi's face paled as he realized it came from the direction of the Great Sky trading firm. At that moment, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached. Zhang Tuyi and his men turned to look and saw someone galloping through the crowded street. It was none other than Lian Siyi, frantically fleeing toward the trading firm. A beggar gang disciple shouted, "Don't let him get away! That's Lian Siyi." But by then, Lian Siyi had already galloped out of sight. Zhang Tuyi hurriedly ordered his men to pursue, and the disciples rushed toward the Great Sky trading firm, never expecting that it had already turned into a battlefield. Watching Kang Vi slowly advance toward Duanmu Tongyan, with a savage look on his face, the Ma Dao's grin grew even more sinister. Since you're with the Huashan sect, yet you collude with these Tasebe merchants to plunder wealth from the Central Plains, Duanmu Tongyan, your Huashan sect has truly fallen into the path of evil. Hearing this, Duanmu Tongyan gritted her teeth. Don't you dare insult my sect. With that, she let out a cry and tried to stand up to fight back. Unexpectedly, Kang Vi swung his sword quickly, leaving her with no choice but to desperately block the blow. Already exhausted, she was instantly sent flying by the strike. As she fell to the ground, the butterfly-shaped jade pendant from her chest tumbled out beside her. Kang Vi rested his sword on his shoulder, stepped in front of her, and said coldly, "Little girl, you really don't know your own limits. So what if I insult your sect? In the pugilistic world, strength is everything. Whoever has the sharper blade dictates what is just." Seeing Duanmu Tongyan lying helpless on the ground, unable to resist, Kang Vi squinted and looked behind him. His goal for this trip was to annihilate the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Killing the pugilist Hoenn first was the most urgent task. Thinking this, he turned and walked toward the two masters not far away. Duanmu Tongyan tried to stand up to stop him, but she had no strength left. Trin Fong, the steward, desperately blocked the master's path. No matter how hard the master pulled him away, the steward refused to move an inch. Kang Vi raised his sword and said coldly, "Stop struggling. You master and servant can just head to your deaths together." Just then, a frantic voice called out from behind him. Lian Tungia rode up, trembling as he said, "Master Kang, We must leave here immediately. Kang Vi paused, asking what on earth had happened. The beggar sect brought a teenager to attack the Red Thunder Wall. Master Doan is holding them off for now, but I fear he won't last long. We're out of time. We must retreat at once. Hearing this, Kang Vi's expression darkened. He said slowly, "It's already too late to leave. He's already here." Seeing Kang Vi's grim face as he looked behind him, Lien Tungia couldn't help but turn around, his expression filled with terror. A figure was standing silently on the rubble, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Under the moonlight, one could only see a teenager, with long hair flowing in the wind, standing tall and proud. Lien Tungia looked as if he had seen a ghost, let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground. He couldn't, for the life of him, understand how this killing star had arrived so quickly. Shan Shawu looked at the bodies in the distance. Among them were Tang Mok, and the other person, the people who had been laughing and chatting with him just that morning. But now they had stopped breathing, completely devoid of life. Thinking of this, the teenager let out a sigh. He had arrived a step too late after all. Suddenly, his eyes caught the butterfly jade pendant on the ground. He leaped down and glided toward the courtyard. In 2 bounds, he reached Duanmu Tongyan. Shan Shawu leaned over to pick up the pendant, and upon closer inspection, he saw the name Tu Tiu Ha engraved on it. The corner of the teenager's mouth curled into a smile. Just as he had guessed, this pendant really did belong to Tu Tiu Ha. Shan Shawu slowly walked over to Duanmu Tongyan, took her hand, and placed the pendant in her palm. He then took off his long coat and draped it over her to cover her body. The teenager's tone was slightly reproachful. "Your clothes are completely torn. Kang Vi is no ordinary opponent. You really hit a wall this time, didn't you?" With that, Shan Shawu leaned in closer, his voice softening. "Regardless, thank you for risking your life to keep your promise. If the owner of this pendant knew, she would definitely be very grateful." The masculine scent washing over her made Duanmu Tongyan blush. This renowned snow plum blossom of the martial world was momentarily flustered, not knowing how to respond. The teenager stood up. "Rest and recover your energy. Leave Kang Vi to me." Hearing this, Duanmu Tongyan exclaimed urgently, "You have to go. You're no match for him." Shan Shawu ignored her warnings. The teenager looked at the ruined merchant guild and said coldly, "He must pay for what he's done today." Finishing his words, he slowly walked up to Kang Vi, facing him directly. "You did all this just because the Great Heaven Merchant Guild was founded by Taisbei people?" "That's right. Everything in the Central Plains belongs to the Central Plains. We just drove the Yuan army out. I cannot sit by and watch outsiders come here to rob our wealth. The death of the pugilist Hoan is only the beginning. That little girl from Taisbei will also be punished." Shan Shawu heard this, and his internal energy, his gang jing, began to surge and roll, with rays of qi emanating from his body. The teenager's eyes were filled with ice. "Very well. That reason alone is enough to kill you." Faced with the teenager's overwhelming killing intent, Kang Vi turned pale and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, don't strike yet." During the previous battle, he had sustained internal injuries. If he were to fight Shan Shawu now, he would surely die without a corpse left to bury. It seemed he would have to use that if he wanted any chance of survival. To explain this, we must recall a hidden detail from episode 30. At that time, while at the Red Thunder Wall, Kang Vi had asked Lien Tungia for a favor. "Lien Tungia, as far as I know, you are holding a divine pill, aren't you? An ordinary person who eats one can extend their life, and a martial artist who consumes it will greatly increase their internal power. Hand it over to me now." "Master Kang, you're joking. If I had that, wouldn't I already be in Supreme Expert?" Many years ago, the Toan-Thang faction lost a divine pill. 20 people lost their lives because of it, and you were one of the suspects. However, they never found the thief, and the matter faded into obscurity. But I know some of the inside details. If I report this to Toan-Thang Lien too, Ngia's face darkened. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I just want you to live a more stable life." Lien Ngia stared at Kang Vi for a moment. "Follow me." The latter smirked, tacitly agreeing, implying he would keep the secret. Who would have thought that at this very moment, Dao Duong spoke up to warn him? This master of the Iron Cavalry technique stated bluntly that Kang Vi was playing with fire, and in the end, he might not keep his life. Kang Vi just let out a cold laugh, completely unconcerned. "If the truth about the divine pill is exposed, I might die. But if I face that teenager with my current strength, I will definitely die. Between two evils, I choose the lesser one. I have no other choice." Not long after, Lien Tungia led Kang Vi to a secret room, where a pill lay quietly in a silk box. It was the very divine pill that Tuan Thang had lost so many years ago. "I'm giving it to you now." Consider this matter to have nothing to do with me anymore. But I warn you, this divine pill was crafted in the early days. Its potency is not very stable. Kang Wei snatched the pill from Lian Siyi's hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of your business. I'm heading to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild right now. Kang Wei gazed at the divine spirit pill in his palm as if it were his lover. He was ready to pay any price to defeat that boy. Seeing Kang Wei pull a black pill from his chest, Shan Shawu looked on, momentarily confused. Without a second thought, Kang Wei swallowed the divine pill. Kang Wei felt a surge of raw power rush straight to his head. The demon blade threw his arms wide, let out a long, howling laugh, and his overwhelming power instantly swept across the four pools. Seeing this, Shan Shawu knitted his brows. He could feel his opponent's internal energy multiplying in the blink of an eye. Kang Wei swung his longsword casually, and a fierce beam of sword light shot out. Shan Shawu. If I don't kill you today, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Facing this sudden change, the boy remained unfazed and said, "Less talk, just make your move." Kang Wei sneered, let out a roar, and used his momentum to swing his sword horizontally. The immense force surging through the blade sent gravel flying everywhere in its wake. Shan Shawu took a slight step back, just enough to dodge the powerful strike. Kang Wei lunged forward, unleashing a mighty splitting Manhwa technique. In an instant, a massive wave of sword light crashed down toward the boy. To his surprise, the sword light was blocked, like a rushing river meeting a towering mountain, and was split into two smaller streams. Kang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief, only to see a fair hand gripping his blade. The boy's cold voice echoed in his ear, "Kang Wei, you're dead today." With that, Shan Shawu lunged forward, striking straight at his center. The boy unleashed a palm strike, hitting Kang Wei's sword-wielding arm. An overbearing force surged inward. Kang Wei let out a blood-curdling scream as the powerful internal energy traveled from his arm to the blade, causing the 5-foot longsword to crack bit by bit. Ignoring Kang Wei's screams, Shan Shawu slammed another palm into his elbow. Bones snapped with a crisp sound, and a glint of cruelty flashed in Shan Shawu's eyes. "So, you're the demon blade, right? Today, I'll send you to see the king of hell." Saying this, Shan Shawu grabbed Kang Wei's wrist, pivoted, and used his own momentum to toss the brute through the air. Mid-air, Kang Wei tried to channel his energy to stabilize himself, but realized his internal circulation was in chaos. He couldn't muster any chi. Just then, a figure blurred toward him. Kang Wei's face turned pale. After sending Kang Wei flying, Shan Shawu had immediately pursued. The boy channeled his overbearing Zhu Yan Bi stinger technique into his palm and struck Kang Wei's dantian. Kang Wei let out a pained cry, tumbling back like a leaf caught in a gale. Shan Shawu pressed the attack, relentless. The boy kicked upward, stomping down hard on Kang Wei's left arm. The massive force drove straight into the elbow, shattering the entire arm instantly. Shan Shawu didn't stop. His movements remained, ghostly and swift as he closed the distance. With both hands, he unleashed a powerful double palm strike into Kang Wei's spine. Again, the man flew back like a kite with a broken string. Every bone in his body shattered, his muscles completely destroyed. Seeing Kang Wei fall to the ground like a pile of meat, Shan Shawu withdrew his hands, suppressing the surging energy in his body, and walked slowly toward his opponent, saying coldly, "Go to the underworld and be a demon there." As the boy turned to leave, the situation suddenly changed. Kang Wei, who appeared beyond saving, was slowly standing up, his body twisted in a grotesque, unnatural way. Amidst the cracking of bones inside him, the demon blade laughed maniacally. "Do you know why I'm called the demon blade? Even if every bone in my body is broken, and every muscle is torn by your power." As he said this, he sprang up like a coiled spring. "I am the immortal body returned from hell. I will wipe out all evil in this world." With that, streams of chi rose up, and his broken arms healed completely in the blink of an eye. Shan Shawu stood nearby, watching it all coldly. The boy's eyes were calm, his expression unchanged. The Heaven-Shattering Divine Technique, based on bone-dislocating arts, was actually meant to diffuse his own energy into the opponent's body to sever their muscles, bones, and circulation. Shan Shawu gave a cold laugh, curled his right fingers, and said, "I initially intended to leave you a whole corpse, but it seems I was overthinking it." With that, the energy in Shan Shawu's palm erupted, triggering the hidden power inside Kang Wei's body, causing it to detonate instantly. "If you have an immortal body, then I'll make sure there's no body left to keep." As the powerful energy surged, Kang Wei's screams grew weaker and weaker, finally dissolving into a wisp of green smoke, leaving no bones behind. Lian Ce stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. The notorious demon blade had been obliterated by this young boy. Seeing Shan Shawu look at him with cold eyes, the human trafficker couldn't help but tremble all over. Lian Siyi, now we have time to talk. Just then, rapid footsteps approached the late-arriving beggar gang disciples. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild had returned to silence. 2 days later, in Quan Dohuan's study, manager Cheng Feng was reporting the damages to him. The latter instructed that the families of the guards who died in the battle be well taken care of, then asked about Duanmu Songyan's condition. Cheng Feng replied that the heroine Duanmu hadn't eaten or drunk anything in 2 days, staying quietly in the small pavilion beside her 2 juniors' bodies. Hearing this, Quan Dohuan held his head, feeling a headache coming on. After this battle, the Great Heaven Merchant Guild owed the Ninefold Mansion a huge favor. Although they had reached an agreement, he was still worried that the Ninefold Mansion would use this opportunity to demand more conditions. Thinking of this, Quan Dohuan leaned his head back against the chair, sighed, and felt guilty for failing the young lady's expectations. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "Where is young hero Shan now?" Cheng Feng stated plainly that Shan Shawu had taken Lian Ce to the dungeon and forbidden anyone from getting close. At the same time, in the dungeon of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, Lian Ce was screaming in panic. "Is anyone there? What are you trying to do?" Just then, a voice came from the dungeon entrance. "Lian Ce, you'd better pray that you can recall what happened 20 years ago." Seeing Shan Shawu slowly approaching with a chair, Lian Ce stumbled backward in a panic. Ever since witnessing the cold-blooded methods Shan Shawu used that night, the trafficker was absolutely terrified. Shan Shawu sat down comfortably, his voice icy. 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Murong family, and where did you take them?" He smirked. "I don't have much patience." A moment later, agonizing screams began to echo through the dungeon. One day, at the beggar sect branch in Taiyuan, several disciples gathered together, whispering to one another. "Have you heard? Kang Wei was beaten into oblivion. Not even his bones remain." "I heard. It was that man they call the War God." "Is that true? Then why did he come to see Elder Hong today?" "I have no idea. They say he's torturing Lian Tusi." The harrowing screams lasted all night. "Shh, keep it down. Elder Hong is coming." Hong Wuba walked along, overhearing the strange rumors. Arriving at a pavilion, he found Shan Shawu gazing into the distance with a cold expression. The rescued children had been brought to the beggar sect branch. At this moment, several disciples were trying to help them recover and train. The old man and the youth watched the scene in silence for a long time. Finally, Shan Shawu spoke. "Old man, do you think they can ever truly recover? Who knows? No one can say for sure. It could be 1 year, or it could be 10. They can't even remember their own names anymore. They only remember the numbers assigned to them. This was a highly specialized brainwashing method. It will likely take a long time to heal. I've ordered my subordinates to lock down all information, but I don't know if we can hide it from the Five Dragon Alliance." Shan Shawu nodded slightly, then asked about the information he had tasked Hong Wuba to collect. "It was quite difficult, but fortunately, I managed to finish it." With that, Hong Wuba pulled a notebook from his robe. "This is the record of Lian Tusi's child trafficking. The methods of purchase and training are all recorded in great detail, but it doesn't say where the children were taken after their training." Shan Shawu flipped through it carefully, then said calmly, "It's fine. Once I strike at the Five Dragon Alliance, I'll find out soon enough. Thank you for your righteous aid, old man." Initially, Hong Wuba laughed. No need for formalities, but after grasping the implication of the first half of Shan Shawu's sentence, the old beggar immediately broke into a cold sweat. The beggar sect elder stared into the youth's eyes, seeing his unwavering determination, and realized that Shan Shawu's talk of attacking the Five Dragon Alliance was definitely not a joke. Hong Wuba hesitated for a moment before deciding. He considered Shan Shawu a true friend and would naturally stand by him. Shan Shawu stood up. "Let's go. These children will be sent to Quan Dohuan." Hong Wuba was stunned. "Is Quan Dohuan really trustworthy? Is he trustworthy?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I trust Su Xiaohe. You know the young master of the Great Heaven Trading Group? We've known each other since we were kids. I just hope these children won't be controlled by anyone else later on." "What do you mean by that? Do you not trust our beggar sect?" "I certainly trust you, but I cannot say the same for your sect leader. Faced with such soulless killing machines, any faction in the pugilistic world would find it hard not to be tempted." Hong Wuba scratched his head, at a loss for words, before changing the subject, asking where they were headed. "South, to Anhui. According to Lian Tusi, my master's daughter is there, only 28 years old. Yet she leads the entire Great Heaven Trading Group. The 10 branch leaders under her command hold her in high esteem and serve her with complete devotion. I have gathered you all here today because I have a favor to ask. If you ever meet a man from the northern border carrying my token, please report it to me immediately and support him with everything you have. This is my father's command, and also my personal request. This is the highest order of the Great Heaven Trading Group. I hope none of you will delay. In the reception hall, Quan Do Huan watched Shan Shawu depart, his mind echoing the young lady's instructions from years ago. As a trusted subordinate of Su Xiaohe, he was always careful and thorough. That night, when Shan Shawu picked up the lady's token, the subtle change in the youth's expression had remained etched in his memory. As far as he knew, after the young lady arrived in the Central Plains, she had only issued 3 tokens, and none of them were given to men. Thinking of this, Quan Du Wan got straight to the point, asking if Shan Shawu came from the northern border. Shan Shawu admitted it frankly, saying he did. Hearing this, Quan Do Huan sat up straight. Then, young hero, do you know our young lady? Shan Shawu did not hide it. Has Su Xiaohe been living well all these years? Hearing this, Quan Du Huan clenched his fists in excitement, but remained cautious, asking if he had the young lady's token. Shan Shawu reached into his robe, fumbling for a moment, before pulling out an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade pendant. Seeing this, Quan Du Huan's pupils constricted. This small jade pendant was the first one the young lady ever made. The usually composed branch leader rushed forward, clutching Shan Shawu's hands, his voice trembling with emotion. Young hero, we finally found you. The young lady has been searching for you all these years. Let's go at once. I will take you to see her. She is currently at the Iron Feather Alliance. If she hears this news, she will be overjoyed. In truth, the young lady has been very sad these past few years. Shan Shawu looked at the man's excitement, not knowing what to say. How has Su Xiaohe been all these years? Hearing this, Quan Du Huan sighed, steadying his emotions before recounting the whole story. It turned out that in recent years, the Great Heaven Trading Group had grown rapidly, drawing the greed of many factions, especially the 5 Dragon Alliance under the Iron Feather Alliance, who had always coveted the group and recently tried to use marriage to control them. Seeing that the marriage failed, they sent 5 great experts and the Black Reaper to try and wipe out all of their branch strongholds. Thanks to you, young hero, our Shanxi branch escaped that catastrophe, but who knows what cruel methods they will use next. Regardless, if the young lady knows you have come to the Central Plains, she will be very happy. Shan Shawu heard this and already had a plan in mind. I miss her dearly too, but I have something urgent to attend to. I must depart immediately. Quan Do Huan saw the youth's serious expression. Seeing that it wasn't appropriate to press the issue, he asked Shan Shawu where he was headed. I must set off for Anhui immediately. Once everything is settled, I will go find Su Xiaohe myself. After speaking, both stood up and bowed to each other. Watching the young man's figure fade into the distance, Quan Do Huan sank into deep thought. He never expected that the person the young lady had been waiting for these past 10 years would be this very boy. This person's martial arts were incredibly profound. He feared that none among his peers could compare. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind. Shan Shawu had come from the north. Therefore, he must have passed through Liaoning to reach Shanxi. Calculating backward from the time the opponent appeared in Shanxi, Shan Shawu was in Liaoning at the exact moment that God of War appeared, and he also had close ties with the Beggar Gang elder, Han Wuba. The Beggar Gang had consistently locked down all information regarding what happened to the Murong family during that period. In Liaoning, the one who could overwhelm Dai Li Bao and the Murong family, having been hailed as the God of War the moment he stepped into the martial arts world, with so many clues connecting to this mysterious youth, Quan Do Huan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. He keenly sensed the atmosphere of a gathering storm. The Central Plains martial arts world was likely on the brink of a massive upheaval. He just didn't know if this would be a blessing or a curse for the Great Heaven Trading Firm. A moment later, he clenched his fists, determined. Regardless, he had to report this news to the young lady immediately. The God of War was Shan Shawu. At the same time, a boat was cutting through the waves on Taihu Lake. A silver-haired man stood at the bow, gazing out at the scenery. As the boat passed by, the beauty of the 72 peaks and 48 islands came into view. Amidst the incense smoke, they arrived at Tuoshan Island. By now, many small boats were already moored at the dock. Tuoshan Island was the smallest of the 48, and thus, rarely attracted public attention. Since the Black Merchant Syndicate established a secret base there, they had strictly forbidden outsiders from approaching. The boat docked, and the silver-haired man stepped slowly off the gangplank. A group of subordinates knelt respectfully, bowing in unison to greet their leader. The man walked with his hands behind his back, moving at a leisurely pace, saying nothing. Soon, he reached the grand hall of the secret base. The silver-haired man took his seat at the head of the table, listening to the various black merchant chapter leaders report their recent earnings. Thanks to your efforts, our total earnings have increased by 40%. If it weren't for the great Heaven trading firm causing trouble, our income would be even higher. The silver-haired man nodded slightly, barely satisfied with these figures. The chapter leaders began to complain, saying that many of their deals had been snatched away by the great Heaven trading firm. The silver-haired man pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "It seems we must take action against the great Heaven trading firm." One chapter leader pointed out that the danger didn't end there. Many rising trading firms were active, and the status of the Black Bank trading syndicate was being severely shaken. He noticed his leader tapping his fingers on the armrest. The chapter leader couldn't help but ask what was troubling him. The leader stated that the operation targeting the great Heaven trading firm was already underway, and while results might not be visible in the short term, it would definitely provide everyone with a satisfactory answer after some time. He then shifted his tone. "Have you all heard of the title God of War recently? Not long ago, the head of the Murong family in Liaoning was killed. In the last few days, I've received news that Lian Ziyi in Shanxi has gone missing." The chapter leaders couldn't believe it. Lian Ziyi was always cautious. Why would he suddenly vanish? It was rumored that both incidents were related to that God of War, and furthermore, two great experts of the Five Dragon Alliance had died by his hand. "I don't care about their deaths, but the 100+ slaves who were supposed to be delivered to the Five Dragon Alliance have also disappeared. This will greatly damage the reputation of our black merchant syndicate." At this point, one chapter leader stood up, bowed, and said, "I ask to lead the investigation. Our Henan branch is close to Shanxi. I believe we can get to the bottom of this before long." As he spoke, a flash of cruelty crossed his eyes. "I will definitely make him pay. I'll uncover his identity and background. If we can recruit him, we'll pull him in, and if not, we will eliminate him quickly." Meanwhile, at the Taiyuan mansion, Shan Shawu was leaning against the city gate, waiting for Han Wuba. A noodle stall across the way caught his attention. A sign next to it read, "The best noodles under heaven." The youth rubbed his stomach, only just realizing how hungry he was. Just as Shan Shawu ordered a bowl of pork knuckle noodles to have a hearty meal, a beautiful figure quietly approached behind him. The newcomer was Duanmu Songyan, one of the three flowers. The girl was deeply grateful for Shan Shawu's chivalrous actions. She then took a butterfly-shaped jade pendant from her bodice and asked gently, "Shanxia, do you happen to recognize the owner of this jade pendant?" Hearing this, the youth smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Duanmu Songyan felt a stir in her heart. "Shanxia, how do you know Miss Su? That was over 10 years ago. Surely she wouldn't remember you anymore." Duanmu Songyan replied directly that Miss Su had not forgotten. "The president also said that Su Xiaohe has always been looking for you. She kept her promise, after all, and built a powerful trading firm in the Central Plains. Now, it is your turn to keep yours." One was a peerless warrior, hailed as a god of war the moment he entered the world. The other was a young business genius who had become wealthy beyond measure. No one could have guessed that the two shared a bond from childhood. 10 years ago, Shan Shawu was traveling with his master, Han Wuba, on their way to Miaoxiang Mountain. As they neared the mountain, the master and disciple rested at an inn at the foot of the hill. "We shall rest here today. Tomorrow, I will teach you your final lesson." Shan Shawu clenched his fists upon hearing this. He understood his master's implication, but still respectfully agreed. Not long after, the pair finished their dinner. Just then, a figure skipped over, and a small hand slammed onto their table. A little girl, as cute as a doll, appeared before them. She stared into Shan Shawu's eyes, looking surprised. "Big brother, why are your eyes blue? They're so pretty." The girl was lively and immediately struck up a conversation with him. A moment later, Han Wuba asked, "Little one, is there something you need from us?" The girl turned to look at the old man beside him, and seeing that his eyes were also blue, she couldn't help but marvel. She then offered a sweet smile, explaining that she had come with her father to eat and rest, but the inn was full, so she wanted to ask if they could share the table. Shan Shawu looked to his master for permission. Han Wuba remained silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Father, come here. I told you the old man would definitely agree." With that, she plopped down beside Shan Shawu, grumbling as she pounded her tired legs with her small fists. Seeing how bright and adorable she was, Shan Shawu decided to strike up a conversation. "Little one, how old are you? Where are you from?" She told him she was already 12, and wasn't a little one anymore. "Mister, your eyes are so beautiful. What's your name?" Shan Shawu smiled and told her his real name. "That's a lovely name, though it sounds a bit sad. My name is Su Xiaohe." Let's be friends from now on. Time flew by while they chatted, and soon the moon was high in the sky. Su Xiaohe sighed in contentment, a happy expression on her face. Having to drag his young daughter along as he struggled to make ends meet, Su's father couldn't help but apologize. Su Xiaohe comforted him in her sweet, childish voice, then pouted and grumbled that if it weren't for that uncle betraying them, their family wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Her father could only sigh, gently comforting her. He said there was nothing else he could do, as no one could withstand the pressure from the merchant guild. Han Wuba, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but glance over with curiosity. Her father explained that he was originally a merchant from the northern territories, but after a business failure led to heavy losses, he was now planning to head to the Central Plains to start over from scratch. Han Wuba spoke bluntly. The Central Plains are in chaos right now. Trying to build a fortune there with empty hands is extremely difficult. I know that. I've heard that a general named Zhu Yuanzhang is leading an uprising, and they say they've already driven the Yuan army back to the north. Now is the perfect time to rebuild everything, which is why I'm planning to try my luck in the Central Plains. Hearing that the Yuan dynasty had been overthrown by the Ming, Shan Shawu's expression shifted slightly. Years ago, his good brother Gong Qishan had fallen off a cliff, his fate unknown. Gong Wuai had also been kidnapped by a Yuan emissary, and no one knew where she was. If the Yuan dynasty had been driven back to the north, he wondered what Gong Wuai's situation was now. Although young, Su Xiaohe was very sharp and quickly sensed the teenager's change in mood. Don't worry, mister. Once I become the richest merchant in the Central Plains, you can come find me if you ever have any trouble. Looking at the girl's confident demeanor, Shan Shawu was stunned for a moment. Then a smile touched his lips as he instinctively reached out to pat her head. Thank you, Su Xiaohe. So, I'll be counting on you in the future. This sudden, intimate gesture left her stunned, her cheeks flushing pink. But the very next moment, Su Xiaohe cried out indignantly. You patted my head. Now I won't grow any taller. If I don't grow taller, who's going to marry me? Can you take responsibility for this? The girl's strange logic left Shan Shawu flustered. The teenager raised his hands, breaking into a cold sweat. Since you're handsome, I'll let it slide this time, but don't pat my head again. Even the usually stern Han Wuba was amused by her antics. What an interesting little girl. That night, since the inn was full, the four of them had to share one room. Han Wuba offered the bed to the father and daughter, while the other two leaned against the wall and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the teenager's handsome face, sharp brows, and bright eyes, a strange feeling bubbled up in Su Xiaohe's heart. Just then, her father's voice came from behind. Su Xiaohe, your gaze is going to burn a hole in that young man's face. Flustered and embarrassed, Su Xiaohe started playfully bickering with her father. Shawu, let's go. I didn't realize you were so popular with the girls. Shan Shawu felt awkward, then stood up to leave with his master. Su Xiaohe chased after them to the door and asked, Where are you going? Shan Shawu said they had to keep moving and bid her farewell. Hearing this, her heart sank, and her diamond-bright eyes suddenly filled with a layer of mist. The master and disciple traveled through the night toward the fragrant temple mountain. Suddenly, they heard the girl's voice calling from behind, and saw Su Xiaohe chasing after them alone. She forced a smile and handed Shan Shawu a butterfly-shaped jade pendant. Shawu, brother, this is my most precious possession. It matches the color of your eyes. I'm giving it to you now. I will definitely become the richest merchant in the Central Plains one day. Su Xiaohe spoke with great solemnity. You have to promise that you will come find me later. Seeing the serious look on her face, Shan Shawu smiled softly. All right, I promise you. When that time comes, I will definitely come to find you. Watching the master and student disappear into the night, her father, who had caught up to her, asked, Isn't that your most precious treasure? Why did you give it to that boy? I wouldn't misjudge a person. He and that old man are not ordinary people. They possess a unique aura. I'm sure Shawu brother will be a great hero in the future. This is just the first person I'm investing in. Just an investment? I don't think it's that simple. Father, don't interfere too much in my personal affairs. Meanwhile, Han Wuba suddenly smiled. That girl has a fine appearance. Thick brows and bright, star-like eyes signify superior intelligence. A broad, flat forehead with a full brow ridge is the face of someone destined for wealth, and her full lips show she is someone who values loyalty. Shawu, you must cherish this connection. The teenager looked at the butterfly jade pendant in his hand and nodded gently. Shan Shawu snapped out of his memory and muttered, Su Xiaohe, just wait a little longer. I will definitely come for you. At the same time, at the Tiwu Alliance, Su Xiaohe was heading to her room, followed by a nagging subordinate. Young miss, you were too hasty. Rejecting the Five Dragon Alliance like that was truly unwise. Then, what do you think would be wise? Are you saying you really want me to marry into that place? The subordinate was left speechless. Just as he was about to rethink his words and try to persuade her again, Su Xiaohe walked straight into her room and ordered Bai Yu not to let anyone disturb her. The subordinate stood at the door, wanting to say more, but Bai Yu shut the door in his face. Su Xiaohe leaned against the window, a look of sadness on her face. After a while, she whispered, "Have there been any updates from Uncle Quan?" Bai Yu respectfully replied that the chapter president had not sent a letter yet. Su Xiaohe frowned slightly. That day, she had given the token to Duanmu Tongyan, requesting a partnership. The Taiyuan branch should have sent word by now. Could something have happened on the way? Just then, a subordinate reported from outside the door. "Young Miss, Huangfu Yunxuan, and Nanggong Suqiao, of the Five Dragon Alliance, are here to see you." Su Xiaohe heard this, frowned, and coldly ordered, "Invite them to the front hall to wait. I will be there shortly." Upon hearing that Huangfu Yunxuan and his companion had come to visit, Su Xiaohe went straight to the front hall. Huangfu Yunxuan showered Su Xiaohe with praise, but she remained rather indifferent. After everyone was seated, Su Xiaohe asked what their purpose was for coming. Nanggong Suqiao spoke directly. "We came here to borrow 100,000 taels of gold from the Great Heaven Merchant Guild." Su Xiaohe frowned slightly, then sat up straight, her beautiful face becoming serious. "Miss Nanggong, you ask for a loan of 100,000 gold taels the moment you open your mouth. Surely you could at least tell me what it's for? It's just basic professional courtesy." Nanggong Suqiao covered her mouth and chuckled at this. As the leader of the Three Flowers, her tone was filled with arrogance. "I can only tell you that this money will be used to establish a new organization within the Ti-Wu Alliance." Nanggong Suqiao's gaze sharpened. "Besides, what makes you think we're even cooperating? No matter how big the Great Heaven Merchant Guild is, it's still just a merchant group. Let's put it this way. Even if the Great Heaven Merchant Guild refuses to provide the funds, it makes no difference to us. I suggest you don't flatter yourself, Miss Su." The other party's sarcastic words made Su Xiaohe tremble slightly with anger. Bu, standing beside her, looked at her mistress with a pained expression. A moment later, Su Xiaohe tried to suppress her fury, her voice remaining neither haughty nor humble. "I appreciate the offer, Miss Nanggong, but I still cannot provide this money. 100,000 gold taels is no small sum, and I have only finished negotiations with the Five Dragon Alliance for now. I want to wait until I've finished talks with the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance before I decide." Huangfu Yunxuan watched the two women subtly competing, though his mind was entirely elsewhere. One was a member of the Three Flowers of the Nanggong clan, while the other was the head of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. This second young master of the Quanshang estate was letting his imagination run wild. Could these two women be fighting over his attention? Su Xiaohe's airtight answer left Nanggong Suqiao at a loss. After exchanging a few more polite words, she had no choice but to rise and take her leave. Before departing, the Blood Lotus issued a sharp warning, advising Miss Su to think carefully and not miss a good opportunity. Su Xiaohe replied that she would certainly think it over. Huangfu Yunxuan reached out to hold Su Xiaohe's hand, looking reluctant to leave. Faced with the sudden gesture from the Quansheng's second young master, Su Xiaohe didn't get angry. Instead, she skillfully pulled her hand away and politely bid them farewell. Once they were gone, a look of coldness immediately crossed Nanggong Suqiao's face. Su Xiaohe, mentioning the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance, was definitely intentional. Thinking of this, the Blood Lotus felt even more hateful in her heart. She silently resolved that one day she would make her rival kneel and beg for mercy. In the next room, Su Xiaohe rubbed her aching temples and sighed. She knew full well that Nanggong Suqiao's words were the truth. No matter how much money one has, it cannot overcome raw martial force. Fortunately, the Ti-Wu Alliance was currently split into 3 factions of equal strength. It was precisely because they all wanted to control the Great Heaven Merchant Guild that she was able to navigate between them. Suddenly, an image from 10 years ago flashed through her mind, and a sweet smile touched the lips of this business prodigy. At the same time, at the city gates of Taiyuan Prefecture, Shan Shawu, and the martial artist were saying their goodbyes. Watching the youths retreating back, everyone had their own private thoughts. The martial artist ordered his head steward, Cheng Feng, to send letters to all their branches. Whenever Shan Shawu needed help, they were to assist him with everything they had. Duanmu Songyan, meanwhile, felt a complex mix of emotions. Previously, she had proposed to travel with Shan Shawu, but he had politely turned her down. "I know you approached me with a hidden motive. If I travel with you, I'll certainly have to be on guard at all times. It's a burden for me." The snow plum flower felt a secret regret that youth would only open his heart to those who treated him with sincerity. Speaking of Shan Shawu, the pair was heading south. Upon learning their destination was Hefei, the old beggar remarked that it was the lair of dragons and tigers. I'm only going there to verify information. I have no intention of clashing with them. Yet, the tree prefers calm, but the wind will not cease. Just because you don't provoke others doesn't mean they won't target you. As night fell, the two found a place to rest in the forest. Han Wuba chewed on a piece of dried meat and said meaningfully, "You brat, tell me, how many people have you offended since you arrived in the Central Plains?" After speaking, the old beggar looked toward the forest behind them, his eyes sharp. In an instant, he heard strange noises. A group of men in black was rushing toward them. Shan Shawu said calmly, "I didn't want to, but perhaps this is fate." Han Wuba drained a mouthful of strong liquor. Judging by their movement technique, these were all top-tier experts. Shan Shawu nodded slightly. There were 18 of them, each carrying a long sword. It seemed there would be no peaceful rest tonight. Moving my muscles after a meal isn't a bad idea. Soon, a group of assassins silently surrounded the two. They exchanged glances, and one assassin leaped down from a tree. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he pushed off the ground like a bolt from a bow, lunging forward with a sword aimed straight at the youth's head. Shan Shawu raised 2 fingers and flicked them lightly. The refined steel longsword was instantly bent out of shape. The assassin panicked, feeling a tremendous force strike him from the blade, and the next moment, he was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string. After spinning in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground. The arm holding the sword had been twisted like a rope by the youth's internal energy. The other assassins saw their comrade defeated and jumped from the trees, but they only saw Han Wuba drain his wine flask. The old beggar puffed out his chest, letting out a roar like a tiger. He spat out a mouthful of wine, the force behind the liquid spraying outward like a torrential rain falling upon the assassins. The assassins screamed as they fell from the sky. Just then, a cold light flashed in Shan Shawu's eyes. The youth stomped hard on the ground, instantly extinguishing the campfire in front of him. The burning logs shot out like sharp arrows, easily piercing through the bodies of the assassins. Some were struck in vital points and died on the spot, while others were set ablaze by the alcohol. The leader of the assassins was terrified. In a heartbeat, they had lost half their men. The leader immediately gave the order, "The ambush failed. Kill that brat now." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the dirt in front of him suddenly erupt. A sword stabbed up from the ground, aiming straight for the youth's throat. The youth reached out his right hand, curling his 5 fingers. A domineering force surged within his palm, and the long sword in the assassin's hand could not move a single inch further. Shan Shawu's face remained unchanged as he said coldly, "You want to kill me with such measly skills?" Seeing this, a flash of light appeared in Shan Shawu's eyes. He thrust his right hand forward, an overwhelming surge of internal energy gathering in his palm. Instantly, the assassin's sharp blade shattered like paper. Shan Shawu struck the assassin with a single palm blow, the force of the strike undiminished. The ground for several yards around them cracked open, and debris flew everywhere. The assassin died on the spot, his bones completely pulverized. Just then, several other assassins rushed in. Facing the ambush, the young man didn't waver. He struck out with one palm, hitting an assassin squarely on the head. Then, Shan Shawu's movements became as fluid as a dragon. In the blink of an eye, he slipped through the crowd of assassins, every strike claiming another life. Seeing this, the leader of the assassins was terrified and turned to run. Shan Shawu raised his left hand, channeling immense internal energy into his palm, and unleashed a blow. A powerful force blasted out, striking the leader squarely in the back. The man let out a cry, feeling as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer, before crashing to the ground and tumbling several yards away. The leader felt his blood boiling, and a sweet, metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and fled into the woods. Han Wuba moved to pursue him, but Shan Shawu stopped him. "Let him go. They're just hired assassins. Even if we catch them, we won't get any answers. Who do you think sent them?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it's the Black Cliff Trade Union." After a night of rest, the elder and the youth continued their journey. The assassins who died that night left no clues behind, and those who survived committed suicide with poison. The Murong clan is currently in chaos, and the 5 Dragon Alliance won't be paying attention to you for a while. If they really were sent by the Black Trade Union as you suspect, then it means their top brass has already set their sights on you. Han Wuba's expression grew grave. They might have already guessed that you are the god of war. A few days later, they arrived in Jiyuan, Henan. Jiyuan is famous as the source of the Ji River, backed by the Taihang Mountains to the north, bordered by the Yellow River to the south, and known as the Northwest Gateway to Henan. Upon entering the city, Han Wuba said he had business to attend to and left Shan Shawu to wait at a tavern alone. The youth sat by the window, gazing into the distance, when he saw 3 people, 1 master, 2 servants, slowly enter the tavern. It was noon, and the place was packed. The trio walked up to the 2nd floor, circled around, and stood before Shan Shawu. The lead man introduced himself as Zheng Yu, the master of the Hongye escort agency. He asked if the young brother would mind them sharing the table since he was dining alone. An elderly guard introduced himself as Shui Xiao. Just as the other guard was about to introduce himself, he suddenly clutched his chest, looking to be in great pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he struggled to suppress a groan. Shan Shawu glanced over and saw a faint, pale green aura flickering around the man's chest. The youth flashed a mysterious smile and then cheerfully invited the 3 to sit. During their conversation, Shan Shawu remarked that they didn't look like master and servants. Zheng Yu replied bluntly, "In name, we are master and servant, but in reality, we are as close as brothers. Are you still drinking that diluted wine, young brother? Here, try this Dukong wine I brought from Yicheng. It has an incredible flavor." With that, Zheng Yu handed a bottle to Shan Shawu, who didn't suspect a thing, and immediately poured a cup. Meanwhile, the 2 guards kept their eyes fixed on the youth's every move, their expressions full of hidden concern. As for Zheng Yu, he narrowed his eyes, a glint of smugness flashing within them. Shan Shawu picked up the cup and sniffed it lightly, then praised it. Truly a fragrant wine with a unique aroma. The youth tilted his head back and drank it in one go. Seeing him drink, the guard named Shui Xiao let out a slight smirk. Just then, Shan Shawu's ears twitched. A very faint sound of footsteps on the roof reached him. Unknown to them, several assassins were already lying in wait on the roof, dressed exactly like the ones who had ambushed him days ago. Shan Shawu finished the wine and looked at them calmly. "Now, can you tell me the true purpose of your visit? You 3 pretended to walk around, but your eyes were fixed on my table the whole time. I've given you the seat, and I've drunk your wine. Why don't you just say it?" Zheng Yu's expression darkened. "To drink that wine despite sensing something wrong, I don't know if you have a backer or if you're just stupid. Since we're here, I don't mind telling you. That wine was indeed poisoned with 100 powder. Once consumed, it dissipates all internal energy. Without the antidote, the victim will suffer from qi deviation and die in 3 days." Shan Shawu stood up, swaying. "Was it you who sent those previous assassins too?" Zheng Yu stood up, walked behind the youth, and sighed. 18 experts. Only 1 survived. We had no choice but to use poison. Now, you have 2 choices. Answer my questions, or wait 3 days and die from the poison." Shan Shawu glared at him, grinding his teeth. "You're with the 5 Dragon Alliance." Zheng Yu remained cold. "I'm the one asking the questions now, so just answer." He tapped the youth's shoulder. "If I'm not mistaken, you are the god of war, aren't you?" Hearing this, Shan Shawu grew more certain of his suspicions and asked if they were from the Black Trade Union. No sooner had he finished speaking than the guard suddenly drew his sword, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrades. He swung the blade toward Shan Shawu, but Zheng Yu barked at him to stop. "Hold it! I still have things to ask. Now, tell me, where have you hidden those children? I suggest you tell the truth, or I will make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, Shan Shawu became completely certain. The aura around the youth suddenly shifted, and he said coldly, "The likes of you think you can make me wish I was dead?" No sooner were the words out than the guard with the sword turned pale. A powerful surge of internal energy exploded from within his body. The other 2 were stunned, completely baffled as to why this was happening. It turned out this guard was the very assassin Shan Shawu had let go earlier. When Shan Shawu struck his back, his internal energy had already seeped into the man's body. That was how he had noticed the anomaly when the man clutched his chest. He had only been playing along to uncover their identities. As for the 100 powder, it had been neutralized by his divine heaven-shattering skill the moment he drank it. At this, the guard, Shui Xiao, shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Instantly, a loud roar echoed from the roof, and a group of black-clad assassins leaped down into the tavern, charging toward Shan Shawu with swords drawn. Just then, a loud shout echoed from the rooftops. A group of assassins in black leaped down into the tavern, blades drawn, charging straight at Shan Shawu. The young man's eyes flashed with a cold glint. With a thrust of both hands, he struck the chests of the 2 assassins. They let out a single cry and dropped dead instantly. Seeing the situation go south, the guard, Shui Xiao, turned and fled. Shan Shawu sneered at the sight. "Close as brothers, huh? How ridiculous," one of the assassins shouted. You've got a lot of nerve being disrespectful to our leader. With that, he lunged at Shan Shawu's head with his sword, but the young man dodged it with ease. Using the momentum to pivot his waist, Shan Shawu launched a kick that caught the assassin off guard, striking him squarely in the head. The final assassin turned pale at the sight. Just then, Shan Shawu lunged forward, his right hand reaching out to grab the man's head. Channeling his inner energy into his palm, he slammed the assassin's head against a pillar, sending debris scattering everywhere. Having dealt with them in a flash, Shan Shawu turned back and gave a cold stare. That fellow, Xue Xiao, he's your leader, isn't he? Watching the young man slowly approach, Zheng Yu stammered in fear. Don't even think about it. I won't say a word. Shan Shawu scoffed. Lian Ziyi was just as stubborn at first, but the human body doesn't know how to lie. A moment later, agonizing screams echoed throughout the building. It was the middle of a hot summer day, but the man felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, his entire body trembling. Shan Shawu extended his hand, channeling a stream of internal energy into Zheng Yu's body. Ignoring the man's wailing, he said coldly, I've sealed the flow of qi and blood in your meridians. When your circulation stops, your yang energy fades. Give it another minute, and your limbs will start to freeze solid. With a chilling look in his eyes, Shan Shawu continued, Who exactly is that Xue Xiao who ran away? Zheng Yu finally couldn't handle the bone-chilling cold and cried out, I'm just a manager. He's the head of the Hongye Escort Agency and the chapter president of the Black Merchant Society in Henan. Please, just spare me. Hearing this, Shan Shawu frowned, his mind made up. As for Xue Xiao, he had fled straight to the Hongye Escort Agency. His subordinates suggested gathering all their forces to save Manager Zheng. Xue Xiao dismissed the idea, stating that sacrificing their entire force for a single man like Zheng Yu wasn't worth it. The Black Merchant branch leader put his mask back on and said coldly, That kid's martial arts are formidable. We need to plan for the long run. With that, Xue Xiao ordered the abandonment of the Hongye Escort Agency, and they retreated entirely. An hour later, Shan Shawu and Hong Wuguai arrived at the Hongye Escort Agency, only to find the place completely empty. Hong Wuguai suggested they stop getting involved in this mess and head to Anhui immediately. Shan Shawu nodded slightly. You know the lead has gone cold. Staying here is useless. There's a horse market nearby. We need to get moving. By the way, what were you busy with this morning? I picked up some intel at the Henan branch. Want to guess what I found out? Stop playing games. If you want to say it, just say it. Is it about that Yuan dynasty envoy from 10 years ago? Hearing this, Shan Shawu paused for a moment, and suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from his entire body. Don't get worked up. The information isn't verified yet. The beggar sect disciples are working hard to track them down. I believe we'll have solid news soon. Shan Shawu slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. After a moment, the young man regained his composure and said softly, Thank you. At that same time, at a ferry dock on the Yellow River, a group of people stood huddled together, sighing. It was pouring rain. The river was rising, and the Yellow River roared like a furious lion. Just then, a boatman stared out at the water in disbelief. He couldn't imagine anyone daring to cross the river in such weather, but there, drifting freely on the turbulent waters, was a small boat. Standing on the small craft was a man with his arms crossed, proud and defiant against the elements. A thick aura of energy surrounding him that kept the rain at bay. The man's eyes were deep as he muttered, Sooner or later, I will take back the lost lands of the Central Plains. Just then, a 30-foot-high wave rose up on the river and crashed down toward the small boat. The man shook himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. You think a few waves can block my path? He lowered his stance, focusing his energy into his dantian. With a move of unshakable weight, he kept the small boat steady amidst the crashing water. Then, pushing both hands out, he channeled his massive internal strength. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as he roared, In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme. As he spoke, his energy burst forth, radiating from him as the center. Wherever it passed, trees were leveled, and the massive waves were dissipated. Within a radius of several dozen yards around the boat, the wind calmed and the waves vanished. Even the black clouds in the sky were dispersed by the force of his aura. The warm sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the man's resolute face and highlighting his domineering presence. The small boat continued northward. When it arrived at a dock in Jiyuan, a man in a red cloak was already waiting there respectfully. Seeing the man on the boat approach, Ma Zhongdao bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Helian Daji nodded slightly. Stand up, Zhongdao. It's been a long time. The two of them headed toward the nearby horse market. On the way, Helian Daji asked about the state of Black Blood City over the past 2 years. Master, While you were away, the young master's martial arts progressed by leaps and bounds. Even the 7 great demonic heads praised the young master's strength, saying it might have even surpassed your own, master. Helian Daji just smiled faintly and said nothing. Then, his expression turned serious as he asked, "And that girl? How is she?" "She's been the same these past 2 years, though she's grown a bit closer to the young master." Helian Daji listened in silence for a while, then quickened his pace toward the horse market. "Let's go. It's time to return." Meanwhile, at a horse market not far away, Han Wuba was choosing 2 horses. The old beggar shared his tips on picking a horse with Shan Shawu, but when he didn't hear a reply, he turned back to look and saw that the other man was buying something at a small stall. A moment later, Shan Shawu walked over, holding a rusted, butterfly-shaped bronze trinket. The young man said, "You and Su Xiaohe haven't seen each other in years. It's only right to have a gift when you meet again." Han Wuba scoffed at Shan Shawu's foolishness, saying bluntly that even a beggar wouldn't give a girl such a rusted piece of bronze. But then, he saw Shan Shawu channel his energy into his palm, and the layer of rust on the bronze object began to flake off. The young man's display left the beggar sect elder in awe. Just then, Shan Shawu felt an immense, overwhelming pressure suddenly bearing down from behind. The young man hurriedly stopped his hands. Turning around, he saw 2 figures standing silently, not far behind him. One of them was a man in a black cloak, his aura surging toward the heavens. He keenly sensed the opponent's strength, which could rival his master's, or perhaps even surpass it. Thinking of this, the teenager involuntarily clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, to compete with the black-cloaked man. Helian Daji was astonished at this. He then laughed aloud and asked Ma Zongdao, who stood behind him, "Zongdao, are there really such experts in the Central Plains nowadays?" Ma Zongdao was also suppressed to the point of breathlessness by Helian Daji's pressure. He stared fixedly at the young man opposite him, only to see the youth returning their gaze without a hint of fear. The undefeated blood demon curled his left fingers like eagle talons. The teenager was undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Just as he was about to strike first to gain an advantage, Helian Daji suddenly spoke to stop him. "Zongdao, you are no match for him. Don't act recklessly." Ma Zongdao was embarrassed and lowered his head to apologize, while Han Wuba was also incredibly shocked at this moment. The beggar elder swallowed hard, his throat dry. The strength the opponent displayed even surpassed Huangfu Junyue of Quansheng. It was truly the legendary state of harmony between heaven and man. Seeing Helian Daji display the state of harmony between heaven and man, Han Wuba lost his footing and fell to the ground. Helian Daji stared intently at the teenager before him, stepping forward to assert his dominance. Shan Shawu remained fearless, his expression calm as he also stepped forward to face him. The drizzling rain seemed to be pushed back by the sheer pressure between the two. Suddenly, chi burst forth from Shan Shawu, and Helian Daji immediately channeled all his power. The teenager poured his tyrannical power into his fist, while the man channeled his intense internal energy into his palm. Both put their full strength into the clash. Suddenly, Shan Shawu's pupils contracted, his heart trembling. His full power punch had struck empty air. Shan Shawu looked around in confusion, feeling as if he had fallen into a wine cellar surrounded by endless darkness. At that very moment, a surge of energy suddenly struck at him. Shan Shawu instinctively tilted his head to dodge. The energy grazed his cheek, rolling forward to flatten the entire street. Shan Shawu's mind suddenly snapped back to reality. As it turned out, he and his opponent had only clashed in a split second. A drop of cold sweat involuntarily rolled down the teenager's face. Just then, the man's deep, resonant voice rang out. "You have a good item in your hands." Shan Shawu could not help but look down, only to see the rust on the butterfly-shaped jade pendant had flaked off due to his energy, revealing its original form. Even more miraculously, after Shan Shawu channeled his internal energy into it, 6 small characters appeared on the wings of the pendant. This was an object left behind by Zheng Hanzi. He had used a secret technique to carve those 6 characters onto the wings. It is a pity that few in this world recognize this object. I have traveled the Central Plains for 2 years and have never met an expert like you. As he said this, Helian Daji chuckled softly. "May I ask for the hero's name?" "I am Shan Shawu. I have only recently arrived in the Central Plains." Hearing this, Helian Daji was slightly stunned at first, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. The laughter sounded like rolling thunder, and waves of sound like a collapsing mountain swept outward. Han Wuba hurriedly covered his ears, trying to hold on. Ma Zongdao also had to channel his energy to maintain his balance. A moment later, Helian Daji calmed down and said slowly, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. It was this old man who was ignorant. I am Helion Daji. Meeting you today, young hero, is a true honor. Shan Shawu smiled, showing no particular reaction to Helion Daji's praise. At this moment, Ma Zongdao led over a jet-black steed. Helion Daji stroked the horse's mane, praising it endlessly, before handing the reins to Shan Shawu. Meeting is fate. I gift this horse to you. Shan Shawu replied that he was unworthy of such a gift, politely declining the other party's goodwill. Helion Daji did not insist, turning to mount his horse and saying that he still had to continue north. Shan Shawu said that he would also be heading north before long. That is excellent. In the future, when young hero Shan reaches the north, you can come to Fakeshu City to find me. As he spoke, Helion Daji looked deep into the teenager's eyes. If you come, we at Blackblood City will certainly treat you as an honored guest. Farewell. With that, Helion Daji spurred his horse, and the steed let out a long neigh, galloping forward. Ma Zongdao hurriedly followed. This undefeated blood demon thought to himself that letting this teenager go would surely become a great disaster in the future. But Helion Daji seemed to see right through his thoughts. Zongdao, don't do anything foolish. I don't want to lose my capable right-hand man yet. Ma Zongdao was startled. City Lord, is he really that strong? From the very first look, I knew he is the only person in the martial arts world today who can stand against me in battle. Just now, we clashed in a split second. You cannot imagine how terrifying his strength is. I am confident I could take one full power punch from him, but I am certain that if I took that punch, I would lose an arm. It is an incredibly powerful and tyrannical energy. In that teenager's eyes, there seems to be nothing that cannot be broken. Speaking of this, Helion Daji rubbed his shoulder. The city lord was very lucky that his arm was still intact. If we want to conquer the Central Plains in the future, that teenager will likely be the biggest obstacle. Helion Daji smirked, secretly looking forward to that day. The two said nothing more and galloped north. On the other side, Han Wuba sighed deeply. The beggar sect elder felt ashamed of his performance just now. Seeing Shan Shawu standing there in a daze, Han Wuba asked if it was because the residual poison in his body had not been fully cleared. Shan Shawu said that the 100 know-it-all powder had been completely neutralized. The teenager slowly clenched the butterfly jade pendant, gently explaining. Since 5 years ago, when I learned the heaven-breaking divine art, Helion Daji is the first person to make me feel this tense. Han Wuba advised Shan Shawu not to overthink it. The rain was coming, and they should get on their way quickly. At the same time, over at the Chiwu Alliance, a messenger pigeon flew into the courtyard. The man in green opened the scroll and walked quickly to the front hall, soon arriving before Su Xiaohe. Seeing his subordinate's hurried expression, Su Xiaohe asked, "What has happened?" "Young miss, this is a secret letter sent from the Shanxi branch." Su Xiaohe opened the scroll, glanced at the contents, and her beautiful face hardened. The maid asked worriedly what had happened, but Su Xiaohe just smiled, her voice as clear as a nightingale, brimming with joy. Shan Shawu Gege has arrived in the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Nangong Suqiao's expression turned grim after reading the secret report in her hand. The young miss of the Nangong family furrowed her brows, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Shan saw this and couldn't help but ask, "So, Ma Dao and Tiji Shengong are both dead?" The person opposite him was stunned, unable to believe it. They say it was someone called the War God. Kang Wei didn't even leave a corpse behind. Who knows where such a master popped up in Taiwan, but I'm certain he's not from the Nine Layers Pavilion. Regardless, the Five Dragon Alliance has suffered heavy losses because of him. Nangong Suqiao set the report down and ordered coldly, "I've never heard of this War God title. You need to get to the bottom of this immediately." Jiang Shan said that investigating wouldn't be difficult, but if the target could defeat two masters of the Five Dragon Alliance, he feared he might not be a match for him either. Nangong Suqiao suggested bluntly that they could ask the Wugong Yin family for help. Jiang Shan nodded lightly. If they were willing to intervene, they would surely find answers. But there is one thing you must keep in mind. The Five Dragon Alliance is in need of talent right now. If he's smart, we can recruit him. Otherwise, Jiang Shan understood her intent and replied coldly, "I understand. If not, then kill him without mercy." At that moment, Jiang Shan brought up another piece of information. He'd received word that Black Commerce's Qi Xiao was ambushing people in Henan. Nangong Suqiao, being clever and shrewd, immediately guessed that Black Commerce was likely hunting the War God as well. That's right. Looking at the situation, it's highly probable. Moreover, this was an order from Black Commerce's higher-ups, though they suffered a crushing defeat and have since gone into hiding. At this point, Jiang Shan abruptly changed the subject. "Miss Nangong, there is something I need you to verify for me. I heard that the Northern Protector of the Lion Alliance was killed last night. I believe everything stems from the incident in Luning. The Northern Protector must have known the truth. I hope you can step in and inquire what exactly happened in Luning. Nangong Suqiao nodded in agreement, but her heart was full of her own schemes. She knew that Murong Dongtian and Huangfu Junyue had a secret pact. Now that Murong Dongtian was dead, only Quan Sheng knew the contents of that pact. And as far as she knew, before he was assassinated, Murong Dongtian had given something to a small escort agency to deliver to Quan Sheng. Because of this, she had kept the people from that agency in custody. After assigning his tasks, Jiangshan rose to take his leave. This master of the Five Dragon Alliance was lost in thought. Nangong Suqiao was capable but lacked patience. And that Wugang Yin family was a notorious clan of assassins in the martial arts world, with hundreds of family members, all skilled killers. Was it worth using such forces for a war god of unknown origin? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mock himself. If not for the protection of the Five Dragon Alliance, the Wugang Yin family would have become enemies of the entire martial arts world long ago. Besides, this was their dirty work anyway. He looked up at the sky, sighed softly, and muttered, "War god, you are like a meteor falling into the martial arts world. In the end, you will disappear, just like one." Meanwhile, in her pavilion, Nangong Suqiao had no concern for the war god. The lady, hailed as one of the three beauties, stared coldly at a room. "That little brat Su Xiaohe is too cunning. How can I possibly take over the great Heaven merchant group?" After thinking for a long while without an answer, she scolded herself in anger. "You should count yourself lucky you weren't born into a martial arts family, or you would have died by my hand long ago." At the same time, on the outskirts of Luzhou, an old man and a youth reined in their horses. "So, you've come here to find one of the three beauties, Han Xiangya?" "That's right. According to Lian Xiangyi, she is very likely my master's daughter." The water beauty Han Xiangya was the daughter of Han Zhengyu, the head of the Han family. Rumor had it that her strength had already surpassed the other two of the three beauties and the three heroes. Some even said she had already stepped into the realm of a sword immortal. The Han family was once a major power in the martial arts world, but since the rise of the Nangong family, they had gradually declined. The two entered the city and headed to a beggar gang branch. Han Wuba was seriously reviewing intelligence reports from all over, but he still couldn't find any information regarding the Yuan dynasty's envoy. The old beggar looked at the youth with a bit of embarrassment, saying that perhaps Shan Shawu needed some time to rest. Shan Shawu replied that he had work to do, and told the old man not to worry about him. The old beggar's expression turned serious, warning Shan Shawu to be careful, as this was the territory of the Nangong family. The youth smiled and promised he would try not to cause trouble. Night fell. In the main hall of the Nangong family, flickering candlelight illuminated the room. In the center stood a century-old crepe myrtle tree, decorated with great care. The bark was partially peeled away, with 4 gilded characters carved into it: righteousness in action, sword for justice, saving the world. An old man with white hair asked, "How is the interrogation of the person from the Iron Martial Alliance going?" "It's still ongoing. I believe we will have clues soon." Nangong Wuqiang frowned. "Hurry up. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no hope of catching up to the Huangfu family later." Nangong Tiqiang replied in a deep voice, "Rest easy, big brother. We won't let Suqiao's efforts go to waste." Meanwhile, in the gloomy dungeon of the Nangong family, the sound of clinking chains echoed as a man hung suspended, gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds. The burly man conducting the interrogation shouted, "What did Murong Dongtian give to Huangfu Junyuan?" The captive's eyes were as steady as iron. "This man is Mo, the head of the Iron Horse Escort Agency." Back in the main hall, Nangong Shiqiang rose to leave, stating he had to go to the Han family to discuss the marriage. "Humph, that old man Han Zhengyu is always hesitating. If not for his daughter, I wouldn't bother with an alliance. Don't worry, brother. I've been restraining myself for a while, but tonight he must give me a clear answer." The moon rose high. Under the cover of night, a ghostly figure glided through the city. The youth landed lightly on a roof, looking out into the distance to see a grand, magnificent mansion. It was the famous Nangong family estate. Shan Shawu looked away, turning his gaze toward the dilapidated house in front of him. This was the Han family he had come to visit tonight. He saw dozens of disciples guarding the door, and the youth was somewhat confused. According to Han Wuba, the Han family's strength is no longer what it once was. Could these people be disciples from another sect? Shaking off his doubts, Shan Shawu slipped into the house. He landed on the roof as lightly as a cat. Carefully lifting a roof tile, the young man peeked through the gap, only to see 2 men sitting inside, talking. "Master Han, An alliance between our two families would benefit the Han family immensely. I don't understand why you are still hesitating. That may be so, but Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. How can I decide such a major life matter for her on my own? Or does Master Nanggong think my eldest son isn't worthy of your daughter? Of course not. Your son is a match every family desires. It is our Han family that is humble and unworthy of such a pairing. Nanggong Shiqiang seemed to have lost all patience. Master Han, speak plainly. Do you look down upon our Nanggong clan? Han Zhengwu struggled to suppress a cough, his voice trembling as he explained. Of course not. If that is the case, then let the engagement be settled. It is late. I shouldn't keep you any longer. Farewell. With that, Nanggong Tiqiang stood up and walked out of the Han residence. Han Zhengwu chased after him, insisting that such matters couldn't be decided so hastily. If our families unite, the Nanggong clan will throw all its support behind the Han family to restore your reputation. Han Zhengwu seemed tempted, but insisted he must wait for his daughter to decide for herself. Parents have always decided these things. Since when have children been allowed to choose on their own? Let's leave it at that. I will come tomorrow to discuss the wedding arrangements. With that, Nanggong Shiqiang mounted his horse and left, followed by a group of Nanggong clan disciples. Shan Shawu had heard every word of their conversation. Han Xiangya was currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. Had he come all this way for nothing? Returning to his room, Han Zhengwu sighed. He never expected the Nanggong clan to be this pushy, thinking of his daughter having to sacrifice herself for the family's benefit. The frail family head coughed violently, nearly fainting. A moment later, he managed to catch his breath. No matter what, this marriage would chain his daughter down. Just then, a voice rang out beside him. There is no need to be so miserable. Just talk to your daughter directly. Startled, Han Zhengwu reached out a gaunt left hand, pulling a long sword from 10 feet away toward him. The Han family head intended to draw his blade to fight back, but the young man's movement was like lightning, appearing before him in a flash. Han Zhengwu was terrified, his pupils constricting. As the youth's fair hand clamped firmly onto the hilt, he pulled with all his might, but could not draw the sword. Realizing the gap in their strength, he let go and helplessly asked who his opponent was. Shan Shawu apologized gently, revealing his identity and explaining that he had come for Han Xiangya. Han Zhengwu sat back on his bed, asking what relationship Shan Shawu had with his daughter. Walking over to a portrait on the wall, Shan Shawu said slowly, "As far as I know, Miss Han is not your biological daughter. Is she? 20 years ago, you met Han Xiangya in Shanxi and adopted her." Hearing this, Han Zhengwu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, trembling as he asked how the young man knew. "I traveled from the northern border to the Central Plains specifically because her biological father tasked me with finding her." Realizing the truth, Han Zhengwu was shocked. Her biological father was still alive? Recalling his master's dying instructions, Shan Shawu continued, "My master has passed away, but before he died, he told me that if I found his daughter and she was not living well, I should help her once. Therefore, I hope you can tell me her current situation." After a moment of contemplation, Han Zhengwu began to recount the whole story. 20 years ago, Han Xiangya was sold by the Murong clan to a brothel and raised as a target at the Red Thunder Wall in Shaanxi. Xiangya was exceptionally intelligent and found a chance to escape. I happened to be passing by, saved her, and brought her home. I have been searching for her biological parents for years, but Xiangya suffered too much and lost all her memories from that time. Then why is the Nanggong clan forcing this marriage tonight? They don't value Xiangya at all. They only want to exploit her martial arts. That is why I have always opposed this marriage. But Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance, 800 miles away, and the Nanggong clan is far too powerful. If what you say is true, I beg you to help set her free." Shan Shawu sped off, catching up to the Nanggong clan's group. He followed the last disciple, feeling only a light breeze pass by, before the man's mouth and nose were covered by a hand. Then, the disciple felt himself lifted off the ground, light as a feather. The entire process took only a split second. None of the other disciples noticed a thing. Shan Shawu hit the man's pressure points and took his clothes to wear. Looking at the Nanggong clan's compound, the young man secretly resolved that he must find out exactly why they were so desperate to get their hands on Han Xiangya. As the disciples entered the courtyard, one man felt dizzy. He turned his head and saw a figure suddenly appear beside him. Seeing the young man's unfamiliar face, he immediately asked who he was. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu extended his right hand, shooting beams of internal energy from his fingertips, pinning the disciples behind him in an instant. These men couldn't even cry out. In a heartbeat, they became stiff as wood, walking forward mechanically. This technique is the human puppet secret art, derived from the heaven-breaking divine skill. Master, what kind of martial art is the human puppet secret art? The heaven-breaking divine skill has been passed down for thousands of years. Predecessors from that era fought countless masters, learning from their opponents' techniques and making them their own. The so-called human puppet secret art is one of those. Simply put, it uses one's own internal energy to control the opponent. But the terrifying thing about the human puppet secret art is that it can control not just the opponent's actions, but their consciousness as well. If you can master this art, infiltration and assassination will become as easy as turning over your hand. Shan Shawu followed the group into the inner courtyard, unaware that a swordsman in black had snuck in earlier. Just as Shan Shawu was sizing up his surroundings, the black-clad swordsman was also secretly plotting in his heart. The Nangong clan was heavily guarded. If he rushed straight into the inner courtyard, he would surely be discovered. At that moment, Nangong Shiqiang asked his subordinate about the situation in the dungeon. The subordinate replied that the third master was still interrogating the prisoner. Nangong Shiqiang was secretly shocked. He didn't expect anyone to be able to endure that long under his brother's hand. With that in mind, Tigang Nangong ordered them to head to the dungeon. The group walked past a rockery and soon arrived at the back courtyard, where they descended an entrance into the prison. The smell of mold and blood in the air made Sayushan frown slightly. He followed quietly behind Tigang Nangong, walking through a dark tunnel until the other man stopped in front of a cell at the end. Tigang Nangong asked his younger brother how things were going. Diqiang Nangong said he had used 22 types of torture, but the prisoner still refused to talk. Tigang Nangong frowned at this. He stepped forward, grabbed Bu Yu Mo by the face, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, start talking." What did Dongtian Murong give to Junyue Huangfu? But Bu Yu Mo had his mouth and nose covered, unable to utter a word. If he spoke, his family would be wiped out, so he would rather die than say a single syllable. Hearing this, Tigang Nangong angrily snatched the long sword from his brother's hand and drove it into Bu Yu Mo's shoulder. The man let out a miserable scream. "I don't have much patience. Do you think I'm afraid to kill you? If you don't talk, I'll slaughter your entire family." Upon hearing the name Tima Escort Agency, Sayushan couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the man in the cell and recognized him as Bu Yu Mo. "You two have crossed paths before," Sayushan thought, no longer hiding, and stepped into the cell. The teenager's powerful aura left the other two stunned in their tracks. Tigang Nangong was astonished and secretly furious. Ever since leaving the Han family, he had felt as if someone was tailing him. At the time, he thought it was just his imagination and didn't check carefully. Just then, Sayushan flicked his fingers twice, and 2 pulses of energy shot out, striking the iron chains. The chains, as thick as a child's arm, snapped apart. Bu Yu Mo collapsed to the ground, limp. Sayushan smiled and draped his outer robe over Bu Yu Mo. Only then did the Nangong brothers snap out of it. Diqiang Nangong blocked the teenager's path and demanded to know who he was. Sayushan said coldly, "Get out of my way." Under the teenager's icy gaze, the third master of the Nangong clan faltered for a moment, but then Sayushan suddenly unleashed his power. "I told you to get out of the way." Immediately after, the 2 Nangong brothers were sent flying, crashing into a wall several yards away. Back in the main hall, Wugang Nangong was reading a secret report sent by Suqiao Nangong. The head of the Nangong clan had a grim expression. The report stated that the so-called war god was heading south. Wugang Nangong was about to order his men to track down the war god when a loud explosion reached his ears. He rushed to the window and looked out, only to see 2 figures flying out of the dungeon like kites with broken strings. Seeing his 2 younger brothers blasted away like that, Wugang Nangong was horrified. The 2 brothers finally managed to steady themselves after being sent flying more than 10 yards. Both were terrified. They hadn't expected the teenager's martial arts to be so formidable. Seeing the stranger slowly approaching while carrying Bu Yu Mo, Tigang Nangong shouted angrily, demanding to know his identity. Sayushan walked forward, his internal energy surging, every step carrying immense pressure. "I am Sayushan from the northern border. You might not have heard of that name, but someone gave me a nickname a while ago that you might be more familiar with." At this, a sharp light flickered in the teenager's eyes. "They call me the War God." Once those words were spoken, the entire hall fell dead silent. Wugang Nangong looked at the teenager coldly and said, "So the War God has graced us with his presence. If there has been a misunderstanding, why not come into the main hall to discuss it?" He then whispered to a subordinate, "Go get things ready. We must receive this distinguished guest properly." A short time later, Sayu Shan was invited into the Nangong clan's main hall. Looking at the gold-plated plaque that read, "Uphold justice and aid the world," the teenager gave a mocking sneer. Wu Gang Nangong sat in the master's chair, his tone dripping with arrogance. Those 4 words represent the 100-year glory of our Nangong clan. The clan head then changed his tone. "I have heard of your reputation. Dongtian Murong died at your hands, and the black merchant of Shanxi also tasted defeat against you." At this point, Wu Gang Nangong's eyes grew sharp. "What exactly is your purpose in coming to our Nangong clan? Is it just to save the man on your back?" Sayu Shan replied that he and Bu Yu Mo were acquaintances, and seeing him in trouble, he naturally had to step in and help. Hearing this, Wu Gang Nangong stood up. The clan head caressed the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "This sword is called the Emperor's Blade. I have used it to take many lives." Wu Gang Nangong looked at Sayu Shan with icy eyes. In the pugilistic world, there is no such thing as justice. Only those who survive are the ones who are right. The Nangong clan head pointed his sword at Sayu Shan and continued, "Since you know what we did to Bu Yu Mo, for the sake of the Nangong clan's honor, I cannot let you leave." Following Wu Gang Nangong's command, 11 black-clad swordsmen swarmed out from all sides, rushing towards Sayu Shan with their blades drawn. The teenager tilted his body and kicked one of the swordsmen in the face. The man screamed, his sword went flying, and he spun in the air before crashing hard to the ground. After landing one hit, Sayu Shan's aura suddenly shifted. The teenager sneered, his voice as cold as ice that had frozen for 10,000 years. "Do you really think you can stop me with just this?" With that, Sayu Shan lunged forward, taking the initiative. He unleashed a palm strike, and a burst of energy, like a rainbow piercing the sun, shot straight ahead. In an instant, several swordsmen were pierced through and died on the spot. The brothers Tigang and Chigang Nangong were horrified. The two gripped their swords, preparing to join the fight. But just then, a secret message reached their ears. It was the voice of their elder brother, Wu Gang Nangong. "Idiots! Have you still not understood the meaning of a coordinated attack?" Dongtian Murong was a major figure in Liaoning, yet he died silently at the hands of this war god. Either his internal strength is enough to overwhelm Dongtian Murong, or his martial arts have some unique trick. He is so young, how much internal energy can he really have? His technique must have some specific secret. We need only watch carefully, wait for the right moment, and strike when the opportunity arises to win. Seeing the 3 Nangong brothers standing still, Sayu Shan guessed what they were doing. The teenager gathered power into his legs and stomped firmly on the ground, his body soaring into the sky like a kite. Sayu Shan channeled his domineering energy into his palms. "If you want to watch, I'll show you." With that, the teenager unleashed a palm strike, his massive energy pouring down like a waterfall upon the black-clad swordsmen below. In an instant, the black-clad swordsmen were overwhelmed by his raw power. Suddenly, a cold, lethal glint flashed in Namkung Vukwang's eyes. He had spotted his opening the moment Shan Shawu's previous technique had faded, but his new one had yet to form. The head of the Namkung clan roared, signaling the strike. Namkung Thiet Kwang surged forward, unleashing the firmament without trace sword style. Namkung Duke Kwang also charged in, wielding the 13 Thunder Sword strikes. The 3 brothers launched a synchronized assault on the young man from 3 directions. Namkung Vukwang's sword flashed like a meteor, aiming straight for Shan Shawu's back. But to his shock, the boy seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With a slender hand, he gracefully but swiftly grabbed Namkung Vukwang's wrist. The blade, which had seemed destined to land a fatal blow, suddenly shifted direction, piercing straight into the chest of Namkung Thiet Kwang as he rushed in. Shan Shawu repeated the maneuver, slamming a palm into Namkung Thiet Kwang's armpit, using the force to redirect the uncontrolled sword, driving it deep into Namkung Duke Kwang's chest. The youth didn't stop. With 2 fingers, he tapped Namkung Duck Kwang's shoulder, causing the sword to veer again, plunging toward his own older brother. In a heartbeat, the 3 Namkung brothers had stabbed one another. Namkung Thiet Kwang was struck in the heart and died on the spot. Namkung Du Kwang, pierced through the heart, breathed his last as well. Only Namkung Vu Kwang managed to avoid a fatal wound, though he lost an arm in the process. Watching Shan Shawu walk away while carrying Makbat and Ju, the Namkung clan head stood frozen in shock. Even though he had weathered countless storms, he couldn't grasp what had just happened. Suddenly, Namkung Vu Kwang reached out with his right hand, summoning the Thon de Vuong sword back into his grip. The Namkung patriarch steadied his breathing, then channeled every remaining bit of his inner energy into the blade. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Shan Shawu couldn't help but stop and look back, only to see Namkung Vu Kwang pushing off the ground, charging toward him. The youth frowned. He hadn't expected the old man to be this reckless. Seeing his opponent swing the sword with enough power to split mountains, Shan Shawu dodged quickly. Nam Kung Vu Kwang roared in fury. "You little brat! I'll kill you today!" With that, he leaped into the air, thrusting his sword toward the youth. Unexpectedly, a sharp, cold light glinted in Shan Shawu's eyes. The youth raised both hands, twisting them slightly in front of his chest. The next moment, the sword pierced straight into Nam Kung Vu Kwang's own chest. Nam Kung Vu Kwang wheezed through his curses. "You have completely offended the Five Dragon Alliance today. You will surely die a gruesome death." Shan Shawu calmly replied, "That's none of your concern." Having said that, the youth pushed hard against the sword hilt with his right hand, and the blade shot out, pinning Nam Kung Vu Kwang to the ground. The sword was buried more than 2 feet deep, the force so great that the surrounding earth collapsed and rubble scattered everywhere. The current head of the Nam Kung clan was pinned there just like that. Shan Shawu looked up at the 4 golden characters hanging in the main hall. The youth raised his left hand, channeling overbearing energy into his palm before unleashing a powerful strike. Shan Shawu closed his fist, throwing a punch that caused a massive tree, which had stood for hundreds of years, to explode. With eyes as cold as ice, he said indifferently, "These 4 words, your Nam Kung clan, is not worthy of them." This small house was built on a cliff hundreds of feet high, yet it was considered a forbidden land by those in the martial arts world, because this was the dwelling of one of the 2 saints, the all-conquering Hoang Fu Tuan Vien. Under the veranda, Hoang Fu Quan Nuyet sat alone at a table. A subordinate knelt 3 yards away, respectfully reporting, "That god of war first wreaked havoc on the Mudong clan in Liaoning, and a few days ago, he broke into the Nam Kung clan alone, killing without mercy." The casualties among the disciples are countless, with the 3rd master, Nam Kung Du Kwang, dying on the spot. The 2nd master, Nam Kung Thiet Kwang, has also gone to the afterlife, and the clan head, Nam Kung Vu Kwang, was pinned to death in his own hall. They say the clan head witnessed a horrific sight. Before he died, he watched the god of war destroy the sign that his family had preserved for generations. The god of war's reputation in the underworld is soaring. Many younger disciples admire his sudden rise, while many martial arts masters fear he will threaten their standing. Moreover, there are reports that the Black Chamber has also moved against the god of war. Hearing this, Hoang Fu Quan Nuyet's movements froze. The voice of this supreme leader remained calm as water. "The Black Chamber is involved too?" "Yes." The Henan branch of the Black Chamber led a force to ambush the god of war, but they failed miserably. Hoang Fu Tuan Vien stopped his work, looked up at the sky, and after a moment, said in a deep voice, "Send a letter to Tukyu. I want to meet her." Meanwhile, at the Iron Martial Alliance, Nam Kung Tukyo was reading a letter sent from 800 miles away. The leader of the 3 flowers suddenly narrowed her eyes, then angrily crumpled the letter on the table. Nam Kung Tukyo gritted her teeth. "Damn you, god of war. I will definitely tear you to pieces." At the same time, in a room at the Iron Martial Alliance, Tutuha received news of the Nam Kung clan's destruction, feeling both amazed and worried for Shan Shawu. With the Nam Kung clan devastated, the 5 Dragon Alliance would certainly not let it go. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered Bitch Nok, Beach Lien, send letters to all branches of the Great Sky Chamber of Commerce now, and order them to spread the news of the god of war destroying the Nam Kung clan. Be sure to emphasize that the Nam Kung clan was holding innocent people captive, while the god of war was acting for justice. This is both to prevent Shan Shawu from becoming an enemy of the martial arts world, and to showcase his immense strength, making others in the underworld wary of him. Also, send letters immediately to the 9th Heaven Mansion and the Lion Alliance. Tell them I want to meet to discuss urgent matters. Although the 3 factions of the Iron Martial Alliance are secretly rivals, they are publicly allies. We absolutely cannot let them join forces against Shan Shawu. After issuing a series of orders, Tu Tieha pondered for a moment before adding, "And one more thing. Have someone shadow Nam Kung Tukyo. I know she will try everything in her power to eliminate Shan Shawu." Saying this, Tu Tieha wore a cold expression. "We must act fast." That night, Gyeongsun received a letter from Nam Kung Tukyo. He had been ordered to go to Henan to assassinate the god of war, and to be certain, besides mobilizing the Black Chamber's forces, he had also hired assassins from the Than Duong sect. After receiving Nam Kung Tukyo's letter, he realized his mistake. The god of war had already reached Luchao and wiped out the Nam Kung clan. In the letter, Nam Kung Tukyo had laid everything out clearly. To keep things secret, Huangfu Junyuan has detained Mo Boyu's family. If word of this gets out, it will definitely ruin his reputation. The Nangong family secretly rescued Mo Boyu, So if Quan Sheng finds out, he will be furious with them. Therefore, their top priority is to kill Mo Boyu and silence him, ensuring he never reveals the Nangong family's involvement. If the God of War goes to the Tai Wu alliance to save Mo Boyu's family, then he and Huangfu Junyue will surely clash, and that will be their chance to kill him. After reading the letter, Jiangshan couldn't help but admire this heroine. Even after such a massive family tragedy, she remained calm and level-headed. The head of the Yin family beside him asked what had happened. Jiangshan stated bluntly that the God of War is not in Hainan but is headed to Liuzhou, so their mission has shifted to prioritizing Mo Boyu's death. Suddenly, Jiangshan sensed someone quietly approaching. Just as the expert from the Five Dragon Alliance was about to draw his sword, he heard a dark, raspy voice. "You've made us waste so much time." The newcomer was Yin Tu Yuan, of the Wugong Yin family. Just then, another woman stepped forward, warning them to be careful. They know nothing about the God of War right now. This job wasn't very profitable to begin with, and now you've even hired assassins from the Qingyang sect to join in. At this, Yin Muzhen sneered, but added that if it means killing Mo Boyu, they won't lose out. Meanwhile, a carriage is speeding toward the Tai Wu alliance. Han Wuba grumbled while driving. He only let his guard down for a moment, and yet Shan Shawu caused such a huge scene. Seeing no one speaking inside, he lifted the curtain to look. Shan Shawu was channeling his internal energy, refining human essence and feeding it to Mo Boyu. Han Wuba whispered to ask about his condition. "I've done everything I can. The rest depends on his own fate," he replied. "Besides, his meridians are severed. Even if he survives, he'll never be able to fight again." Hearing this, Han Wuba sighed inwardly, though he remained curious about Huangfu Junyuan's secret. A while later, Mo Boyu woke up, deeply grateful to Shan Shawu for saving him. Shan Shawu asked what exactly Mo Boyu was transporting that would make Quan Sheng go as far as detaining his family. Mo Boyu recounted the whole story. It turned out they had received a new mission from the Murong family that day, and escaped before Dali Bao stormed the estate. But the Iron Horse Escort Agency always followed the rules of the underworld, only transporting goods without ever asking about a client's secrets. He only knew it was a red-painted coffin, wrapped in iron chains and charms. According to the Murong family, the coffin was found in the Daobei mountain caves, and it is said that whoever masters it can dominate the martial arts world. At this point, Mo Boyu became agitated. "Young hero Shen, my family is still at the Tai Wu Alliance. I must go save them. We are already on our way to the Ta Wu Alliance. Just focus on your recovery and don't worry," Shan Shawu replied. Han Wuba frowned upon hearing this. He knew that once Shan Shawu made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. But his sect, the Beggar Clan, always stayed out of these martial arts conflicts. If they got involved, the clan would surely be implicated and face major trouble. He secretly decided he had to report this to the clan leader. Just then, Shan Shawu's question cut off his thoughts. "Elder, what is the rope in the carriage for?" "That's a lifeline, used for anchoring boats or saving someone who falls into the water. If you find it in the way, just throw it out." Shan Shawu nodded slightly, understanding. He decided to keep it, thinking it might come in handy. Han Wuba scolded him for being silly, then continued driving, racing toward the Tai Wu Alliance. But they didn't know that danger was already closing in. A group of people was lying in ambush in the woods nearby. Jiangshan and the others had guessed their destination was the Ta Wu Alliance, so they had been lying in wait since last night. Yin Muzhen turned to look at the ghostly figures behind them. "Sect Master of Qingyang, who goes first?" The Sect Master stood with his arms crossed, his expression indifferent. "Just make sure you don't get in our way." Yin Jijiao was angered by his arrogance, but Yin Muzhen reminded her that he was over 60 and not to be trifled with, as he might stab them in the back at any moment. Just then, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour. Yin Muzhen smirked. "Heaven is helping us. Time to move." In the carriage, Shen Shawu's pupils contracted. He seemed to hear people moving through the rain. The young man tilted his head to listen, becoming certain that a group was closing in fast. With a crack of thunder, dozens of black-clad assassins burst out from the forest, lunging straight at them. These assassins moved silently. They were clearly no ordinary mercenaries. Just then, a noise came from above. The lead assassin had jumped onto the roof. But Shen Shawu immediately burst through the window and kicked the assassin right in the chin. Having landed the strike, the young man looked around to see several more assassins on the roof. Placing his hands on the carriage frame, he spun his body violently. He was like a human spinning top, lashing out with both legs. Several assassins were kicked in the head, their bones snapping instantly. After clashing with them, Shen Shawu was shocked. These assassins coordinated perfectly and moved in rhythm. They were nothing like the ones he had faced before. At that moment, Han Wuba recognized them. They were all using arm-mounted daggers, the signature hidden weapons of the Wugong Yin family, a clan of professional assassins. Han Wuba whipped the horses. The carriage flew forward, but the assassins still clung to their pursuit. The young man channeled his domineering internal energy into his hands. Under the barrage, he didn't waver. His hands moved like a whirlwind, guarding his entire body. Every palm strike sent an assassin flying off the carriage. Those struck lightly suffered internal damage and broken bones. The heavy hits resulted in severed meridians and instant death. But just then, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. Han Wuba was startled to see them, both dressed in green, radiating intense bloodlust. The old beggar shouted, "Shawu, be careful. The Qingyang sect is here too." Two assassin clans are attacking at once. The young man's eyes remained as calm as water. Shan Shawu opened his eyes slightly and pointed a finger. A wave of domineering energy shot out, striking both of them in the chest. The two assassins were struck as if by a heavy sledgehammer, sent flying backward. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky. An assassin stepped over his comrades' corpses, using their bodies as a springboard to lunge at Shan Shawu. The latter remained calm, his left hand striking out like lightning to seize his opponent by the throat. Shan Shawu lifted the assassin with one hand, his young voice as still as an ancient well. "Whether you belong to the Five Dragon League or the Nongong clan, tell your masters to come themselves." Suddenly, the controlled assassin's eyes flared with fire, a monstrous force surging within his body. Seeing this, Shan Shawu's pupils contracted. The Qingyang sect assassin exploded instantly. A massive shockwave erupted, its terrifying power felt even by people in Tainwen, half a mile away. Yin Muzhen crossed his arms and laughed. The Qingyang sect's technique, Hell's explosive art, truly lives up to its reputation. The sect master of Qingyang paid no heed to Yin Muzhen's praise. The assassin vanished in a flash. Yin Duyuan asked if they should strike as planned. "Duyuan, follow me." "Yin Jiao, stay here with Mr. Jiang. Mo Boyu must be killed, but if we can take down the god of war as well, that would be even better." "Jiao, whether our Yin family earns fame depends on you." Shan Shawu becoming a heaven-breaking martial general means he must tread over the corpses of others. Even though the heaven-breaking divine art is called the best in the world, the heavens have eyes. Every martial art has a counter. For thousands of years, the path of the heaven-breaking martial general has been paved with over 500 lives. Whether you want it or not, from the moment you became a heaven-breaking martial general, you stepped onto this path of blood. This fear is the destiny of the heaven-breaking martial general. Are you willing? The youth did not answer immediately but asked, "Then how did you overcome this fear, master?" Han Wuba laughed arrogantly. "Through thousands of armies and horses, I remain free and unrestrained, moving as I please." A loud explosion echoed, shattering half the carriage, but Mo Boyu gritted his teeth, ignoring the falling wooden splinters. Hong Wuguai struggled with the reins, keeping the carriage moving. The beggar elder looked back in worry and shouted, "God of war, are you all right?" As the dust settled, Shan Shawu's clothes were in tatters, a broken bone protruding through his shoulder. The youth's face remained calm. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After saying this, Shan Shawu pulled the bone fragment out, then channeled his qi to control his muscles, quickly sealing the wound. He grabbed the lifeline rope from the carriage and leaped, pouring immense internal power into it. The rope surged like a dragon rising from the sea, snapping toward the pursuing assassins with lightning speed. The tyrannical internal force pierced their bodies, killing the assassins instantly. Shan Shawu flicked his wrist, the rope coiling around another assassin's neck. The youth yanked hard, tearing the man's head off. Meanwhile, other Qingyang sect assassins tried the same tactic, hoping to use the Hell's explosive art against Shan Shawu, but he wielded the rope so masterfully that they couldn't get close. However, the assassins charged recklessly. The youth swung the rope hard, and it pierced through their chests like a long spear. 3 assassins hung in the air like broken kites, but just then, 4 more lunged forward. These 4 didn't attack Shan Shawu but grabbed the rope. They braced themselves, putting all their weight into it. The rope went taut, pulling even the powerful Shan Shawu off balance. At that moment, a Qingyang sect assassin leaped onto the rope. The youth realized their intent immediately and touched the rope with his right index finger. A powerful blast of energy traveled along it. The force entered the assassin's body, through his bubbling spring meridian, blasting him into the air, where his body was torn in two. The Hell's explosive art the assassin had prepared detonated prematurely, obliterating several assassins of the Yin family. An assassin from the Yin family fell from the sky, his dagger aimed directly at Mo Boyu's throat. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that falls from the heavens? Seeing the Yin family assassin lunge at Mo Boyu, Shan Shawu's calm face finally shifted. He lashed out with the rope, instantly slicing the man in two. But he didn't know that Ying Jiao, hiding in the forest, suddenly shrieked. Her seductive right pupil turned blood red. She was using the Yin family's secret technique, the Blood Eye Curse, to share her vision with her kin. At the same time, Yin Muzhen, lying in ambush, used the breath-resting grand technique, his heartbeat and breath nearly vanishing, lying as still as a hibernating snake. Suddenly, the Yin family head's eyes also turned blood red, having clearly received Yin Jiao's telepathic message. Every move Shan Shawu made was now under his surveillance. The carriage horse was drenched in sweat, exhausted after running for so long. Yet, the assassins continued to pursue like a swarm of ants. Han Wuba lashed the horse hard, the carriage speeding forward. Shan Shawu whipped the rope, trying to fend off the attackers. The pursuers and the pursued were both pushing their limits. Along the way, explosions and screams echoed incessantly. Han Wuba looked back and asked anxiously, "Shan Shawu, are you okay?" Shan Shawu gave the rope a sharp pull to signal he was fine, but his heavy breathing betrayed his exhaustion. Han Wuba looked grave. Driving through the heavy rain was difficult enough, and Shan Shawu holding off the crowd made it even harder. If this continues, even with your great martial arts, you'll collapse from exhaustion. Shan Shawu, hold on a little longer. We're almost out of the forest. Just then, the beggar elder's expression shifted ahead, was not the exit, but 100-foot abyss. Han Wuba pulled the reins in terror. Seeing the carriage about to plunge, Shan Shawu channeled qi to his dantian and whipped the rope hard. It shot out, wrapping around a massive tree with such force that it cracked the bark and sent sawdust flying. Shan Shawu gritted his teeth, pulling with all his might as the carriage skidded to a halt at the edge of the cliff, still moving at high speed. Just then, several assassins seized the chance to catch up. But just as Shan Shawu unleashed the force within his palms, he uprooted that massive, ancient tree. With a whip of the vine attached to the trunk, it swept across, sending those assassins flying instantly. At that same moment, an assassin from the Qingyang sect unleashed the Hellburst technique. The lifeline, which had already claimed the lives of over 100 people, finally reached its limit and snapped in two. Suddenly, Shan Shawu noticed that the pursuing assassins had vanished. "Shan Shawu, did those bastards stop chasing us?" The young man didn't answer the old beggar, but turned his head to look deep into the forest. He kept feeling like a pair of eyes was staring right at him. The crimson, blood-red eyes of the assassin grew even brighter. This master of secret assassination techniques whispered to himself, "God of War, this is only just the beginning." Sure enough, a moment later, Shan Shawu's pupils constricted. In the middle of the path stood a figure as massive as an iron tower. Once he saw the man's face clearly, Hong Wuguai's expression changed. He recognized this man as Yin Duyuan of the Wujiang Yin family. Yin Duyuan hunched over and roared, "God of War, your life ends here." With that, an iron fist slammed down toward the carriage horse's head. Hong Wuguai felt as if the carriage had collided with a small mountain. The old beggar struggled to tilt his head, barely dodging the incoming shockwave of force. Shan Shawu hurriedly pulled Mo Boyu into his arms. Just as the mountain-crushing punch was about to land, the youth leaped into the air to dodge. Seeing this, Yin Duyuan shouted, "Trying to run?" Then, the muscles in his legs bulged, and his massive body launched forward like a bomb. Shan Shawu hadn't expected the opponent to have such superior light body skills despite his massive frame. Seeing Yin Duyuan channeling immense force into his fist, the youth also began to circulate his energy to prepare for the strike. In the sky, a lightning bolt tore through the clouds. The two were about to engage in a real battle. But right then, a cold, deep voice suddenly rang out above Shan Shawu. It was Yin Muzhen, who had been lying in ambush there the whole time. He had used the breath-holding technique to minimize his presence, so no matter how sharp Shan Shawu's senses were, he couldn't detect his existence. "God of War, I've been waiting here for a long time." With that, strands of force shot from his sleeves, controlled by his internal energy to form a blade of energy. The energy blade aimed straight for Shan Shawu's back. Shan Shawu and Ning Jiao turned, simultaneously thrusting their palms, just managing to block the pincer attack from front and back. Yin Duyuan's fist struck the steel wire. Yin Muzhen had already set up countless threads here in advance. Shan Shawu could only rely on the rebound force, combined with his light body skills, to barely maintain his balance. Seeing they had forced him into a corner, both Yin Muzhen and the other grinned maliciously, and lunged straight at Shan Shawu to attack. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows in midair. Surrounded by the two, Shan Shawu was in constant danger. Yin Du Yuan's fist style was powerful, decisive, and incredibly ferocious. Yin Muzhen's attacks were insidious, with crafty angles, and both used internal energy to protect their arms and weapons. Clearly, they had guessed the secret of the Heaven-Soul Divine technique. Deep down, the young man resolved that he had to use a lethal strike to have any chance of winning in one blow. Han Wuba watched the three of them battling in the air for a long time, without a clear winner. The beggar sect elder felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected the Wu Yang Yin family to be this powerful. Since meeting Shan Shawu, he had never seen the young man struggle like this. Right then, Shan Shawu, who had been on the defensive, suddenly had a flicker in his eyes. The youth extended his left hand, his 5 fingers curled into hooks, and the domineering energy in his palms served like waves. Unexpectedly, without him noticing, strands of gold thread had silently attached themselves to the youth's arm. Shan Shawu turned to look, a jolt of alarm hitting him. Just as he was distracted, more gold threads entangled him. Suddenly, countless threads tightened, instantly binding Shan Shawu so he couldn't move a muscle. In midair, Yin Muzhen stepped on the gold threads and stood tall. This is the common failing of those new to the martial world. They always think that relying on their own high-level martial arts is enough to roam the world. Saying this, Yin Muzhen laughed loudly, his voice full of triumph. You don't know that in this world, there is no high or low, only life and death. After speaking, the head of the Yin family lunged forward, the gold thread in his hand, splitting into 9 strands, stabbing toward Shan Shawu. Unexpectedly, at that exact moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of the young man's mouth. The energy around Shan Shawu suddenly erupted, and the gold threads, which could withstand the force of 10,000 pounds, snapped one by one. Yin Muzhen was so terrified his eyes went wide in disbelief. He saw the silver energy surging around the youth, condensing into a majestic and awe-inspiring green dragon, looking down upon the world. The great dragon carried the power of wind and thunder, instantly striking toward the head of the Yin family. Seeing this, Yin Du Yuan shouted and rushed over, wanting to use his powerful force to save his big brother. But how could fireflies compare to the glow of the full moon? No sooner had Yin Du Yuan approached than he was swept into the domineering energy. A thunderous explosion tore through the sky, and both brothers were sent flying by the overwhelming force. Yin Du Yuan was sent back over 20 meters, his life hanging in the balance, while Yin Muzhen, tossed into the air, stared with vacant eyes. As he fell, he looked at Shan Shawu, who was standing on the threads, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. The martial arts cultivation of this young man before him might already rival the 2 saints. Just then, Shan Shawu's feet, standing on the threads, dipped slightly. He had reached out to grab the falling Yin Muzhen. Shan Shawu grabbed the opponent by the throat and said coldly, "Perhaps you don't know yet, for thousands of years, the Heaven Soul General has never known defeat." Before the words had even left his lips, he felt a chill in his chest. A long sword had silently pierced his body. It turned out the Qingyang sect leader had appeared like a phantom behind Yin Muzhen. One sword had pierced through Yin Muzhen and then into Shan Shawu's chest. Yin Muzhen struggled to look back, wanting to curse, but he couldn't make a sound. "Yin Muzhen, you once said I was the type to stab people in the back. Given such a good opportunity, how could I miss it? Go on your way with the god of war in peace. Of course, you can take that puppet he's carrying with you too." After speaking, the Qingyang leader pushed the sword forward with both hands. The blade pierced the young man's body but couldn't advance a single inch. It was clearly clamped tight by his muscles. Yin Muzhen used his last strength to gasp out, "You idiot, why didn't you go for the head from the start?" At that very moment, Shan Shawu's brow furrowed slightly. The young man's lips curled into a cold smirk. Decapitation sounds like a fine idea. No sooner had he spoken than the leader of the Qingyang sect's expression shifted drastically. A surge of powerful internal energy erupted from Shan Shawu's palm. In the blink of an eye, Yin Muzhen's head went flying. Shan Shawu's right hand still remained in a chokeslam position. The headless corpse of Yin Muzhen hit the ground, and along with it, the head of the Qingyang sect leader fell. He had killed both of them. The young man's figure flickered and vanished, shooting toward the ground like an arrow released from a bowstring. Shan Shawu landed gracefully before Han Wuba. He spoke gently, "Elder, please, take care of Master Mo for me." As the beggar sect elder checked on the young man's injuries, Shan Shawu insisted he was fine. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared toward the deep woods. "Elder, wait here. I'll be back in a moment." Deep in the forest, Jiangshan and Yin Jijiao felt their hearts skip a beat upon catching the young man's icy gaze. They watched as Shan Shawu pushed off the ground with his toes, launching himself forward like a tiger descending a mountain, charging straight toward their hiding spot. Trying to suppress his mounting terror, the Five Dragon Alliance guest elder raised his hands and hurled several lightning firebombs. But Shan Shawu's internal energy deflected them mid-air. The young man's movement technique was lightning fast. He reached them in a heartbeat. Seeing this, Yin Jijiao's face paled, and she scrambled to flee. Jiangshan, too terrified to resist, chose to run for his life. They saw Shan Shawu's right hand suddenly rise, followed by a palm strike directed at the massive tree they had just been standing behind. That tree, which would take 3 men to wrap their arms around, was sliced clean through by his single strike. Jiangshan chose a path opposite to Yin Jijiao. Shan Shawu's terrifying strength left him with no mind to fight back. With the 2 elite killers of their respective clans already dead at the opponent's hands, he could only pray that the man would chase Yin Jijiao instead of him. To his dismay, footsteps grew louder behind him, sounding as heavy as the tolling of a great bell, making Jiangshan tremble with dread. He could even feel the killing intent in the man's eyes locked onto his back. Cold sweat beaded on Jiangshan's forehead. He pushed his lightweight movement technique to the limit, but no matter how he cycled his inner energy, those death-bringing footsteps only drew closer. In his desperate struggle for survival, a sinister plan formed. A small brown porcelain bottle slipped from his sleeve into his palm. It contained the Ghost King's serpent, harvested from the place with the most intense yang energy in the desert. Sprinkling this on someone will suck every drop of moisture from their body. No matter who you are, you'll end up a dried husk. Jiangshan silently counted the incoming footsteps. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout, halted, and turned around, ready to strike. But he discovered there was no sign of Shan Shawu behind him at all. Stunned, Jiangshan stood frozen with the Ghost King serpent in hand, not realizing that Shan Shawu had leaped into the air and was now landing softly right behind him. Just as Jiangshan turned around again to throw the bottle, the young man had already anticipated his move and threw a punch. Shan Shawu unleashed his right fist, slamming it into Jiangshan's left arm, and immediately grabbed his arm with his left hand. Pain surged through Jiangshan, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Shan Shawu squeezed his arm tight and shoved the porcelain bottle into his mouth. With his opponent subdued, the young man asked coldly, "So, you're the mastermind behind this assassination? Tell me, who sent you?" Seeing the man still refusing to answer, the young man's expression grew darker. "If you won't talk, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, at the Lion Alliance under the Iron Feather Alliance, Su Xiaohe went to pay her respects to the Invincible Blade, Che Haosheng. The young woman tried to remain calm as she presented her request, asking the Lion Alliance to step in and punish the Five Dragon Alliance. Che Haosheng scrutinized Su Xiaohe for a moment before sitting back in his chair. He spoke loudly. "A little girl, the young master of a mere merchant group, dares to make such a request? Do you even know what you're saying? I am well aware, senior. My late-night visit is for the sake of the Lion Alliance." Hearing this, Che Haosheng's hand, which was holding a teacup, paused. "Little girl, you can't fool me. You're actually doing this for that man they call the War God, aren't you?" At the mention of that name, Che Haosheng's eyes flashed. "Humph, War God. That title is far too arrogant. The Alliance Master already knows of the War God, so you must have heard of his feats. He is currently at the center of the martial arts world's storm. Forming an alliance with such a talented youth would surely be beneficial. Just because he defeated the Murong and Nongong families, our Lion Alliance must ally with him? Little girl, aren't you looking down on this old man? I have roamed the world for decades. Even the 2 saints of the martial arts world couldn't stop me. And you want me to curry favor with a wet-behind-the-ears brat? How ridiculous. The Invincible Blade's martial arts are peerless, as everyone knows. Allying with the War God is undoubtedly a move with nothing but benefits for the Lion Alliance. Our 3 factions and the Iron Feather Alliance are all linked by blood and honor. Acting against the Five Dragon Alliance will surely trigger a massive conflict. How could you call that nothing but benefits? Besides, as far as I know, Senior's martial arts have reached a divine level, and you are nearing 70. As soon as those words left her lips, Che Haosheng's face darkened instantly. Su Xiaohe acted as if she didn't notice, continuing calmly. "No one in this world is immortal. If, one day, you were to pass on, what would become of the Lion Alliance?" Hearing this, Che Haosheng's hair stood on end. "Little girl, you are truly bold." Hearing such treasonous words from Su Xiaohe, the aura around Che Haosheng shifted, and a heavy, icy pressure bore down directly on her. Facing the rage of the invincible blade, Su Xiaohe quietly gripped the hem of her dress, though she struggled to maintain her composure. The quick-witted young woman realized her words had struck a chord, so she immediately bowed and said gently, "I humbly ask the Alliance Master to calm his anger. Su Xiaohe only speaks the truth. Regardless of whether the Alliance Master is willing to admit it now, conflict between the Five Dragon Alliance, the Lion Alliance, and the other factions is inevitable. Everyone has seen the War God's strength. If the Alliance Master lends him a hand now, the Lion Alliance will surely reap the rewards later." Every word Su Xiaohe uttered was firm and sharp. If the Alliance Master is willing to assist, the Great Heaven Merchant Group will throw all its resources into supporting the Lion Alliance. Listening to the young girl's analysis of the risks and rewards, Che Haosheng suddenly grinned. "So, you believe he is worth that much, do you?" Sensing the pressure from the other man vanish in an instant, Su Xiaohe was slightly stunned. The Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce has never backed down from anyone when it comes to business. Yet now you're willing to make concessions for the War God? It seems you value him quite highly. I am a merchant, and merchants don't do things that lack value. The value of the War God far exceeds what the Alliance leader imagines. As these words were spoken, the great hall fell into a sudden silence. After a long moment, Che Haosheng said slowly, "According to the rules of the Iron Martial Alliance, as long as the Five Dragon Alliance doesn't threaten the Lion Alliance, we won't intervene." At this point, the invincible Blade Overlord shifted his tone. "However, we are under no obligation to cooperate with the Five Dragon Alliance to deal with the War God. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Xiaohe felt that was enough. After speaking, the young girl stood up to take her leave, but unexpectedly, Che Haosheng's voice rang out from behind her. "Young lady, are you married yet? If not, I have someone suitable I'd like to introduce to you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Alliance leader, but Su Xiaohe does not wish to discuss marriage right now, let alone enter into a political alliance." Having said that, Su Xiaohe walked straight out of the hall to take her leave. Hearing the footsteps fading away in the hall, the invincible Blade Overlord sighed and said slowly, "Mu Ling, this young girl is quite something, but it seems she already has someone in her heart." Che Mu Ling neither denied nor confirmed his father's teasing, but instead expressed his gratitude that his father had agreed to his request. "In truth, even if you hadn't advised against it, I had no intention of making a move against the War God. That young girl didn't come here wanting us to punish the Five Dragon Alliance. Her true goal was to prevent us from getting involved. She is a sharp young lady. Not only is she braver than most, but she has extraordinary judgment for her age. In fact, the more chaotic things get between the Five Dragon Alliance and the War God, the better. We don't need to get dragged into this murky water." Immediately after, Che Haosheng told his son that Wan Zhantian of the Great Might Fortress had also sent a letter recently. The master of the Great Might Fortress spoke with sincere urgency, saying that if the Lion Alliance clashed with the War God, they would certainly suffer heavy losses. Che Muling stated bluntly that he and Wan Zhantian had both witnessed the War God's methods firsthand, and what he feared most was the attitude of the beggar sect elder, Han Wuba, toward the War God. Han Wuba stayed in Shenyang in seclusion for 10 years, just waiting for him, and he didn't spare any effort to help the War God. Che Haosheng sighed softly. The beggar sect has always walked alone, and never involved themselves in these disputes. For them to make such an elder change his usual way of doing things, it seems this War God is truly not to be underestimated. On the other side, at the Five Dragon Alliance, the All Saint Mansion's Huangfu Junyue also summoned a woman for a late-night meeting. "Su Qiao, do you know what kind of flower I've planted in this garden? This flower is called the Vengeance Herb. They say that when women in southern Jiang wait for their husbands to return from hunting, they bite into a plant. Once a woman discovers her husband has changed his heart or betrayed the tribe, she will quietly feed the nectar of the Vengeance Herb to the man. Those who drink it won't die immediately, but their meridians will snap and their bodies will fester. Only after 3 days and 3 nights of extreme agony do they finally stop breathing." Huangfu Yunquan stood behind, pulling back his mocking expression. He knew his father was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, Nangong Su Qiao was breaking out in a cold sweat. She realized the All Saint was implying that she should hand over the puppet. Thinking of this, she immediately confessed her fault. This subordinate knows she was wrong. "Please forgive me, Alliance leader." Unexpectedly, Huangfu Junwei tilted his head, his tone suspicious. "Su Qiao, why do you say that?" As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Su Qiao froze, unable to guess what this Alliance leader was thinking, only to find Huangfu Junwei's tone suddenly become stern. Didn't your father pay for his sins with his death? Or is there still something you are hiding from me? Faced with Huangfu Junyue's suddenly surging pressure, Nanggong Su Chao felt she was being suppressed to the point of not being able to breathe. Only then did she realize that even if the war god didn't make a move, this all-saint would eliminate the Nanggong family himself. At this moment, Huangfu Junyue suddenly pointed his finger, and a burst of internal energy shot out, enveloping Nanggong Su Chao. In an instant, the swordswoman was lifted into the air by that force. Huangfu Yunxuan saw this scene, and his heart trembled. Had his father reached the half-step martial saint realm? After Nanggong Su Chao landed safely, Huangfu Junyue said slowly, "Get up. Only a fool dwells on the past." The all-saint turned around, hands behind his back. "Su Chao, if you wanted the puppet, you could have just asked me. Why the need for such roundabout tricks? Do you not trust me that much?" At this, Huangfu Yunxuan spoke up to defend her. "Su Chao has been doing her best to handle it, and won't make the Five Dragon Alliance lose face. You handle it yourselves. I'm old and too lazy to manage these trivial matters." Having said that, Huangfu Junyue turned and left, returning to the Great Hall. The All-Saint sat cross-legged and said coldly, "How much intel have we gathered on that war god?" The moment he finished, a figure appeared silently. The subordinate knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, "His real name is Shan Shawu. He has no sect or affiliation. Following his trail, it seems he comes from beyond the borders." Huangfu Junyue listened and calculated silently in his heart. The Nanggong family may have been severely injured, but there are still remnants. If he can eliminate the war god, it proves the other party still has some value. If he is wiped out by the war god, it counts as removing a nuisance. Thinking of this, the corners of the All-Saint's mouth curled into a cold smile. Huangfu Yunxuan escorted Nanggong Su Chao down the mountain. The second young master said, "The Wu Yang Yin family has had no news so far. They must have failed." Nanggong Su Chao said she had received word. The war god is on his way to the Yangtze River, and she has already entrusted this matter to the forces near the Yangtze River to handle. Huangfu Yunxuan returned to his flippant demeanor and said bluntly, "If Nanggong Su Chao finds it difficult, I can make a move and eliminate the war god for her." Nanggong Su Chao turned to look at him and said, "The war god's strength is immense and should not be underestimated." Hearing this, Huangfu Yunxuan's eyes flashed. Could his martial arts be even higher than mine? Nanggong Su Chao wore a stern expression and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Huangfu Yunxuan suddenly grinned. The second young master, who was always mocking, was suddenly full of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, at the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, in the Green Water Stronghold, one of the 18 strongholds on the Yangtze, Stronghold Master Dugu Qing was discussing the secret order sent by the main stronghold with his subordinates. The subordinate said the war god's strength was unfathomable, even though the main stronghold master promised a generous reward, but it's very likely to put Lu Shui camp in danger. Having said that, Pham Chet advised him to think it over carefully before taking action. The man with the noble appearance heard this, and fell silent for a moment. The iron balls in his hands kept rotating, showing the hesitation in his heart. Although the war god's martial arts were formidable, fighting underwater meant he probably wouldn't even be able to unleash half his strength. Furthermore, if we can take him out, Lu Shui camp's reputation among the 18 camps of the Yangtze River would definitely skyrocket. After saying that, Dak Ho Kin gave a cold, mocking laugh. This arrogant guy is determined to intercept and kill the war god. The young man risked his life to save his friend, but unexpectedly, his friend woke up only to blame him. "Chien Tio Heap, I involved you in this injury, and I feel terrible about it. You should have just left me behind back then." At this point, Mak Ko-ngu looked at the young man and asked, "Why did you save me? You were in prison, preferring to die rather than talk, just to protect your family. I respect you as a real man. And besides, we know each other. We're both people of the martial world. There's no need to be so formal." Hearing this, Mak Ko-ngu smiled, and the guilt in his heart eased a little. Shan Shawu advised him to rest well, then stood up and walked outside. The young man left the cabin and went up to the deck. That day, after escaping the pursuit, they found a branch of the Great Heaven trading firm, and the very next day, they boarded a passenger ship heading to Thiet Vu Alliance. Shan Shawu leaned against the railing, gazing out into the distance. He saw the Yangtze River, with its vast, rippling waters and layers of mountains in the distance, truly a beautiful, picturesque landscape. Suddenly, Shan Shawu's eyes narrowed slightly as a figure on the deck caught his attention. Cutting closely, it was a young man holding a long sword. Shan Shawu observed him for a while, feeling quite stunned. He realized that even though the youth was clutching his sword, There was no killing intent at all, and the youth didn't even notice someone was watching him. At this moment, he was still lost in the memories of before he descended the mountain. Han Tuk, if you want to leave the mountain, I won't stop you. Take this. Although it was an old sword, it was enough for self-defense. Han Tuk looked at the long sword his master had given him. The scabbard was mottled, appearing to have weathered many years. The wrapping on the hilt was frayed in many places, vaguely revealing the two characters for Zhongnan. Disciple, remember this. A swordsman doesn't need just a sword body, but a sword spirit. Han Tuk pulled himself out of his thoughts, looked up at the sky, and sighed. Compared to the vast world of martial arts, Mount Zhongnan was still too small for him. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze assessing him. He turned his head and saw a young man looking at him from afar. Han Tuk was slightly startled. He discovered that this person had a pair of blue eyes. Just then, Hong Nagu Kui walked up behind Shan Shawu and asked why the young man was staring at that person. Shan Shawu said he was just curious. Hong Nagu threw his arm around the young man and pulled him back toward the cabin, saying, Captain Ma of the great Heaven trading firm has prepared a banquet and invites you to join. Han Tuk saw an old beggar pulling that youth away, so he didn't think much of it and stood up to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, he noticed a fishing boat casting nets near their ship. Han Tuk couldn't help but look over in confusion a few more times. Boats were passing through here constantly. It wasn't a suitable place for fishing at all. Looking closer, he saw those fishermen had bulging muscles and were radiating a fierce aura. By the time his eyes met those of a fierce fisherman, Han Tuk was even more convinced that this group wasn't fishermen, but martial artists. Not long after, the two boats slid past each other, moving further and further away, as if it were just a random encounter on the river, causing no waves whatsoever. That night, 3 warships from Lu Shui camp silently lay in wait on the river surface. Seeing the large ship getting closer through the telescope, Dok Ko Kin asked in a low voice if they had confirmed the target was on board. Famchet said he had seen the war god and Hong Nukui on the deck with his own eyes, but he wasn't sure if Mak Ko Nugu was on the ship. After reporting the intelligence, he still advised the camp leader to reconsider. If the war god was truly as legendary as the rumors said, Lu Shui camp would be no match for him. Hearing this, Dok Ko Kin immediately flew into a rage. What are you worried about? No matter how strong his martial arts are, once the ship sinks, he'll have to be buried at the bottom of the river. Having said that, he swung the spear in his hand and shouted loudly, Brothers, the time to win fame and glory is now. The water bandits responded in unison, each brandishing their blades and swords, their spirits burning hot. On the other side, on Shan Shawu's ship, inside the cabin, Hong Nu Kui was clinking glasses with Captain Ma Diamonde. Ma Diamond said that serving 2 great heroes was the honor of his 3 lifetimes. Hong Gu Kui replied, We are all brothers from the 5 lakes and 4 seas. No need for formalities. The 2 of them drank enthusiastically and even called for Mak Ko Ngu to join in, not realizing that danger had silently drawn near. Only Han Tuk was still standing by the railing, lost in thought. He had always suspected that the fishing boat from the day before was following them. Just then, a calm voice sounded behind him. Han Tuk turned around and realized it was indeed the young man from earlier. You also realized someone was following this ship? Shan Shawu looked at the reed beds on the river and said indifferently, Perhaps they're water bandits, or maybe they're assassins. The words hadn't even finished when the entire large ship suddenly shook violently. The 2 people in the cabin immediately jumped to their feet. Mak Kongu looked out the window and saw a burly man jumping up from the river, followed by several figures rushing straight toward the large ship. Seeing 3 water bandits leap onto the deck, Han Tuk hurriedly grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it to fight back, but discovered that his arm felt like it didn't belong to him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the sword even an inch. Shan Shawu quietly watched the youth beside him. This was the first time he had ever seen a swordsman who didn't know how to use his sword. Seeing the enemy closing in, Shan Shawu reached out with his right hand, a powerful, domineering force covering it, and then, with a light palm strike, a massive surge of energy blasted outward. The 3 water bandits were struck in the chest and died instantly. Han Tuk saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. The young man said nonchalantly, Friend, hesitation is the path to failure. At the same time, inside the cabin, several sailors were desperately trying to plug a hole in the bulkhead. Hong Nagu Kui asked if they had hit a reef. Captain Ma said this route had no reefs. At that moment, a sailor who had investigated the situation came back to report that a heavy iron chain was stretched across the river, blocking the ship's path. When Captain Ma heard this, his face changed drastically, and he stated bluntly, This is a classic tactic of Lu Shui camp. Hong Wuba understood instantly. He knew the Nam Kung family and the 18 camps of the Yangtze River had a very close relationship. This trouble today is definitely the work of the Nam Kung clan. The elder of the beggar sect instructed Captain Ma to quickly repair the boat, then ran onto the deck, ready to fend off the water bandits. At that moment, Hong Wuba's heart sank to the depths of despair. If the 18 forts of the Yangtze River all attacked at once, there would be at least 1,000 men. Even a god of war with peerless martial arts couldn't kill them all. The elder of the beggar sect ran to the deck, leaped onto the mast, and scanned the surroundings, seeing 3 warships turning to face them. Hong Wuba felt a secret sense of relief. It seemed only the Lushui fort was acting alone tonight. The elder then jumped down beside Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu, they are from the Lushui fort, part of the 18 forts of the Yangtze. Their chieftain, Dugu Qing, is ruthless and cruel. It's highly likely the 5 Dragon Alliance is playing dirty behind the scenes. 18 forts or 5 Dragon Alliance. It makes no difference. I'll kill whoever comes. As these words left his lips, Han Su felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of creature is this youth standing before me? Just then, the water bandits leaped onto the deck. Seeing the bandits screaming and rushing toward him, Shan Shawu extended his right hand, his fingers curling like talons. Powerful energy surged in his palm. And the young man, with cold eyes, continued, I will kill as many as come. Shan Shawu thrust his right hand out in a palm strike, and the leading water bandit was instantly killed. The accomplices behind saw this, their expressions changing instantly as they shouted to warn their comrades to be careful. Han Su, watching this, widened his eyes. He didn't expect the youth to be so brutal. Beside him, Hong Wuba saw the young man trembling in fear. The elder seemed to understand something and began to speak to the young man. New to the pugilistic world, so you've never seen such a bloody scene, have you? Truth be told, don't let his decisive strikes or his brutal techniques fool you. He hasn't even been in the martial world for 2 months, and he just turned 26 this year. But whenever he has to fight, this boy never hesitates to protect what matters to him. He wouldn't even mind clashing with the entire martial arts community. Having said this, Hong Wuba shot a meaningful glance at the youth beside him. I can see your aura is strong. Your talent must be decent. Don't let it go to waste. Han Su gripped his longsword so hard it creaked. For a moment, he fell into an internal struggle. Senior, I once swore that I would only draw my sword to save the people of the world. Nonsense. Right now, you can't even save yourself. How can you talk about saving the people of the world? As soon as he said this, Han Su felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Today, he realized that the belief he had held onto for so long was truly laughable. At that moment, a loud shout cut through his thoughts. He heard Dugu Qing in the distance roar, Archers, fire! In an instant, the water bandits simultaneously drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. Countless flaming arrows flew toward the large ship like a swarm of locusts. The sails were struck, immediately bursting into violent flames. Several sailors were pierced by the fire arrows and died on the spot. The wooden deck began to burn as well. Hong Wuba couldn't help but look grim. The Lushui fort clearly intended to burn them alive. As for Han Su, he dodged left and right, but the dense rain of flaming arrows couldn't hurt him at all. Just then, a cold smirk curled the corners of Shan Shawu's mouth. The young man channeled his incredibly domineering internal energy and unleashed a punch toward the river surface. The once calm river suddenly surged with waves 30 feet high, forming a wall of water between the 2 large ships. The incoming flaming arrows were washed away by the water wall, immediately extinguished, and fell into the air, losing all momentum. That wall of water then cascaded down like a waterfall, dousing the fires that had just erupted on the large ship. The water bandits on the deck couldn't react in time and were swept into the river. Hong Wuba was stunned, speechless by the young man's thunderous methods. It was Shan Shawu's voice that brought him back to reality. Elder, please give me a hand. Launch me onto the Lushui fort's ship. Hong Wuba understood immediately, drawing the long whip from his waist. Shan Shawu then leaped up, stepping onto the whip. Senior, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Hong Wuba swung his arm, throwing the whip out with all his might. Shan Shawu shot out like a cannonball from a barrel, launching straight toward the Lushui fort warship more than 100 feet away. Seeing the youth descending like a shooting star, the Lushui fort men clamored, preparing to meet him. Little did they expect Shan Shawu to stomp hard onto their deck. The water bandits were instantly sent flying into the air by the massive force. The youth smiled, raised both hands, channeled his domineering energy into his palms, and slammed them onto the deck. Next, the sturdy wooden deck exploded, and all the water bandits on the ship were blasted away by a single strike. The large warship was split in two by the youth's single blow. Shan Shawu landed lightly on a piece of wreckage. The youth had destroyed one ship, then looked around, and immediately stomped on the wooden fragment to shoot forward. The two remaining warships were severed in an instant, and countless water bandits screamed as they fell into the river. Shan Shawu ignored the miserable cries around him, his gaze fixed on the final warship in the distance. A smirk appeared on the youth's lips. He whispered softly, "One last one left." Having said that, Shan Shawu sprinted across the water toward it. On the other side, Han Su was frozen in shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this was human strength. Han Wuba, while fighting the bandits, shouted, "Don't just stand there, come help me." To his surprise, Han Su seemed like a different person. "Senior, please, help me get onto that boat." Han Wuba was slightly surprised but swung his long whip again. Han Su followed suit, stepping onto the whip, and Han Wuba threw him out with all his strength. The youth, like an arrow released from a bow, shot forward. The elder of the beggar sect shielded his eyes, looking into the distance. Had this kid finally figured it out? On the final warship of the Lu Shui fort, Du Guqing was stunned by the sight, his hands trembling as he gripped his trident. Fanja stood behind him, saying they should retreat immediately. But before he could finish, he saw a figure sprinting across the water toward them. When he clearly saw the newcomer, Du Guqing, standing at the bow, turned pale. Fanja looked up at the sky and shouted a warning, "Chieftain, watch out above." Seeing the youth with his sword leaping from the sky, charging straight at him, Du Guqing swung the trident in his hands, intending to strike. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu unleashed a punch imbued with the power of wind and thunder. A powerful blast of energy struck the bow, and the sturdy warship was smashed to pieces by a single punch. In this critical moment, Du Guqing roared in anger, channeling all his internal energy into his trident. The pirate leader swung the trident wildly, determined to stake his life and all his martial arts to battle the god of war. Pham Chiet drew his longsword from his waist, ready to intercept the young man in midair for his leader. Du Guqing lunged at Shan Shawu with his trident, while Pham Chiet leaped up, swinging his sword at Han Tuk. At that moment, Han Tuk closed his eyes, the advice of Shan Shawu echoing in his ears. Hesitation leads to defeat. Suddenly, a sword chime rang out, clear and piercing, like a dragon's roar above the clouds. Han Tuk snapped his eyes open, burning with intensity, as his longsword, engraved with the character's red heart, flashed into view. As they crossed paths in midair, Pham Chiet's sword-wielding right arm was severed. On the other side, Shan Shawu's gaze remained cold as he unleashed a single palm strike, instantly shattering Du Guqing's trident. The palm force continued unabated, slamming into his opponent's chest. Du Guqing felt a ferocious torrent of energy rampaging through his body, and moments later, Shan Shawu's palm pierced straight through his chest. The surging force didn't stop, catching the water bandits behind him as well, sending them flying into the air and killing them instantly. Even the warship was torn apart by the impact, finally collapsing into a pile of wreckage drifting on the river. After killing Du Guqing with a single strike, Shan Shawu turned to look at Han Tuk. Though the young man's swordsmanship was still raw, the chime his blade emitted when swung. He hadn't expected the boy to have reached the realm of swordman unity. Pham Chiet, having lost an arm, knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Nice sword work, but your experience in the martial world is still far too green." With that, he grabbed his longsword and lunged forward, a flash of sword light like a silken ribbon aimed at Han Tuk's head. Taken by surprise, Han Tuk tried to dodge by tilting his head, but his hat was still sliced in two. Han Tuk scrambled back, putting some distance between them, only for Pham Chiet to press forward, swinging his sword down toward him again. In this dangerous moment, a surge of energy shot from Shan Shawu's fingertip, instantly piercing Pham Chiet's body and immobilizing him. This was the human puppet secret technique, evolved from the Heavenly Soul Divine Art. Pham Chiet tried to look back, only to find he couldn't even turn his head. A moment later, he felt his neck tighten. A hand had clamped firmly onto his throat. Shan Shawu hoisted Pham Chiet into the air with one hand, and Pham Chiet shrieked, "Let me go. Kill me if you dare, but the Yangtze River 18 camps will never forgive you." Shan Shawu gave a cold huff. "Tell your leader we'll see who doesn't forgive whom." With that, the young man channeled a burst of energy into the back of Pham Chiet's neck, then tossed him aside like a dead dog. Shan Shawu asked if Han Tuk was all right. After receiving a firm "I'm fine," he looked at Pham Chiet. "I've struck a burst of energy into your dantian. If your leader can neutralize it, you might live. Otherwise, your dantian will explode, and you'll die. Remember, you have only 2 days." Hearing this, Pham Chiet was terrified. The young man, looking like a devil, slowly added, "Also, pass a message to your leader. If he is still determined to fight, tell him to come find me. I'll be waiting." The surviving water bandits acted as if they'd been granted a reprieve. They dove into the river, regretting only that they hadn't been born with more legs to run faster. Han Tuk stepped forward and bowed. "I am the head disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect, Han Tuk. I am truly grateful for your help, hero. You are too kind, Han. If anything, I should be the one thanking you for your righteous actions. I am Shan Shawu." Shortly after, they returned together, promising to drink their fill that night. Only Han Wuba remained on deck, finishing off the last of the water bandits. Meanwhile, at the Iron Martial Alliance located on the Dongting Lake Islands, an old man leaned against a railing, gazing into the distance with a troubled expression. He had received news of the Lu River camp's defeat, but what surprised him was that since that night, no one in the Yangtze River 18 camps dared to make a move. Nanggong Shangyuan felt they should have dealt with the god of war themselves, instead of entrusting it to the Wu Yangyin family and the Yangtze River 18 camps. Both the Wu Yangyin family and the Qingyang Gate had fallen to the god of war. Xiang Shan had turned into a withered corpse too. There was even Ghost King poison in his mouth, likely forced down his throat by the god of war. After a long silence, Nanggong Suojin sighed. "Who on earth is this so-called god of war?" Su Chao claimed she had a new plan, hoping for better results this time. "Let's hope so. Dealing with a brat who just entered the martial world shouldn't be this much of a headache." At the same time, at a dock by Dongting Lake, many martial artists, hearing that the god of war was coming, flocked there, desperate to see his true face. Huang Fu Yunxuan advised against it. "Such mediocre tactics won't be enough to kill the god of war. I suggest you reconsider." Nanggong Suchao insisted on doing things her way, saying that even if they couldn't kill the god of war, they would at least make those close to him suffer. Huang Fu Yunxuan looked at her deeply, then said nothing more. On the vast waters of Dongting Lake, a large ship sailed with its sails catching the wind. After the previous night's battle, the sailors had repaired the ship. Han Wuba pushed Mo Guyu out of the cabin in his wheelchair. The river breeze blew gently, and the warm sun shone down. The old beggar slumped onto the deck, looking very relaxed, while Mo Guyu remained gloomy, frowning incessantly. Along the way, even though the Yangtze River 18 camps hadn't attacked again, he knew full well the Five Dragon Alliance wouldn't let it go so easily. Han Wuba told him not to worry. If the Five Dragon Alliance didn't follow the rules of the martial world, he would order 10,000 beggar sect disciples to go to the Five Dragon Alliance and beg for food. Unexpectedly, the old beggar's attempt to comfort him didn't work. "I owe the hero too much. If it weren't for me and my family, he wouldn't need to confront the Five Dragon Alliance. Don't overthink it. He caused an uproar at the Murong family and ruined the business of those black market merchants. Even without you, he would still be fighting the Five Dragon Alliance. The boy only does what he believes is right, so you don't need to feel so guilty." At that moment, Han Tuk walked up behind Shan Shawu. The young man looked at the other's back, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He already knew the glorious achievements of the god of war before him. First, breaking the Murong family in Liaoning, defeating the head of the family, Murong Dongtian, then crushing the black market merchants in Shanxi, and consecutively killing the Iron Cavalry Divine Bow and the Underworld Demon Blade. Having gone on a killing spree at the Nanggong family estate to save Mo Guyu, he struck down the family head, Nanggong Wujin, on the spot. Han Su was instantly filled with admiration, feeling there would be nothing better than to fight alongside such a person. Seeing him standing silently behind, Shan Shawu took the initiative to break the silence. "It seems young hero Han is still buzzing from your first real battle." Unexpectedly, Han Su suddenly cupped his hands and bowed. "I am truly stirred, simply from witnessing your masterful martial arts, sir." Hearing this, Shan Shawu turned his head in confusion, only to see Han Su bowing respectfully as he said, "I, Han, am untalented, yet I wish to call you brother and serve by your side from now on." Hearing this, both the Hong Five and Mo Guyu were stunned into silence, while Han Su stated with the utmost solemnity that he was entirely sincere. Shan Shawu turned around helplessly and smiled. "Just calling each other brothers is enough. There is no need for such formalities." The Hong Five laughed heartily at this. "Shan Shawu, how about I call you brother as well?" The moment he finished, even the somber Mo Guyu couldn't help but smile. With a large banner appearing in everyone's sight, Shan Shawu and his group finally arrived safely at the Iron Feather Alliance. In another quiet room, the Fist Saint, Huang Fu Junyuan, was admiring a peculiar potted plant, seeing 5 flowers growing from the same root, yet each a different color. This leader of the Five Dragon Alliance asked his subordinate behind him, "If one flower is diseased, will it cause the roots to rot? If I cut it off, this rare plant will no longer be unique, but if I keep it, all 5 flowers will die. Then what should be done?" Seeing his subordinate afraid to answer, Huangfu Junyue did not press him. "Let's go. Take a walk with me to clear my head. I feel a bit restless." Immediately after, the two walked out of the courtyard, one following the other. As they walked, the Fist Saint spoke up again. "I hear that War God has entered the Hunan territory." "That is correct. The boat has neared the Iron Feather Alliance and is about to dock. Should we take action?" Huangfu Junyuan remarked that the reputation of the Five Dragon Alliance had suffered greatly, and since they hadn't used forceful measures to eliminate him earlier, taking action now would only earn them a bad name. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in the Fist Saint's eyes. "It's all because I trusted that girl, Su Qiao, too much. In the end, she is still too young and narrow-minded." Huangfu Junyuan stood on the mountain peak, gazing out at the river, where a large ship could be seen cutting through the waves, drifting closer from afar. The Fist Saint squinted, his tone ambiguous. He has finally arrived. The most powerful force in the martial world, the Iron Feather Alliance, had made such an extravagant display. Yet it was only to welcome a youth new to the world. Leading them was an old man with a contemptuous smile. This was Zhe Zhonghe, the person in charge of the Iron Feather Alliance's docks. He didn't understand why they had to be so formal for a greenhorn. Seeing the large ship slowly docking, Ge Zhonghe shouted loudly, "We are here to receive you. I invite the War God to disembark and speak." Shan Shawu slowly stepped off the gangplank. Zhonghe, who had been dismissive, suddenly changed his expression. He saw the War God with his eyes half closed, strands of internal energy swirling around his body, a handsome look between his brows, carrying a naturally regal aura. Shan Shawu suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The bustling pier instantly fell deathly silent. The 3 members of the Hong Five were also caught off guard by the Iron Feather Alliance's formation, feeling a bit unsettled. But Shan Shawu whispered a word of comfort. "These people are not worth worrying about. For now, we only need to keep an eye on one person." Having said that, the young man looked toward a distant cliff, where he saw Huangfu Junyue, also watching him with a sharp gaze. The two were 100 paces apart, their eyes locked, and he murmured, "War God and Fist Saint, it is a pleasure." At that moment, Huangfu Yunshuan evaluated this war god with interest, while Nanggong Su Qiao gritted her teeth at the sight of her father's killer. Seeing a man in purple robes approach, Huangfu Yunshuan asked quietly, "Ghostblade, what do you think?" This young man appeared relaxed on the surface, but inside he was extremely vigilant, his internal energy flowing throughout his body. Even surrounded by enemies, he remained unmoving. This war god was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. At this, Jin Guyu sneered and continued, "Miss Nanggong, although I don't know what you are plotting, I advise you to be cautious. He is not the type of person who can be dealt with by 1 or 2 assassins." Huangfu Yunshuan echoed him. "Did you hear that? Su Qiao? Be careful." Back at the pier, Shan Shawu walked off the boat. Zhe Zhonghe stepped forward to introduce himself as a hallmaster of the Iron Feather Alliance's outer hall. "A pleasure to meet you, Hallmaster Ge. I am Shan Shawu. I originally thought there would be a fierce battle upon landing. It seems I was overthinking things. The young hero's past grievances with the Five Dragon Alliance have nothing to do with the Iron Feather Alliance as a whole. The Iron Feather Alliance is not as narrow-minded as you think. As long as you do not break the rules of our Iron Feather Alliance, no one here will make things difficult for you. But I must remind you that the Iron Feather Alliance has 3 independent zones managed separately outside the public area. Whatever happens there, the other 2 sides will not intervene. Just like this pier, which I manage. If I were a subordinate of the Five Dragon Alliance instead of the Lion Alliance, we would likely be fighting right now." As he spoke, the Hallmaster's eyes narrowed. "Finally, I offer you one piece of advice. Surviving here is what defines justice. If Mo Guyu was truly wronged, he must be kept alive to have a chance to prove it." Shan Shawu smiled coldly. "The perpetrators can act recklessly, while the victims must tread carefully at every step. It seems the Iron Feather Alliance is no different from anywhere else." Just then, a voice as clear as a nightingale rang out from behind the crowd. "Brother Shan Shawu, I've come to help you. I will help the great hero Mo clear his name." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper in a stir. No one expected the young master of the great Heaven Trading House to publicly support the war god, and even the experienced Hong Five were stunned. Shan Shawu walked slowly to Su Xiaohe. The young man looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said gently, "Su Xiaohe, is it really you? It's been a long time." With that, Shan Shawu reached out and gently patted her head, just as they did when they first met as children. Huangfu Yunxuan, who was watching the scene, was suddenly dumbfounded. Could it be that Miss Su rejected him because of this war god? Thinking of this, the second young master of the Fist Saint gritted his teeth and said, Su Chao, I don't care what your plan is. As long as you can make that god of war suffer a fate worse than death, do it immediately. Don't worry, young Master Huangfu, I will make him wish he were dead. After speaking, she glanced at a man in black hidden among the crowd. This man was Yan Lianhua, who nodded silently. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in the assassin's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohe was having her head patted by Shan Shawu. The beautiful young lady was momentarily flustered. A moment later, she dropped her demure demeanor and pouted, Brother Shan Shawu, if you keep patting my head, I'll never grow taller. The Hong Five Freaks smiled in satisfaction at the sight. It was the first time they had seen Shan Shawu so at ease. But no one noticed that in the crowd, a man in black was quietly gripping the hilt of his sword. Immediately after, the assassin suddenly lunged forward. With a sharp ring of steel, he leaped into the air, sword drawn, and struck straight at Shan Shawu and his companion. Seeing this, the maid was terrified, and hurriedly warned her mistress. Hong Five Freaks and Han Su were standing too far away and couldn't intervene in time. By the time they realized the assassin's target was Su Xiaohe, Huangfu Yunxuan was also panicked. Wait, why is it Miss Su? But the assassin had no intention of stopping. Just then, Shan Shawu suddenly raised his right leg, delivering a powerful flying kick that struck the assassin directly in the throat with such force that it severed the man's head. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted from the assassin's neck. Shan Shawu quickly moved in front of Su Xiaohe, taking the full splatter of blood. The young man and the maiden looked into each other's eyes, brimming with affection. Su Xiaohe, I promised you that I wouldn't let you get hurt, not even a little bit. But unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shouted loudly, Young hero Shan, how dare you kill a member of the Five Dragon Alliance in broad daylight? Isn't that going a bit too far? After all, this is the Iron Feather Alliance, not a place for you to act recklessly. Everyone saw it. He attacked first. I was merely defending myself. If the Five Dragon Alliance wants justice for him, I can personally meet the Fist Saint to explain. But before that, the Fist Saint owes me an explanation. At this point, Shan Shawu looked up toward Huangfu Junyuan in the distance. Why did the people of the Five Dragon Alliance attempt to assassinate the young leader of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild? And as the esteemed Fist Saint, why have you imprisoned the family of Moguyu? Facing the young man's loud questioning, Huangfu Junyue laughed in anger, muttering, What an insolent brat! The martial artists on the dock began to gossip excitedly, with some saying in shock, Shan Shawu doesn't know his place, daring to openly challenge the Fist Saint. Others argued that if his words were true, Huangfu Junyue's actions were indeed inappropriate. Mo Guyu was incredibly astonished. He never expected Shan Shawu to stand up and question the Fist Saint on his behalf, while Han Su looked at the Hong Five Freaks with concern. Elder, isn't Big Brother essentially declaring war on the Five Dragon Alliance by doing this? The old beggar remained silent for a long time. The situation had exceeded his control. Huangfu Junyuan would certainly never admit to what Shan Shawu said, but if he didn't admit it, he would be seen as having a guilty conscience. Either way, they were destined for a showdown. Huangfu Yunxuan, however, wasn't thinking about that. The Fist Saint's second son felt nothing but burning rage. He never expected Nanggong Tuqiao to want to kill Su Xiaohe. Thinking of this, Huangfu Yunxuan glanced to the side, lunged forward, grabbed Nanggong Tuqiao by the throat, and pinned her against a pillar. Nanggong Tuqiao had never seen Huangfu Yunxuan so angry, and hurriedly explained, Young Master Huangfu, you agreed to this. I thought you wanted to kill that beggar sect elder. You clearly knew I liked Su Xiaohe, yet you wanted to kill her. Nanggong Tuqiao, how many lives do you have? Just then, a hand gently rested on Huangfu Yunxuan's shoulder. Kim Guyu said in a deep voice, Yunxuan, stop throwing a tantrum. Now is not the time for this. The God of War's words had cornered the Five Dragon Alliance. If not handled properly, it would lead to endless trouble. Huangfu Yunxuan calmed down. Nanggong Tuqiao, I'll remember this. The young master released Nanggong Tuqiao and turned to ask Kim Guyu if he had any good plans. The God of War clearly wants to drag the Five Dragon Alliance into this. We need to turn this into a personal matter. Having said that, Kim Guyu pushed off with his feet, leaped from the pavilion, and within a few breaths, landed in front of Shan Shawu. Meeting the God of War today, I am very fortunate. I am Kim Guyu, known in the underworld as the Bean Devil. Seeing the Bean Devil Kim Guyu jump into the arena, the middle-aged man tried to intervene. Hero Kim, If your five-dragon alliance keeps causing trouble, things will reach a point of no return. I see the god of war has supreme martial arts. My hands are just itching for a fight. I'm only here to spar with the god of war. It has nothing to do with the five-dragon alliance. Shan Shawu smiled slightly. Kim Guyu raised his left hand, then brought his right hand to his waist. The Bean Devil stepped forward with his left foot, toes lightly touching the ground, crouching low, assuming a fighting stance, and said coldly, "You and I are both martial artists. When you meet a master, how can you just walk away? Enough talk. Let our skills decide the winner." Su Xiaohe looked worried. Shan Shawu comforted her. "Don't worry. Su Xiaohe, please step back. We'll talk later." Having said that, Shan Shawu tucked back his robe. The young man took half a step back, and also assumed a fighting stance. "You're right. Enough talk. Let's fight." Both were filled with fighting spirit, and for a moment, the arena was thick with killing intent. Then, Kim Guyu spoke slowly. "For years, I have been like a loyal dog protecting Huangfu Yunxuan." At this point, his gaze became sharp. "Today, let us have a battle to our heart's content." Before the words even faded, Kim Guyu charged at Shan Shawu, delivering a strike straight to the young man's chest. Shan Shawu hurriedly raised his hands to block, but was still sent flying back by the immense force. Kim Guyu pressed his advantage, throwing a straight punch at Shan Shawu's chest. The young man blocked it, but Kim Guyu immediately unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire strikes, every move powerful and lightning fast. Shan Shawu calmly parried each one, moving with agility and deflecting every attack. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes, and he launched a kick aimed directly at Kim Guyu's head. His opponent hurriedly raised his arms to block the heavy blow. Shan Shawu seized the opportunity to shift from defense to offense, pouring all his internal energy into his left fist and landing a powerful punch into Kim Guyu's lower abdomen. His opponent felt as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. His blood surged, and he was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string, stumbling several yards before he could steady himself. The surging internal energy within Jin Guyu made him extremely uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow and said, "The god of war lives up to his reputation. I have lost. I only came here seeking justice, not to create more bloodshed." Before he could finish, Jin Guyu let out a loud shout, unleashing all the internal energy from his body. "But this level is still not enough to defeat me. Let's continue." Seeing this, Shan Shawu was also filled with fighting spirit. "That is exactly what I wanted." After speaking, both of them adjusted their breathing and continued to fight. At this moment, on another mountain peak, an old man and a young one were silently observing the match. Yun Diezi wore a grave expression and said softly, "No one has ever dared to publicly criticize Huangfu Junyuan like this. At first, I thought he was just a reckless fool looking for fame. Now it seems his martial arts are quite formidable. Zheng Yan. Is he truly the god of war everyone has been talking about lately?" "Yes, master. His name is Shan Shawu, from the northern frontier. Who would have expected such a young hero to come from such a desolate, frozen land? 10 years ago, I heard about a master there with peerless martial arts. It's a pity that, due to the constant wars back then, I never had the chance to pay my respects. I wonder if this god of war is related to that master." On the upper floor of the Lion Alliance, a father and son were also watching the fight. Xia Haosen tightly gripped 2 iron balls in his hands and said in a deep voice, "If this is the full extent of the god of war's strength, then he truly disappoints me. It was all for nothing that the girl from the great heaven trading firm risked everything to beg for my help." As he said this, Xie Haosen seemed to feel he was being too harsh, but since his opponent was the Bean Demon, he figured he shouldn't have high expectations for him anyway. Jiamulin asked respectfully from the side, "So, father, do you think the god of war will lose? It's still too early to tell who will emerge victorious, but the Bean Demon is not someone to be trifled with. How much do you really know about him?" Jiamulin only mentioned hearing that his opponent was very strong, but there had been no news of the Bean Demon in the martial arts world for years. 5 years ago, Jin Guyu appeared in the world like a shooting star, earning the title of Bean Demon. Since then, he began traveling everywhere to challenge masters. Even the once famous swordsman, First Sword of the Sea, Yu Jiqian, was sliced in half during his fight with the Bean Demon, and the Shandong boxing master, Iron Ear Deng Shanghai, had his meridians shattered by a single punch from Jin Guyu and died. Many say if he continues to develop like this, he will surely become one of the 4 revered masters. But I never imagined he would end up marrying into Huangfu Yunxuan's family. That old man Huangfu Junyuan still keeps that arrogant look, thinking that just because he is the fist saint, he can throw money around at his subordinates. He didn't even expect that he couldn't control a girl like Nanggong Tuqiao. Meanwhile, the master and servant duo, Huangfu Junyue and his subordinate, had different thoughts. "My lord, I ask if we should take action. What is the point of doing anything now?" The Fist Saint replied, "She Haosen of the Lion Alliance has always been indifferent to us. Yun Diezi of the Nine Layers Pavilion only wishes for my downfall." After a moment of contemplation, Huangfu Junyue coldly ordered, "Go hide the people from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. And remember, do not let any leaks occur." The subordinate bowed to receive the order, and his figure vanished in a flash. The Fist Saint's expression was gloomy as he muttered, "Nanggong Tuqiao, how am I going to deal with you?" At this moment, Shan Shawu and Jingu Yu were locked in a fierce battle. Both poured all their strength into a palm strike, their powerful internal energy causing the ground to crack and debris to fly everywhere. Shan Shawu covered his chest with both hands and stepped back several times, regulating his qi to steady his breathing. Compared to Shan Shawu, Jingu Yu seemed to be struggling more. He was sent flying back 3 yards before he could steady himself. Han Wuba asked anxiously, "God of War, are you all right? I've never seen you in such a tough fight." Shan Shawu sighed lightly. "I've embarrassed you, Elder. It seems my protective aura has no effect on him. Big brother, I once heard my master say, the Bean Demon is a disciple of the Heavenly Canopy Sage, the head of the 4 revered masters. My master said the Bean Demon's strength isn't just his martial arts, but his reckless, death-defying attitude when fighting. That is why so many martial arts masters have died by his hand. Besides, you must remember, when men fight, it is first about courage. If you lose your nerve, you have already lost half the battle." Hong Wuguai heard this and looked at Shan Shawu with a teasing expression. "When it comes to courage, our god of war here doesn't lose to him at all." Shan Shawu smiled slightly. "Of course, you can all rest assured and watch." By now, Jingu Yu had regulated his blood flow, and the Bean Demon smirked. "Interesting. Let's go again?" As he spoke, Jingu Yu swung his arms wide, and a heavy iron chain shot out from beneath his loose robes. Shan Shawu frowned at the sight. Dodging the chain would be as easy as pie, but Su Xiaoxia, standing behind him, would surely be killed by it. Thinking of this, Shan Shawu channeled his internal energy into his palms, preparing to block the attack. To his surprise, Jingu Yu suddenly fired a second chain, but this one was buried underground, and in the blink of an eye, it burst up from beneath Shan Shawu's feet. The young man hurriedly flipped backward, dodging the attack, but the 2 iron chains, controlled by Jingu Yu, pursued him like a shadow. Jingu Yu seized the opportunity to chase him down, quickly binding Shan Shawu's limbs. Instantly, Shan Shawu was dragged forward uncontrollably. The Bean Demon leaped into the air, channeled all his internal energy into his right leg, and delivered a kick straight toward Shan Shawu's head. The young man frantically raised his arms to block, but the force of the kick was far stronger than he had anticipated. Despite his best efforts, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground as dust billowed everywhere. By the time the dust cleared, Jingu Yu stood firmly on the ground, while Shan Shawu lay sprawled out, his breathing erratic. Seeing Shan Shawu lying on the ground, his breathing shallow, the crowd around them erupted in sounds of utter disbelief. At this moment, Jingu Yu spoke slowly. "The Fist Saint once saved my master's life, and in return, my master ordered me to protect Huangfu Yunxuan. God of War, I must thank you. It has been many years since I felt such a thrill." As he finished, the tide of the battle suddenly turned. The young man abruptly slammed his hands onto the ground, using the recoil to spring back to his feet. "Thank you for answering my first question. Now I just need to figure out why my protective aura has no effect on you." Shan Shawu's gaze grew sharp. "It is clear that your muscles and blood circulation are different from an ordinary person's." As he spoke, the young man held up 2 fingers, and thin ribbons of energy could be seen dancing around them. Immediately after, Jingu Yu felt his entire body shake. The true qi he had been hiding during the fight was suddenly triggered by Shan Shawu. His loose purple robe was shredded to pieces, revealing the heavy iron chains wrapped around his body. So, that's how it is. It turns out those chains were forged from 1,000-year-old black iron. I was wondering where you even got them from. So, you wrapped them around your body. No wonder my inner energy couldn't hurt you. Jingu Yu frowned, surprised that his opponent had figured out the key so quickly. But he immediately raised his left arm and roared, "So what if you know?" With that, the so-called Bean Demon poured his surging inner strength into the iron chains. Instantly, the black iron chains erupted in flames. Jingu Yu crouched, channeling energy into his dantian, and in a flash, countless chains whipped around like fiery snakes. He thrust both hands forward, and a volley of chains shot straight toward Shan Shawu. But the young man remained as calm as still water. He said softly, "Everything in this world has a flow. Cut the flow, and nothing cannot be broken." With a wave of his hand, Shan Shawu snapped the black iron chains instantly. In just a few seconds, Shan Shawu shifted from defense to offense, moving with fluid agility to sever the chains one by one. The thousand-year black iron, which even sharp weapons couldn't destroy, felt like tofu in the young man's hands. Shan Shawu suddenly pushed off the balls of his feet, and his figure shot toward Jin Guyu. His opponent was still waving his arms, unable to retract his attack in time to defend. Shan Shawu delivered a swift kick with his right leg, then pivoted, using the momentum from his waist and hips to land a powerful elbow strike to his opponent's chest. The blow was as heavy as an entire army, and his domineering inner energy pierced straight to Jin Guyu's heart. The chains on his opponent shattered from the force. Shan Shawu raised his left fist, channeling his power. The young man landed a crushing blow directly onto the spot he had just struck with his elbow. The dense layers of black iron chains no longer offered any protection, and they exploded, flying off in all directions. Ignoring the intense pain in his chest, Jin Guyu threw a punch toward Shan Shawu's head, but the young man retracted his strike quickly and met his opponent's fist head-on. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, accompanied by the sound of metal shattering. The black iron chains wrapped around Jin Guyu's arms broke apart. The bean demon was sent reeling backward by the shock, staring at his bare arms in bewilderment. A moment later, he calmed down and said with a tremor, "I finally understand why so many masters have died at your hands. The title of God of War is truly well-deserved." He burst into a loud laugh, feeling a sense of nostalgia for this brush with death. Suddenly, the bean demon's eyes sharpened. "God of War, be careful, this is my final move." With that, Jin Guyu raised his left hand toward the sky, and under his control, the chains swirled upward, instantly forming a massive whirlwind of iron that shook the heavens and earth. This was his sect's ultimate technique, the 8 wilderness blood wheel kill. Seeing this, Shan Shawu's expression grew grave. He realized his opponent had poured every ounce of his power into this strike. At that very moment, the iron chain cyclone descended, bearing terrifying force as it lunged straight at the young man. Yet Shan Shawu calmly reached out with his right hand, striking the cyclone with a single palm. Intense energy poured from his body, enveloping the storm. Shan Shawu forced his energy to rotate in the opposite direction, and the cyclone began to disintegrate piece by piece. With a deafening boom, Jin Guyu stood frozen in shock. Countless broken fragments of iron chain rained down. A strange thought flashed through the man's mind. The bean demon found the sight incredibly beautiful, though he knew death lurked behind the beauty. Suddenly, Jin Guyu's pupils contracted. The young man's slender hand had pierced through his chest. Shan Shawu said softly, "You are the first martial artist to truly acknowledge me since I arrived in the Central Plains, so I gave it my all. Is that so? Then I am truly honored. Fighting you was exhilarating. It's just a pity I won't have another chance for a rematch. In truth, there is no deep hatred between us. It's just that this matter isn't something you can resolve. I only blame Huangfu Junyue, the mastermind behind it all. That old man pushes all the blame onto his subordinates while he stands high above looking down. If I don't give him a beating, I won't be able to swallow this anger." As he spoke, Shan Shawu clenched his hand into a fist, sending a blast of powerful energy straight toward Huangfu Junyue, who was standing 100 yards away. Huangfu Junyuan, the Sage of Fists, did not expect his opponent to dare strike directly, so he hurriedly gathered his energy, his aura erupting. "I didn't expect the 5-Dragon Alliance to have weakened to this point. A wet-behind-the-ears kid dares to attack this old man." Huangfu Junyuan tightened his right fist. Seeing the powerful blast of energy closing in, the Sage of Fists spread his feet, channeled force into his waist and hips, and threw a punch to meet the oncoming energy. The two forces collided, obscuring everything around them. Huangfu Junyuan gave a sharp shout, his inner strength exploding as the two forces intersected and scattered east and west. The residual energy from their clash hit the surface of the lake, causing steam to rise in thick billows. Huangfu Junyuan suppressed the blood churning within his body and slowly retracted his fist. His right hand was still damp with steam, showing that the punch had taken quite a toll on him. After steadying his breath, Huangfu Junyue smiled coldly, using telepathy to broadcast, "Welcome to the Iron Martial Alliance, God of War. I shall entertain you well." Shan Shawu smiled faintly, standing tall as he coldly replied via telepathy, "I look forward to your performance, Sage of Fists, Huangfu Junyue." Huangfu Junyuan flicked his sleeves and headed back to his courtyard, sitting under the eaves and staring at his right hand. Just then, a figure flew in and knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting that all preparations were complete. As long as the Sage of Fists gave the order, the Ironheart Cloud arrow would act immediately. Huangfu Junyuan tilted his head slightly. Deng Yuxian is a top master of the Elder Council. Would it be a waste to send him? Deng Yuxian's martial arts were indeed profound, but he was too upright and honest, frequently clashing with the other elders. My subordinate believes he will surely hinder the development of the Five Dragon Alliance. Most importantly, he does not come from the five great families, so later, we can pin all the blame on him, and no one will pursue it. Huangfu Junyuan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Very well, execute the plan tonight. The subordinate's eyes flashed with cruelty as he respectfully replied, yes. After the subordinate left, Huangfu Junyue looked at his right hand again. It was still trembling after clashing with the god of war. The Sage of Fists' face grew even darker. This kid could absolutely not be underestimated. If Nam Kung De Kyo hadn't kidnapped Makkok Nagu, things wouldn't have reached this point. Thinking of this, Qian Than's eyes sharpened. He held up two fingers, and a surge of inner energy shot from his fingertips, severing a wilting flower. After doing this, Huangfu Quan Nuyet gave a cold laugh, indecisive and hesitant, yet his actions carried deep meaning. Clearly, the severed flower represented the final choice of this powerful saint. Seeing his close bodyguard killed while his father remained indifferent, Hongfu Van Suyen stepped forward, his expression gloomy. This guy dares to openly kill my bodyguard? Clearly, he doesn't respect the Enjulong men at all. Someone, arrest this bastard and throw him in the dungeon for the Alliance Master to deal with. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Kim Kok Nok struggled to get up and spoke up in opposition. Huangfu Van Suyen, shut your mouth. I already said it before. This was a duel I challenged him to. It has nothing to do with the new Long Min. Besides, martial arts duels are a matter of life and death. I lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly. Don't make me die in such an unsightly way. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists watching nearby voiced their support, saying that it was a fair fight between the two, and even the new Long Min could not use their power to oppress others. The pier immediately erupted into chaos, and the crowd of martial artists jeered, demanding that Hoang Fu Van Shuyen get lost. The second young master of Qian Than turned purple with rage. His hatred for Shan Shawu had reached its peak, while Shan Shawu looked at Kim Kok Nok with pity. He finally understood what it meant to be helpless in the world of martial arts. Hero Thien, you don't need to pity me. For me, Kim, dying in the arena is a life without regrets, but you must be careful of my master. Tien Kung Daun Han, my master, is a person of great pride, and if he finds out I died by your hand, he will certainly come looking for you for revenge one day. Having said that, this young fighter breathed his last, leaving behind heavy sighs from the people on the pier. When night fell, at the branch of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild in Thiet Vu Min, Hongangu Kwai and Han Tuk looked out at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, their faces heavy. Han Tuk stated bluntly that this matter was too strange. Shan Shawu not only killed Hoangfu Van Suyen's bodyguard, but also openly showed disrespect to Qian Than. Yet until now, the Anjiu Longmin had made no move. One reason is that Shan Shawu defeated the fighter, making them a bit cautious. The second is that they also fear public opinion in the martial arts world. Elder Hong, why aren't Big Brother and Miss too worried at all? They haven't seen each other for 10 years. Let them talk. Inside the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Shan Shawu and Tutu Tuha were sharing stories of what they had experienced over the last 10 years. Tutu Ha asked if Han Wuba had come to the Central Plains, and Shan Shawu said that his master had passed away 10 years ago. Tutu Tuha looked sad upon hearing this, and gently apologized, while Shan Shawu appeared quite at ease. My master's great revenge has been avenged, so he can rest in peace. But having said that, the old man still had one unfulfilled wish. At this point, Shan Shawu's expression turned serious. Miss Tu, do you know the Lo Shao Han family? The girl said that of course she knew. Although the Han family had declined, they were once a powerful martial arts clan in Anhui. And furthermore, the daughter of the Han family was one of the 3 famous young ladies, and after joining the Tu Min League, she was even more highly regarded by Vo Dich Dao Ba. Just then, the maid Kim Lien ran over to report, Miss, we have found the location where the family of the Thiat Ma escort agency is being held. They say it is being kept by Dang Vu Hien of the Ngulong Min Council of Elders. And now experts from the Ngulong Min Law Enforcement Division have gone there, saying they want to deal with him on the spot. Hearing this, Shan Shao's expression changed instantly. He stood up and asked the maid where Dang Vu Hien was. The maid pointed in a direction, and Tu Tu Tuha immediately said she would lead the way, but the young man had already flown out of the pavilion. There is no more time. Kim Lian, take good care of the young lady. Shan Shawu ran like the wind, in the direction the maid had pointed. He never expected Hoang Fu Quan Nuyet to use such a childish excuse. Suddenly, a vague conversation reached Shan Shawu's ears. How could I be the one holding the family of Mak Kok Nagu? Dong Vu Hien, you still deny it? We have found evidence that you colluded with the Northern Yuan. Before you joined the Engu Long Min, you had already served the Northern Yuan, and since then, you have always provided them with intelligence. Recently, you even detained the people from the Thiet Ma escort agency, framing the Engju Long Min in an attempt to divide the Central Plains martial arts world. With such clear evidence, do you still want to deny it? In the small courtyard, Dong Vu Hien shouted loudly, "Nonsense! I am a person of the Central Plains Party. How could I sell secret information of the Thiet Vu Min to the Northern Yuan? I know what you're thinking. It's useless to talk more. Dang Vu Hien, you colluded with foreign enemies to harm the Alliance Master. Your crimes are numerous. Today, I will take your life here to warn others." As soon as he finished, the law enforcement expert swung his sword down. Shan Shawu had just landed on the courtyard wall when he saw this scene. After a moment of surprise, Shan Shawu sneered and muttered, "Hoang Fu, Tuan Vien. That old man is truly good at shifting the blame." A night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Daithian Merchant Guild. Shan Shawu recounted what he had witnessed last night. Hong Nu Kwai listened with a heavy expression. He could not believe that the Engu Long Min would frame an elder. Tu Tu Tiu Ha said that Dang Vu Hien was a straightforward person, not only at odds with the Council of Elders but also frequently opposing Hoang Fu Quan Nuyet, so framing him was nothing out of the ordinary. I still don't understand. The Engu Long Min could fabricate evidence about kidnapping the family of Hero Mak, but how could they fabricate the evidence of Dang Vu Hien colluding with the Northern Yuan? Tutu Ha said bluntly that this issue didn't need to be investigated. Shan Shawu was a bit confused hearing this. No one cares about how the process unfolded. People only care about the result. Brother Shan Shawu, do you believe it? Tomorrow, Dang Vu Hien will become a sinner reviled by the whole world. All attention will be focused on Dang Vu Hien's collusion with the Northern Yuan. After a while, no one will pursue the matter of the Enju Long Min, detaining the family of Hero Mak anymore, because people will not suspect an organization like the Engu Long Min. On the contrary, they will praise Hoang Fuquan Guyet for being upright and impartial, sacrificing his own family for the greater good. Hong Gu Kwai had a different opinion. Miss Tu, we still have Hero Mak, who is both a victim and a witness. The Engju Long Min manipulates these things very easily. Once Hoang Fu Tuan Vien has dumped all the blame on Dang Vu Hien, all the evidence will surely be perfectly arranged, and the words of Hero Mak alone will not be enough to shake it. The Thiet Vu Min is their territory, and the Engu Long Min has great power and deep roots. Even if they suffer losses, they can recover. But we are different. Once we fail, we will be doomed forever. So, we must plan this carefully, one strike, one kill. Shan Shawu nodded at this, and Su Xiaohe added, "Exactly. We still don't understand the Iron Martial Alliance well enough." Su Xiaohe began briefing everyone on the situation within the Iron Martial Alliance. She started with the master of the 9 Layers Pavilion, the Plum Blossom Sword, Saint Yun Yezi. Rumor has it that this sword saint is not a man to be trifled with, and his swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary realm. It is said that Yun Yezi has already transcended the realm of key sword mastery, and some even claim he has reached the level of a continental sword immortal. Hong Wuguai curled his lip at that. He believed continental sword immortal was just an exaggeration. Meanwhile, the invincible blade overlord, Xie Haosen, is even more legendary. He built the Lion Alliance with his own 2 hands. It is said his blade technique focuses solely on offense, ignoring defense entirely. In the martial arts world, few can withstand a single strike from him. Xie Haosen once said he dislikes overthinking. Whether handling business or fighting, he acts purely on intuition and whim. But he managed to turn the Lion Alliance into a powerhouse in just 20 years. I doubt it was based on simple intuition alone. Compared to those two, the person we need to be most careful about is the Fist Saint of the Royal Pavilion, Huang Fu Junyue. That old man is not only a martial arts master, but also incredibly cunning and treacherous. Although the 9 Layers Pavilion, the Lion Alliance, and the 5 Dragon Alliance are secretly at odds, as long as they share mutual interests, they won't openly turn against each other. Huang Fu Junyan understands this well, so no matter what outsiders say about him, he doesn't care. Upon hearing this, Mo Guyu's expression darkened. If Huang Fu Junyue is truly as Su Xiaohe described, then perhaps his younger brother and family have already been harmed. Seeing Mo Guyu clenching his fists, the perceptive Su Xiaohe guessed his thoughts. Master Mo, rest assured your family is certainly still alive. The fact that Huang Fujunian was in such a rush to pin the blame on Deng Yuxian proves that he is afraid. He never expected events to escalate this far, because the appearance of the god of war was completely outside their plans. As long as brother Shan Shawu remains in the Iron Martial Alliance, they won't dare touch your family. That is their final bargaining chip. Shan Shawu nodded after hearing Su Xiaohe's analysis. He understood that the battle had already begun in the shadows where they couldn't see. At the same time, in Huang Fujunyue's private courtyard, a subordinate was reporting that after the god of war's duel with the Bean Demon, many young members of the Iron Martial Alliance had begun to waver. 10 years ago, after the Great Yuan were driven back to the north, the internal power struggle within the Iron Martial Alliance never ceased. Many martial arts masters held important positions, yet failed to fulfill their responsibilities. The appearance of the god of war had ignited the passion of the younger generation. Huang Fujunyan remained calm, stating that this situation existed in the Nine Layers Pavilion and the Lion Alliance as well. If they didn't step forward, the Five Dragon Alliance had no reason to intervene, but the subordinate voiced his concern. If the Five Dragon Alliance continued to ignore the god of war, once he teamed up with the Nine Layers Pavilion or the Lion Alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Huang Fujunyue sneered. Don't worry, they won't cooperate. The god of war openly provoked me, so those two sides will certainly want to recruit him. But that god of war is a prideful man. He will surely refuse them. It will be lucky enough if they don't end up at each other's throats, let alone cooperate. The subordinate remained silent. Huang Fujunyan then asked, Are you that eager to get rid of the god of war? I am only worried that the god of war will become an uncontrollable variable, just like the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Huang Fujunyan pondered for a moment and said, What if we hand him over to Nangong Suqiao? That girl has a blood feud with the god of war. Push her to the front and pretend to help her. If she can take care of him, everything will go smoothly. If there are any slip-ups, we handle it just like we did with Deng Yuxian. If Nangong Suqiao dies at his hands, that's even better. Then we can just claim the god of war intended to wipe out the entire Nangong family, and all the attention will be focused on that kid. With that, Huang Fujunue smirked. His plan would proceed without a hitch. Meanwhile, Shan Shawu had no idea he was being plotted against. On the veranda, the young man and woman walked side by side, chatting. Su Xiaohe predicted that the Nine Layers Pavilion and the Lion Alliance would certainly try to recruit Shan Shawu. The young man asked her what she thought he should do and who he should cooperate with. The girl frowned in thought for a moment before saying that since the pros and cons weren't clear yet, it was best not to get too close to anyone. Shan Shawu nodded to remember this, then invited Su Xiaohe out for a walk. The girl was delighted. Just me and brother Shan Shawu? Then let me go, prepare for a moment, change my clothes, and I'll be right out. Just as Shan Shawu was about to agree, he spotted someone. In the distance, Han Su was practicing his sword. When asked, he revealed he was just feeling frustrated and needed to vent. Shan Shawu invited the young man along. As it happens, Su Xiaohe and I were planning a stroll through the Iron Martial Alliance. Since you're bored, come with us to clear your head. Shan Shawu turned to the girl for her opinion. Su Xiaohe was annoyed that he didn't pick up on her signals, but she couldn't refuse. Han Su eagerly agreed. Su Xiaohe clenched her fists, thinking to herself, True sworn brothers, indeed, neither one knows how to read the room. Su Xiaohe, didn't you say you were going to change? Never mind. Let's just walk around here. Meanwhile, in another wing of the Five Dragon Alliance, Nangong Suqiao tossed and turned, feeling deeply unsettled. She had sensed Huang Fujunyan's dissatisfaction with her. The Fist Saint would never forgive a subordinate who failed twice. She had failed to assassinate the god of war several times. Huang Fujunyan likely kept her around only out of pity for the Nangong family. Nangong Suqiao slowly pushed open the door to a quiet room where 3 corpses lay. Yan Lianhua stood still for a long time before making a resolution she had to make. Huang Fujunue owe her even more. Only then could she and the Nangong family survive. A subordinate approached and bowed, and Nangong Suqiao immediately asked if he had found anything. The subordinate said that after examining the bodies, he had gained some preliminary understanding of the god of war's martial arts. He walked over to a bed made of cold jade and pulled back the white silk, revealing a corpse that had yet to decompose. This was the assassin from the Wuyang Yin family who had died at the hands of the god of war. Nangong Suqiao looked on and asked what he had discovered. My lady, please look. These 3 bodies all have one thing in common. All the meridians in their bodies are severed, but the fatal wound in each case was a ruptured heart. Nangong Suqiao suddenly realized. You mean they all died because of the god of war's internal power? Exactly. Which means if you face the god of war, you must absolutely avoid direct contact with him. Nangong Suqiao frowned as she pondered the revelation. Moments later, she returned to the main hall to relay these findings to Nangong Suojin and Nangong Shangyuan. Nangong Suojin admitted he had never heard of such a technique. Nangong Shangyuan nodded in agreement, his expression grave. If they wanted to deal with the god of war, they would have to strike from a distance. A close-quarters fight would likely require sealing his acupoints, though it was unclear if that would even work. Nangong Suojin fell into a long, deep silence before slowly speaking. It seems we must find an expert skilled in long-range weaponry, and not just anyone, but a top-tier master. Nangong Shangyuan hurriedly asked his father if he had anyone in mind. I am thinking of one person, though I am not certain if we can persuade him. With that, Nangong Suojin slammed his sword down. We must try, regardless. I will go and invite him myself. You two continue examining those bodies. His eyes glinted with cold, lethal intent. This time, the god of war had to die. Meanwhile, at the Nine Heavens Manor, Duanmu Kongyan approached the main hall, her expression anxious. She found her master, Yun Diezi, standing with his hands behind his back, staring into the distance. Zheng Yan, I heard you are quite close to the young master of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and that you have even met the god of war in Taiyuan Prefecture. Duanmu Kongyan replied that she and Susu Xiaohe were good sisters, and that Shan Shawu had saved them in Taiyuan. Excellent. Go to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild and tell them I wish to meet the god of war. Master, Shan Shawu is currently at the center of a storm. Should we wait a little longer? Yun Diezi placed a hand on his chest and said slowly, I would like to wait, but my time is running out. On a bustling street in the Iron Martial Alliance, Susu Xiaohe walked in front, with Shan Shawu and Han Su trailing leisurely behind. Su Xiaohe, you don't look so good. Is something wrong? She turned around, forcing a smile to say she was fine, but immediately vented her frustration on Han Su. Master Han, the Zhongnan sword sect is a subordinate of the Nine Heavens Manor. You've come to the Iron Martial Alliance, aren't you going to pay your respects to the elders? Han Su turned bright red, seemingly unable to defend himself. Just then, someone nearby sneered. I was wondering the same thing. A disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect comes here and doesn't even greet me, an elder, but instead wanders the streets. Han Su, do you have any respect for our sect at all? Han Su's face drained of color as he saw the group approaching. Leading them was Shi Wanhai, an elder of the Zhongnan sword sect. Han Su rushed forward to pay his respects, but Shi Wanhai didn't stop berating him. Watching this, Shan Shawu frowned, finally understanding why his young friend was so reluctant to come to the Nine Heavens Manor. Susu Xiaohe whispered to Shan Shawu, identifying the man. She explained that, since the sect leader had gone into seclusion, this man had been in charge of all external affairs for the Zhongnan sword sect. To make matters worse, one of the disciples began insulting Han Su's late master. Brother, are you using sword techniques to pick up girls now? Don't be as spineless as your master. No woman likes a man like that. Han Su was so furious his face turned beet red, and just as he opened his mouth to retort, Shi Wanhai chimed in with more sarcasm. Just a boy obsessed with restoring lost techniques, like father, like son. Han Su could no longer contain himself and shouted, the 36 heavenly might swords are the pinnacle of our sect. What is wrong with my master working hard to restore them? A calm voice interrupted. Are you all bullying him? Shi Wanhai turned around, his eyes widening in shock. The young man in blue was standing less than a meter from Han Su, yet Shi Wanhai hadn't even noticed his presence. The young man seemed to blend perfectly with his surroundings. He was clearly no ordinary person. Cheng Zhoujian, however, was less perceptive. He stepped forward, glaring provocatively. Hey kid, if you want to stick your nose in other people's business, state your name. You aren't qualified to know my name. Get lost. Cheng Zhouzhan, enraged, stepped back to draw his sword, but was immediately stopped by Shi Wanhai. Zhouzhan, stop. You are no match for him. Shi Wanhai turned to the young man and spoke in a low voice. I am Shi Wanhai, an elder of the Zhongnan sword sect. May I ask your name? I am Shan Shawu, from the north. I am a sworn brother of Han Su. We met on the Yangtze River and hit it off immediately, so I've been keeping him by my side these last few days. It is my fault he didn't visit the elders at Nine Heavens Manor, so I hope Elder Shi will not be too harsh. Shi Wanhai began scrambling through his memory. The name Shan Shawu sounded familiar. When he recalled the earth-shattering battle at the docks yesterday, the elder's pupils constricted. He gasped, You are the god of war who defeated the Ghost King and challenged the Sword Saint? The crowd immediately swarmed around them. News of the god of war's prowess had spread throughout the Iron Martial Alliance overnight. Chang Zhozan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling with fear. Shi Wanhai was terrified as well. The Sword Saint had ordered yesterday that no force within the Nine Heavens Manor was to provoke the god of war. Thinking of this, Shi Wanhai hurried to say, "Since the god of war has interceded, I will let him off for now. But the sect hierarchy cannot be ignored. Han Su, come pay your respects later." Shan Shawu nodded in gratitude. Han Su frowned, but bowed respectfully. Understood. As they passed each other, Shi Wanhai whispered, "Don't think that just because you have the god of war's backing, I'm afraid of you." Cheng Zhozan added a threat of his own. "Brother, I'll be testing your skills later." Just as the Zhongnan sword sect group started to leave, Shan Shawu spoke up. "Elder Shi, wait." Shi Wanhai froze in his tracks. Cheng Zhozan looked back in terror, afraid the killing god might explode, but Shan Shawu only looked solemn. He said loudly, "You may look down on Han Su's skills now, but there is a saying, never bully a young man while he is poor, for his future achievements will be beyond your comprehension." Shi Wanhai gritted his teeth, but thinking of the man's strength and the Sword Saint's orders, he swallowed his rage, bowed, and led his men away. "Big brother, I know you did that to stand up for me." But that last remark was really out of line. Shan Shawu patted Han Tu's shoulder and said gently, "Since arriving in the Central Plains, I've met countless experts, and many of them used swords, but none had a heart as pure as yours. I wasn't just saying that for the sake of it." Han Tu was moved by this, wanting to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he said, "Brother, I'll be going now." Watching Han Tu's retreating figure, "Tu Xiao," he softly remarked, "he should have just said it all. Young hero Han is great in every way, but he's far too timid. That's exactly why he can't unleash his full potential. If he could overcome that, I doubt there would be many people left in the martial arts world who could match him." Seeing Tu Xiao, he go quiet, Shan Shawu asked what was on her mind. Tu Xiao, he replied that since she is a merchant, she is naturally thinking of profit. Shan Shawu understood. "Are you looking to invest in Han Tu?" The young woman smiled, her voice as clear as a warbler's. "Why not? Brother Shan Shawu also thinks highly of him. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on such a talent?" After Han Tu left, Tu Xiao, he turned around and smiled, saying, "The day is still young. We can walk a little longer." Shan Shawu felt a bit flustered as her soft hand took his, so he simply let Mo Tu Xiaohe lead him on a stroll around the Iron Feather Alliance. Happy times always pass quickly, and before long, the sun had set in the west. Seeing the crowds thin out, the two prepared to head back. Just then, the sound of a fast-approaching carriage rang out behind them. Shan Shawu and Tu Xiao. He looked back to see a carriage speeding toward them. Shan Shawu quickly pulled Tu Xiaohe behind him, and as the carriage came to a halt, a beautiful figure stepped out. The person who arrived was Nangong Suqiao. "Miss Su, long time no see." Tu Xiao, he still a bit shaken, greeted her. "Oh, it's Miss Nangong." Shan Shawu's heart skipped a beat at the name. So this was one of the three most famous young ladies in the world. Nangong Suqiao approached them, intending to discuss business with Miss Su as they had before, but she added, "It seems I've come at a bad time." After saying this, she looked at Shan Shawu. "I presume this is the legendary war god? It is an honor." "Miss Nangong, there is no need for such formalities. There is nothing between us worth calling an honor." Faced with the young man's cold tone, Nangong Suqiao remained calm. "We are all people of the martial arts world. Common courtesies should still be observed." She then reached out, intending to shake Shan Shawu's hand. But suddenly, she recalled the warning her subordinates gave her earlier that day. All suffered severed meridians, dying of cardiac rupture. When engaging the war god, never make direct contact with him. Thinking of this, Nangong Suqiao quickly pulled her hand back, clenching it tight, trembling with fear. At that moment, the young man's cold voice echoed, "You had best not try anything, whether it's kidnapping or ramming your carriage into Little He as you just did. I've only acted in self-defense until now. But from here on out, if you pull any more underhanded tricks, I will surely kill you." With that, Shan Shawu signaled for Tu Xiaohe to leave with him. As they brushed past each other, Nangong Suqiao was left standing there, stunned. She gritted her teeth, her expression fierce. "War god, I swear we are irreconcilable enemies." At the same time, inside the Grand Hall of the Lion Alliance, the invincible Blade Master Ti Hao Sen sat solemnly. "Mu Lin, I want to meet the war god. Do you have a way?" Zhe Mulin pondered for a moment before saying, "I have a plan. Leave it to me." Soon, the moon had climbed to its peak. Shan Shawu and Tutu Xiao he talked as they walked back to the residence of the Great Heaven Trading Group. On the way, Tutu Xiao he analyzed the current situation once more. Shan Shawu couldn't help but marvel at how brilliant Tutu Xiao he was. Leave the scheming and fighting to me, and the physical combat to you. If you run into any trouble, just tell me. Perhaps I can help. Tutu Xiao. He thought for a moment and admitted there was indeed a troublesome matter. The Five Dragon Alliance had previously approached her about a partnership, but now, the black market merchants are suppressing the Great Heaven Trading Group everywhere. To ensure liquidity, she hasn't given them an answer yet. I have some silver, about 100,000 taels of gold. Would that be enough? Tutu Xiao. His eyes lit up, but she immediately asked in disbelief how Shan Shawu could have so much money. Shan Shawu recounted the past events, explaining how he had played the role of the fisherman, gaining the profit during the infighting between factions, and how he managed to seize that gold. I hid that gold on East Ming Mountain, 100 miles from Benshi, at a place called Winged Beak Ridge. Feel free to take it if you need it. Tutu Xiao. He was deeply moved and said she would return every bit of the gold, but before she could finish, Shan Shawu gently tapped her forehead. He called her a silly girl, saying she didn't need to pay him back. Just being able to help her made him happy. They continued chatting and laughing. When they reached the gate of the mansion, they met Kim Lian, the maid, who was rushing toward them. Kim Lian bowed and reported that Zhe Mulin, the leader of the North Peak Guardians, wanted to meet Shan Shawu. Shan Shawu remained calm, but Tutu Xiaohe's expression changed slightly. When they reached the main hall, Zhe Mulin was standing there and greeted them. Young hero Shan, it's been a long time. Shan Shawu cupped his hands in return. My apologies for keeping young Master Zhe waiting. Shan Shawu secretly calculated in his mind. Sure enough, everything was unfolding just as Tutu Xiao he had predicted, but he hadn't expected the Lion Alliance to act so quickly. After the pleasantries, Zhe Mulin got straight to the point. He said that the Treasury Master of the Great Power Citadel was deeply grateful to Shan Shawu for his heroic assistance, and wanted to invite him to the Citadel to express his appreciation. Hong Wuqi, standing nearby, asked, "So, this is an invitation from the Winged Eagle Group?" Shan Shawu looked confused. Zhe Mulin explained that the Winged Eagle Group is a small faction within the Lion Alliance, gathering the most talented youth of the Alliance, and the Treasury Master, Wan Zexiang, is in charge of it. Hearing the phrase, talented youth, Shan Shawu fell into deep thought. A moment later, he asked, I heard that Han Xiangya of the Ice Flower is also at the Lion Alliance. I wonder if Miss Han is in the Winged Eagle Group. Tutu Xiao. He glanced at Shan Shawu, while Zhe Mulin's face tightened as he quickly calculated the implications. Throughout their conversation, Shan Shawu had seemed distracted, yet now he was actively asking about the young lady of the Han family. Thinking this, Zhe Mulin smiled, feeling he had grasped the key to the situation. Naturally, Miss Han is also a member of the Winged Eagle Group, and she is highly regarded by my father as well. The Winged Eagle Group has a gathering in a few days. If young hero Shan would honor us with his presence, you will surely be able to meet Miss Han. If that is the case, I accept. See you then. The maid quietly approached Su Xiaohe, whispering that Miss Duanmu wanted to see her. Su Xiaohe instructed the servant to lead Duanmu Tongyan to the guest lounge, saying she would join them shortly. Hearing the exchange between mistress and servant, Xie Moling frowned slightly, surprised that the Juzhong manor had moved so quickly. To avoid any awkward encounters, he promptly stood up to take his leave. Stepping out of the mansion, Xie Moling looked back, thinking to himself, all the major powers are currently eyeing the Great Heaven Trade Union and the God of War, especially the Five Dragon League, which has deployed many experts. Yet, Shan Shawu shows no restraint in meeting both him and Duanmu Tongyan, as if he doesn't care at all that Huang Fujunyue is watching him. The young master of the Lion League felt a glimmer of anticipation. He wondered what kind of turmoil this God of War would eventually stir up. During the day, Su Xiaohe was all smiles with her beloved, but back home, she pouted. This was because Shan Shawu had just accepted Xie Moling's invitation while refusing to meet her good friend, Duanmu Tongyan. It made Su Xiaohe feel embarrassed. Seeing her sulking, Shan Shawu had to explain. He accepted Xie Moling's invitation not because of the Lion League, and his refusal to see Duanmu Tongyan had nothing to do with the Juzhong manor. Xie Moling only invited him to meet the young warriors of the Winged Hawk Group, not the unrivaled Blade Lord, whereas Duanmu Tongyan wanted him to meet the Sword Saint. Su Xiaohe looked at Shan Shawu for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Shawu, by going to the Winged Hawk Group, aren't you implicitly supporting the Lion League? You should either agree to both or refuse both. Shan Shawu heard this and immediately understood the problem. Just as the saying goes, People who are restless will inevitably become dissatisfied. The factions in the martial arts world are the same. He knew he had to pay a visit to the Winged Hawk group. He immediately asked Su Xiaohe if there was a way to satisfy both sides. She said, of course there was. It turns out the Iron Martial League was originally founded to resist the Yuan dynasty. Therefore, at its inception, they secretly built an underground fortress to prepare for the possibility of being overrun by the Yuan army, which would lead to the total annihilation of the Iron Martial League. Su Xiaohe took out an ancient map and spread it on the table. This is the original architectural plan that I spent a fortune to acquire. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, that underground fortress was abandoned. Now, almost no one knows it even exists. Su Xiaohe suggested they could secretly meet the Sword Saint there, allowing him to keep his appointment with the Winged Hawk group without offending the Zhuzhong Manor. The following night, Shan Shawu followed the map to the entrance of the secret passage. Looking up, he saw ruins and desolation all around. It truly looked like a place abandoned for many years. Shan Shawu walked along the secret path with his hands behind his back. After a while, a massive boulder blocked his way. Last night, Su Xiaohe had warned him that the warriors guarding the place had sealed the passage upon their retreat. Seeing this, Shan Shawu extended his hand, and surging internal energy flowed constantly through his palm. He delivered a powerful strike, and the tens of thousands of pounds of stone began to crack from the center. Suddenly, Shan Shawu opened his eyes wide. He felt a familiar vibration. Faint wisps of martial energy radiated from behind the boulder, just like the feeling when he and his master stormed the 10,000 Immortals Cave years ago. In an instant, he understood that this was the work of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. This martial arts expert was displaying his true power without holding back, his energy constantly pouring out, seemingly challenging Shan Shawu. Young man, have you ever seen my true power? Seeing this, Shan Shawu smiled slightly and stomped his foot hard on the ground. The martial energy around his body suddenly erupted, surging outward in all directions. The young man whispered to himself, I also want to ask you, Plum Blossom Sword Saint, do you have the qualifications to meet the Heaven-Shattering Martial Statue? Two currents of energy collided and dissipated. The secret passage instantly fell silent again. Shan Shawu continued walking with his hands behind his back. In the pitch-black passage, a blinding light suddenly appeared. Shan Shawu looked up and saw a long sword floating in midair. He recognized that this was not a real sword, but a heart sword. The so-called heart sword is internal energy transformed according to one's will. Wherever the heart goes, the sword follows, and it is incredibly sharp. At this moment, the heart sword began to gradually dissipate, turning into countless plum blossom petals falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a plum tree sprouted from the ground, and in an instant, it towered into the sky as petals rained down incessantly. A moment later, a whole forest of plum trees had grown all around him. Shan Shawu stood in the middle of the plum forest, unable to help but admire it. These plum petals were all imbued with immense internal power. If they attacked simultaneously, even he would find it hard to defend. Thinking this, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint truly lives up to his reputation. You are worthy of being the continent's sword immortal. At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. To be praised by the god of war, this old man is truly honored. I wonder if the god of war is interested in taking a move from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Yezi's eyes widened, turning into an eerie dark red. A great wind suddenly whipped through the plum forest, and the swirling internal energy carried countless plum petals as they attacked the young man. Shan Shawu remained calm and casually asked, Is this the reason you wanted to see me? Seeing the storm of plum petals descending, Shan Shawu stood perfectly still. Immediately after, the plum petals fell like rain. The young man stood in the midst of the flower rain without a scratch. Yun Yezi asked in a deep voice, Young man, why do you not fight back? The Sword Saint's technique is beautiful, but it carries no killing intent. Why would I need to resist? Wuliang Tianzun, you truly are a hero among youth. My Taoist name is Yun Yezi, and I am the master of Zhuzhong Manor. I have heard of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. I am Shan Shawu. Having said that, the young man stepped in front of Yun Yezi. Shan Shawu sat cross-legged, silently waiting for the Sword Saint to continue. Yun Yezi spoke slowly. Old man has a question. If I hadn't retracted my move at the very last second, what would you have done? Or were you confident that you could block my full-force strike at that moment? Shan Shawu replied, I am unskilled, but the martial arts I practice are somewhat unique. I can see through an opponent's aura, which is how I knew whether or not your attack carried killing intent, Sword Saint. However, if I had judged incorrectly, death would have been unavoidable. But I believed that since you, senior, were willing to humble yourself to meet me here, you likely did not intend to kill me. Yun Yezi was slightly stunned. He had never heard of such martial arts in the Jianghu. So, in your opinion, how is my aura now? Your internal power is hidden without leaking, senior, obviously having reached the realm of returning to simplicity. But there is one thing I don't understand. As Shan Shawu said this, his gaze sharpened. I can sense that the energy in your heart meridian, senior, is chaotic. Forgive my bluntness, but has the Sword Saint been struck by a deadly poison? Yun Yezi stared at the young man before him, remaining silent for a long time. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Kim Lian cleaned the room while muttering to herself, thinking it was truly strange for the Sword Saint to take the initiative and invite the god of war to meet. As for Su Xiaohei, she remained anxious about the fact that Shan Shawu wanted to go to the Winged Eagle Union, clearly having agreed to the death of the Wood Domain because of Han Xiangye. Kim Lian remarked that the ice flower Han Xiangye had a cold personality, so perhaps the young hero just wanted to meet her out of curiosity. Su Xiaohei didn't take any of Kim Lian's words in. All she could think about now was the relationship between the two of them. Could it be that brother Shan Shawu didn't go to Liuzhou for the Nangong family, but for the ice flower, Han Xiangye? Unable to figure out the reason, Su Xiaohe immediately ordered Kim Lian to send a message to the Anhui branch to investigate every detail regarding Shan Shawu in Liuzhou. My lady, the Anhui branch has already reported everything about young Master Shan. Why don't you just ask him directly? Su Xiaohe felt like crying, but had no tears. What if brother Shan Shawu really went looking for Miss Han? Stop talking. Just send the message to the Anhui branch immediately, and cover all the places brother Shan Shawu has visited before as well. Don't miss a single detail. Did you hear me clearly? Back in the secret passage, Yun Diezi pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, have you ever heard of the Ice Ridge ancient poison? Shan Shawu shook his head slightly, indicating he had never heard of it. I had to scour through ancient texts just to find a record of it, the old man said. This parasite is as small as a grain of rice, unlike most parasites that grow in the southern border or other hot and humid regions. This one only lives in the northern sea ice plains. At low temperatures, they fall into a dormant state, but once they enter a human body, they erode the host's internal energy. As you said, I have been poisoned with this myself, and now about 30% of my internal energy has been eaten away. Shan Shawu was shocked, unable to believe that someone could actually ambush the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. It is shameful, but I don't even know when or where I was struck. Currently, I am using my true energy to protect my heart vessels, but it only slows down the process of my energy being eroded. It cannot cure the root cause. If my energy runs out, I will be frozen into ice. Shan Shawu asked if he could use his internal energy to burn out the parasite. Yun Diezi replied, the Ice Ridge parasite treats true energy as food. Even though I have mastered the Purple Mist divine skill, using internal energy to burn it is no different from pouring oil on a fire. Understanding this, Shan Shawu then asked, I wonder why the Sword Saint is telling such a secret to an outsider like me. Unexpectedly, Yun Diezi asked him in return how he viewed the current Iron Martial Alliance. Shan Shawu replied frankly, the Iron Martial Alliance is in absolute chaos right now. You are not wrong. On the surface, the Iron Martial Alliance seems peaceful, but in reality, various factions are fighting in the shadows, especially in the last few months, where dozens of experts have gone missing without a trace. Yun Diezi analyzed that everything was related to his own ambush, and the one behind it was likely from the Nine Layers mansion. At this, Yun Diezi suddenly dropped a bombshell. Would you agree to help me investigate these shady dealings within the Iron Martial Alliance? I can sense a great danger spreading silently. Young Master Shan, you don't belong to any faction, which makes you the most suitable person to step forward. Furthermore, your martial arts are exceptional. Many young people in the Iron Martial Alliance admire you. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of saving the martial world. To his surprise, Shan Shawu was not swayed by Yun Diezi's praise and firmly refused the request of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The old man frowned and asked for the reason. The young man said bluntly that he did not want to get involved in martial world disputes. Moreover, the Nine Layers mansion had many disciples and countless experts. Even if someone had bad intentions, the Nine Layers mansion was fully capable of handling it themselves. I am an outsider. If I were to intervene now, not only would I fail to solve the problem, but I might even spark new conflicts. Hearing this, Yun Diezi stood up and carefully explained the logic behind it. After a moment, he sighed and said, very well. But once the internal conflict in the Iron Martial Alliance erupts, I want to ask you to help our 9 layers mansion." As he said this, his gaze toward Shan Shawu was filled with deep meaning. "This small request isn't too much, is it? As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I can try. But, as I said before, I do not wish to be involved in the struggles of the Jianghu." Having said that, Shan Shawu stood up, preparing to take his leave. Before they parted, Yun Diezi warned Shan Shawu to be careful of Quan Sheng, and above all, not to underestimate Huang Fu Junyue, as no one had yet seen the full extent of his strength. Having said that, Yun Diezi leapt into the air, using the steps-generating flowers technique of the Huashan school. He glided lightly through the air, as if taking flight. Soon after, his entire figure soared high, leaving only gusts of wind sweeping through the secret passage. "Young man, the future of the martial world will surely have a place for you." Shan Shawu looked up, following the fading figure of the sword saint, silently admiring the truly exquisite lightness skill of the Huashan school. But immediately after, he thought about how a renowned sword saint could still be ambushed. This iron martial alliance was not a good place after all. Regaining his composure, he tried to mimic Yun Diezi, attempting to step on the air, but after a moment of effort, he finally decided to just walk out of the secret passage. The scene shifted to Dongkou County, 400 miles away from the Iron Martial Alliance. 2 beggar sect disciples were carrying a portrait, searching everywhere. The portrait depicted an imperial official. The beggar sect had received intelligence that an official named Xia Nusi, who had followed a delegation to the north years ago, was currently living in Dongkou County. As the two searched along the way, they finally met a villager who mentioned that Xia Nusi lived in a house on the hillside. The 2 beggar sect disciples thanked him profusely and left. Finding this person would allow them to uncover clues about that former imperial official. However, they didn't notice a burly man by the side of the road quietly watching their every move. His face was covered by a tattered cloth, but a long, fearsome scar could still be seen on his face. At the same time, 2 other beggar sect disciples arrived, leading someone with them. This person was Zhang Chengzhe, the master of the Dongkou branch. He was the only beggar in Dongkou County, so he had been appointed as the branch master. The lead 4-bag disciple said they had confirmed Xia Nusi's residence and ordered Zhang Chengzhe to lead the way. The group immediately headed toward the school on the hillside. Zhang Chengzhe remarked, "Xia Nusi arrived here 10 years ago and has been making a living as a teacher." When they reached the school, they happened to run into the old man coming out. Xia Nusi and Zhang Chengzhe had known each other for a long time. Seeing him bring a group of beggars today, the old man was a bit surprised. Zhang Chengzhe clasped his hands and introduced them. "These are disciples of the beggar sect who have come to learn about Xia Nusi's journey to the north in the past." Upon hearing this, the old man started in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The lead 4-bag disciple cupped his hands and said, "We heard that 10 years ago, you followed a Yuan dynasty diplomatic mission to the north. Someone wants to know the whereabouts of the girl who was kidnapped back then." Hearing this, Xia Nuosi froze, staying silent for a long time. Trembling, the old man said, "I will go with you. Just let me pack my things." The beggar sect disciples watched the old man head inside. One disciple worried he might try to escape, but the other comforted him, saying that even though the old man once worked for the Yuan dynasty, he has since changed his ways. Just then, a deep, gruff voice echoed from behind. "A traitor is a traitor forever." The beggar sect disciples spun around, barking at the stranger for daring to speak up. The person continued in a cold, chilling tone. 10 years ago, he betrayed his own people, and now he betrays the Yuan dynasty. As he spoke, the hulking man's gaze turned sharp and icy. "I shouldn't have let him live back then." Seeing the gruesome scar on the stranger's face, the lead 4-bag disciple narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this the Yuan dynasty official from the portrait?" Thinking this, he shouted, "Don't let him get away. He's the one Elder Hong has been searching for." The other beggar sect disciples turned pale at these words, immediately letting out a roar before rushing to surround and attack the man. A bolt of lightning tore across the night sky. The disciples lunged at him, but he didn't even flinch. He clenched his fists, clearly holding them in complete contempt. Inside the house, Xia Nuosi leaned against the table, struggling to stay on his feet. The old man seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Even when others called him a Yuan dynasty lapdog, he didn't mind, but the events from 10 years ago felt like a 1,000-pound weight crushing his heart. Every night, he could hear the young girl's hopeless, tragic cries echoing in his ears. Xia Nuosi tremblingly stepped out of the school, hoping that today he could finally be set free. But as he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened in horror. Zhang Chengzhe's neck had been snapped, and he was tossed aside on the ground, while the other beggar sect disciples had also been taken down. The hulking man looked coldly at Xianuosi. I intended to let you live out your days in peace, but you just don't know when to quit. With that, he tossed the body aside and began walking toward the old man. Xianuosi was so terrified that his limbs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The man stared down at him with a vicious glint in his eyes. Nobles with black blood do not permit betrayal. He raised his massive, muscular arm. Xianuosi opened his eyes wide in despair. 2 hours later, at the Iron Martial Alliance, a beggar sect disciple reported everything that happened in Donghu County to Han Wuba. Hearing this, Han Wuba's face darkened. The lead they had worked so hard to find was now broken. Furthermore, the perpetrator struck right after the beggar sect found Xianuosi, clearly intending to silence him. This meant that for the past 10 years, the enemy had likely been monitoring every move the beggar sect made. Han Wuba immediately decided to report this to Shan Shawu. At the same time, at the Nangong family estate, a special guest appeared. A woman in black emerged like a ghost in the room. She asked directly where the god of war was. Nangong Sukiao replied that he was with the Great Heaven Trade Group, and mentioned that she had already prepared a new identity and residence for the woman, which would allow her to get close to the god of war and observe him, making it easier to strike. As she spoke, she gave the woman a meaningful look. After this mission is complete, you will die too. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't care at all, as long as she could kill him. What was a mere life worth? With those words, the woman's figure flickered and vanished. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Nangong Suojin looked in the direction the woman had vanished and whispered, I thought she'd been scared out of her wits by the god of war. I didn't expect you to be able to convince her to go after him again. Nangong Suqiao said that she would definitely be able to complete the mission, then asked how the recruitment of her uncle's contact was going. Nangong Suojin said that the assistance was going very smoothly. I only had to mention that his disciple died at the hands of the god of war, and he agreed to step in. The only thing is, his reaction to the news of his disciple's death was strangely calm. He only said, useless, but that's enough to prove he's furious. He isn't one for words. He prefers action. Now we just wait for Shang Yuan to finish his current task, and all preparations will be complete. Nangong Suqiao asked, Brother, how much longer? It should be very soon. Haste makes waste. Suqiao, if we fail this time, our Nangong family will cease to exist. Don't worry, uncle. This time we will definitely succeed. Just then, the eldest young master of the Murong family, seeking revenge for his father, joined the Five Dragon Gate to serve under Huangfu Junyue, only to be tortured by the other party until he wished he were dead. A while later, Huangfu Junyue prepared to leave. The old monk respectfully saw them to the door. Before parting, the old monk made 2 requests of Huangfu Junyuan. The old monk stated bluntly that the disciples were exhausted, so he asked the alliance leader to allow them a few days of rest. Knowing that breaking the seal was physically draining, Huangfu Junyue nodded immediately. Then, the old monk, with a somber look, made his second request. I humbly ask the alliance leader to allow this old monk to head out for a few days. Huangfu Junyuan narrowed his eyes, asking what he intended to do. I wish to find a perfect vessel to refine into the final corpse demon. Huangfu Junyuan understood. Master, if you don't need my help, surely you already have someone suitable in mind? The old monk smiled, silently acknowledging the assumption. Very well, but this is the last time. People are already suspicious. These tantric monks had a prior pact with Huangfu Junyuan. They would help the alliance leader break the seal of the 7 extreme cold yin crystals, while using them to help Huangfu Junyue refine the immortal corpse demon, in exchange for the 5 Dragon Gate, protecting them and leaving them 1 corpse demon to restore their sect. Hearing the words immortal corpse demon, the subordinate felt a stir, and asked if it was similar to Kang Wei from before. Huangfu Junyuan didn't hide anything from his new subordinate, stating plainly that Kang Wei couldn't even compare. As it turned out, the immortal corpse demon was a forbidden technique recorded in ancient texts. Ordinary corpse refinement used a corpse as the medium, but the immortal corpse demon used a living person as a sacrificial vessel. It was an extremely difficult method. The slightest mistake would cause the victim's soul to scatter. 500 years ago, a tantric monk created the extreme cold yin crystal, using powerful yin energy to neutralize all the yang energy in the victim's body, then using secret mantras to bind the victim's soul, making the creation of an immortal corpse demon possible. The immortal corpse demon retains its consciousness, so it never forgets its martial arts, but their bodies are far stronger than an ordinary person's. The most terrifying part is that although they can think for themselves, they have lost all basic humanity. Once they lose control, they might even kill their own loved ones without a moment's hesitation. In essence, they are monsters born to kill. There's an old story behind this. 500 years ago, a branch of the esoteric sect fled to Shenyang. They secretly forged the extreme cold yin essence inside a mountain and prepared to refine the immortal corpse demon to reclaim the western regions. But the clues were discovered by the North Ridge Great Emperor, the #1 expert in the north at that time. Fearing that the appearance of the immortal corpse demon would bring disaster to all living things, the North Ridge Great Emperor went there alone and wiped out all the monks of the esoteric sect. After obtaining the 7 refined extreme cold yin essence orbs, the North Ridge Great Emperor sensed that they contained world-destroying power, so he tried to use his unparalleled cultivation to destroy them. Unexpectedly, these objects were extremely sinister. No matter how profound the North Ridge Great Emperor's internal energy was, he could do nothing against them. Under the constant assault of his powerful internal energy, the intense yin energy within the extreme cold yin essence erupted, spreading throughout the cave in an instant. The entire cave turned into an ice cavern. The North Ridge Great Emperor, with his peerless martial arts, managed to escape with his life. But he became even more convinced that if these things ever appeared, the world would fall into chaos. Thus, he spent the rest of his life guarding them inside that cave. The cave became known as North Ridge Cave. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years ago, Murong Dongtian happened to discover North Ridge Cave. By then, the North Ridge Great Emperor had already passed away, but his body had not decomposed. Murong Dongtian realized the person before him was the North Ridge Great Emperor, and the 7 boxes were still hanging behind the corpse. Furthermore, Murong Dongtian was passed down the North Ridge Great Emperor's martial arts, along with the secret method for creating the golden wheels. But he didn't tell anyone. It wasn't until he realized he couldn't open those boxes that he sent a letter to Quan Sheng, who had always been concerned about the North Ridge Great Emperor. In the letter, he stated that he was willing to hand over the North Ridge Great Emperor's body and the 7 boxes. In exchange, Huangfu Junyue had to agree to let the Murong clan join the 5-Dragon Gate and reward the Murong clan with 10,000 taels of gold. Huangfu Junyuan knew the value of those 7 boxes well, so he agreed without a moment's hesitation. That is how the Iron Horse Escort Agency ended up transporting the 2 wagons of goods later. After finishing this story, Huangfu Junyue boasted, "A single immortal corpse demon is enough to rival the strength of 3 major sects, let alone 7. At this point, Quan Sheng wore a cold smile. Snow Feather Gate would not exist for much longer. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, Shan Shawu was leaning against the railing, looking toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Han Wuba curiously followed the young man's gaze and saw Mo Geiwu frowning in the pavilion. The old beggar immediately understood what Shan Shawu was thinking and spoke up to comfort him. "We've tried our best, but right now there's really nothing else we can do." Shan Shawu didn't answer but asked why Han Su hadn't been seen for the past few days. Han Wuba said that Han Su had visited the Zhongnan sect a few days ago and had been cooped up in his room ever since he returned. "I suspect the kid went through something over there. But then again, I'm not a god. How could I know everything?" Sensing that the old beggar had something on his mind, Shan Shawu told him to speak plainly. Han Wuba scratched his head sheepishly and finally decided to tell the truth. "It's about the Yuan dynasty envoy. We've found a lead. A few days ago, we found a man named Xia Nusi, who had followed the Yuan envoy to the north 10 years ago." Hearing this, Shan Shawu said he wanted to meet this person. "He has gone missing, no sign of him alive or dead. The beggar sect has already lost 4 disciples. It doesn't look good." The young man, hearing this, widened his eyes, unable to accept it for a moment. "He was in Dongku County, 400 miles away. I thought it was close and planned to surprise you with him, but I'm sorry." Shan Shawu, hearing this, rested his hands on the railing and stood silent for a long time. 400 miles at his speed, it would take less than a day. He just needed 1 day to find out the whereabouts of Sister Gong Wuai. Thinking of this, the young man felt as if the world were spinning. Han Wuba said that he hadn't expected such an outcome either. The opposition had let Xia Nusi live for 10 years, yet the moment the beggar sect found him, he was killed. A moment later, Shan Shawu calmed down and said slowly, "Elder Hong, this isn't your fault." Seeing the young man's cold eyes, Han Wuba felt a shiver run through him. He could sense the hidden fury beneath the other's calm tone. Shan Shawu just turned his head and said sincerely, "It is I who was distracted by other matters and neglected this." Afterward, the two began to analyze the situation. Han Wuba didn't understand why the opposition hadn't killed this man from the start, but instead waited until the beggar sect found him before silencing him. Shan Shawu analyzed that they were likely watching in the shadows all along, wanting to use Xia Nusi to trace the people who were investigating them. Han Wuba looked puzzled for an organization so meticulous. Wouldn't taking action leave traces behind? Could it be that the enemy was willing to leave traces just to investigate them back? Shan Shawu grabbed an umbrella and said he had to make a trip to the Lion Alliance, as he had an appointment to meet the delegation today. Han Wuba absent-mindedly told him to be careful, while inwardly calculating whom to send to investigate further. Having said that, the young man turned and stepped into the rain, heading toward the Lion Alliance. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered. He saw several burly men blocking his path ahead. A man who called himself Guo Dashan, from Ziqi, one of the 17 squads of the Iron Martial Gate. Shan Shawu frowned and asked what they wanted. Guo Dashan removed his hood and said coldly, "I saw your fight with Do Kun. You're the only one worthy of me going all out." As he spoke, Guo Dashan threw his hood aside and stood in a stance. "Kid, dare to fight me? How about a bout with the great power fist of Guo Dashan?" Before he could finish, he felt his vision blur. Shan Shawu had already dashed behind him. This Ziqi expert was slightly stunned, but then a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "If that's how it's going to be, don't blame me." As he spoke, Guo Dashan roared, spun around, then crouched and threw a powerful punch toward the young man's back. But immediately after, a miserable scream echoed through the street. Turning to Zhe Muling, who was waiting at the Lion Alliance gate, he had an appointment to meet Shan Shawu at the hour of the rooster 5 p.m. 7 p.m. But by the time the hour of the rooster had passed, about 15 minutes later, the other party still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking toward him through the rain. Zhe Muling hurried forward to welcome him and bowed respectfully. Shan Shawu apologized, saying he was late due to some business along the way. Seeing the tear in the other's umbrella, Zhe Muling immediately guessed the situation. He personally led the way, and a moment later brought Shan Shawu to the main hall. Dozens of people were already waiting inside the talented youths of the Flying Eagle Troop. Zhe Muling took the initiative to introduce them, stating that these were the outstanding talents from the factions under the Lion Alliance. Not only had they mastered their own sect's martial arts, but his father had also personally taught them the Lion Alliance's techniques. It was no exaggeration to say they were the future of the Lion Alliance, which was why his father had poured his heart and soul into them. Shan Shawu glanced over the members of the Flying Eagle Troop. With just one look, he spotted a woman in clothes as white as snow. He had once seen a painting of the ice flower from the Han family of Lu Zhou, and he instantly recognized her as Han Xiangya, the woman he had been searching for all this time. In the young man's mind, his master's instructions from years ago echoed clearly. Shan Shawu, if she isn't doing well, help her out. But if she is living a good life, then just leave her be. Shan Shawu looked at her, thinking to himself, "Master, the woman you always longed for is right before my eyes. She is living a wonderful life now. You can finally rest in peace." No one noticed that this scene was captured by Zhe Muling. The young master of the Lion Alliance smiled. The way the other man looked at the ice flower was far from ordinary. It seemed everything was exactly as he had predicted. With that in mind, Zhe Muling spoke up. "Young hero Shan, let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 renowned beauties of the world, eldest Miss Han Xiangya, of the Han family of Lu Zhou. She is currently the deputy leader of the Flying Eagle Troop, and my father thinks very highly of her." Han Xiangya spoke in a cold yet gentle voice. "It is an honor to meet the god of war today." Shan Shawu responded with polite pleasantries. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps approached. Shan Shawu and Han Xiangya couldn't help but turn their heads. A towering, muscular old man strode toward them, accompanied by a booming, thunderous laugh. The old man walked right up to Shan Shawu and said in a deep voice, "So this must be the god of war. I am Wan Dejiang, the supreme elder of the Great Strength Castle." As soon as he finished, Wan Dejiang stretched out his arms, which were as thick as tree trunks, and pulled Shan Shawu into a tight embrace without hesitation. "Thank you so much. When I heard you were coming today, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Thanks to you, the Great Strength Castle narrowly escaped the disaster in Shenyang. I truly don't know how I can ever repay such a great favor." As he spoke, Wan Dejiang spun Shan Shawu around a few times, leaving the members of the Flying Eagle Troop standing by with their mouths agape in shock. "Hey, have you ever seen Elder Wan treat anyone so warmly before?" "Never. Only the Alliance leader gets treated like that." Zhe Muling was also stunned by the sight. Meanwhile, Wan Dejiang ignored everyone's stares, pulled Shan Shawu aside, and insisted they have a good chat today. Shan Shawu's gaze instinctively flickered toward Han Xiangya, wondering if it was okay to leave the elites of the Flying Eagle Troop standing there like that. Wan Dejiang quickly noticed where he was looking. The Lion Alliance elder thought to himself, could it be as Zhe Muling guessed? Has the god of war fallen for the ice flower, Han Xiangya. Thinking this, Wan Dejiang chuckled. Don't worry, let them play among themselves. Let's have a talk. But right after, he turned to give instructions to Han Xiangya. Xiangya, my girl. She bowed respectfully and waited in silence. After today's gathering ends, stay behind for a while. I have something to discuss with you. Han Xiangya kept her expression emotionless, nodded slightly, and watched as the two walked toward the back hall to take their seats. Wan Dejiang expressed his gratitude once more. The Lion Alliance elder praised Shan Shawu endlessly, saying the god of war's arrival had set the martial artist's blood on fire. Shan Shawu calmly replied, Senior, you are too kind. I don't deserve such praise. Wan Dejiang laughed loudly. You are being too modest. Everything I said is the truth. Many young martial artists look up to you. Having said that, the elder's tone shifted. In reality, these titles, like the 2 saints, 3 masters, and 4 venerables, have existed for far too long. They've been famous for decades, and the Iron Martial Gate is still their world. Do you think that's reasonable? The Iron Martial Gate reached its current status because of their efforts, but their stagnation now is also their responsibility. They are old, yet they refuse to relinquish power to the younger generation. The Yuan dynasty is weak now, having retreated to the north. The Iron Martial Gate really should have disbanded. Hearing this, Shan Shawu asked, confused, Do you hope for the Iron Martial Gate to disband, Senior? Wan Dejiang stared intently at the young man. Of course not. I just have high expectations for you. Perhaps you haven't realized yet that you have become a storm that is shaking the very foundations of the Iron Martial Gate. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. Through the downpour, a monk in a cloak stood balanced on a single silk thread. Like a night owl, the old monk watched the entrance of the Lion Alliance, staring toward the main hall where the members of the Flying Eagle Troop were gathered, muttering to himself, With such talent, it is a total waste if you don't become an immortal corpse demon. Ice Flower Han Xiangya, you were born for eternal life. At this, the old monk's expression became even more fanatical. Tonight, I will turn you into the most beautiful creature in the world. The old man humbled himself to host a banquet for the youth, even pouring the wine himself to show his warmth. Shan Shawu took the cup from Wan Dejiang and sniffed it. A rich, elegant fragrance wafted toward him. Wan Dejiang proudly introduced the wine as Dragon Flower, a rare and exquisite vintage. Once they were slightly tipsy, the elder laughed and asked, Young hero Shan, what do you think of the girl, Xiangya? Shan Shawu said that since it was their first meeting, he didn't have any special feelings. Wan Dejiang's expression suddenly became serious, but the way you looked at her was very different, young hero. Heroes admire beauty. That has been the way of the world since ancient times. Plus, her martial arts skills are extraordinary. The only flaw this girl has is that she's a bit cold, but it doesn't matter. If you are willing, I can act as a matchmaker for the two of you. Shan Shawu remained calm and looked at him. Thank you for your kindness, elder, but I have no such intentions. Seeing the young man so firm, Wan Dejiang laughed heartily. I just thought the two of you were a perfect match. Please don't take it to heart. All right, let's drink. Outside in the hallway, Thiet Mok Lin felt deeply unsettled. Elder Van and Shan Shawu had been talking for 2 hours straight. Thinking of this, the young master clenched his fists tightly. He felt that the two of them had been talking a bit too long today. Could there be some sort of secret between them? Just then, a beautiful figure glided over. Tai Muling asked Han Xiangya why she had come. She replied that she was acting on orders from the alliance leader to bring him in for an audience. Tai Muling frowned slightly. He had originally planned to see Shan Shawu off himself, but now it seemed he would have to bid him farewell earlier. Without further ado, he asked Han Xiangya to accompany him to the back hall. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the back hall, Timuling's expression changed. Wan Dejiang was completely drunk. The elder never used to touch alcohol. Young hero Zhan, it seems the old man really likes you. Shan Shawu just smiled and said nothing. He then looked at Timuling with interest, asking if he would like to join them for a few drinks. Tai Muling tactfully declined, saying he had urgent business to attend to and couldn't see him off properly, hoping he would forgive the discourtesy. Unexpectedly, a tipsy Wan Dejiang interrupted. The Lion Alliance cannot be impolite. Let the girl, Xiangya, see our guest off instead. Han Xiangya obeyed upon hearing this, then walked up to Shan Shawu and signaled for him to follow. Watching the two walk away, a drunken Wan Dejiang mumbled, The god of war and the ice blossom, what a match made in heaven. Tai Muling whispered, Elder, are you trying to play matchmaker for them? As long as that girl remains in the martial world, marriage is inevitable. Besides, she comes from the Han family, a clan currently on the decline. If young hero John has any feelings for her, even a little, their union wouldn't be a bad thing. If they could become husband and wife, not only would the Flying Eagle group gain a powerful ally, but so would the Lion Alliance. The elder smirked. If they both refused, nothing would be lost anyway. Tai Muling bid farewell to Wan Dejiang and stepped out of the back hall alone. The elder's words left him lost in deep thought. Han Xiangya's talent far exceeded his own. Surpassing him in martial arts was only a matter of time. It was just that, because she hailed from the decaying Han family, she was stuck at the position of deputy leader of the Flying Eagle group. Perhaps marrying the god of war really was the best choice. The young master of the Lion Alliance watched the two figures fade into the distance, his mind racing, unable to calm down. The god of war was about his age, yet he had only stepped into the martial world less than 3 months ago, and had already built a legendary reputation. First, he defeated Murong Dongtian, the head of the Shenyang Murong family. Then, he repelled 2 guest experts from the 5 Dragon Gate in Taiyuan, before charging into the Anhui Nongong family alone, forcing the head, Nongong Wujing, to his death, and subsequently defeating 2 major assassin clans, the Wu Yangyin family and the Qingyang sect. On his way south, he even made the 18 camps of the Yangtze River tremble in fear. Even Dao Kun, the disciple of the Heaven Vault Taoist, died miserably at his hands. Tai Muling wondered, if he were to follow that same path, he would likely face more disaster than luck. Fortunately, he had a father with great ambition. Although his father had yet to make a move, he knew his father was definitely waiting for the right moment. Just like the old foxes at the 5 Dragon Gate and the 9 Heavens Mansion. All 3 forces knew clearly, whoever secured the god of war would see their strength increase significantly. At that point, the other 2 forces would surely join hands. Yesterday's enemy could instantly become today's comrade. That was the martial world. That was why, until now, no one dared to openly recruit the god of war. Tai Muling watched the 2 merge into the bustling crowd, pulling himself out of his thoughts, and murmured, "God of war, you really are a headache for us." Meanwhile, Shan Shawu followed quietly behind Han Xiangya. Her icy personality reminded him of his master. Thinking of this, the young man took the initiative to start a conversation, stating bluntly that she didn't look like her father. Han Xiangya was slightly surprised, turning her head back. "You know my father?" Shan Shawu mentioned he had once visited the Han family in Luzhou. Han Xiangya's face returned to its cold, icy composure, and she asked about her father's health. "He is well, though he worries about you greatly." The girl looked at Shan Shawu with profound eyes. "Since you have met my father, you must know. I am his adopted daughter, so we don't resemble each other. Though adopted, he has always treated me like his own flesh and blood." Shan Shawu was slightly stunned by her blunt reply. He thought for a moment and said there was one more question he wanted to ask, but before he could, Han Xiangya flatly refused. She said she would not answer any more questions. Watching her walk away, Shan Shawu suddenly felt as if he were seeing his master again. From her cold demeanor and blunt way of speaking to her gait, everything was so similar, but he instantly smiled bitterly. The girl's father was now the head of the Han family, and loved her dearly. Furthermore, it seemed Han Xiangya was living quite well. Should he tell her everything about his master, or should he just let her live like this? Suddenly, Shan Shawu's pupils contracted. Several pale blue prayer beads floated around in a bizarre fashion. In an instant, everything around them seemed to stop. The young man felt as if time itself had frozen. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from behind. "Ordinary people are all mesmerized by her beauty, unable to free themselves. Only I can see the talent hidden within that beauty. Han Xiangya, I will refine you into the most perfect undead corpse demon ever seen." As he spoke, the old monk pulled a talisman from his sleeve, followed by a strange incantation, and the talisman immediately burst into flames. As it burned, smoke rose, transforming into a stream of mental energy under the old monk's control, surging straight toward Han Xiangya. Just as it was about to touch her, a cold voice rang out. Shan Shawu turned back, frowning. "What are you trying to do?" The young man's shout caused the stream of mental energy to freeze in midair. In reality, it was the old monk's divine sense, transformed through tantric secret arts to seize souls, commonly used in combat. But today, the old monk didn't expect that the young man before him would not be controlled by his secret technique. He saw a flash of cold light in Shan Shawu's eyes, and a domineering energy born from his mental state shot out. Immediately after, the prayer beads exploded simultaneously. Shan Shawu raised his left hand, channeling profound internal energy into his palm, then curled his 5 fingers into a claw, grabbing the stream of mental energy. The opponent panicked and dodged. his form flickering in and out of existence as he glided behind the young man. Killing intent rose in the old monk's heart. He realized this boy would surely become a great threat in the future. It absolutely cannot be spared. But he didn't know that Shan Shawulian is actually the heaven-breaking divine art, characterized by moves that flow from the heart, erupting naturally. The young man turned like a fierce tiger, striking out with a palm that landed square on his opponent's chest. The intense force instantly shattered that surge of mental energy. Shan Shawu landed the strike, then stood proudly with one hand behind his back. The surge of mental energy transformed into green smoke, slowly dissolving, leaving behind only a talisman torn into 3 pieces, which drifted to the ground. Shan Shawu turned to look behind him, only to see the old monk suffering from the backlash, fresh blood flowing endlessly from his mouth and nose. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. After the other man saw Shan Shawu's gaze, his expression shifted immediately, but soon after, he glared at him with vengeful eyes, uttering a cruel line, "I will never give up on that woman." No sooner had he finished speaking, the old monk vanished strangely on the spot, leaving a tattered umbrella behind as everything around them returned to normal. Han Xiangya didn't understand what had happened and asked what was going on. Shan Shawu looked at her with a complex expression. "If I hadn't learned the heaven-breaking divine art from my master all those years ago, Han Xiangya, you might have been in danger just now." As it turns out, the heaven-breaking divine art has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Generations of heaven-breaking martial statues have fought countless battles with others, including many strange individuals who used bizarre tactics. Because of this, the predecessors of the heaven-breaking martial statues have constantly refined and perfected it. Mastering the technique of qi penetrating the pupils allows one to see through the changes in an opponent's aura. That is why, just now, Shan Shawu was not controlled by the old monk's secret arts, and was even able to attack the mental energy spawned by the old monk's divine consciousness. Shan Shawu withdrew his thoughts, wondering to himself, if his master said that if Han Xiangya inherited the Moon Soul Sword technique from his mistress, she would achieve similar results once the sword technique reached mastery. It's just that, today, it seems her cultivation hasn't reached that level yet, which is why she couldn't see through the old monk's secret arts. Suddenly, Shan Shawu turned his head to look behind him. He was certain he could no longer sense the old monk's aura, but for some reason, he still felt like someone was secretly watching him. Observing for a while and seeing nothing, he finally answered Han Xiangya's question. "It's nothing. Let's go." Turning back, he saw the young woman looking at him with a strange gaze. Shan Shawu remained calm and asked slowly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The young woman's cold voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Then why did you follow me?" The young man claimed his umbrella had been stolen. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu grabbed her hand, ignoring her surprise. "No need to buy one. We're less than half a mile from home. Let me carry the umbrella." Seeing the young man's faint smile, Han Xiangya was stunned. The man before her now gave her a familiar feeling. Seeing her strange reaction, Shan Shawu asked if she was all right. Han Xiangya smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I just felt that Shan Shawu's smile just now was very familiar. It's someone I don't know. Your smile is just like his. He often appears in my dreams, but I can never remember who he is. His gaze is very frightening, yet he often smiles warmly at me." Perhaps because of the young man's warm, familiar smile, this cold, icy flower finally opened up. It turned out she couldn't remember anything before the age of 8. She only remembered her name was Han Xiangya, and the place where she had suffered hellish torment. Han Xiangya closed her eyes slightly, seemingly unwilling to recall it. "Maybe it's because of the head injury I suffered years ago. Aside from that, I remember nothing else. I don't even know why I'm telling you all of this. I've never told anyone." As she said this, Han Xiangya turned to look at him. "Maybe it's because your eyes and smile are very much like the old man I meet in my dreams." Speaking of a roadside tavern, the woman in black watched from afar as the two entered a small alley. She had witnessed the terror of the war god, so for the past few days, she didn't dare to get close to tail him, nor did she dare to look at him for more than 2 heartbeats. Ever since the Wu Yangyin family was wiped out, she had lived like a stray dog. Until Nanggong Suqiao approached her, saying she could help her seek revenge, she didn't hesitate to accept the mission to track the war god and find his weakness. Yin Jijiao had been following them for 3 days. During that time, the only conclusion she could draw was that the war god had no weaknesses. Until today, she witnessed that scene with her own eyes. She saw the war god's umbrella torn to shreds, and based on his movements, it seemed as if he were fighting the air. The scene looked very bizarre, but Yin Jijiao was certain of one thing. The war god was protecting the ice flower, Han Xiangya. That cold, icy woman was the war god's weakness. Just then, a beautiful figure approached. It was Nanggong Suqiao. You've given her the mission? Yin Jijiao. You're still as seductive to men as ever. Ever since my clan was destroyed, I haven't considered myself a woman, nor do I care for the gazes of those men. Nanggong Suqiao didn't pursue the topic, sitting down across from Yin Jijiao, saying that everything was now prepared. They were just waiting to lure the war god into the trap. Hearing this, Yin Jijiao trembled all over, silent. A moment later, she lifted her veil, looked intently at the other woman, and then parted her red lips, her voice filled with fanatical intensity. Don't worry, I just found the perfect way to lure him into the trap. Hearing this, a look of manic joy appeared on Nanggong Suqiao's face. The next morning, at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, Su Xiaohe looked at Shan Shawu with a strange smile all morning, while he kept breaking into a cold sweat. Su Xiaohe, is there something you want to say to me? Why are you looking at me like that? Brother Sa Wu, shouldn't you be the one with something to say to me? For example, something that happened yesterday. Shan Shawu heard this, his heart skipping a beat. What could have happened to me yesterday? Su Xiaohe refused to let it go. It's fine. Take your time to think. I'm not in a hurry. It's really nothing. Yesterday I only went to drink with Elder Wan. She saw Su Xiaohe looking at him with a profound gaze. Was that really all there was to it? Shan Shawu insisted firmly. That really was all. What else could there be? Who knows? It rained all night yesterday. Maybe Brother Sa Wu was taking a walk in the rain with that ice flower, or perhaps sharing an umbrella. Shan Shawu froze instantly upon hearing this. This little girl had guessed every single detail correctly. Thinking of this, he hurriedly changed the subject. Su Xiaohe, do you still remember my master? Su Tuha saw that he was serious, so she stopped pressing him, saying that, of course, she remembered. The white-haired old man back then, though he seemed strict, treated her with such kindness and warmth. Much like Shan Shawu, he remains one of her most cherished memories. She then asked him why he shifted the topic from the ice flowers to the old master. Shan Shawu bluntly stated that Han Xiangya is actually his master's daughter. These words hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving Su Tuha in utter disbelief. Shan Shawu said it was a long story that started 10 years ago. An hour later, Su Tuha knew the whole truth. At that moment, her almond eyes glistened with tears. She could not imagine the suffering Han Xiangya had endured. Eavesdropping from the side, Hong Nu Kui also felt a pang of sorrow, asking Shan Shawu if he intended to tell Bing Hua the truth. Shan Shawu said he was hesitant, then looked at Su Tieha for her opinion. Before Su Tuha could speak, the old beggar voiced his own thoughts. I think you should tell her everything, he said. After all, she has the right to know the truth about her own heritage. As for whether she accepts it or not, that's for her to decide. Su Tieha nodded slightly. You are the old master's only successor. You are the only one who can tell her the truth. Besides, with the schemes currently brewing in the Five Dragon sect, there is no time to delay. Hearing this, Shan Shawu frowned. What's wrong with the Five Dragon sect now? Word had it that the Five Dragon sect had been making new moves recently. Shan Shawu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Only after hearing Su Tuaha's explanation did he understand why. It turned out that in the last few days, the Five Dragon sect's supply chain had surged, with stockpiles of medicinal herbs and weapons far exceeding the usual amounts. Su Tuha guessed that the Five Dragon sect was planning something big. Not only that, but the number of spies around the Iron Martial sect had also increased drastically. However, these spies were tailing everyone in the Iron Martial sect without any discrimination. Because of this, Su Tioha suspected that most of these spies were sent by the Sword Saint. Although the Lion Alliance had not taken any action yet, given the nature of the invincible Blade Lord, he definitely wouldn't sit around and wait for death. The three factions' common enemy, the Yuan family, had retreated to the north, so the dissolution of the Iron Martial sect was only a matter of time. When that day comes, Han Xiangya and the trade union will surely stand with the Lion Alliance. Shan Shawu organized his thoughts. He didn't want to get involved in power struggles, but he couldn't leave Han Xiangya in danger. He had originally planned to find the fifth sister after finding his master's daughter, but now the situation seemed far more complicated than he had imagined. Just then, a loud shout rang out in his ears. Shan Shawu looked up and saw someone practicing swordplay in the courtyard. It was Han Tu, who had locked himself in his room for days. The senior disciple of the Zhongnan sect was drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Shan Shawu silently praised his younger brother for truly having a heart dedicated to the way of the sword. At the same time, at the bustling pier of the Iron Martial sect, a tavern was packed with people yet completely silent. The martial artists were intently listening to a brawny man, Ketch Dai-sun was rambling on about how he had fought the god of war, claiming they had clashed for 800 rounds before he had his arm broken. But now I've mastered his moves. Next time I'll definitely make him kneel and beg for mercy. After saying this, Ketch Dai-sun waved his arms and cheered for the 17 faction. The crowd from the 17 faction roared in response, while one lone swordsman observed everything quietly from a corner. Nam Van Hao clutched his long sword, lost in thought. He knew Ketch Dai-sun's martial arts well. To have fought the god of war and only lost an arm, it seemed the god of war wasn't all that impressive after all. Thinking this, Nam Van Hao smirked and said loudly, "Master Ketch is truly brave. I am impressed." Recognizing the voice, Ketch Dai-sun turned his head to see where it was coming from. He saw Nam Van Hao walking over with his head held high, continuing, "However, we of the 17 faction have been bullied by that god of war, and I can't swallow this anger. Master Ketch, let's go find him. If our top experts from the 17 faction attack together, no matter how good he is, he won't be a match for us." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Ketch Dai-sun. He was terrified, but he couldn't refute him. Back to the Grand Trade Union, Han Tu regulated his breathing, then continued to practice. Each strike sent fallen leaves swirling through the courtyard. Elder Thoch Van Hai's reprimand from that day still echoed in his ears. "Do you want to follow in your master's footsteps and repeat his failures?" Han Tu shut his eyes tightly, trying to banish the voice, but it clung to him like a shadow. "How long do you intend to keep practicing that useless swordsmanship? Look at yourself now, you're exactly like your good-for-nothing master. Trying to restore the 36 heavenly constellation swords is just a pipe dream." Suddenly, Han Tu shouted, "Shut up!" and the sword in his hand struck with even more force. This was the 36 heavenly constellation swords. It was the ultimate technique of the Zhongnan sect, and restoring it was his master's lifelong wish. Han Tu danced with his sword like a dragon, his figure flickering as sword energy surged everywhere. "I won't let my master's decades of effort go to waste, and I won't allow anyone to tarnish the 36 heavenly constellation swords." Han Tu sheathed his sword, using the tip to catch a falling leaf. He furrowed his brows, eyes fixed with determination. "Even if I have to trade my whole life for it, I will complete this sword manual." As he finished speaking, he began practicing again from the start. His master had only recovered the first 24 moves. The remaining 12 moves had only the sword intent, with no techniques to back them up. Han Tu wanted to perfect those last 12 moves through relentless training. Just as he was about to start over, he saw Shan Shawu glide before him, saying softly, "It seems your sword heart is even steadier than I thought." Han Tu was slightly stunned. "Is something wrong?" Shan Shawu didn't answer, but reached out to grab a long sword from the weapon rack, then spun the hilt, using the momentum to fling the scabbard away. He drew the sword and said loudly, "Nothing is wrong. I just saw you practicing, and got a bit restless. Let your big brother trade a few moves with you." Surprised and happy, Han Tu asked, "Big brother, you know how to use a sword too?" Martial arts share the same origin. There was someone who once gained enlightenment on supreme sword techniques by the Yangtze River, and it is for this very reason. With that, neither said another word. The courtyard was dead silent, and Han Tu focused on every movement Shan Shawu made. The moment a leaf fell before them, Shan Shawu's figure suddenly vanished. Han Tu's expression changed slightly. His big brother's movement technique was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, Shan Shawu leaped into the air. A sword strike was aimed at Han Tu's shoulder, but he tilted his sword to parry, then lightly touched his toes to the ground, retreating to neutralize the force. After creating distance, Han Tu poured strength into his legs, charged forward with both hands on his sword, and used his waist and hips to fuel a downward slash, but Shan Shawu simply turned his wrist and parried with his own blade. The two swords clashed, creating a jarring sound. Strangely, Han Tu felt that his opponent's sword lacked any force, as if he were slashing at thin air. Yet his own hands went numb, and the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. He realized that Shan Shawu had intentionally restrained his inner energy to avoid damaging the sword left by his master, while also teaching him sword techniques at the same time. Han Tu felt deeply grateful, and he became even more determined not to let his big brother down. Suddenly, Han Tu unleashed a strike with the power to move heaven and earth. Even Shan Shawu dared not block it directly and had to leap away to dodge. Immediately after, a sharp burst of sword energy flew down, shattering the blue tiles on the ground. Shan Shawu spun in the air like a swallow, then landed gracefully, standing steadily behind Han Tu. Han Tu, however, stared in disbelief. He had just performed the 25th technique, lightning serpent dancing. The young man felt like he was dreaming, muttering, "I did it, I actually did it." A moment later, he regained his senses and was overjoyed. Big brother, thanks to you, I've finally found the path to improvement. Shan Shawu smiled and said softly, I should be the one thanking you for letting me witness such a magnificent sword technique. Hong Gu Kui, watching from above, felt immense disdain for Shan Shawu, as this elder of the beggar sect was not convinced by him. He could clearly see that it was only through Shan Shawu's guidance that Han Tuk was able to execute that final move. Just then, a commotion drew his attention. The old beggar turned and saw a crowd heading toward the main gate. These people, each looking as fierce as a demon, were led by Nam Van Hao, a master of the Blue Banner. Seeing them marching aggressively toward the Daithian Trading Company, Hong Nu Ki was confused, while Quach Dai Sun turned pale, shouting that he hadn't recovered yet and they should challenge him another day. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching, Shan Shawu and Han Tuk turned around in curiosity, only to see the aggressive group advancing, filled with intense energy. One person raised a large flag with the number 17 written on it. As they entered the courtyard, Nam Hao shouted, War God, today 17 comes to put an end to your undefeated legend. At that moment, Hong Nu Kui stepped beside Shan Shawu and whispered an introduction. It turned out that 17 was a coalition of small factions that always acted independently within the Iron Martial Gate, refusing to obey even the three major powers. Han Tuk asked, Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Nam Van Hao sneered and shouted, Yesterday, the war god fought Quach Dai, son of the Purple Banner, for 1,000 rounds, and even severed his arm. We and 17 stand together, and we've come today to seek justice for him. Shan Shawu was bewildered, while Quach Dai's son ignored his comrades, loudly explaining, I did bleed yesterday, and you could call it a fierce battle, but I wasn't seriously hurt. Can't we just let this slide? Looking at Quach Dai's son's face, Shan Shawu suddenly remembered. I recall now you're the one who broke my umbrella yesterday. Nam Van Hao jumped forward, interrupting them. Enough talk. Rumors outside say you possess godlike power. Some even say you are on par with the 2 saints and 3 masters. The Blue Banner Master drew his sword from its scabbard, performed a quick flourish, and continued. But after hearing Master Quach's description, I think the rumors are exaggerated. The Iron Martial Gate is full of gossip about you, and this will surely cause trouble later. Finishing his words, he slashed down, wanting to show off his exquisite sword skills. Shan Shawu just watched him as if he were a fool, not moving an inch. Seeing this, Nam Van Hao angrily pointed his sword at the young man. We and 17 are the neutral force of the Iron Martial Gate, and it is our duty to expose these ridiculous rumors that confuse people. Shan Shawu calmly asked, Even if it costs you your life? 17 has lost countless members fighting the Yuan. What is death? What is there to fear? Shan Shawu listened, his expression unchanged, and he gave a slight nod. Suddenly, he raised his right fist, and blue energy surged around it. Then, the young man took a step forward, closed the distance, and landed a powerful punch on Nam Van Hao's sword. The opponent's sword, made of fine steel, shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Shan Shawu walked slowly past Nam Van Hao, saying nonchalantly, I am glad to meet someone who cares about the future of the Iron Martial Gate like you do. I respect you as a man of principle, so I will spare your life today. Hearing this, Nam Hao felt insulted. He shouted, intending to discard his sword and fight hand to hand, but as he exerted force, his arm throbbed with pain. The rest of the 17 looked at each other in confusion. Then Nam Van Hao fell to his knees with a thud, clutching his sword arm and screaming in agony. Shan Shawu stepped before the group, shouting, You of 17 are brave and fearless in your resistance against the Yuan, so I admire you too much to be cruel. Since you doubt my methods, why not all attack at once? I will take you all on. A burly man among them grew furious and shouted, 17 never gangs up on anyone. I am the weakest martial artist in 17, coming from the Black Banner. But before he could finish, Shan Shawu sent him flying with a single palm strike. Then another burly man with a long sword charged, but he was also struck down by the young man before he could even introduce himself. I am from the Silver Banner. I am from the White Banner. Shan Shawu's footwork was as nimble as a rabbit's, moving with ease. His hands flew in a constant flurry of movements, striking people down as if painting a picture, quickly clearing the members of 17. Quach Dai Sun felt like crying. He never expected his joke to lead to such consequences. 5 days passed, and news of 17's constant challenges to the war god spread everywhere. Hoang Fu Quan Nyak heard the report from his subordinate and froze. How did they get involved with the war god? The subordinate explained that at first, only one person blocked the road to challenge him, but for some reason, 17 gathered at the Daithin Trading Company, taking turns challenging the war god every day for 5 days straight. Alliance leader, the difficult problem now is that after fighting the war god, they felt like they had gained so much, and if this kept up, they were worried the kid's reputation would only grow. After hearing this, Huangfu Junyue sneered. I've been too lenient with him. It's time to knock him off his pedestal. His subordinate left the mountain with a troubled look after reporting the intel. By now, it wasn't just the fighters from the 17th who had gathered at the Daichin Trading Company. Many fighters from other factions had also come to watch. The god of war turned no one away, facing each challenger one by one. Those who had fought him all claimed they had gained a lot from the experience. He didn't expect that the god of war would become so famous in less than half a month at the Iron Martial Alliance, closing in on the two sages. At that moment, at the Daitian Trading Company, 2 fighters from the 17th shouted and charged at Shan Shawu. The latter, looking cold and detached, said calmly, "You're too slow." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man unleashed a kick, striking one on the shoulder, then flashed behind the other. Shan Shawu threw a powerful punch, landing squarely on the remaining opponent's chest. Both fighters from the 17th were sent flying instantly. The clean, decisive move drew cheers from the entire hall. The young man didn't even break a sweat, his expression unchanged as he said, "You're next." Guo Dashan watched the match with a look of fear, finally realizing the true strength of the god of war. Immediately after, he turned to Nam Wenhao, who was next to him in a cast, and nagged, "I told you we shouldn't have come, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at us one after another. If it's not a broken arm, it's a broken leg." Hearing this, Nam Wenhao flared up, pointing to his broken arm and demanding to know who had reported the wrong intel on the enemy's strength. The Daitian Trading Company was bustling every day, and Su Xiaohe even arranged for Jin Lian to provide lunch for these fighters. At that moment, Jin Lian was handing out food behind Guo Dashan and his friend, just in time to hear them whispering, "Who is the guest beside the god of war? Word has it he's a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, and a sworn brother of the god of war. I really admire him. The god of war seems to be 26 or 27. He's 5 years older than me. Should I ask him to be my big brother?" Hearing this, Jin Lian couldn't help but snap. "You two don't look any younger than Master Shan." The two turned around, looking aggrieved and saying she shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Jin Lian asked why the 17th kept challenging the god of war. As soon as she asked, the two, still eating their buns, froze. "You clearly know you're no match for him, so I'm really curious why you keep challenging him every day." Guo Dashan stared at his broken arm, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "I don't know why, but I don't feel any jealousy toward him. Our people really enjoy this process over the last few days. Perhaps this place has given us a sense of purpose." Jin Lian pointedly noted that it was actually a sense of belonging. With that, she turned and left to continue handing out food, leaving the two men standing there, stunned. She said, "We found a sense of belonging here. What do you think? Is it even possible to find a sense of belonging while getting beaten up?" Both of them shuddered. The idea was truly hard to believe. Just then, a burly man holding a long spear rushed over. He planted his toes firmly on the ground, leaped into the air, and charged straight at Shan Shawu in the middle of the arena. Seeing another fighter from the 17th rushing at him, Shan Shawu lowered his stance and said coldly, "Your footwork is fast, but your spear technique is too weak." As he spoke, the young man stepped back lightly, perfectly dodging the opponent's downward thrust. The fighter missed his mark, used the recoil to leap up, and swung the spear with mountain-shattering force, aiming for Shan Shawu's head, only for the young man to kick the spear shaft in half. The young man's calm voice echoed again, "Don't let your opponent read your patterns." Before he finished, the attacker felt a powerful force slam into his face. In an instant, the fighter was kicked away, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Upstairs, Feng Yukui and his companion watched the fighter tumble into the dining area as the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Su Xiaohe asked the old beggar if he knew why Shan Shawu was doing this. These days, not only was he fighting the 17th's warriors, but he was also generously pointing out the flaws in everyone who challenged him. Shawu had said he was trying to catch a sly fox. Su Xiaohe was stunned. Despite her intelligence, she didn't grasp the meaning behind his words. It turned out that a few days ago, Hong Yukui had asked Shan Shawu, and he hadn't answered directly, only saying he was catching a fox. Foxes are naturally vigilant, so you can't give them a chance to escape. You lure the enemy out and strike to kill. This is the fox hunting method my father taught me. Hong Yukui was shocked. Could the old fox he was referring to be Huangfu Junyue? Su Xiaohe heard the explanation and instantly turned red with anger. Her own name contained the character for tiger. and she was clearly unhappy with Shan Shawu, equating the two. But she quickly stopped smirking, her expression turning worried. In her eyes, Huangfu Junyue was not someone to be trifled with. Hong Yukui, however, remained calm. He knew Shan Shawu must have his reasons. Just then, a little girl ran quickly toward them. Susu Xiaohe gently asked her why she had come. The girl innocently held out a letter, saying a woman in white with silver hair had told her to deliver it. Susu Xiaohe's mind raced, and in an instant, she thought of someone. Immediately, she ordered the match to stop and delivered the letter to Shan Shawu. The 17th fighters, seeing the young master of the Datian Trading Company for the first time, all praised Susu Xiaohe. Shan Shawu looked puzzled and asked, "Did Miss Han send this?" Susu Xiaohe said there was no name on the letter, but based on the girl's description, the sender was like a blooming ice flower in the snowy plains. Shan Shawu opened the letter with suspicion. He didn't understand why Han Xiangya would write to him now. Han Su came to pay respects to her big brother, looking solemn as she asked about it. Shan Shawu replied that Han Xiangya had asked to meet him tonight at Fuyue Island. Susu Xiaohe was taken aback. Fuyue Island was 200 miles away and had always been desolate. She didn't understand why the ice flower would choose to meet there. She must have her reasons for asking me to meet her there. We'll find out tonight. Su Xiaohe, I leave this place to you. With that, Shan Shawu put strength into his legs and leaped, his body like an arrow leaving the bow, shooting into the distance. It was the first time Han Su had seen her big brother in such a rush, and she shouted after his receding figure, "Big brother, are you really going to ditch the little fox lady to go find the ice flower?" Caught off guard in front of everyone, Susu Xiaohe blushed and hurriedly tried to stop her. Han too didn't know the reason, but he understood better than anyone. Han Huangya was the daughter of Master Shan Shawu. When it came to her, he would lose his composure, and he had no other choice. Under the corridor, Hongvu Q quietly watched the youth leave. For some reason, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. With his extensive experience in the martial arts world, he always felt that the letter was strange. The old beggar hesitated, unsure whether he should stop Shan Shawu from leaving or not. Seeing the god of war leave in a hurry, Quach Dai Sun and his companion were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Nam Van Hao immediately shouted, "God of war, are you planning to leave us behind and go alone?" Unexpectedly, just then, a soft voice spoke up. "Brother Shan Shawu has an urgent matter, so he must leave a step ahead." Immediately after, Tu Ha stepped in front of everyone, saying that, since everyone had been fighting hard these past few days, the Dai Thian Merchant Guild would host a banquet to entertain all the martial artists present. The martial artists cheered upon hearing this, praising Tu Ha's warm hospitality. "Hey, shall we go to the banquet too?" Of course, if we don't go, it would be a shame to decline Miss Tu's kindness. Soon, the sun set in the west, and a bright moon quietly rose, hanging high in the night sky. On a lake 2 miles away from the Dai Thian Merchant Guild, the youth touched his feet lightly on the water, only wetting the soles of his shoes. As he skimmed past, the rippling waves shattered the reflection of the moon on the water. Shan Shawu's figure was fast as lightning, clearly performing a light-foot skill across the lake. A moment later, the youth narrowed his eyes as a small island appeared not far ahead. Shan Shawu took a deep breath. His body lifted into the air, gliding to the middle of the sky, and then landed gently on a branch. Looking around, he saw that the small island ahead looked as if it had been split in two by a giant axe, creating a natural crevice in the middle. It must be the Funugiet Island that Han Huangya had mentioned. Soon after, he saw a small house situated in the crevice. The small house backed against the cliff, surrounded by water on 3 sides. Once surrounded, there would be basically no way to escape. A beautiful figure in snow-white clothes was sitting quietly under the eaves. Shan Shawu wore a solemn expression, thinking to himself that the person he wanted to meet most had appeared in the most suspicious place. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "I want to see what kind of games you are playing." Finishing his thought, the youth jumped down from the branch, taking a moment to land lightly at the house at the bottom of the crevice. The crevice was deeper than he had imagined. Shan Shawu clasped his hands behind his back and greeted Han Huangya, surprised when she seemed quite startled, and asked why he had come here. Shan Shawu frowned slightly, his tone doubtful. "Didn't you write the letter asking me to meet you?" Han Huangya stood up from the table and walked over to welcome him, resolutely denying it, saying bluntly that she had never sent a letter and that she was here on a mission for the Phi Ung group, ordered to stay here and wait for further instructions. Shan Shawu's expression didn't change, but he immediately became vigilant. He noticed that the woman in front of him moved differently than Han Huangya. Thinking of this, he calmly continued, saying that perhaps someone had used the Bang Hoa name to lure him here. While talking, He glanced at the table and discovered a second suspicious point. This woman had carelessly laid down her sword. A swordswoman on a mission would never make such a mistake. It could only mean the Minthon sword was not her weapon of choice. At this moment, Han Huangya spoke up coldly. Young hero Thien, who do you think led us here? What is their objective? Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu said something shocking. Right now, I don't care what their objective is. What I care more about is why you are impersonating Han Huangya. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Han Huangya opened her eyes wide, her pupils constricting. At the same time, several figures were rushing rapidly toward the crevice. The two leaders were the father and son pair, Nam Kung So Tien. Before long, everyone arrived at the edge of the cliff. Both sides of the crevice were filled with experts from the Nam Kung family. Nam Kung So Tien stood on a branch, his arms crossed over his chest. The old man looked down at the small house from above, his face full of murderous intent. Nam Kung Thuong Nguyen also frowned, his face fierce. In the group, only one burly man wearing a conical hat stood motionless. The dark wind blew, and the veil hanging from the conical hat dropped, revealing a long, hideous scar over his left eye. A few days ago, the youth had shared an umbrella with the girl. Hearing Shan Shawu's question, Han Huangya tried to remain calm, saying she did not understand what the other party was saying. Seeing the youth say nothing more, he suddenly raised his left hand. Han Huangya saw the Trong Kin energy in his hand condense in an instant, and was immediately so terrified that her face turned pale. Immediately after, a powerful force of energy struck her right in the middle of her forehead. Han Huangya let out a cry, instinctively covering her face with her hands and crouching down. The hat on her head was also knocked off by that force of energy. Then she looked at the youth in the distance with hateful eyes as another face appeared beneath her supple white skin. Since you've seen through it, I don't need to pretend anymore. Finishing her words, she tore the human skin mask off her face. Shan Shawu saw her true face and asked doubtfully who she was. Ko Jiao looked at the youth with a hateful expression, saying coldly, "That day you wiped out my entire family. I am the only survivor of the Enguduang Am family. What? Have you forgotten so quickly? In that forest, you killed 92 of my family members. My eldest brother, Mokchan, had his head crushed by your palm. My second brother, Du Vien, has yet to have his body found." Hearing this, Shan Shawu finally remembered that the person in front of him was the woman who had escaped that day. It turned out that from that day on, Ko Jiao had discovered the special relationship between the two. She began to watch Han Huangya's every move, not expecting that she would still be caught and have her clues exposed by him. After learning the whole story, Shan Shawu said gently, "That day, you set an ambush first. I was forced to retaliate. I recognize your intent to avenge your family, so I will spare your life." Finishing his words, Shan Shawu turned to leave, not expecting Ko Jiao's voice to ring out from behind, as she wanted to pose as someone else. The best way is to use a human skin mask, but Han Huangya's hair is white as snow, and there was basically no one suitable to use. Aren't you curious whose face this mask is made from? As soon as she said this, Shan Shawu suddenly froze, saying coldly, "What have you done to her?" Ko Jiao stomped on the human skin mask, her face full of the pleasure of revenge, her words filled with hysteria. "I peeled her face off, bit by bit. God of War, you were the one who killed her." Shan Shawu heard this, his eyebrows bristling, his eyes wide open. "Killing you would be too easy for you." Before Shan Shawu could act, Yin Jujiao struck first, hurling several throwing knives. Unexpectedly, a steel chain whipped out of nowhere, arriving just in time to intercept every single one of them. With the metallic clatter of the chain, the knives were instantly deflected. The chain then retracted as quickly as it had appeared, coiling around the man's arm like a loyal serpent. The man retracted the chain and said in a low voice, "Yin Jujiao, I understand how you feel, but you shouldn't break your word. You two made two promises to me before I agreed to deal with the God of War. First, that I would fight him alone. Second, that no one would interfere in our duel." Shan Shawu stared into the newcomer's eyes and realized with a jolt that they were a bizarre, stark white. Stepping out from the shadows of the house, the man continued, "God of War, today you and I will have a fair fight. We will decide the victor, and we will decide who lives or dies. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. The grudge between that woman and me is still unsettled, so please step aside." To his surprise, the man remained firmly in his path, refusing to budge. "My name is Wan Muyu, and I am the master of the battle demon, Jin Guyu." Shan Shawu furrowed his brow. Just as Jin Guyu had said, his master had come seeking revenge. The young man calmly replied, "He will fight his opponent. but only after he finishes dealing with Yin Jiu Jiao. Wan Muyu's face darkened at these words. It seems I have been away from the martial arts world for too long, if even a brat like you dares to look down on me. As he spoke, the eyes of this Tiankong Taoist turned sharp. Suddenly, he raised his left fist, and a gale of wind erupted around it. Channeling his full internal power, he unleashed a thunderous punch, sending a surging shockwave of energy straight at Shan Shawu. The youth hunched his back and raised his arms to brace himself, forcibly absorbing the full weight of the powerful blow. Despite Shan Shawu's defense, the remaining shockwave continued to ripple outward, shattering nearly half of the small house. As the dust settled, Wan Muyu arrogantly declared, "Can we begin now?" Shan Shawu wore a more serious expression than ever before. "Before we start, I have a question. The battle demon said you owe the Huangfu military band a debt of gratitude." Wan Muyu spoke of something many were curious about, but the youth didn't want to dwell on that painful memory. The young man nodded slightly. "Since it has come to this, please, show me what you've got." Shan Shawu channeled his internal energy, took a step back, lowered his stance, and braced himself. A powerful surge of energy radiated from his body, making his robes whip violently in the wind. Seeing this, Wan Muyu smiled. "Is this the heavenly destruction divine technique? I want to see just how special it really is." Shan Shawu suddenly stomped his foot, sending a sharp, invisible ripple of energy through the ground. In an instant, that energy climbed up Wan Muyu's legs and surged into his body. Wan Muyu felt an ache deep in his muscles and bones, with some of the energy even penetrating his internal organs. Panic flared in Wan Muyu's heart. Had Nanggong Suqiao not warned him beforehand, he might have suffered the same fate as Nanggong Yujin today. The Tiankong Taoist dared not be careless. With a roar, he unleashed his internal power, forcing all foreign energy out of his body. Shan Shawu's expression shifted in disbelief, while Wan Muyu folded his arms across his chest and said coldly, "So, that is all the heavenly destruction divine technique amounts to." With that, he tapped his toe and lunged forward, striking Shan Shawu's chest with a double palm technique. The youth was sent flying backward like a kite with a snapped string. Wan Muyu stepped forward, suddenly grabbing Shan Shawu's ankle and slamming the young man into the ground with overwhelming force. The youth gritted his teeth, his blood churning. His internal energy seemed useless against this man. Clearly, the opponent had prepared specifically for him. Wan Muyu seemed to read the young man's thoughts. Surprised now? It's too late. The Tiankong Taoist then pivoted on his right foot, using the momentum to hurl the youth away. Seeing Shan Shawu about to crash into a pillar, the young man suppressed his roiling blood, took a deep breath, and focused his strength in his core. Mid-air, he executed a strange python-turns-body maneuver, kicking off the pillar with his left foot to finally dissipate the momentum. He landed gracefully, steadying himself. Wan Muyu spoke coldly. "You dare to stir up trouble in the martial arts world after only learning a few years of kung fu? Young man, don't think your heavenly destruction divine technique is invincible." His tone turned mournful as he added, "Guyu, that child had such extraordinary talent. If he had only fully mastered the silver spirit, how could he have died at your hands?" Wan Muyu raised both hands, his internal energy swirling relentlessly, and several iron chains, guided by his energy, instantly shielded his limbs. Wan Muyu held a pose like a drawn bow. "Today, I will break your heavenly destruction divine technique and avenge my fallen disciple." Shan Shawu let out a sudden, wide grin. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within him, and he declared loudly, "You clearly don't know that the 5 generals of heavenly destruction have never known defeat in 1,000 years." Shan Shawu channeled his energy, preparing to strike again. Unexpectedly, Wan Muyu moved first, launching a palm strike. The youth could only block and counter with a powerful punch toward his opponent's head, but Wan Muyu intercepted it. The two moved rapidly through the small house, locked in a fierce exchange, each strike powered by their absolute best. In a flash, energy rippled throughout the house, and wooden planks were shattered into splinters, flying in every direction. Watching from afar, Nanggong Sujin and his father were shocked by the intensity of the duel. After a while, Nanggong Sujin asked, "Has the spy beside Binghua sent word yet? If she finds out about this, she will be difficult to handle." Nanggong Shangyuan asked his father, "If you are so wary of Binghua, why not just kill her once and for all? Binghua herself is not the concern. My worry is the Flying Eagle group behind her. If the Flying Eagle group gets involved, the Lion League won't sit idly by. And by then, the Nine Heavens Mansion might join the fray as well. Today's battle concerns the survival of the Nanggong family. We cannot be careless." At the same time, at the Iron Martial Alliance, Binghua or Xiangya, as they knew her, was lost in deep thought. She had joined the Flying Eagle group some time ago, and the truth was just as she had imagined. The organization was overflowing with elites and masters. Tutu Min also fully supports the Flying Eagle Corps. Given enough time, the Flying Eagle Corps will surely stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great powers. But that is not what she is focused on. She joined the Flying Eagle Corps with the sole purpose of mastering the Moon Soul Sword technique. That is the only reason she accepted the position of vice commander. She wanted to receive guidance from the peerless blade master. Han Xiangya wrapped her cloak around herself and picked up the long sword from the tea table. The young woman walked to the window, gazed up at the night sky, and felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness in her heart. Han Xiangya tapped her toes lightly on the ground and leaped out the window. The ice flower drew her sword and began practicing the sword technique in her mind. To call it a sword technique is perhaps an understatement. It is more of a sword intent. The entire Moon Soul Sword technique contains no specific moves. Instead, it focuses on refining one's sword intent. Once this intent is mastered, it can be integrated into any complex sword technique. What troubles her is that for such a powerful technique, she has no memory of how she actually learned it. The Moon Soul Sword technique seems to have been with her since birth, embedded in her mind, which is why she once asked her adoptive father about it in frustration. The head of the Han family claimed that perhaps her biological parents taught her, but whenever she asked for news about them, her adoptive father would always evade the subject. Suddenly, the image of a young man appeared in her mind. Han Xiangya stopped her practice, stood still, and sighed. She did not know why she kept thinking about that old man from her dreams. It has been 20 years, and although she still cannot see his face clearly, she feels an intense sense of familiarity toward him. This feeling makes her restless and irritable. Suddenly, her gaze shifted into the distance, and she said coldly, "Why are you bothering me while I'm already in a foul mood? Ever since that day I brought the virtuous young hero here, you have been following me." A killing intent surged in her eyes. "How long do you intend to keep tailing me?" The black-clad spy, hiding 100 meters away, shuddered. He never expected her to detect him from such a distance. Without a second thought, the spy leaped up, intending to flee. He prided himself on having some of the best lightfoot skills in the Iron Martial Alliance. Even after being discovered, he was confident that Han Xiangya would not be able to catch him. Just as his feet touched the ground and he prepared to jump again, he felt an icy chill in his calves. Both of his calves had been severed by a burst of sword energy. The wound was frozen to the bone, and his blood had instantly congealed. The spy let out a harrowing shriek and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a beautiful figure descended gracefully, her robes fluttering in the wind. It was the ice flower, Han Xiangya, who had been in pursuit. The spy tried to endure the agony, his heart filled with sheer terror. There were rumors that Han Xiangya was the most likely candidate to become the first female sword immortal, and it seemed those rumors were no exaggeration. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he resolved to get word to the clan head that his cover had been blown. He hurriedly pulled a cloud-piercing arrow from his chest. If he fired it, it would signal that his mission had failed. But immediately after, he felt his two arms turn cold. He watched as his severed arms flew through the air. Han Xiangya sheathed her sword, turned around to leave, and only her fluttering robes showed that she had just taken action. The young woman's voice remained soft. "Now, tell me everything, and I might consider giving you a quick death." Meanwhile, near Floating Moon Island, a small boat was slowly making its way toward the shore. He knew he shouldn't meddle in his older brother's love life, but his sister-in-law, Su Xiaohe, was truly a good person. To ensure his brother wasn't out flirting with other women, he had traveled to Floating Moon Island alone. During the journey, Han Su continuously urged the boatman, Yang Bum, to pick up the pace. The boatman replied that the wind was blowing sideways, and forcing the boat would only make them go slower. Han Su had no choice but to let the boatman row steadily ahead. Suddenly, he noticed the boat sink slightly. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing atop the mast. The woman was dressed in clothes as white as snow, with hair as white as bone, looking like an ice flower blooming in a snowy wilderness. Han Xiangya adjusted her breathing and gazed into the distance. She saw a small island, looking as if it had been carved by a giant blade, not far ahead. That must be Floating Moon Island, where Shan Shawu was. The ice flower took a deep breath, leaped into the air, and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. She vanished into the distance. Seeing this, Han Su was filled with doubt, but the boatman's next words confirmed his suspicions. He could hardly believe it. He had actually encountered the ice flower, Han Xiangya. This trip was truly worth it. Han Su was stunned into silence. If the ice flower had an appointment with his brother, why would she be rushing toward the island like this now? Thinking of this, Han Su took a step forward, wanting to give chase, but realizing his Lightfoot skills were far inferior, he could only anxiously urge the boatman to row faster. Back at the peak of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue stood silently, looking into the distance. A subordinate approached from behind and asked why the alliance leader had not yet retired. Wan Mue has made his move. That child, Su Qiao, has really blown things out of proportion. The subordinate knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "So you already knew." The two are currently clashing on Floating Moon Island. To say I knew is to say I felt the violent shock of their auras. Only the two of them could cause such a commotion. It really is eye-catching. The subordinate asked curiously, "Who will win?" The man closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "Wan Mue likely has a higher chance of winning. After all, he managed to survive against that person." The subordinate was shocked. "Alliance leader, you think the god of war will lose?" Huangfu Junyue opened his eyes and looked at his left hand. The scene of his duel with the young man that day was still vivid in his mind. A meaningful smile played on the lips of this saint of power. The god of war might be young, but who knows if that punch that day was the extent of his true strength. Let us wait and see who is truly stronger between the two. Back on Floating Moon Island, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Shan Shawu landed a kick, striking Wan Mue right in the face. The latter let out a grunt and was sent flying backward. However, this sky-high Taoist was incredibly daring. He twisted his body in midair, used the momentum to unleash a sweeping kick toward the young man's head. Although Shan Shawu raised his arms to block, he was still sent flying by the tremendous force. Wan Mue landed steadily, then pushed off the ground with force, lunging forward with a ferocious knee strike toward Shan Shawu's head. The young man hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his forehead and managed to block it, but the powerful knee strike still left him staggering. Wan Mue used the recoil to spin and leap behind his opponent. This Taoist Tiankong seized the opportunity instantly. With a sudden flick of his left hand, an iron chain shot out. Before Shan Shawu could even react, the chain had already coiled tightly around his neck. Van Mok-Vai yanked his left hand backward, and the chain tightened immediately. Thankfully, Shan Shawu reacted quickly, using one arm to brace himself. Right at that moment, Van Mok-Vai closed the distance. He reached out with his right hand to grab the other end of the chain, then used all his strength to hoist the young man into midair. Under the cover of night, Han Huangya treaded across the water as if it were solid ground, soon reaching Puyue Island nearby. The rolling surge of energy coming from the crevice startled her. It was obvious that two top-tier experts were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, her ice-cold eyes narrowed slightly. She spotted two figures perched on a branch near the cliff. She recognized one of them as an elder of the Nangong family, known in the martial arts world as the Thunderbolt Sword, Nangong Sujin. The other person was Nangong Sukiao's cousin, Nangong Shangyuan. Seeing these two, Han Huangnya's expression shifted slightly. Could the mastermind behind all of this be the Nangong family, or the Five Dragon Alliance forces hiding in the shadows? Before she could think it through, another figure caught her attention. She saw a man wearing a hat, dressed in blue, standing against the wind, his entire being exuding a terrifying, icy aura. She had felt a similar presence from the underworld demon blade, Kang Wei. Just then, the man seemed to notice he was being watched, and his blood-red eyes darted toward her. Han Huangnya suddenly felt her heart race. Her figure flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving only an ice flower drifting in midair. The man gave a cold laugh. It seems the Nangong family still couldn't stop Han Huangnya. Han Huangnya slipped behind a large tree, her mind racing. She could feel that the man's aura was even stronger than Kang Wei's. An expert of this caliber definitely didn't come from the Nangong family. Could he be one of the Five Dragon Alliance's new 5 great guest experts? Before she could ponder further, a soft groan reached her ears. Han Huangnya looked toward the small cottage by the lake, with a worried expression. She recognized that groan as Shan Shawu's. Inside the cottage at that moment, Van Mok-Vai's muscular arms were pulling the chain taut. Shan Shawu's neck was tightly bound, and he was left hanging in midair. Even though the young man was propping himself up with one hand, he felt suffocated under his opponent's immense weight. Shan Shawu tried to gather his internal energy to snap the chain, but this Taoist Tiankong anticipated it. Van Mok-Vai suddenly delivered a kick to the young man's back, then funneled his internal energy into the chain. Shan Shawu felt the flow of his energy being blocked, and the chain around his neck constricted even tighter. The feeling of suffocation caused his consciousness to gradually fade. This near-death sensation felt just like 10 years ago, but he was no longer a weak boy waiting to be slaughtered. Shan Shawu suddenly gave a cold laugh, his internal energy flowing ceaselessly throughout his body like a raging river. Van Mok V was shocked. He hadn't expected the boy, who seemed so weak a moment ago, to possess such profound internal power. The very next moment, the black iron chain snapped with a loud bang, and a brutal surge of energy erupted, blasting Van Mok V backward. Before the Taoist could even recover, Shan Shawu lunged forward like lightning. The young man clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging. Shan Shawu poured all his ruthless power into his punch, his deep blue eyes flashing with a sharp light. He threw a punch with the force of a collapsing mountain, aiming straight for his opponent's chest. The man hurriedly crossed his arms to defend, but he still sounded as if he'd been hit by a sledgehammer and was sent flying backward. Van Mok V channeled energy into his dantian and stomped his feet, hard to stand his ground, but he still had to retreat several paces before he could barely steady himself. The Taoist dispersed the energy on the iron chain and said in a low voice, "Truly, heroes are forged in youth, but this bit of strength is not enough." Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He saw the young man standing heroically in the distance, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Shan Shawu raised his left hand, the internal energy in his palm swirling non-stop. With a cold gaze, the young man said, "I already told you, the heaven-breaking 5 stances have never failed." As he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm as if an immortal were brushing away dust. The palm force engulfed Van Mok V, making his pupils contract. In an instant, he fell into a hallucination. In his youth, he had traveled everywhere to challenge experts. In the far north, he had met a mysterious master. That man seemed to be the embodiment of death itself. When he struck out with a palm, he had no way to resist. His whole being felt like it was falling into endless darkness. Although that man eventually spared his life, because he had experienced that boundless darkness, his eyes never saw light again from that day on. Since then, that man had become his lifelong nightmare, and the palm strike Shan Shawu just used was identical to that man's. In a flash, the brutal force crashed down. Van Mok V felt as if Mount Tai was crushing him. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the crevice, and the entire cottage was completely demolished by the palm force. A moment later, a figure slowly stepped out from the dust. Van Mok V was shrouded in internal energy and, surprisingly, was unharmed. The Taoist walked up to Shan Shawu and said in a low voice, "I thought I would never experience that feeling ever again in my life." With that, Van Mok V's eyes widened. "Today, this old man has finally escaped that nightmare," Shan Shawu replied with a cold smile. "If that's the case, let's keep fighting." Van Mok V said, "Very well," then gave a low shout and suddenly raised his left hand, striking straight at Shan Shawu's face. The latter hurriedly leaned to the side to dodge, trying to parry. Unexpectedly, another iron chain whipped out, and Shan Shawu could only raise his elbow to block the chain striking at his head. The 2 black iron chains, under Van Mok V's control and paired with his powerful palm techniques, made it difficult for the young man to hold his own. Shan Shawu suddenly retreated, wanting to create distance, but the 2 chains followed him like a shadow, refusing to let up. Noticing the young man leaping into midair, Van Mok V let out a sharp cry and swung both hands. The 2 chains shot out like dragons surfacing from the sea, striking straight at Shan Shawu. The young man unleashed a flurry of strikes, hitting the 2 chains hard. In that moment, only the sound of clashing metal echoed. The 2 ends of the chains were anchored deep into the cliffside by him, but Wan Muyi continuously channeled his immense internal energy into the chains, then yanked his hands downward with explosive force, shattering a massive boulder from the cliff and hurling it at the young man. Shan Shawu turned his head, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Suddenly, the boy struck out with his palm, hitting the boulder. In an instant, his power pierced right through, blasting a hole more than a yard wide, while the rest of the rock kept falling, slamming straight toward Wan Muyi. Seeing this, he didn't dodge or evade. He channeled his energy and leaped upward. Wan Muyi also shot through the hole in the stone, lunging into midair to attack Shan Shawu. Seeing his opponent's move, he immediately swung his right arm, sending the 1,000-pound stone pillar flying toward Wan Muyi. After throwing the pillar, the boy followed up with a kick. Wan Muyi held up his hands to block the pillar, struggling to hold it back, but he was suspended in midair with no leverage at all. In that desperate moment, he hurriedly threw out his 2 black iron chains, channeling his strength to split the pillar in half. Shan Shawu couldn't help but inwardly praise his opponent's seasoned experience. Immediately after, Wan Muyi let out a loud shout, swung his hands, and the 2 halves of the pillar went hurtling toward the boy. Shan Shawu pushed his palms out, causing the stone to explode into falling rubble. Wan Muyi tapped the tip of his foot on a piece of debris, using the rebound force to launch himself forward, and then threw a punch at Shan Shawu. The boy raised his right leg, using his knee to absorb the opponent's powerful blow. Then Shan Shawu spun around and struck him in the face with a fist. Caught off guard, the other man plummeted downward. The boy didn't let up, landing a kick to Wan Muyi's side, sending him falling like a shooting star. Unexpectedly, Wan Muyi suddenly threw out a chain, wrapping it tightly around the boy's left arm before he could even react. Shan Shawu's heart skipped a beat. His opponent was clearly trying to take him down together. Wan Muyi let out a roar, poured strength into his arm, and flew up to grapple with the boy again. The two clashed in midair, using each other's momentum to trade blows. After a few exchanges, they both crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the two were locked in a fierce hand-to-hand struggle, their aura surging with every punch. Suddenly, Wan Muyi felt his heart skip a beat, and in the next moment, Shan Shawu's aura surged dramatically. Before he could react, he was sent flying away. Wan Muyi felt the blood in his body churning uncontrollably. Even regulating his breath felt like an impossible task. He had no choice but to use his black iron chains to steady himself. After finding his footing, Wan Muyi suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest, and blood began to spill from his mouth and nose. Looking at the handsome young man standing as still as a mountain in the distance, this Taoist of the heavenly vault couldn't believe he had been pushed to this dead end, but there was no turning back now. With that thought, he took a deep breath, channeled his energy to his limbs, and suddenly, the chains began to glow with a raging fire. This was the most powerful technique he had ever trained for that person, but the strength of the youth before him was too terrifying. He had to kill him before he became even stronger. At that moment, Wan Muyi's entire body glowed red like fire, clearly having pushed his internal energy to the absolute limit. Next, he was completely enveloped by roaring flames. Shan Shawu's expression shifted slightly at the sight. He hadn't expected his opponent to be able to unleash such a technique while so severely wounded. By now, countless chains were spinning around Wan Muyi at a dizzying speed, while scorching hot energy converged into his raised left hand. Han Su arrived just in time to see this scene from afar, and the lead disciple of the Zhongnan sect broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that the one fighting the eldest brother was Wan Muyi, whom his master had mentioned, he knew Wan Muyi possessed a lethal ultimate move called the Finger That Shatters the Heavens. This power was undoubtedly that very technique. He reached for his sword to help his brother, but a cold, jade-like hand stopped him by grabbing the hilt. Han Su turned back and saw that it was Han Xiangya, the Ice Blossom. Han Su spoke bluntly, saying Shan Shawu's life was in danger. How could they just stand by and watch? Han Xiangya admired the young man's sense of justice, but she replied plainly that going in now would only be a hindrance. Meanwhile, the Nangong father and son, who had been observing the fight, finally made a move. Nangong Shangyuan was stunned to see his father draw his sword from its scabbard, and he heard Nangong Suotian speak in a low voice. Today concerns the survival of our Nangong family. Soon, everyone will give their all, regardless of the consequences. I will bear the burden myself. Murong Juncheng heard this and asked, with a sarcastic tone, "Why didn't you all attack together earlier?" "Shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Uncle Wan Muyi wants a one-on-one duel with the war god, so naturally, we cannot go against his wishes." Nangong Shangyuan turned his head to look back. "Murong Juncheng, I know you are here to monitor us. Go ahead and report back. Here, you do not need to interfere." Murong Juncheng just smirked, not refuting him. No one knew what that young sect leader of the Murong family was really planning. Back on the battlefield, Wan Muyi shouted, and the speed of the spinning chains increased suddenly. Enormous energy surged, rubble flew everywhere, and large boulders fell, as if deliberately blocking Shan Shawu's path. As the violent energy converged into Wan Muyi's hand, many chains could not withstand the force and snapped with a loud bang. At this moment, Wan Muyi extended a single finger, focusing all his power into the tip. Seeing this, Shan Shawu's pupils contracted slightly. The boy extended his left hand, aura swirling in his palm, and then clenched it into a fist, concentrating all his strength. Since his opponent had used his strongest technique, he would use the ultimate move passed down by his master. Shan Shawu's internal energy moved ceaselessly, condensing into 9 energy dragons from his fist. Just then, Wan Muyi thrust his finger, and a powerful bolt of energy shot out like lightning. As Shan Shawu punched to meet it, the 9 dragons merged into one, creating a heaven-shaking roar. Wan Muyi's eyes widened in disbelief. The eyes that had been blind for decades were suddenly able to see the light. In that very instant, his vision had actually been restored to normal, but right after, the energy dragon descended, slamming into him like a 10,000-pound hammer. A moment later, Wan Muyi struggled to open his eyes, and sure enough, he could see the bright moon in the night sky. The Taoist of the heavenly vault muttered, "To think I could see the moon before I die." Shan Shawu said softly, "You are truly worthy of the title of one of the four great masters," Van Mukvi said with a smirk. "Just empty fame. He lost this match fair and square. Dying is no regret. Kid, what's the name of your final move?" "It's called the Nine Dragons Skyward Cry. My master once told me, this move can slay even the immortals in the heavens." Then, Shan Shawu asked the question that had been on his mind. "Han Wuba, with such incredible martial arts, why would you take orders from Huangfu Junyue? Years ago, while I was traveling the north, I was nearly killed by a martial arts master, and I lost my eyes in that fight. Did Huangfu Junyue save my life? I don't know why he appeared there, and I don't know if he ever crossed blades with that master." As he spoke, Han Wuba's breathing grew shallow. "He spared my life, but he took my sight. You helped me see the light, yet you're the one taking my life." In the distance, Yin Jijiao stood frozen like a wooden statue. She never expected Han Wuba to die at the hands of the god of war. Suddenly, she seemed to snap, letting out a shrill, manic laugh before drawing two broadswords and lunging straight at Shan Shawu. Unexpectedly, Nangong Suojin, perched on the cliff, gave a command. The Nangong family experts immediately drew their bows, and a rain of arrows hailed down upon Shan Shawu. Seeing Han Wuba's limbs severed and his breath fading, Yin Jijiao screamed and charged at Shan Shawu. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A swarm of Nangong family experts fired at once. An arrow pierced straight through her head, and immediately after, countless arrows rained down, turning her into a pincushion in the blink of an eye. Shan Shawu, protected by her body, remained unharmed. Yin Jijiao's eyes went wide, as if she couldn't believe it. Shan Shawu said coldly, "You planned all of this, yet you didn't expect it to end this way, did you?" Yin Jijiao looked at the young man with venom in her eyes, saying she never intended to leave this place alive. "They say a dying person speaks the truth. Now, tell me what you did to Han Xiangya. The more curious you are, the less I'm going to tell you. Besides, you should be worrying about yourself." Upon hearing this, Shan Shawu's face changed completely. He heard a strange, sizzling sound from the arrows. It was the sound of fuse powder. "These are thunder arrows prepared specifically for you, god of war. Let's head to hell together." As soon as Yin Jijiao finished speaking, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. She and Han Wuba were instantly reduced to dust. Shan Shawu reacted quickly, leaping back several yards to escape the blast. But before he could even recover, Nangong Suojin swooped down from the sky, slashing a sword toward the youth. Caught off guard, the youth couldn't dodge. He could only channel his internal energy into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to withstand the strike. Although his arms weren't severed, the massive force still sent him staggering. The old, ruthless eyes of Nangong Suojin were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, he extended the two fingers of his left hand, forming a sword seal, and channeled pure energy into his blade. With a light tap of his left hand, the force on the sword transformed into sword energy and fired toward him. Shan Shawu tried to dodge, but was still forced back several yards. By the time he stood his ground and looked at his palms, he saw a deep cut between his thumb and forefinger. He glared at his opponent, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've arrived, and now you're resorting to sneak attacks? Only a fool speaks of martial honor." Nangong Suojin swung his sword, taking a stance, and said coldly, "In the martial world, survival is the only truth." Hearing this, Shan Shawu's face turned grim. Without another word, he began moving his hands, hurling several massive boulders at Nangong Suojin. The latter, not daring to be careless, unleashed several waves of sword energy, shattering the boulders like tofu. Then, Nangong Suojin pushed off the ground, his body darting forward as he thrust his sword straight at Shan Shawu. The youth rubbed his palms together, crushing the opponent's sword energy, but he was still knocked back by the immense power. Having landed one hit, Nangong Suojin pressed the attack, spinning in midair to leverage his weight for a downward strike. This was his signature technique, the 9-turn thunder sword. But he never dreamed that a twist of fate was waiting. A brawny figure descended from the sky, and with a fist that hit with the force of a collapsing mountain, he struck Nangong Suojin in the head. Shan Shawu watched the scene coldly. The iron fist of the burly man was covered in blood and flesh. Murong Juncheng casually wiped the blood from his hand and laughed heartily. "God of war, I've missed you to death." It turned out that during their fight, the Nangong family experts had been aiming small arrows at both of them. This was the plan Nangong Suojin had devised. Keep Shan Shawu distracted, and then have his men use the thunder arrows to kill them both on the spot. But Nangong Shangyuan couldn't bear to strike his own father. so he hadn't given the order to fire yet. Murong Juncheng reminded him repeatedly that the opportunity couldn't be missed. Nanggong Shangwan cursed at him to shut up, saying he was waiting for the perfect moment. Who would have thought that this very hesitation would cause Murong Juncheng, who was desperate for revenge, to snap? He struck out, his palm piercing straight through Nanggong Shangyuan's chest. The Nanggong family experts were horrified, but Murong Juncheng's expression didn't change as he said coldly, "If you don't attack now, I'll send you to join Nanggong Shangyuan. If you obey, I will ensure you live in luxury within the Five Dragon Alliance." The subordinates looked at each other, then shouted, "We swear to die loyal to the Nanggong family," and aimed their bows at Murong Juncheng. Murong Juncheng slammed his hands together, firing waves of energy that killed the subordinates on the spot. After finishing it all, Murong Juncheng smiled and leaped down from the tree by the cliff. But his target wasn't the god of war, it was Nanggong Suojin, which explained the brutal scene that just unfolded. Shan Shawu stared for a long time, still failing to recognize who he was. Seeing this, Murong Juncheng couldn't help but sneer. "I ended up in this state because of you, and yet you don't even remember me." With that, he erupted in anger, delivering a palm strike with immense power directed at Shan Shawu's head. The youth quickly raised his arms to block. He managed to deflect it, but was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Once Shan Shawu regained his footing, a trail of bright red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The youth wiped it away, then walked slowly toward Murong Juncheng and stood still. He let out a low shout, his internal power exploding as waves of energy swirled outward, whipping up countless shards of rock. Murong Juncheng saw this and said with contempt, "I didn't expect you to still have this much strength left after fighting two people." Shan Shawu calmly replied, "The Heaven-Shattering 5 phases never retreats when facing an enemy." High atop the Five Dragon Alliance mountain, Huangfu Junyue stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward Fuyue Island. He listened for a moment, but only heard a loud explosion. The Saint of Fists finally couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The subordinate, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "Alliance Master, why the sigh?" Nanggong Suojin's plan had clearly failed. The subordinate was stunned upon hearing this. The war god had actually defeated 2 top experts in a row. He didn't need to worry about him anymore. What is the current situation with the 9 Layers Mansion and the Lion Alliance? Those 2 old men must have noticed what happened on Fuyue Island by now. The subordinate mentioned that the Plum Blossom Sword Saint had received news from Duanmu Zongyan, but Yun Yezi had yet to give any orders to act, and the invincible Saber Lord seemed to be weighing the entire situation. "My people haven't gathered specific news about the Lion Alliance yet, but strangely, Han Xiangya rushed to Fuyue Island without any orders. Perhaps Xia Hao Shen is also confused by the chaos right now." Huang Fu Junyue listened to the subordinate's report and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps now is the best opportunity, the time to change the landscape of the Iron Martial Alliance. Immediately send out the word, I, Huang Fu Junyue, am convening an assembly of heroes. On the mountain peak." Huang Fu Junyue ordered, "The time is ripe. Spread the word immediately that I am holding an assembly of heroes." After a moment of silence, the Fist Saint added, "Wait, one more thing. Send all our forces to the Nanggong family estate. Keep Nanggong Suqiao safe." The subordinate was confused. "Alliance Master, do you really think the war god will win?" Huang Fu Junyue's face turned stern. If it were a complete immortal demon corpse, the war god would certainly lose. But Murong Juncheng, like Kang Wei, is only a semi-finished product. Even though the war god has won 2 matches in a row, he must be exhausted now, yet his martial arts are extremely strange. "I worry that Murong Juncheng won't be enough of an opponent," he sighed. "But if Murong Juncheng dies, that's fine too. The next immortal demon corpse will be even more perfect. Go make the arrangements. We have much to do." On Fuyue Island, Murong Juncheng narrowed his eyes, watching as the true energy swirled around Shan Shawu. He let out a loud roar and charged forward, thrusting his elbow toward Shan Shawu's face. Shan Shawu raised his arm to block it but was shoved back by Murong Juncheng into a rock. Murong Juncheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he bellowed, "My father's tragic death is because of you. My brother's tragic death is also because of you. War God, I live a life worse than death because of you." Murong Juncheng rained down punches like a storm. Shan Shawu raised his arms to defend, but the immense force shattered the rock behind him. A flash of insight passed through the young man's eyes. He saw an opening. Shan Shawu clenched his right fist, pouring his domineering force into it. He unleashed a punch that collided with his opponent's. 2 powerful waves of energy struck each other, producing a thunderous explosion. Murong Juncheng was startled as he felt a powerful surge of energy tear into his arm. His right arm was twisted, but he felt nothing and laughed coldly. "Is that all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, his convulsing arm quickly healed as if nothing had happened. Murong Juncheng laughed loudly and struck down with a punch. Shan Shawu shattered the rock, sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. The young man fell to the ground, rolling several times. Murong Juncheng's arrogant laughter echoed out. "I know your martial arts are extraordinary, but before the immortal demon corpse, it is all useless. No matter how this body is wounded, it can recover instantly." Shan Shawu struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his long, narrow phoenix eyes remaining calm. In the crevice, Han Su and Han Xiangya were watching from afar, when they suddenly heard a loud explosion from the battlefield. Han Su called out to her elder brother in worry. Han Xiangya's face also changed, her mouth agape, as she saw two figures blur out of the dust. Shan Shawu led the way, with a murderous Murong Juncheng in hot pursuit. The young man dodged while thinking. The underworld demon blade also came from the Five Dragon Alliance. Both have extraordinary recovery and physiques. Thinking of this, Shan Shawu couldn't help but exclaim, "What exactly is that old man Huangfu Junyue planning?" Before he could think further, Murong Juncheng attacked even more fiercely. The two figures streaked through the canyon. Shan Shawu seized an opportunity, slipped behind his opponent, and kicked Murong Juncheng in the knee. But within the space of a single breath, his leg was healed again. Murong Juncheng spun around and struck with a punch. Shan Shawu was hit in the face and sent flying backward. Suddenly, the young man sensed danger from behind. In a critical moment, Shan Shawu executed a white horse maneuver, kicking Murong Juncheng away. Breaking free from the situation, the young man landed safely. Murong Juncheng stood firm a few yards away. Shan Shawu had never been as serious as he was now. The heaven-breaking divine technique relied on disrupting the flow of blood and energy, but his opponent possessed powerful self-healing abilities. The hardest part was that his opponent's circulation was unobstructed, and the true energy he infused into the meridians had no effect. At this moment, Murong Juncheng roared, raising his right hand. Shan Shawu refused to show weakness and extended his left hand. Their palms collided, the powerful force causing surrounding rocks to shatter and fly. As they locked in a stalemate, Shan Shawu thought quickly, "Is the immortal demon corpse truly invincible?" Murong Juncheng felt terrified deep down. He never expected the war god to remain this strong after so many battles. Thinking this, he became reckless in his desperate need to win, pressing his left hand hard onto the Tianfu point on his right arm. Murong Juncheng's palm power suddenly surged. Shan Shawu didn't hold back either, unleashing his full true energy. The young man's expression remained as cold as ever, but in his heart, he recalled a conversation from 10 years ago. "Master, you said the Slayer's intent of the heaven-breaking divine technique can kill even immortals, but aren't immortals supposed to be immortal? Ordinary people think immortals are eternal, but in this world, nothing is truly undying or indestructible. Take the 3 immortals of the 10,000 Immortal Cave as an example. Their cultivation has indeed surpassed the lifespan of ordinary people. The virtuous venerable is said to have lived for 3 cycles. But Shan Shawu, you must remember, nothing in this world is truly immortal. You can use many methods to approach immortality, but that is merely delaying death, especially when faced with the heaven-breaking divine technique." Remembering this, Shan Shawu laughed coldly. The young man's true energy surged, and he continued in a low voice, "Especially before the heaven-breaking divine technique. Immortality is nothing but a joke." After speaking, Shan Shawu extended 2 fingers on his right hand, and domineering true energy swirled on his fingertips. A moment later, a powerful beam of energy shot out like a rainbow piercing the sun, imprinting itself onto Murong Juncheng's chest. The man let out a cry of agony, as if his liver and guts were being torn apart. Then, his body flew backward like a broken kite, retreating several yards before he could stand firm. The domineering energy tore into Murong Juncheng's chest, and no matter how much he endured, he couldn't stop the pain. Shan Shawu's calm voice rang out. "Didn't you say you couldn't feel pain? Why are you screaming so loud now?" Murong Juncheng, however, laughed boisterously. "Don't you see? The wound on my chest has already healed. War God, I told you cannot hurt me." Shan Shawu gave a cold laugh. The heaven-breaking divine technique breaks everything. Seeing the confidence on his opponent's face, Murong Juncheng felt a sudden flicker of panic. Just then, his pupils constricted. He looked down at his dantian in disbelief, and in the next second, he felt the internal energy in his body explode. Even as an immortal demon corpse, the shock forced him to vomit blood. Murong Juncheng gritted his teeth and spat out, "Damn you, I am an immortal, indestructible demon corpse." This minor internal injury will heal in an instant. Shan Shawu let out a sneer. If you're healed, then stop blabbering and keep fighting. Although Murong Juncheng put up a tough front, he was deeply stunned inside. Since becoming an immortal demon corpse, this was the first time he had ever felt pain. Could this boy's martial arts really be that different? Thinking this, he knew he couldn't drag it out any longer, so he lunged forward and unleashed a palm strike at Shan Shawu. The young man simply raised his left hand to meet it. Shan Shawu kept his hands behind his back, unmoved, his movements elegant. The boy's eyes were as calm as still water, as he said flatly, "I already told you, the heaven-breaking 5 generals never know what it means to lose." As he spoke, the internal energy in Shan Shawu's hand surged, his power crashing down like a waterfall. Murong Juncheng let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backward. By now, the arrogant young master of the Murong clan had lost his bravado. His bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. He stared at his deformed arm in horror. This wound was not healing as it had before. Before he could recover, his dantian was struck again. Murong Juncheng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and trembled. "What did you do to my body?" The heaven-breaking divine technique works by severing the flow of qi and blood. Your ability to heal yourself is truly powerful, and it was quite a headache. But the Slayer's imprint creates its own boundary. Once that energy enters your body, it no longer follows the meridians. At this point, the killing intent in Shan Shawu's eyes flared. It occupies a space and fights until death. Finishing his sentence, Shan Shawu's aura erupted, and he said coldly, "Murong Juncheng, you're a dead man." Hearing this, Murong Juncheng's face changed instantly. "War God, I'll fight you to the death." With that, the Murong clan's young master charged, swinging a palm down, but Shan Shawu easily dodged it. Unexpectedly, it was just a feint. Murong Juncheng immediately took the opportunity to draw his blade and flee. Shan Shawu couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The youth raised his right hand, enveloped in tyrannical energy. Shan Shawu's gaze was frigid, and he whispered, "Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." Murong Juncheng glanced back, struck with terror. He spotted the cliffside and his eyes lit up. There were still plenty of unexploded thunder arrows there. The young master was quick-witted. He immediately turned, and with a flick of his finger, a burst of energy ignited the thunder arrows. In an instant, a series of explosions rocked Fuyue Island. The cliff walls split apart, and boulders came crashing down. Shan Shawu felt a sense of déjà vu and murmured, "Every time I meet the Murong clan, the game is always destruction." Han Tu and Han Huang Nya scrambled to dodge the falling debris, and the usually calm young lady's face paled. Compared to Han Huang Na, Han Tu was even more worried. Seeing countless massive rocks slamming down on Shan Shawu, Han Tu screamed, "Big brother, look out!" A while later, once the silence returned to the ravine, the two kept calling out for Shan Shawu. Suddenly, a familiar voice answered, "I'm here." The two looked toward the sound to see Shan Shawu standing tall, holding up a massive boulder. The youth sighed that his cultivation was still not enough. Then he heaved the 1,000-pound rock away. Shan Shawu scanned his surroundings. Murong Juncheng was nowhere to be seen. The youth felt a pang of regret. If he didn't kill him now, he would be a great threat later. Just then, Han Tu and the other approached. "Big brother, I knew you would be all right." Shan Shawu nodded, saying he was fine, then looked toward Han Huang Nya. The boy's pupils constricted in disbelief. Hadn't Yin Jijiao said that Han Huang Nya was dead? Before he could process it, Han Huang Nya felt a rush of wind, and before she could react, Shan Shawu had pulled her into his arms. The girl was bewildered, not knowing what to do. "Young hero, Thean, what is the meaning of this?" "It's nothing. I'm just happy to see you safe and sound." Han Tu watched the scene, jaw dropped. The young man secretly resolved that Su could absolutely not find out about this. Then, Shan Shawu's voice turned cold. His eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, "I promise I will not spare anyone who tries to harm you." After saying this, Shan Shawu gently pushed Han Huangya away, then looked at Han Tu and instructed, "Han Tu, take Miss Han back to the Flying Shadow Corps first." Han Tu didn't understand, saying, "If we go together." Han Huangya also advised him to return and plan for the long term, as tonight's commotion was too great and would surely attract the attention of other factions. Shan Shawu ignored their advice. He had already killed so many, he didn't mind killing a few more. At the same time, at the Nanggong clan's residence within the Iron Martial Alliance, Nanggong Sukiao was anxiously biting her nails. This blood lotus was no longer as calm as she used to be. She paced the room like an ant on a hot pan. Every few minutes, she would ask if there was any news. The 5 Dragon Alliance guards advised her not to worry, saying that even if the war god hadn't died on Fuyue Island, The 100 elites killed at his hands were enough to make him pay the price. Before the words left his mouth, a shout came from outside. "Who goes there? Stop him!" Nangong Suqiao felt like she was falling into an abyss, while the guard captain gave a cold laugh and drew his sword. "Miss Nangong, don't worry, I'll be right back." Unexpectedly, before the guard captain could even step out the door, it was smashed to pieces, and a powerful force struck him squarely in the chest. The guard captain was sent flying backward and died on the spot. In the moonlight, a youth wearing tattered clothes walked into the room. Outside, the corpses of over 105 Dragon Alliance elites were piled up, and the youth's clothes were stained with blood. Shan Shawu stepped forward slowly and said softly, "Nangong Suqiao, I remember telling you, if you play these games again, I will definitely kill you." Looking into the boy's cold eyes, Nangong Suqiao knew he truly intended to kill her. She broke into a cold sweat and said tremblingly, "If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of the 5 Dragon Alliance." Shan Shawu gave a disdainful smirk. "Even if I go up against the entire Iron Martial Alliance, I, one of the heaven-breaking 5 generals, am not afraid." Just then, a shadow flew in, and the war god stopped his hand. Shan Shawu frowned slightly. The fact that this person could approach him so silently meant their skills were extraordinary. Could it be reinforcements sent by the Imperial Music Corps? The man in the hat saw his silence and continued. "Regardless, the Nangong clan is part of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Even if Nangong Suqiao is guilty, the 5 Dragon Alliance should be the one to judge her." Nangong Suqiao clung to this like a lifeline, crying out, "Chief Lian, I know the Alliance leader won't abandon me." The man in the hat glanced at her but said nothing. This man was the chief of the 5 Dragon Alliance, Lian Buwei. He drew his Qingchang sword and said in a deep voice, "You've already slaughtered the Nangong clan. If you continue this, the 5 Dragon Alliance will absolutely not stand by idly. The Alliance leader doesn't want the conflict to spread, so I advise you to stop now. There are 100 elite warriors from the enforcement hall outside. If you're looking for death, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing the words enforcement hall, Shan Shawu gave a cold laugh. "I remember now. Back when you were trying to shirk responsibility for kidnapping Master Mo's family, it was your enforcement hall that stepped in to frame Deng Wuxi." Meeting the other's cold gaze, Lian Buwei said, "War God, that matter has already been concluded. Don't go around spreading baseless accusations, or don't blame us for being ruthless." Nangong Suqiao was overjoyed hearing this. From the dialogue, she had grasped some information. Huangfu Junyue was also very dissatisfied with the war god. The Blood Lotus laughed wildly, almost losing her mind. "War god, you've killed hundreds of warriors from the Nangong clan. The 5 Dragon Alliance might pretend not to see it, but if you kill me someone who holds an official position in the 5 Dragon Alliance, it will be tantamount to declaring war on us." Shan Shawu didn't say a word. Then, without warning, he struck out with a single finger. Lian Buwei's expression changed, and he hastily warned Nangong Suqiao to move, but a powerful surge of energy shattered her arm. The woman's shrill scream echoed throughout the hall. Lian Buwei shouted, "War God, are you really going to be this unreasonable? Only now do you want to talk reason with me? When you kidnapped Mo Guyu's family, did you talk reason? When you framed Deng Wuxi, did you talk reason?" At this, Shan Shawu's eyes became piercing. "Since we can't talk reason, let's just be direct." Looking into the beast-like eyes of his opponent, Lian Buwei did not doubt the war god's resolve to kill. At this moment, he recalled Huangfu Junyue's instructions before he arrived. Those small fry certainly aren't the war god's match. If he stays alive, he will definitely try to kill Nangong Suqiao. When that happens, convey my words to him and try to persuade him to stop. If he still refuses to stop after knowing the Alliance leader's intentions, should we kill him on the spot? Huangfu Junyue sighed and said slowly, "Even if you team up with the enforcement hall, you won't be able to kill him. In that case, sacrificing the Nangong clan is worth it. If he truly refuses to back down, withdraw immediately and wait until the hero assembly begins. Don't provoke him any further." Huangfu Junyue smiled faintly. "But from the moment he kills Nangong Suqiao, he will have completely fallen into my trap." Shan Shawu channeled his energy into his eyes, his aura continuously surging. Lian Buwei, who was closest to him, began to bleed from his nose and mouth. After a moment, the chief didn't draw his sword, but instead turned to leave. Before departing, he said fiercely, "You brought this upon yourself. If you want to make an enemy of the 5 Dragon Alliance, face the consequences." Shan Shawu sneered, not even turning his head, and replied calmly, "You guys are always like this anyway. Do whatever you like." Lian Buwei said nothing more and vanished in a flash. Nangong Suqiao felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. No matter how she screamed, no one answered. Shan Shawu raised his right hand, his internal energy swirling in his palm. Looking at the man slowly approaching, Nangong Suqiao trembled and begged, "Wait, war god, let's talk this over. I can understand you doing anything to kill me, but you dared to touch my master's daughter. That I cannot accept." Immediately after, Nangong Suqiao's pupils constricted, followed by a scream that tore through the night. A few days later, in the secret underground base of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue walked in alone. The war god's appearance had completely changed the situation for the Iron Martial Alliance. Although he had lost a powerful arm in the Nangong clan, it invisibly aligned with his plan. Reaching the end of the tunnel, the Martial Saint smirked. "How did you find this secret place?" As he finished speaking, a figure descended from the air. Yun Diezi stood with his hands behind his back, as graceful as a celestial being, and replied softly, "I learned of this place thanks to a new friend." Huangfu Junyue smiled, his tone mocking. "Plum Blossom Sword Saint, long time no see." It has indeed been a long time since I've spoken face-to-face with Alliance leader Huangfu. The two found an empty spot to sit and greet each other. Huangfu Junyue placed a jar of wine and 2 cups on the table, but suddenly a blast of energy hit, knocking the cups away. A man a few yards away channeled energy into his hand, pulling the wine jar toward him. Zhe Haoshen tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, provocatively saying, "Since I've arrived, shouldn't Alliance leader Huangfu have prepared more than 2 cups? Huangfu Junyue didn't get angry, instead laughing as he calmly replied, "Still as boorish as ever. It's quite detestable." The peerless blade tyrant shot a side-eye at his opponent. "Rivers and mountains are easy to change, but a man's nature is hard to alter. People like us only change when we're dead." Seeing the two about to argue, Yun Diezi hastily changed the subject. "Did Alliance leader Huangfu call us here for the hero assembly?" "That's right. I want to discuss this with you both." Zhe Haoshen dropped his mocking expression and asked seriously, "Do you really intend to dissolve the Iron Martial Alliance?" It turned out that 10 years ago, the Central Plains martial arts world had held a hero assembly, where the masters agreed to form the Iron Martial Alliance to resist the Yuan dynasty together. Now that the Yuan had retreated to the grasslands, the situation was settled. According to the original agreement, dissolving the Iron Martial Alliance required another hero assembly. Zhe Haoshen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "We've all achieved what we wanted over these 10 years. It's time to go our separate ways. If you two have decided, this humble monk has no reason to object. Then, let's hold the hero assembly in a month to decide. I invited you here today for a second matter. I'm sure you've both heard that the war god wiped out the Nangong clan. Everyone knows the Nangong clan was a prestigious family of the Central Plains martial arts world, with great contributions in resisting the Yuan. Shan Shawu didn't just slaughter the Nangong clan on Fuyue Island, he also killed Nangong Suqiao, the only survivor. This action is truly cruel and merciless, unforgivable by heaven and earth. As the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, I naturally cannot just stand by and watch. Such brutal actions are truly intolerable. Even heaven and earth cannot forgive them. As the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, I certainly cannot just stand by and watch while trapped in this cage." Shan Shawu opened his eyes and looked at this martial saint. "Old man, so this was your scheme all along." The story flashed back to a few days ago. At Heaven's Sun Mountain, 500 miles north of Dongting Lake, an old man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "The twin evils of the Heaven Gate, it's been a long time. You've grown quite bold, haven't you?" The old man in gray spat out, his words dripping with malice. "Old freak Wei Wen, you dared to take my disciple's life, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly?" Wei Wen Hiandao closed his eyes, showing not a hint of fear. "Your disciple was unrighteous and devoid of humanity. I killed him. What is wrong with that?" The old man in blue let out a cold snort and retorted, "He was just covering for his companion. A mere woman, why go to such brutal lengths? Enough of your nonsense. Even if you are one of the 3 overlords, we, the twin evils of the Heaven Gate, do not fear you. Make your move." Wei Wen Hiandao stretched out his withered hands, curling them into claws. As he channeled his internal energy to his fingertips, his knuckles cracked like popping beans. He then crouched into a stance, and a vibrant, crimson aura erupted from his body. Wei Wen Hiandao's gaze grew sharp. He said coldly, "Are you unaware that my very body is a weapon?" The old man in gray laughed heartily, shouted "good" 3 times, then pushed off the ground with his toes and lunged at his opponent. The old man in blue shouted, "After him, brother!" In midair, the two linked their short spears together. The 2 weapons transformed into a strange, singular killing tool. However, Wei Wen Hiandao's figure flickered, his hands suddenly parted, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the twin evils of the Heaven Gate. Then, only 2 miserable screams were heard in the air. The twin evils became the 4 pieces, as their remains fell into the abyss like dead leaves. Wei Wen Hiandao let out a sigh and said softly, "Come out. Stop hiding like a coward." No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared behind him. The Lion Alliance's Zhe Muling pays respects to Senior Wei Wen. The old man turned his head to glance at the other, then asked, "So, you are the young master of the Zhe family. What business do you have with me?" A few days ago, the god of war went on a rampage on Fuyue Island. Not only did he defeat Wan Muyi, one of the 4 venerables, but he also wiped out the entire Nanggong family of the 5 Dragon Alliance. My father hopes that you, Senior Wei Wen, will intervene. Wei Wen Hiandao pondered for a moment and said quietly, "Go tell your father that I have no desire to get involved. Although I have some history with Leader Zhe, it is not enough for me to sacrifice myself for him, let alone the fact that the God of War's business has nothing to do with me. If we offer the Blood Jade as a condition, I wonder if you would be willing to act, Senior?" Hearing this, Wei Wen Hiandao's expression changed slightly. He stared fixedly at Zhe Muling and muttered to himself, "If this is true, if your father personally promises it, then if I take action, the Blood Jade will be my reward. Humph. In that case, I will go meet this God of War. I want to see what kind of person he is that forced you all to hire an outsider like me." The old man, known as the Iron Overlord, muttered that it was truly worth the wait. This was the Iron Martial Alliance, the largest martial arts organization in the Central Plains, yet it was being mocked by this old man in white, lacking its former glory. Wei Wen Hiandao followed Zhe Muling across the lake to the Iron Martial Alliance. As soon as he landed, people from the Lion Alliance bowed respectfully to greet him. The person coming to welcome him was the dock manager, Gai Zhonghe, whose attitude was completely different from when he greeted Shan Shawu. This soul-chasing shadowless was clearly much more humble today. "Senior Wei Wen, you have traveled a long way. Please come to the quarters to rest. My father will host a banquet for you this evening, and I will come to escort you personally then." Hearing this, the Iron Overlord smiled. "If you didn't know better, you'd think I was here for a vacation. No need for quarters, and no need for a banquet. I know where the Great Heaven Trading Group is. You don't need to follow me." After saying that, Wei Wen Hiandao waved his hand and headed straight for the Great Heaven Trading Group alone. At that same time, at the Great Heaven Trading Group, the 10 branch leaders had gathered. Everyone was debating heatedly about which side the trading group should take. Since Shan Shawu arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance, his reputation had soared. Some admired the God of War's overwhelming martial prowess, while others despised him because of the 5 Dragon Alliance's hatred. After Shan Shawu defeated Wan Muyi, the situation gradually shifted. The God of War, with strength surpassing the 4 venerables, earned even more respect. But after news of Nanggong Suqiao's death spread, people's attitudes toward the God of War began to change. Public opinion grew intense, condemning the God of War for being ruthless and killing without hesitation. This time, it wasn't just the 5 Dragon Alliance that wanted to punish him. Even the 9 Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance had grievances. Therefore, the Great Heaven Trading Group, where Shan Shawu was staying, also became a target. Countless eyes were secretly watching every move there. Internally, the Great Heaven Trading Group was divided into 2 factions. One was led by Han Shan, who advocated severing ties with the God of War to protect the trading group's interests. The other side, led by Quan Do Huan, supported the God of War, arguing that Su Xiaohe had spent so much effort searching for Shan Shawu over the years. Everyone saw it clearly, and besides, he had previously saved the trading group in Taiyuan. Severing ties would be the same as making the young mistress look like an ingrate. Acting President, we are merchants. Putting profits first is a basic principle. Hesitation will only bring trouble to the trading group. President Han, business requires integrity. If we sever ties with even our benefactors, who will dare to cooperate with us in the future? Su Xiaohe tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest. This intelligent woman was deep in thought. A moment later, Su Xiaohe spoke, her voice gentle. "Uncle Han is not wrong. As merchants, we cannot ignore profit." Han Shan was overjoyed to hear this, while Quan Do Huan looked dejected. "But uncle, you are also right. If a merchant loses their integrity, it is no different than digging their own grave." Su Xiaohe's expression turned stern, her tone brooking no doubt. "I have decided. The Great Heaven Trading Group will stand with the God of War." Hearing this, Han Shan excitedly called out, "Young mistress," while Quan Do Huan smiled, his expression as if he had already foreseen it. "Uncle Han, I have made my decision. No need to say more. I hope everyone will trust my judgment. This situation will not last long. Having said that, Su Xiaohe turned and left. Just then, Jinlian rushed in, the maid relaying what she had overheard to her mistress. Su Xiaohe listened, her face turning pale as she cried out, "Impossible! Why would the Lion Alliance do such a thing?" She then rushed toward the backyard, desperate to warn Shan Shawu. She had previously met with Zhe Haoshen in person and reached an agreement. The Wudi Daoba also promised not to interfere. Yet, now that Shi Zimin has gone back on his word, Su Xiaowei is in a state of turmoil. I must have let something slip. Could it be that the Wulong Alliance did something to force Shi Zimin to change his stance? Hong Wukui was standing guard outside the back courtyard's guest room when he was surprised to see Su Xiao. He rushing over. Watching her bolt straight inside, the beggar sect elder quickly warned, "There is a guest inside." But before he could finish, Su Xiao, he burst through the doors. "Big brother, we're in trouble." The young lady from the Lion Alliance ran into the guest room, but upon seeing the scene inside, her words caught in her throat. She realized this old man was none other than the Iron Patriarch, Wei Wenxian Dao. Su Xiao, his face turned deathly pale. Her heart sank as if dropping into an abyss. She never expected Iron Patriarch Hao Shen to be able to invite someone like him. Shan Shawu remained calm as ever, mentioning that Wei Wen had come to visit that morning, and since Su Xiao he was busy, he had hosted him first. At this moment, Wei Wenxian Dao spoke up. Su Xiao he, you truly hold the reins of the great Heaven Merchant Group. In just 10 short years, you turned them into the #1 merchant guild. Outsiders even call you a peerless, talented woman. As he said this, the Iron Patriarch suddenly unleashed a crushing aura. He hadn't expected to meet such an ill-mannered girl today. A terrifying pressure surged towards Su Xiaohe, and the young lady's face instantly drained of color. This man's pressure was on par with the Blade Patriarch's. Just then, a soft laugh echoed. "Senior, just because I stepped in to host you on my master's behalf, it doesn't mean you can do as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Shawu pointed a finger, and a tyrannical force instantly shattered the oppressive aura. Wei Wenxian Dao glanced over, his pupils constricting slightly. Su Xiao. He felt the suffocation in her chest vanish. She took a few deep breaths, finally regaining her composure after a moment, and offered a gentle apology. Su Xiao. He was unaware of the Iron Patriarch's visit and was a bit disrespectful just now. "I hope Senior will forgive me." "Wei Wen, the girl has already apologized. Why don't you let this matter slide?" Wei Wenxian Dao let out a cold snort, giving no clear response. Yet, that one move alone was enough to prove that the rumors outside weren't just talk. These words are quite strange. If we are speaking of manners, Senior was also in the wrong just now. By looking at only one side of a person, it is hard to avoid being biased. Senior judges the big picture based on small details, which inevitably leads to unfairness. Rebuffed in such a mild but firm manner, Wei Wenxian Dao frowned slightly. "Are you lecturing me on how to act?" "Junior, the reason Senior came here this early wasn't to argue. Recently, there have been many rumors about me within the Iron Martial Alliance. I assume you came here as a representative of the Iron Martial Alliance. Might as well say it directly. What is your true intention in coming here?" "Good lad, how refreshing. This old man won't beat around the bush. I came here today to take you to the Iron Martial Alliance." Shan Shawu looked at his opponent with a sharp gaze and smiled. "Does Senior really think that is possible?" "It seems it is indeed a bit difficult, but not impossible." Outwardly, this Iron Patriarch appeared confident, but in his heart, he was actually apprehensive. The person before him was a god of war not yet 30 years old, yet he had already defeated Wan Mu Wei, one of the 4 masters. This proved the opponent's strength was on par with his own. The most frightening thing was that while this god of war possessed peerless combat power, he appeared remarkably calm. Those indifferent eyes had clearly seen countless secret realms. Even if he put his life on the line to fight this man, Wei Wenxian Dao believed the odds were merely 50-50. The Iron Patriarch suddenly gave a faint, mocking smile. "Before meeting you, I was only a little curious. Now, it seems you are truly an opponent, worth looking forward to." Shan Shawu looked at him calmly, waiting for the next sentence, only to see the man slump back against his chair and sigh. "It's just a pity I neither have the time to tangle with you, nor the certainty to defeat you." Hearing this, a thought occurred to Su Xiaohe. She whispered, "From what I know, Wei Wen has always been proud and detached from worldly affairs. I don't understand why you would involve yourself in this matter. Is there some other hidden agenda?" As soon as she finished, Wei Wenxian Dao narrowed his eyes. "There are many things in this world that are hard to understand. Isn't the situation with the Iron Horse Escort Agency the same? Senior also believes the 5 Dragon Alliance's methods are absurd, yet you still interfere, making things difficult for my brother. If I am not mistaken, it is because of your grandson, isn't it? Hearing this, Wei Wen Xiandao's aged eyes fixed upon the young lady. Su Xiaohe, showing no fear, continued. As far as I know, Senior's grandson suffers from a terminal illness called the 8 Extremes Soul Extinguishing Pulse. For those with this condition, the body's meridians cannot circulate blood and qi. In this world, only, blood jade can treat this disease. I suppose the Five Dragon Alliance leader promised to give you blood jade once the mission is accomplished. Did I guess correctly? Wei Wen Xiandao gave a bitter laugh, his tone full of respect. Miss Su is indeed learned enough to command respect. Immediately after, his gaze flashed with sharpness, and his tone turned cold. So what is it you want to say? I understand your pain, Senior, but it is clear the Five Dragon Alliance is pulling the strings. Our Great Heaven Merchant Group will do our absolute best to find the blood jade. I hope Senior will show some leniency. Wei Wen Xiandao shook his head. Compared to the blood jade before me, your plan has too many variables, and this old man does not have the time to wait for you to find it. Although I am very dissatisfied with the Five Dragon Alliance's behavior, for the sake of my beloved grandson, this old man has no other choice. Just then, Shan Shawu suddenly spoke up. Is there no way to satisfy both sides? Wei Wen Xiandao glanced at him, implying there probably wasn't. If I am captured by you and handed over to the Iron Martial Alliance, how will they handle me? You will be detained in the Iron Martial Alliance's underground dungeon, which is currently guarded by the Five Dragon Alliance, awaiting a public trial at the Heroic Assembly in 1 month. Shan Shawu smiled upon hearing this. That's fine then, Senior. Go ahead. Su Zhao. He and Hong Wubai were both horrified. Both desperately urged Shan Shawu to reconsider. The latter stood up, his voice calm. Regardless, killing is killing. Facing their trial is only natural. Even though I don't believe the Five Dragon Alliance will treat me fairly, I trust that Wei Wen will not aid the wicked, so I ask you both to trust me. Hearing this, Wei Wen Xiandao laughed out loud. This lad has guts. Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease. It seems you are very confident that you can come out unharmed, but this old man must warn you. The technique I use to suppress you is called the Asura Heaven Forbidden Finger, which uses 2 opposing forces to seal your acupoints. I can generally guess your intentions, but I advise you not to try and force a breakthrough on your own. Otherwise, the backlash of qi and blood will leave you crippled. If the Heroic Assembly finds you innocent, I will come to release your acupoints myself and offer an apology. Shan Shawu smiled. Don't worry about it. I have only one request. During the month I am detained in the underground dungeon, I hope, Senior, that you can stay with our Datian trading group. Yang Ni of the Nangong clan is still around, and the scoundrels of the Wulong Alliance are also stirring. Please, Senior, temporarily protect the safety of this place. Wu Wen Xiandao agreed without hesitation, and immediately, his glowing red fingers suddenly struck towards Shan Shawu. The technique used was his signature move, the Asura Forbidden Heaven Finger. The underground prison of the Tai Wu Alliance is called the Thunder Prison, located 100 fathoms deep beneath the earth. Originally, the Thunder Prison was built to detain martial arts masters during the Yuan dynasty, but since the founding of the Ta Wu Alliance, the number of masters imprisoned here could be counted on one hand. Ever since the Yuan dynasty was defeated and retreated to the north, the Thunder Prison could be said to exist in name only. Until today, when finally, someone worthy of being held here arrived. The scoundrel Huangfu Junyue curled his lips into a sneer. War God, when I first met you, you were truly imposing. The rumors outside all say you have a pair of glowing blue eyes. Now that Taiba has suppressed your vital points, your eyes are no different from an ordinary person's. As he said this Quan Sheng laughed coldly and sinisterly. Have you ever thought there would come a day when you and I would meet like this? Shan Shawu listened, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That depends on how I end up living here for the next half-month. Seeing Huangfu Junyue babbling incessantly with such sarcasm, Shan Shawu smiled, his tone filled with disdain. Old man, is this your grand scheme? Huangfu Junyue laughed coldly. Keeping you locked up here was suggested by Alliance leader Ta. You have committed such ruthless acts against the Nangong clan, and as the leader of the Wulong Alliance, I naturally cannot sit idly by. At this, he leaned down, his voice cold. But the current situation is absolutely not what I wanted. I want to crush your skull right now. You should thank Alliance leader T. It was his suggestion that allowed me to let you live for 1 more month. This Thunder Prison is constructed entirely of granite from top to bottom, and this place lies deep beneath the bottom of the lake. Even if you could break the solid walls of this prison, the lake water would flood in, and you would have no chance of survival, so I advise you best not to seek your own death." Having said that, Huang Fujunue turned and left. The Heroes' Assembly will be held in a month's time. During this period, I will visit often. This leader of the Wulong Alliance sneered, "I still have one more thing to remind you of." With that, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked a burst of energy into the air, closing the prison gate. There is only one person guarding this place, and his temper isn't very good. If it were the you from before, you might not need to pay him any mind, but now that your vital points are suppressed, it's best you get along with him. Having said this, Huang Fujunue said nothing more and turned to leave. Shan Shawu quietly repeated Huang Fujunue's words. The war god showed no sign of worry, muttering, "1 month is enough." At the same time, at the Datian trading group, upon hearing the news that the war god was imprisoned in the Thunder Prison, everyone furrowed their brows. The Han Wuba criticized Shan Shawu's actions as being too reckless, while Gu Yu felt guilty in his heart. If it weren't for wanting to seek justice for him, Shan Shawu would not be in this predicament now. Han Su saw this and advised Moguyu not to blame himself too much. Given the Wulong Alliance's way of doing things, the eldest brother would have faced off against them sooner or later anyway. Han Kid is right. Instead of feeling guilty, we should think of a plan. Han Su said the Heroes' Assembly was just a formality. The Wulong Alliance would surely pin crimes on him to strike viciously at the eldest brother. Mentioning this, the old beggar angrily complained, truly not knowing what the war god was thinking. If he had a plan, he should have said something beforehand. At this point, he looked at Su Xiaowei and asked in a low voice, "Little girl Su, do you know why the war god so obediently admitted defeat?" Seeing the other party remain silent, the old beggar wisely kept his mouth shut. It seemed Su Xiaowei didn't know the reason either. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Su Xiaowei spoke slowly. Perhaps all of this is part of Brother's plan. From the moment he set foot into the Taiwu Alliance, he had already accounted for this step. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. I am not worried about Brother's safety. It's just that I've heard the Asura Forbidden Heaven Finger is a highly sophisticated vital point striking technique. If it is not undone by the person who cast it, an ordinary person relying on their own strength fundamentally cannot break it. As she said this, Su Xiaowei sighed. We can only hope that this too is within Brother's plan. Everyone listened and remained silent for a long while. Han Wuba doubted Su Xiaowei's speculation. Even if all of this was truly the war god's plan, he could never have anticipated that the one suppressing him would be Tiba. But now, they could only trust the war god. There was no other way. Han Su scratched his head and voiced his confusion. I heard Huang Fujunue is organizing the Heroes' Assembly to disband the Tiwu Alliance. So why didn't he wait until the Taiwu Alliance was disbanded before dealing with the eldest brother? Also, there's the Juzhong Mansion and the Shizi Gate. They have no grudges with the eldest brother, so why are they treating him like this? Once these words were spoken, it was like a bolt of lightning hitting Su Xiaowei. She had never understood why the Shizi Gate would break their word, but she had overlooked one extremely important thing. There was only 1 month left until the Tiwu Alliance disbanded. By then, the 3 major powers would certainly be busy fighting for their own interests. Now, the war god eliminating the Nangong clan has enraged the 5 great clans. Huang Fujunue is the head of the Wulong Alliance. If he could deal with Shan Shawu at this moment, the Wulong Alliance would certainly be even more secure. And Zhe Haoshen's suggestion to imprison the war god at this time was equivalent to cooling down the situation, causing Quan Sheng's desire to use this opportunity to consolidate his position within the Wulong Alliance to vanish into thin air. Understanding the pros and cons, the clever girl whispered, Elder Hong, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. Su Xiaowei whispered into the old beggar's ear, giving him instructions. Hong Wuba heard this, his face full of shock, as if he could not believe it. Little girl, Su, are you serious? Su Xiaowei nodded with a solemn expression. I leave this to you, and it must be kept secret. Immediately after, she quickly left, calling out to Binu Jinlian, I will write a letter. Deliver it to Uncle Zhang immediately. Then, I want to meet with Ti-Ba for a moment. Go and invite the old gentleman to the reception hall. Hearing the precise instructions from the other side, Han Tu and Kim Lian felt their heads spin instantly. Half an hour later, the Lion Gate welcomed a distinguished guest. None other than the Iron Overlord Vu Van Hien Dao, who had come to collect his payment. The noble leader generously offered the blood jade as promised. Wu Wenxiandao carefully examined everything, then let out a sigh of relief. He then stated that he would only stay at the Iron Feather Alliance for 1 month, and wanted to ask Xie Haoshen to ensure the blood jade reached his grandson. The latter happily agreed, and invited him to sit and talk for a while. During their conversation, Shi Haoshen suggested that Wu Wenxiandao stay at the Lion Gate. The latter politely declined, using the excuse that he had already agreed to a request from the war god. Next, the two discussed the Heroes' Assembly, which was to be held in a month's time. Wu Wenxiandao glanced at Shi Haoshen and asked in a low voice, "I heard this was proposed by Alliance Leader Huang Fu. I wonder what you think about it, Alliance Leader Shi? Ever since he proposed the Heroes' Assembly, it doesn't matter what I think anymore." Wu Wenxiandao stared at him, emphasizing every word. "Then let me ask you another question. Are you angry at the war god?" Shi Haoshen narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "He and I have never met. So why would I be angry? Tone Thang and the Sword Saint have been arguing incessantly about this." Huang Fu Junyue said, "The war god slaughtered the Nangong family. We must execute him immediately." Yun Yezi argued that the matter wasn't clear yet and insisted it must be investigated thoroughly before a decision is made. Seeing them arguing endlessly, I proposed a compromise. Find an expert from outside the Iron Feather Alliance to subdue the war god, and wait until the Heroes' Assembly to pass judgment. Wu Wenxiandao laughed coldly. "I see. So you used me. You previously said you wouldn't get involved in this, so why did you break your word? It seems that young lady from the Great Heaven Trading Group must have said something to you. I don't know why. She considers those words a promise. A promise is a matter between the people of the Central Plains, but words spoken to a northern barbarian cannot be considered a promise." Saying this, the Blade Overlord smiled dismissively. "The war god and that girl are both northerners. I cannot sit idly by and watch them wreak havoc in the Central Plains." A moment later, Wu Wenxiandao took his leave with mixed feelings. It was only then that he believed Su Xiaohe had not deceived him, and that he had been played like a puppet by Tuan Thang and the Blade Overlord all along. Although respected by the world as the Iron Overlord, he had become nothing more than a laughingstock. Wu Wenxiandao gritted his teeth. Even with the blood jade in his possession, he felt no joy, looking back silently at the Lion Gate behind him. Earlier, he had noticed a golden dragon carved on the pillar in the main hall. Could that Blade Overlord actually harbor ambitions of becoming emperor? A moment later, Wu Wenxiandao muttered, "Xia Haoshen, don't think that everything will go according to your plans. We shall see what happens in the future." At this, the Iron Overlord's gaze turned even colder. Such humiliation. "One day, I will definitely make you pay." As for Han Xiangya, she was meditating in a quiet place, but her heart was in turmoil. That figure kept appearing in her mind, stirring her soul again and again. More than once, she wanted to know who that person really was and why he gave her such a sense of familiarity. That feeling was exactly like the old man who often appeared in her dreams. She could not suppress her wandering thoughts. She decided to give up on meditating and went for a stroll while trying to remember, but the more she thought, the more her head pounded like a splitting hammer. Every time she saw Shan Shawu, she remembered that old man, but whenever she tried to recall the old man, she suffered from a splitting headache. Han Xiangya gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the intense pain. Just then, she heard people whispering nearby. "Have you heard? The war god is being held in the Thunder Prison of the Five Dragon Alliance." "Really? That's impossible." "It's 100% true. I heard he was subdued by a man named Wu Wenxiandao. I can't believe that besides the two saints, there is someone capable of subduing the war god." Hearing the people gossiping, Han Xiangya narrowed her eyes. Just then, a cold voice rang out. It was the Iron Overlord, who held equal status to the Alliance leader. The Sword Saint's young master had arrived. Everyone bowed in a hurry, while Xie Muling had a solemn expression and spoke coldly. This matter was decided by the Alliance leader and the two saints. From now on, it is not to be discussed again. Just as he finished speaking, another cold voice chimed in. Han Xiangya stepped forward, her face expressionless. "May I ask why the Alliance leader made such a decision?" Xie Muling led Han Xiangya to a pavilion, his tone indifferent. "The deputy leader of the royal music troupe is so worried about the war god. This is quite unexpected." Saying this, his eyes flashed. "Why is deputy leader Han so concerned about him?" Han Xiangya said nothing, calmly looking at him, waiting for an answer. Finally, Xie Muling gave in, turned around, and sighed. "Not long ago, the two saints and my father met in secret and reached a consensus. To be honest, I don't know why my father did this. I don't understand why he suddenly changed his stance. But now that it's done, it doesn't matter whether we understand it or not." The young master's face was grim. He knew that this move was equivalent to the Lion Gate betraying the war god. Watching Wu Wenxiandao slowly walking away in the distance, Xie Muling felt even more anxious. He knew that his father's actions might have pushed the Iron Overlord to the opposing side. Feeling someone watching him, Wu Wenxiandao turned back and saw Xie Muling on the balcony. A suspicion arose in his mind. Xie Haoshen treated the war god like this, could it be for the sake of his son? He then noticed Han Xiangya beside Xie Muling. He had heard of the ice flower for a long time. Many even considered her a future female sword immortal. Observing her carefully for a moment, Wu Wenxiandao smiled. He could sense that this ice flower was about to break through her bottleneck. A moment later, the Iron Overlord withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Before coming here, he had heard that the Iron Feather Alliance was full of talent, but currently, he felt only the ice flower lived up to his expectations. As it turned out, just as Wu Wenxiandao was leaving the Lion Gate and returning to the Great Heaven Trading Group, he saw a crowd of people gathered outside the main gate upon his arrival. They were shouting and cursing, demanding that the Great Heaven Trading Group leave the Central Plains, and many agitated people were screaming, wanting to charge in to avenge the Nangang family. Wu Wenxiandao glanced at them and understood immediately that this was clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The Iron Overlord couldn't help but admire Shan Shawu even more. Things had indeed played out exactly as she had predicted. Wu Wenxiandao slowly raised his left hand, channeling his internal energy into his palm, and struck out with a single blow. A tyrannical blast of power surged forward, instantly knocking the crowd over in a flash. By the time those martial artists fell to the ground, they discovered a deep trench had appeared on the ground in front of them. With his hands behind his back, Wu Wenxiandao walked toward the main gate. He spoke slowly. "The war god volunteered to enter the prison because he trusts me, but that doesn't mean you can insult him as you please. This goes for the Great Heaven Trading Group as well. Making such a racket here means you have no respect for this old man." In recent years, Wen Xiandao rarely appeared in the martial arts world, so when people didn't recognize him, they started hurling insults. Seeing this, Taiba's aura shifted instantly, and a fierce, sharp killing intent erupted. "No matter which sect you are disciples of, if you dare to cross this boundary, don't blame me for being ruthless. I, Wen Xiandao, always keep my word." Upon hearing the name Wen Xiandao, everyone froze in place. They never expected the person before them to be one of the three great masters, but Wen Xiandao paid them no more mind. He turned and stepped up the stairs, until finally, someone gathered the courage to loudly challenge him. "Taiba, are you shielding these northern barbarians? Are you betraying the Central Plains?" Hearing this, the man's figure paused slightly. Wen Xiandao glanced at him sideways and sneered, "Barbarians? I don't see any, but I have certainly seen plenty of hypocritical righteous sect followers." With that, he ignored the suspicious gazes of the crowd and walked straight into the Great Heaven Trading Group. Before he had gone far, his eyes flickered as he saw Su Xiaohe leading Jin Lian, quickly coming to greet him. The young girl got straight to the point, asking if he was acquainted with the three leaders of the Tai Wu League. He replied that he had indeed known the three of them for a long time, but whether they could be considered close, he couldn't quite say. "May I ask, Master Wenwen, how much do you know about Alliance Master Huang Fu?" At this, Wenwen Xiandao's brows knitted slightly. In the martial arts world, knowing Huang Fu Junyue is nearly impossible. He seemed to carry too many secrets. No one could truly see through him. "Although I have known him for many years, I don't understand him well." Saying this, he stared intently at Su Xiaohe. "Don't beat around the bush. What exactly do you want to know?" Su Xiaohe pursed her lips, seemingly weighing her words. After a moment, she finally resolved to ask, "I want to know about Alliance Master Huang Fu when he was younger." Regarding the Five Dragon League, in a secret underground chamber, Huang Fu Junyue gently swirled the teacup in his hand and slowly said, "The storm within the Tiwu League started with the war god, but after the hero assembly ends, he won't be able to stir up any more trouble. By then, I will finish him off with my own hands, and as time passes, no one will remember him anymore." At this, he looked at the man before him with a solemn tone. "From today on, your Murong clan will replace the Nangong clan, becoming a member of the Five Dragon League to witness the dawn of a new era together." Murong Juncheng was not moved by Huang Fu Junyue's sweet words. "Alliance Master Huang Fu, you promised me invincible strength." Murong Juncheng narrowed his blood-red eyes. This eldest son of the Murong clan emphasized every word. "You gave me your word." Huang Fu Junyue stood with his arms crossed, calm as ever. "You were able to escape from the war god's hands unscathed. That speaks volumes. At the very least, it proves his martial arts are not invincible in this world. You promised me invincible power. Don't try to evade my question." Faced with Murong Juncheng's roar, Huang Fu Junyue remained completely unfazed. "The power you gained from the tantric monks is already supreme. If we add just one more person with power like yours, what would be difficult about killing the war god at the hero assembly? Now, you need to focus on recovering your body. When the time comes, you will naturally have the chance to take your revenge." Murong Juncheng fell silent for a moment before quietly asking, "Do you really intend to let him live until the hero assembly? For the sake of a grand finale, I will naturally let him live, but before the hero assembly, he will suffer every possible torture. Come, I will take you to a place." At the same time, in the lightning prison of the Tiwu League, several uninvited guests appeared before Tian Shawu. The leader was a young man in purple robes. He let out a cold hum and said coldly, "I hear you're quite famous out there, but in this prison, fame is useless. I am the one who decides whether you live or die. If you're so fond of deciding who lives and dies, you should go to hell and discuss with the king of hell whether you can take his place for a few days." No sooner had he finished speaking, his two subordinates revealed a sinister expression. "Big brother, let me hack off this brat's limbs first to see if he can still talk big. Since the outcome is already decided, why not cut off his tongue and see if he can still speak so eloquently?" Sa Tianwei took out a long needle, holding it between his fingers. "I want to do the same, but the master won't allow it. However, using a few small tricks is fine. Rest assured, I'll make sure you look intact on the outside. Let's start with your face." Rumor had it, the war god had a handsome appearance. As he said this, he reached out to pinch Tian Shawu's cheek. The truth proved that it was best not to believe rumors. With that, Sa Tianwei slapped Tian Shawu. Then, his eyes drifted to Tian Shawu's fair, delicate hands. Comparing them, the prison guard sneered incessantly. "They're smoother than a woman's." "Then, let's start with your hands." As soon as he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the long needle instantly pierced the back of Tian Shawu's hand. He furrowed his brows slightly, looking at his left hand. The once smooth, fair skin suddenly swelled up, and immediately, a surge of force traveled along his meridians up his arm. The entire arm swelled to the point of tearing through his clothes. A stabbing pain shot from his left arm, but Tian Shawu gritted his teeth, not making a single sound. Sa Tianwei smiled. As expected of the war god, even with his internal energy suppressed, he could still endure this kind of pain. The guard's lips twitched with excitement. But this is just the beginning. He waved his hands, and several long needles shot toward Tian Shawu like lightning. Sa Tianwei's words were filled with cruelty. "I will seal your meridians one by one, making you wish you were dead. In less than a month, you will be completely submissive to me." Meanwhile, in the secret underground chamber of the Five Dragon League, Huangfu Junyue led Murong Juncheng deeper inside. Murong Juncheng learned that there were 5 immortal puppets being refined here, and with him, that made 6 enough to oppose the entire Tiwu League. The eldest son of the Murong clan narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid these immortal puppets will betray you?" Huangfu Junyue's sharp eyes flashed. "Are you planning on doing so?" Murong Juncheng smirked, replying bluntly that even he didn't know what the future would hold. Huang Fuquan Nach calmly remarked, "Actually, I have nothing to worry about. Perhaps you still don't realize that it is impossible for these immortal constructs to betray me. During the refinement process, I used a secret technique to extract their souls and hold them in a place under my control, so they will absolutely obey every command of mine. But as you can see, including yourself, I have never forced any of you to do anything. As long as you don't ruin my plans, that is all that matters." Just then, a tantric monk approached. Huangfu Kuanyach asked why the sect master was nowhere to be seen. The monk replied, "The sect master has completed all his work and is currently dedicating all his effort to refining materials for the final immortal construct. We are doing our absolute best to complete the final stage. Please rest assured, sect leader, your plan will not have the slightest flaw." Hearing this, Huangpu Kuanyach nodded slightly. His injuries had not fully healed. He wondered what kind of material was so important to him. At that moment, the old monk known as the sect master stood by the door. He looked at Han Huangya, who was rubbing her forehead upstairs. His turbid eyes filled with desire. "If it weren't for that god of war interfering, you would have already become the most beautiful woman in the world," the old monk muttered, his eyes burning with fanaticism. "Now, he is finally no longer by your side. This is truly a blessing from the heavens." Having said that, this deviant monk laughed crazily. "Surrender your body and soul to me, and I will refine you into the most perfect immortal construct." Time flew by, and only 15 days remained until the hero's assembly. Shan Shawu had been in the Thunder Prison for half a month. A cruel smile appeared on Sa Tianwei's lips. "I want to see how much longer you can endure." As soon as he finished speaking, the master of the Thunder Prison flicked his fingers, and several golden needles shot out, embedding themselves into Shan Shawu's right arm. The slender arm instantly swelled up as if it had been pumped with air. A subordinate saw this and laughed loudly. Watching others being tortured was their only entertainment here. Shan Shawu's internal energy backfired, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. For the past half-month, he had not uttered a single word, his gaze cold. "Your name is Sathian Ui, right? I have remembered you well." The man remained unruffled, instead taking out a long needle and holding it between his fingers. Sathian Ui raised his hand, and the golden needle shot out, as thin as a strand of hair, piercing straight into Shan Shawu's forehead. A surge of force instantly flooded his governing vessel. Finally, Shan Shawu could no longer bear the excruciating pain. His entire body went limp, and he lost consciousness. A subordinate stepped forward to catch him, saying coldly, "Boss, he's passed out. What should we do now? This is the first time he's made a sound in half a month, which means his mental defenses are about to collapse. Wake him up. Today, we will completely destroy his mental defenses." Just then, a series of rapid footsteps approached from afar. Another subordinate blocked the path and respectfully reported, "Boss, the sect leader is here, likely to check on this brat." "Boss, how about we stop for today? If the sect leader sees him hurt like this, he might punish us." Although Sathian Ui was reluctant, he dared not disobey Hoang Fuquan Nat's orders, and immediately ordered his subordinates to return Shan Shawu to his cell. A moment later, Hoang Fuquan Nyak stepped in leisurely, slowly saying, "These people, I told them to go easy on you." Seeing the other man still keeping his eyes shut tight, the Supreme Victor sneered, "I know you can hear me. Stop pretending." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shan Shawu opened his eyes. He looked at Hoang Fuquan Nach and said in a calm voice, "Did you come to see how I was being tortured?" Looking at the other man's calm, pool-like eyes, Hoang Fuquan Nach felt a slight shock in his heart. The man's willpower was much stronger than he had anticipated. Silent for a moment, the Supreme Victor sneered, "I came because I almost forgot one thing." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, his two fingers curled like a sword, and wisps of internal energy were channeled to his fingertips. Although Vuvan Hien Dao's Asura Heaven-Forbidden Finger is a peerless martial art in the world, to be safe, I must take precautions. As he spoke, Hoang Fuquan Nach glided closer and tapped a finger on Shan Shawu's glabella. Turbulent force instantly flooded into his 8 extraordinary meridians, sealing all his acupuncture points. Hoang Fuquan Nach smirked. "Although I don't know why you are so willingly allowing yourself to be restrained, this way, no matter what schemes you have, you can only wait until the day of the hero's assembly to be slaughtered." After speaking, the Supreme Victor flipped his hand and struck Shan Shawu's face. The latter felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, let out a grunt, and fell backward. The powerful palm force did not diminish, causing the entire iron cage to shake violently. The force radiated in all directions, and even the surrounding iron cages swayed as if they were about to collapse. As he left, Hoang Fuquan Nach ordered Sathian Ui, "For the next half-month, let him rest. Do not give him any food, and do not let anyone near him. Sect leader, I'm just a little bit away from destroying his will. Give me some more time. He has 2 layers of restrictions on him, from Vuvan Hien Dao and myself. He basically cannot mobilize any internal energy at all. If he dies here from your torture, we will be in big trouble." There was a hint of anxiety in Sathian Ui's words. "The subordinate knows his limits. If we just leave him like this, I will truly have no face left." As soon as he finished speaking, Hoang Fuquan Nat's figure suddenly froze. Sathian Ui immediately realized he had spoken out of turn. Sure enough, the Supreme Victor turned back, his gaze cold as he looked at him. "Do you want to ruin my plan for the sake of your own pride?" The next second, the aura around Hoang Fuquan Nyak shifted abruptly. "Sathian Ui, it seems I have let you live too comfortably in this thunder prison." The terrifying pressure made Sathian Ui tremble all over. The master of the thunder prison immediately knelt to the ground. "Please forgive me, sect leader. This humble one will not do it again." Hoang Fuquan Nyak smiled and commanded, "From now on, you are not allowed to go near the god of war. If you violate this, do not blame me for being ruthless." Sathian Ui kowtowed repeatedly, answering yes, though no one noticed the resentment and reluctance hidden in his eyes. In the iron cage, Shan Shawu gradually regained consciousness. He carefully sensed his own state and discovered that his internal injuries were severe. His acupuncture points had been completely sealed by Hoang Fuquan Nyach. The long-term stagnation of his blood and energy would cause his organs to fail. Even if he could hold on until the hero's assembly, it would be difficult to survive. Having overheard the conversation between Huangpu Junyue and Sha Tianyu, it seems that cautious old fox has finally let his guard down today. Thinking of this, he no longer hid his intentions, immediately channeling his Heaven-Shattering Divine Art to start breaking the seals within his body. Breaking the flow of qi is the supreme technique of the heaven-breaking divine art. Sealing meridians against him? That's like teaching a fish how to swim. It didn't take long for Shan Shawu to unblock half of his meridians in the darkness. He curled his lips into a smirk and muttered, "I've been waiting for this exact half-month. Huangpu Junyue, you'll regret not killing me on the spot today." With that, Shan Shawu focused on breaking the seals on his body. The process was excruciating, but he'd found a silver lining. During the last 2 weeks, Sa Tianwei had tortured him, using methods identical to the training regime of the heaven-breaking divine art. Not only had his seldom used muscles and meridians been tempered, but as his internal energy flooded his dantian, he realized his sea of qi had expanded significantly. Shan Shawu calmed his mind and focused all his attention on his hearing. He had intentionally fallen into this trap, to use the opportunity to find where Mo Guyu was being held. After listening intently for a while, he first detected a master. The man had profound internal strength and was imprisoned 20 levels below him. Shan Shawu suppressed his curiosity and continued to probe deeper into the prison. A moment later, he finally heard a conversation that sounded like a faint buzzing. "We must trust Guyu. He will definitely come to save us." Shan Shawu let out a relieved smile. It seemed his guess was correct. On Dongting Lake, a young man stood at the bow of a boat, his gaze deep and inscrutable as he lost himself in thought. Just then, an old voice sounded from behind him. "You look troubled, doesn't suit you. Is something weighing on your mind?" The young man didn't turn around, replying casually, "It's not worry, but bewilderment. I can't fathom why he's holding this hero gathering. No one in this world can guess what's in Huangpu Junyue's head. In any case, he's determined to disband the Iron Feather Alliance. I don't see what he gains from that. We'll know in half a month." The large boat cut through the waves, and before long, they reached the Iron Feather Alliance dock. The two gathered their thoughts and stepped ashore. Seeing the bustling crowd, the hunched old man chuckled. "Quite lively, isn't it?" The young man said nothing, simply escorting the elder into the city. Along the way, they heard everyone discussing the hero gathering. Clearly, the entire Iron Feather Alliance was waiting for that day. The old man gave a helpless, wry smile and looked at the young man behind him. "I don't know how they've been living here. It's been a while. I've missed them." The young man maintained his calm tone. "Hopefully, they haven't run into any trouble." Not long after, they reached the inner city of the Iron Feather Alliance, only to find the gates blocked. The man in charge of the docks, Zhe Zhonghe, had a voice like a booming bell. "I'll say it again. From now until the hero gathering ends, only martial artists from recognized sects are allowed in. Everyone else stays out." The two took in the scene in silence. It seemed this hero gathering really had everyone's attention. Naturally, when they approached, they were stopped for inspection. Ge Zhonghe demanded to know who they were and their destination. The hunched elder raised an eyebrow and introduced himself as Xuan Wutian. The young man narrowed his eyes and stated simply that his name was Xu Wenyu. They were heading to the 9-layer mansion inside the city. Ge Zhonghe mumbled their names, looking slightly stunned. He felt like the names were familiar. Seeing him struggling to remember, the elder kindly reminded him, "Perhaps the title Sword Immortal is more recognizable." As soon as those words fell, it was like a thunderclap to Ge Zhonghe. He immediately realized who they were. The man named Xu Wenyu was known as the Zhongnan Azure Dragon, the direct disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect leader. Legend had it that he entered the sect at 5 years old, a sword genius whose reputation surpassed even the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. And the elder was the martial uncle of the sect leader, hailed throughout the martial arts world as the Sword Immortal. Realizing their status, Zhe Zhonghe quickly bowed in greeting, fawning as he offered to notify the Zhongnan sword sect to come fetch them. Xuan Wutian and Xu Wenyu replied that it wasn't necessary, offered a polite "sorry to bother you," and headed in on their own. Watching their retreating figures, a subordinate asked in confusion, "Elder, shouldn't we verify their identities?" Zhe Zhonghe sighed slowly. No one in the martial arts world would dare impersonate them, especially that Sword Immortal. Rumor had it, his strength might even surpass the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Although Zhe Zhonghe hadn't spoken loudly, his words clearly reached Xuan Wutian, who was already some distance away. "Wenyu, you should really travel the Jianghu more often. Your reputation doesn't even match this old man's." "Grand uncle, you joke. This junior still has a long way to go." As they spoke and laughed, heading toward the Zhongnan sword sect, Xuan Wutian's gaze suddenly tightened. He looked at a figure in red in the distance, his tone appreciative. "I heard the Iron Feather Alliance was full of talent, but I didn't expect to meet one so soon." Sensing eyes on her, Han Xiangya turned her head, and their gazes met briefly before drifting apart. Xuan Wutian clicked his tongue in praise. Wen Yu, this girl's talent is no less than yours. Plus, she possesses a pure sword heart. She has a boundless future. Hearing his granduncle praise someone else like that, Xu Wenyu remained as calm as ever. He had met Han Xiangya once before and identified her for Xuan Wutian, confirming she was one of the three flowers. The sword immortal sighed softly. It seemed that before long, a new female sword immortal would emerge in the Jianghu. Just as he finished sighing, he suddenly felt a chilling aura. Xuan Wutian widened his eyes in disbelief and looked behind him, only to be shocked to find nothing there. This renowned sword immortal was so tense that his throat visibly bobbed. The sinister aura from just now reminded him of someone, but he was certain that the demonic monk had died long ago. Xuan Wutian closed his eyes, carefully sensing it again. He was confident that no one in the Jianghu could evade his senses. After a moment, the sword immortal still felt nothing. Did I imagine it? With that thought, he finally brushed aside his doubts and continued with Xu Wenyu toward the Zhongnan sword sect. In the main hall of the Zhongnan sword sect within the Iron Feather Alliance, Xuan Wutian sat in the seat of honor, examining a document in his hand with meticulous care. Elder Shi Wanhai stood by respectfully, while his disciple, Chen Zhouzhan, knelt on the ground. The sword immortal stared at them for nearly half an hour before slowly speaking. I recognize every single word. Yet, when put together, I don't understand a thing. Wenhai, can I truly trust you? Shi Wenhai quickly cupped his hands and bowed, his expression solemn. This junior would never dare to deceive the Grand Marshal uncle. Ever since I arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance, I have been devoted and diligent. At this moment, Chen Zhouzhan looked at his master and complained in a low voice. Master, I can't take much more of this. How much longer? Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea who is sitting up there? That is the highest-ranking ancestor of our Zhongnan sword sect. Hearing the two whispering, Xuan Wutian calmly said, he hasn't seen me on Mount Zhongnan, so it's only natural he doesn't recognize me. Don't blame him. With that, the sword immortal looked toward Shi Wenhai, changing his tone. You have done a good job with your work, but why don't I see any disciples from the sect? Shi Wenhai respectfully replied. The heroic gathering is about to begin. There is so much to handle, so all the disciples from the sect have been dispatched by the 9th Heavy Mansion. Xu Wenwei, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked, was Han Su also dispatched to the 9th Heavy Mansion? Are you referring to 11th's disciple? Yes, he is the only successor to Uncle Master Shi. Mentioning Han Su's master, the sword immortal sighed. 11th, that kid was truly a pity. Very few disciples in the Zhongnan sword sect have a sword heart as pure as his. If he were still alive, perhaps he really could have restored the ancestors' 36 heavenly stance swords. Han Su is his apprentice. He must have some extraordinary qualities. I want to meet the boy. Where is he now? Hearing this, Shi Wenhai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If the Grand Marshal uncle found out he had been making things difficult for Han Su, he would surely be punished. Chen Zhouzhan, failing to realize the gravity of the situation, blurted out, Han Su is currently at the Great Heaven Trade Union. Xu Wenwei frowned upon hearing this, saying coldly, why is a disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect at the Great Heaven Trade Union? Shi Wenhai secretly cursed his stupid disciple but had to play along. That kid insisted on staying there. Now that the god of war has become a thorn in everyone's side and is being held in the Thunder Prison, he refuses to distance himself from that person. By staying at the Great Heaven Trade Union, his arrogant and foolish behavior has tarnished the reputation of our sect to some extent. Hearing this, Xu Wenwei narrowed his eyes. You say junior brother Han Su is arrogant and foolish? The sharp gaze made Shi Wenhai tremble slightly. Before he could speak further, this Zhongnan Azure Dragon glided closer, his piercing eyes locked onto Shi Wenhai, his voice icy. Junior brother Han followed Uncle Master Shi since he was a child. His nature is pure and kind. And now you tell me he's arrogant and foolish, dragging the sect down? What have you done to him? As he spoke, Xu Wenwei's aura suddenly shifted, and sharp sword energy erupted. Facing such pressure, Shi Wenhai clenched his fists, struggling hard to keep from collapsing on the spot. The elder looked panicked, his voice trembling. What are you talking about? What could I have possibly done to him? At this moment, Xuan Wutian, who had been coldly observing, spoke calmly. Wenwei, what are you doing? Why are you questioning an elder of our Zhongnan sword sect? Having said this, the sword immortal added with hidden meaning, I trust that Shi Wenhai would not deceive me. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xu Wenwei's mouth curled up slightly. Grand Marshal uncle is right. Since an elder has brought up the boy's issues, he surely wouldn't wrong him. Please allow me to go meet junior brother Han myself. You can handle the rest, Grand Marshal Uncle. Hearing their exchange, Shi Wenhai stood frozen in place. He never expected Xu Wenwei to harp on this issue, and Chen Zhouzhan was also drenched in a cold sweat. If the other party discovered they had been making things difficult for Han Su and deceiving the Grand Marshal Uncle, that would be a grave offense, Xuan Wutian said with deep meaning. If Han Su really wishes to leave the Zhongnan sword sect, then let him go. Xu Wenwei said nothing, just nodded slightly. Immediately after, the Zhongnan Azure Dragon strode out of the Great Hall. As he passed Chen Zhouzhan, he said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Lead the way to Han Su." The latter looked to the panic-stricken Shi Wenhai for help. The Zhongnan sword sect elder had a dark look in his eyes and slowly nodded. Chen Zhouzhan immediately led Xu Wenwei outside. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Su Xiaohei stood by the window and whispered, "Has Uncle Zhang sent a letter back?" The Jade Lady Jin Lian replied, "Guild leader Zhang has replied, saying he will send the full results of the investigation very soon." Afterward, she reported on the recent situation of the Iron Martial Alliance, saying that many invited martial arts experts had arrived one after another, including the Zhongnan sword sect where Han Su belonged. Su Xiaohe looked toward the training grounds in the distance and thought for a moment. The strength of the Zhongnan sword sect could not be underestimated, and if they were to meet, she couldn't afford to be discourteous. Han Su has been training with Elder Shi's people for a few days now. He probably hasn't heard the news yet. Take an opportunity to let him know. Han Su was sparring with Nangong Hao. They were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Han Su twisted his body and leaped high, his sword pushing his opponent back several yards. Nangong Hao steadied himself and lunged again. "This kid is improving fast." Shi's group of people were shouting noisily on the sidelines. Some were praising Nangong Hao, while others were cheering for Han Su. But Han Su had no idea that a pair of eyes was watching him from afar. From the window of a distant inn, Xu Wenwei stood tall, looking toward the training grounds of the Great Heaven Trade Union. In his mind, Han Su had always been afraid of sparring with others, partly due to his timid personality, but mostly because of the environment in which he grew up. Ever since his master passed away, he had been drifting without a place to turn within the Zhongnan sword sect. This was why he had been chosen to be sent to the Iron Martial Alliance. The 36 heavenly stance swords are finally being wielded by your hands again. Your senior brother is truly happy for you. Chen Zhouzhan, standing beside him, looked astonished. He hadn't expected the kid Han Su to be this skilled in martial arts. Just then, Han Su let out a loud shout on the field, the long sword in his hand tracing a massive circle in front of him, sword energy gushing forth like an inverted waterfall toward the heavens. It was the heavenly river rushing technique from the 36 heavenly stance swords. Nangong Hao was instantly sent flying, and with a splash, he fell into a small pond. After struggling for a moment to resurface, he saw Han Su crouching on the bank, reaching his hand out as if to pull him up. Nangong Hao gave a devious smirk, and before Han Su could react, he grabbed his wrist and suddenly pulled him into the water. "You little brat, come down here with me." Han Tuk was caught off guard and dragged into the lake, choking on a few mouthfuls of water. Nang Kung Hao laughed heartily, looking quite smug, thinking, "We're friends. How could I let myself be the only one looking like a fool?" Hearing the word friends, Han Tuk was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Seeing this, Tu Van Ui sighed to himself. At the Zhongnan sword sect, he had never seen Han Tu look so happy. A moment later, this master turned around and said, "Let's go. We're heading back. You. Go notify the disciples at the 9th layer pavilion to return to the sect immediately." Tran Xiao Trian looked stunned, his voice trembling as he asked, "Brother, why the sudden order to call them all back?" Cold light flashed in Tu Vanui's eyes as he spoke coldly. "Obviously, to test their cultivation. I want to see what qualifications they have to bully junior brother Han." Time flew by, and there were only 11 days left until the hero gathering. Because of Huangfu Junyue's previous warning, during this period, the jailers did not continue to torture Shan Shawu. Just as two jailers were complaining about this order, a faint clink came from deep within the Thunder prison, sounding like a chain snapping. The two jailers froze, rushing over to investigate, but the scene before them terrified them. Shan Shawu stood with his hands behind his back, hovering in midair. His warrior eyes glowing, he had clearly recovered his cultivation. Shan Shawu raised his left hand and pointed 2 fingers. Before the jailers could even react, 2 bursts of energy shot out, piercing into their bodies. It was the body control technique he had used before. As mentioned earlier, this secret art can not only control an opponent's physical actions, but also use one's own will to dominate the enemy's consciousness. Having controlled the two, Shan Shawu slowly walked forward and asked coldly, "Where is Sathian Ui?" "The eldest brother is in his room. His room is at the end of this hallway." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Shan Shawu left immediately. After walking a bit further, his voice slowly drifted back. "You two stay here and rest easy. Just wait for the hero gathering to be held." Finishing his sentence, he flicked his finger. The two jailers, controlled by his energy, slowly moved toward the cliffside. Shan Shawu pushed open the room door and found that Sathian Ui was not inside. Although he wanted nothing more than to kill him instantly, the ultimate goal of this risky mission was to rescue Mak Ko Nugu's family. Thinking of this, Shan Shawu suppressed the fury in his heart and carefully studied the map of the Thunder Prison on the table. He had been imprisoned on the first floor, while the voices of Mak Ko Nu's family seemed to be coming from the fourth floor. Looking at the map, the structure of the Thunder Prison was like a labyrinth. If he went down floor by floor through the tunnels, he would most likely be discovered. Realizing this, Shan Shawu raised his left hand, his inner energy churning in his palm. Suddenly, he crouched down, hunched his back, and slammed a palm onto the hard floor. A powerful force, like a cascading waterfall, shot downward, piercing through 3 levels of the prison in an instant. The massive palm force filled the third-floor prison with dust. As the dust cleared, Shan Shawu landed on the ground, but no sooner had he steadied himself than a voice spoke up. "It's been a long time since anyone came here." Shan Shawu kept his composure and asked, "Who are you?" He was not unfamiliar with this person's aura. Facing Shan Shawu's question, the old man didn't answer directly but kindly warned, "If you want to keep using that method to go down, something terrible might happen. The lower prison cells are made of natural rock. One small mistake and this entire Thunder Prison will collapse." Shan Shawu didn't respond to the old man's warning, but instead shifted his gaze to the wall behind him. "Did you write all these with your own blood?" He noticed the other man's fingers were almost completely mangled. Clearly, he must have been carrying a bone-deep hatred to do such a thing. "I've forgotten how long it's been since I last saw another person, but I believe one day these words will be seen by others, just like you have today. Now, do you want to hear my story?" Shan Shawu looked at the blood-written words on the wall, his voice calm. "I am all ears." It turned out the old man's real name was Trin Han Tu, a craftsman for Tang sect hidden weapons. Because of his peerless skills, he was recruited into the workshop reserved for the Tang sect's main line. The sect master held him in high regard and bestowed upon him the name Tang Than Ki. He lived up to those expectations. Although his martial arts were low, and his use of hidden weapons was mediocre, many long-lost Tang sect techniques were recreated under his skilled hands. Before long, he became an indispensable figure in the Tang sect. It was during this time that he met a girl who loved butterflies and had a gentle disposition. The two met, fell in love, and decided to spend their lives together. Unsurprisingly, tragedy struck just then. His fiancée was found hanging from a tree. The Tang sect claimed it was suicide. He didn't believe the results and demanded that the sect master reinvestigate. Not only did the sect master ignore his request, but he also punished him severely. It wasn't until he saw the bloodthirsty look in that man's eyes that he finally realized the truth. As it turned out, all of this had been orchestrated by the sect master's disciple, Tang Van Koan. Tang Van Koan had long coveted his fiancée's beauty. After being humiliated by Tang Van Koan, the poor girl had hanged herself in despair. A few days later, the sect master used an excuse to expel him from the Tang sect. He had intended to return to his hometown and open a blacksmith shop to make a living, but he was ambushed on the road. Luckily, he fell off a cliff, hid in a bush, and survived. After waking up, he swore that he would not rest until he had avenged this grievance. Thus, he didn't return home, but hid deep in the mountains. Even though his martial arts were weak, he still possessed deep expertise. He knew every method for crafting Tang sect weapons. He wanted to forge a hidden weapon that could counter all of the Tang sect's martial arts. For decades, he trained in the depths of the mountains. The deep-seated hatred fueled his dedication and memories, eventually leading him to create a pair of peerless divine artifacts called the Life and Death Twin Butterflies. With this pair in hand, he was fully confident he could break the Tang sect's 10,000 flower rain technique. But he didn't know that the Tang sect had been tracking him for decades, just waiting for him to finish forging the artifacts before snatching them away. Facing the enemy, he could only choose to flee. Because his internal energy was too weak, he couldn't actually use the twin butterflies. But the Tang sect spies were no slouches. One of them casually threw a dagger that pierced his calf. Overwhelmed by pain, he couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. The twin butterflies in his chest also fell out, and the death butterfly dropped into the deep abyss, never to be seen again. To ensure the work of his lifetime wouldn't be destroyed, Trin Han Tu hurriedly picked up the remaining life butterfly and swallowed it. Afterward, he was subdued and locked away in the Thunder Prison, but he never gave up hope of revenge. If Duong Van Quan heard news of his capture, he would certainly come to visit him to learn how to forge divine artifacts. When that time came, he could rely on the remaining life moth to kill the whole lot of them. After being imprisoned in the Thunder Prison, he practiced his internal energy day and night, but years passed without anyone coming for him. It wasn't until one day, realizing he was dying, that he left those blood-written words on the wall. The story ended there, and Trin Han Tu's breathing gradually grew faint. Shan Shawu, having heard the other man's tale, could not help but sigh. He realized this man was on the brink of collapse, holding on only by his final breath. Shan Shawu sighed softly and asked in a low voice, "Old-timer, is the Duong clan also a force under the Five Dragon Alliance?" "That's right. If you have a grudge against the Five Dragon Alliance, do me a favor and kill that scumbag, Duong Van Qua." Shan Shawu nodded in agreement and turned to leave, but he heard Trin Han Tu's voice calling out from behind. "Young hero, although the Death Moth is lost, and you are strong enough to dominate the world on your own, please take the Life Moth within my body. Consider it a small token of my gratitude." Shan Shawu turned his head to look, only to see that Trin Han Tu's body had already turned to ashes. Beneath the tattered cloak, something was sparkling. It must have been the life moth he had just mentioned. Shan Shawu slowly stepped forward to examine it, and unexpectedly, the life moth seemed to have a life of its own, hovering into the air. He reached out to catch it, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, and suddenly remembered he actually had a similar trinket. He had bought it at a roadside stall back then to give to Tu Tieha. Hach Lian Dai Kuk had said it was a high-quality item, mentioning at the time that it was crafted by Trin Han Tu using secret arts. Shan Shawu sighed, his expression grave. "Old-timer, rest in peace. I, Teen, will take on this debt of vengeance." On the 7th day, before the hero assembly, martial artists from all over the world gathered at Thiet Vu. Hoang Fu Quan Yak glanced at the man behind him, his voice low. "It's been many years. How have you been?" The man knew the Five Dragon Alliance leader was just making small talk, so he replied, "Everything is prepared. You can rest assured." Despite the man's confidence, Hoang Fu Quan Yak was still uneasy. He emphasized that this plan must not have a single flaw. Hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Since that is the case, your subordinate has one thing I don't understand. Why didn't you eliminate the god of war before the hero assembly? Letting him live is still a threat." Hoang Fu Quan Nak smiled upon hearing this, as if he had his own plans. "That is not something you need to worry about. I have my own reasons for keeping him alive." As he spoke, the alliance leader narrowed his eyes, glancing at the prayer beads in the man's hand, and asked, "Have you converted to Buddhism now, or are you atoning for that person?" Hearing the words atoning, the man stiffened, then the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "What is the point of atoning for the dead?" Duong Van Quan seemed to recall something from the past, laughing in a sinister, chilling way. "Besides, a useless man who couldn't even protect his own woman, why would he deserve my atonement?" At the same time, elsewhere in the Thunder Prison, Shan Shawu snuck into the deepest part of the facility, searching everywhere, but after a long while, he still couldn't find Mak Kongu's family. Just as he was feeling puzzled, his gaze flickered. Shan Shawu bent down, looking toward a slanted corner below. He saw 2 guards standing watch in front of a massive door, looking very alert. Just then, a brief conversation drifted to his ears. "The food is here. Take it in to him. I really don't know what the Alliance leader is thinking. He's a dead man walking, yet we have to bring him food every single day. Stop complaining. If the Alliance leader hears you, watch your own neck." Hearing this, Shan Shawu's mind raced, and he grew curious about the person locked behind that heavy door. Thinking this, the corner of Shan Shawu's mouth twitched slightly. "Since I've stumbled upon this, I might as well go in and see." Immediately, he took a step and launched himself forward, his body shooting out like a bullet. The guards heard the noise and hurriedly turned around. In a flash, Shan Shawu arrived, kicking the guard in the throat. The guard let out a miserable cry, flew backward, and died on the spot, the food tray in his hands falling to the ground. Shan Shawu reached out with his right hand to catch the tray, then landed lightly on the ground, leaving the remaining guards stunned. He had been imprisoned here for half a month, without any food or drink. But after trying a bite of the prison gruel, he immediately put on the face of a judge from a junior master chef show. Only then did the remaining guards regain their senses. One guard shouted angrily, charging straight at him with a spear. Shan Shawu tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the sharp tip of the opponent's spear, but the food tray didn't fare as well and was pierced through by the spear. Shan Shawu looked at the food he had just taken a bite of, now scattered everywhere, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his voice icy. Wasting food is an unforgivable sin. The guard let out a cold grunt, thrusting his spear straight at him again, but Shan Shawu used a movement technique to leap high into the air, then spun his body, using the momentum to deliver a kick to the guard's head. The guard was like a ball, kicked several yards away. This guy is no ordinary man. Everyone, attack together. As soon as the order was given, the guards swarmed him with their weapons. Seeing this, Shan Shawu didn't show the slightest panic. One could see wisps of inner energy curling around his fingertips. Shan Shawu raised his hands, his tone calm. I have only just recovered my power, so my control is a bit clumsy. Take care of yourselves. A few breaths later, miserable screams erupted everywhere. Shan Shawu looked at the guard in front of him, asking coldly, "Who is being held behind that door? Even if I told you, you couldn't do anything about it. This door is made of black iron and requires 4 keys at once to open." Hearing this, Shan Shawu let out a cold snort and turned to walk toward the massive door. "Who says you need a key to open a door?" As he spoke, he waved both hands, focusing his inner energy into his palms, then suddenly bent down and let out a roar. Domineering power surged from his palm, the 2 blasts of energy slamming hard against the massive gates. With a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom, the 3-inch-thick black iron door dented inward as if hit by a giant bowl, yet it did not shatter. Shan Shawu showed no surprise, his palm force suddenly increasing by several degrees. After a few breaths, the god of war's eyes flickered, and he clenched his hands together. With a surge of domineering force, the mysterious black iron door was instantly twisted into a mangled heap. Guided by Shan Shawu's raw power, it was sent flying. The guard, who had been watching the scene, dropped his jaw in shock. He never expected this 3-inch-thick iron door to be so easily crushed into a metal ball by this man. Suddenly, as he looked at Shan Shawu's back, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. His opponent was fully focused on channeling his energy and clearly had his back exposed. Seizing the moment, the guard snuck a dagger from his belt, then suddenly lunged forward, stabbing straight at Shan Shawu's back. But a split second later, he felt an incredibly powerful force slam into his face. It turned out that Shan Shawu had used the metal ball to strike backward. The 1,000-pound iron door instantly crushed the man into a pulp. Shan Shawu looked at the door he had twisted into a lump and sighed. Compared to my master, I'm still far behind. A moment later, he regained his composure and looked toward the entrance of the tunnel. He was incredibly curious now, who could be imprisoned in a place known as the Devil Ceiling Cave. Without further hesitation, Shan Shawu stepped inside. At first, he felt nothing unusual, but halfway through, a powerful wave of pressure suddenly surged toward him. Shan Shawu was startled. This aura was no less formidable than the one from Yunyezi, whom he had met before. The person locked up here was likely even stronger than the 3 lords. Realizing this, he quickly dropped his guard, focusing all his concentration on the threat ahead. Just then, a hoarse voice drifted from within, sounding like a demon from hell, filled with deep resentment. "Wu Yue, is that you? You finally come." As the voice faded, a burst of ear-piercing, insane laughter erupted. Shan Shawu felt a massive suction force pull at him, and he stepped forward, intending to resist it. Unexpectedly, the force was much stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't help but be dragged into the cave. While mid-air, Shan Shawu's eyes flashed. His internal energy churned like a raging river, rushing down to the soles of his feet, as he utilized the heavenly anchor technique, slamming firmly onto the ground and standing steady. The sheer impact sent stone debris flying in all directions. He shouted, "Open your eyes and look. I am not this Wu Yue you speak of." The freak hanging in midair sneered, "Do you think you can fool me just by changing your voice? It was because I trusted you that I lost everything. Don't think that just because you gouged out my eyes, I wouldn't recognize you." Only then did Shan Shawu notice the empty sockets of the freak, realizing they had indeed been gouged out. Just then, the monster let out a roar like a wailing spirit. Shan Shawu felt his mind reeling. His opponent had used the ultimate lion's roar technique. The sound waves surged like a tidal wave, and Shan Shawu was instantly blown away, slamming hard into the wall behind him. The god of war felt his blood boiling within him. He gritted his teeth, but fresh blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. The recoil from hitting the wall sent him flying back another 10 feet. Shan Shawu hurried to one knee, steadying his frame, and wiped the blood from his mouth while studying the freak. The man's face was ruined and his eyes were missing, a truly pathetic sight, but upon closer inspection, Shan Shawu was even more horrified. He saw an iron chain extending from the freak's Tianju acupoint, and the Gongsun acupoint, the intersection of the 8 meridians, was also sealed by the iron chain. Not only were his hands severed, but the cheesy acupoints in his elbows were also pierced by the iron chains. Clearly, this man's enemy held him in deep fear, having sealed every acupoint on his body. Yet, even so, the man possessed such terrifying strength, which left Shan Shawu truly shaken. His pupils contracted. At that very moment, the freak let out another chilling, grotesque laugh. Wu Yue, I have always been waiting for you to return. Even though you've sealed all my acupoints, taking your dog life is still as easy as turning over one's hand. Having said that, before Shan Shawu could reply, the freak unleashed the lion's roar again. The sound waves surged like a tide. Shan Shawu quickly covered his ears, but his head still throbbed like it was being split by a hammer. The man had clearly lost his mind. If this continued, he would definitely die here. Suddenly, he glanced at the surrounding walls and realized the truth. This place was different from other dungeons. The walls were not stone, but metal plates. The person who imprisoned him must have been so afraid of him escaping that they had meticulously designed it this way. Ironically, the freak had turned this against him, using the sound wave reflection to amplify the power of the lion's roar. Understanding the cause, Shan Shawu shed his fear. He took his hands away from his ears, and blood immediately dripped down. The god of war was now burning with fighting spirit. He lowered his stance, channeled energy into his dantian, and gathered his domineering force into his right palm. Shan Shawu let out a sharp cry and slammed his right palm forward. A powerful blast of energy surged straight toward the freak. The freak wore a mocking expression, about to laugh, when he felt the energy blast suddenly shift direction, striking the iron chains piercing his body, clearly aiming to shatter the energy flowing through him. The freak gave a cold laugh and said with disdain, Wu Yue, do you really think such cheap tricks can fool me? He stuck out his tongue and unleashed the lion's roar once more. The powerful sound waves shattered the incoming palm force. Seeing this, Shan Shawu couldn't help but feel admiration. If this man were in his prime, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain, but this was a matter of life and death. He couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. Shan Shawu pointed his left finger forward, imitating the heaven-breaking finger technique of Wan Mufi. A powerful force, like a lightning bolt, struck the freak. Before the monster could even use his lion's roar to defend, his chest was instantly pierced by the surge of energy. The raging power flooded into the freak's body, tearing through everything, even snapping the chains that bound him, piece by piece. The freak let out a blood-curdling scream that made one's hair stand on end, until silence slowly returned to the dungeon. The freak lay on the ground, breathing his last, his face full of unwillingness. He never expected that, even in death, he would fail to avenge Wu Yue. Shan Shawu couldn't help but feel compassionate. He whispered, I am not Wu Yue. Who are you exactly? And why did that Wu Yue treat you this way? As he lay dying, the freak miraculously regained his senses and told Shan Shawu his name. But after hearing it, Shan Shawu felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Even after the strange man stopped breathing, Shan Shawu remained rooted to the spot. He carefully studied the man's face, realizing it truly did resemble that other person. Despite having weathered many storms, he felt at a loss in this moment. If what the strange man said was true, then the entire martial arts world would be plunged into total chaos. At the same time, Xuan Wutian and Xu Wenwei arrived at the Juzhong mansion, looking at the plaque written by Yun Diezi's own hand. Xuan Wutian sighed in admiration. To uphold justice with a sword, Yun Diezi was the only one who truly understood the blade. If his granduncle had also been more active in the pugilistic world, his fame would certainly be no less than theirs. Xuan Wutian glanced at his companion, his gaze profound. You brat? Are you hoping for my fame too? Don't overthink it, granduncle. I'm not by your side serving you for the sake of fame. As the young man and the elder chatted, Xuan Wutian's expression suddenly turned solemn. I thought you were too busy with the Heroes' Assembly to have time to welcome this old man. No matter how busy I am, I could never be discourteous when a friend of several decades comes to visit. The man who came to welcome them personally was Yun Diezi, the master of Juzhong Mansion. The two old friends looked at each other for a long time before Yun Diezi sighed. Wutian, it's been a long time. You're still as reassuring as ever. Xuan Wutian replied with a hidden meaning. I am still the same, but you have changed. At this, Xu Wenwei hurried forward to offer his respects, saying that it was a great honor to meet the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Yet, deep down, he was not as calm as he appeared. The Sword Saint before him possessed a presence entirely different from his own granduncle, like a sharp sword unsheathed. With his current cultivation, he couldn't see through the man at all. Thinking of this, Xu Wenwei couldn't help but laugh at himself. The road ahead of him was truly long. Yun Diezi looked at him for a moment before praising him. Is this the one who will succeed the Zhongnan sword sect as sect leader in the future? Truly worthy of the title Blue Dragon. Xuan Wutian humbly brushed off the compliment, saying that the disciple Yun Diezi brought was even more outstanding. The person accompanying him was Yun Diezi's head disciple, Ling Qingyun, known in the martial arts world as the Iron Sword, 3 Steps, and the leader of the 3 heroes. The name Iron Sword, 3 Steps, meant he could kill his enemy within 3 steps. This reputation helped Ling Qingyun gain instant fame when he first entered the martial arts world. Those who become famous too young are often arrogant. My disciple is no exception. How far he can go in the future depends on his own destiny. Xuan Wutian didn't object to this, simply instructing Xu Wenwei to stay and chat with Ling Qingyun, then walked into the main hall with Yun Diezi. Watching the backs of the 2 elders fade away, Ling Qingyun stepped up to talk to Xu Wenwei. The Blue Dragon of Zhongnan before him had a reputation that overshadowed even the 3 heroes. Although Ling Qingyun's words were polite, his eyes clearly betrayed his lack of respect. The head disciple of Manhwa slowly said, I have wanted to meet Brother Xu for a long time. As for Yun Diezi, he was recounting the current situation. The mansion master said with worry, the Iron Martial Alliance has dissolved, the world is split in 3, and Northern Yuan will likely seize this opportunity to rise. Xuan Wutian agreed with his old friend's concerns, but offered his own perspective, saying the Iron Martial Alliance had been fractured for a long time, better to break it and build anew. If Northern Yuan takes this chance to strike south, they should just form a new alliance to resist them. Here, the Sword Immortal's eyes flashed, and his tone changed. Even now, you're still hiding things from me? It seems you've been poisoned. Hearing this, Yun Diezi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He had managed to hide it from everyone else, but he couldn't fool this old friend, so he had to recount being poisoned at Binline Valley. Xuan Wutian sighed upon hearing this. It was surely Huangfu Junyue playing tricks. He was such a kind kid back then, always joking that he looked like a monkey. How did he become someone who uses any means necessary? Yun Diezi felt a sense of regret too. The man had truly changed. Since the day he killed the Tang clan leader, the Huangfu Junyue we knew has vanished. Organizing this heroes' assembly, there might be some conspiracy we haven't foreseen. I only hope he doesn't drag the Central Plains to its death. Compared to the calm conversation of the 2 elders, the talk between the 2 juniors was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Ling Qingyun stared at Xu Wenwei's back, his tone mocking. I heard Brother Xu didn't care for martial arts affairs, but it seems that isn't the case. Xu Wenwei glanced at him coldly and retorted, Young hero Ling lives in seclusion on Mount Hua. Aren't you here for the fun as well? I will lead Juzhong Mansion in the future, so naturally, I must use this opportunity to get to know the seniors. Xu Wenwei couldn't help but sneer. The current mansion master has no intention of abdicating yet. Young hero Ling, you're speaking a bit too soon. Ling Qingyun put on a grave look, saying that time spares no one. Then he shifted the conversation to Han Su. Han Su is a disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect, yet he associates with that war god who kills as easily as cutting grass. Does Brother Xu not manage him? Unexpectedly, Xu Wenwei's attitude was surprisingly firm. About the war god, I have only heard rumors. I don't know what's true or false. But Han Su, I've watched that boy grow up since he was a child. His nature is kind, and the person he values cannot be a deeply evil villain. At this point, Xu Wenwei emphasized every word. Regardless, he is a disciple of our Zhongnan sword sect, and it is not for outsiders to gossip about him. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyun was immediately rendered speechless, only able to retort angrily that all would be clear at the heroes' assembly. At the same time, 2 people arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance. Standing on the crowded street, the old monk sighed. The heroes' assembly is almost here. The Iron Martial Alliance is indeed much more lively. The brawny man beside him laughed loudly. Master, don't get too excited. We are only here to see someone. The old monk, Yan Yi, was startled, asking who they were meeting. The brawny man smiled casually and replied in a low voice, to see an old friend. The 2 walked to the city gate, only to find the guards on high alert, with ordinary citizens making all sorts of excuses to enter the city. The city gate guard was cold and indifferent, ignoring the people still loitering at the gate. The master from the lion sect grew angry and drew his sword 3 inches, instantly silencing them. After shooing the man away, Xuan Wutian was just about to instruct his subordinates when he suddenly heard the heavy clinking of iron chains. Zhe Zhonghe turned his head toward the sound, only to see a tall, massive man with shackled ankles walking toward him. The man was built like an iron tower, his face obscured by a scarf. With his scarred, bulging muscles, he looked terrifying. Even more chilling was the fact that this powerhouse was dragging a coffin behind him with iron chains. He walked straight up to Jae Jong-hae and looked down at him. Even this elder from the Lion Gate couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Just then, an aged voice echoed in his ear. Amitabha. Jong-hae snapped back to reality and looked at the small, elderly monk. Seeing the monk's kasaya, he realized the man was indeed a monk. Jong-hae didn't dare delay and hurriedly asked for his dharma name. This poor monk comes from the western regions. My dharma name is Dada. I heard a friend is staying here, so I came to pay a visit. I hope the benefactor can assist me. Hearing this, Jong-hae felt slightly at ease and asked if he had an invitation to the hero assembly. Monk Dada explained that he was only here to visit a friend and lacked an invitation. Jong-hae frowned at this. He thought it over for a moment and quickly declined. The Iron Feather Alliance's hero assembly is about to begin. Those without invitations cannot enter the city. I hope the Great Master understands. The old monk nodded gently in understanding and asked Jong-hae to pass on his greetings instead. May I ask who this friend is that the Great Master wishes to see? My friend's name is Xuan Wu Tian, the supreme elder of the Zhongnan sword sect. Hearing this, Jong-hae stood frozen in shock. He never expected the monk's friend to be the legendary Zhongnan sword immortal himself. He quickly ordered a subordinate to notify the Zhongnan sword sect, and then respectfully invited Monk Dada to wait. During the wait, he kept apologizing, claiming he was just doing his duty and asking for the Great Master's forgiveness, though his eyes constantly darted toward the massive man. Even though the man's face was covered, those bulging muscles alone signaled an incredible, terrifying strength. Jong-hae couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing this was someone he could never afford to offend. The old monk seemed to sense what was on Jong-hae's mind, and spoke up to comfort him, telling him not to worry about the powerful man. Surprised that the monk, despite his veiled eyes, was so sharp, Jong-hae asked if the man was the monk's disciple. The old monk thought for a moment before speaking slowly. He is not my disciple. We simply share a bit of fate, so we are traveling the same path. Jong-hae was shocked to hear this, and asked how the two of them met. Monk Dada sighed and said, "That was 10 years ago." Having said that, he recited a Buddhist mantra and offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, over at the Nine Heavens mansion, Yun Diezi had finished speaking with Xuan Wu Tian. The Sword Saint had just seen Xuan Wu Tian off and was asking his lead disciple how his conversation with Xu Wenyu went. Ling Qingyun replied that there was much to learn from him, but inwardly, he had other thoughts. This Zhongnan Azure Dragon might appear humble on the outside, but beneath that, he hid a sharp, iron-willed resolve. He wouldn't be easily manipulated by anyone. This Xu Wenyu of the Zhongnan sword sect is definitely not someone easy to deal with. He then recalled the unfriendly conversation they had earlier, and a smirk played on his lips. When the hero assembly arrives, I hope you won't regret the words you spoke today. As if sensing Ling Qingyun's gaze, Xu Wenyu stopped and looked back at the Iron Sword Trio member. Your ambitions are growing quite large, Ling Qingyun. You should be careful in the future. Xuan Wu Tian glanced at his disciple, his expression deep and meaningful. Wenyu, your state of mind is unsettled. Is something the matter? The Zhongnan Azure Dragon offered a gentle smile, saying everything was fine. Sect uncle, you look worse than I do. Are you troubled by something? Xuan Wu Tian didn't answer but spoke with a grave tone. Wenyu, worldly affairs are like two sides of the same palm. They look the same, but they are fundamentally different. Linking it to what Ling Qingyun had said earlier, Xu Wenyu asked calmly, is sect uncle referring to this hero assembly? It's not just about the hero assembly. The ways of the world all have two sides. I once had a friend, Xuan Wu Tian hadn't finished his sentence when he saw a Zhongnan sword sect disciple sprinting toward him. Once the man caught his breath, the sword immortal asked what was so urgent. Chen Zhozan hurriedly recounted the situation at the city gate. Hearing that an old friend had come to visit, Xuan Wu Tian was first stunned, then asked for the visitor's name. Upon learning who it was, Xuan Wu Tian's expression changed instantly, and a drop of cold sweat involuntarily ran down his temple. Back at the city gate, even though the iron tower-like man remained silently by the monk's side, his aura was impossible to hide. The Iron Feather Alliance guards felt like they had thorns pressing against their backs. They whispered complaints that Zhe Zhonghe was making a mountain out of a molehill and should have just turned them away. Unbeknownst to them, the powerful man overheard them, and they were scolded severely. Monk Dada sighed beside them. It is this poor monk who has troubled you, benefactors. Just as he finished speaking, his ears twitched, as if he heard someone sprinting from a distance. The person approaching was the very Zhongnan sword immortal he had been waiting for. The old monk mumbled to himself and slowly stood up. Why be in such a hurry? There's no need to rush. Ji Zhonghe, seeing the monk suddenly stand, looked puzzled and said, The Zhongnan sword sect is quite far. It should have taken more time. Monk Dada thanked him repeatedly, saying his old friend had arrived. With that, he turned toward the city, looked up at the sky, and saw Xuan Wutian flying above the gate, hovering in midair thanks to his immense internal energy. The Zhongnan sword immortal looked astonished. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It's been over 10 years, hasn't it? Monk Dada nodded in greeting and said, That is correct. Xuan Wutian's figure flickered like a hawk diving down, landing steadily. Once grounded, the sword immortal said in a teasing tone, Didn't you hate bustling, crowded places the most? Why come here to find me? You haven't sent a word in decades. Appearing suddenly like this is truly shocking. In recent years, I have been traveling everywhere. I heard the hero assembly was being held here, and I guessed you would definitely be here, so I wanted to see you before I die. Hearing this, Xuan Wutian smiled. With your cultivation, you could live for several more decades. Why talk about death? The old monk replied that life is unpredictable. No one can say for sure what the future holds. Xuan Wutian sighed. Upon hearing this, filled with complex emotions. But then, the sword immortal's eyes flashed, his tone turning cold. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you still consider me your only friend? Monk Dada asked, a bit stunned. Why would you say such a thing? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The thing behind you isn't a living person, it's a living corpse. At this, veins bulged on Xuan Wutian's forehead, his hair standing on end. Years ago, I promised you I wouldn't draw my sword again, yet you broke your word and brought a living corpse right to me. It seems you're begging to die by my hand. As the sword immortal's aura erupted like a peerless blade, he declared, If that's what you want, then I'll grant your wish and see you off myself. The situation shifted instantly. The surrounding disciples were already stunned, and the hulking man, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly let out a cold grunt. He slammed his right foot into the ground, used the momentum to lunge forward, and let out a deafening roar. He hurled the 100-pound coffin straight at Xuan Wutian. The disciples, finally snapped out of their shock and remembering their duty, the lion sect elder waved his hand and barked an order. Anyone causing trouble here was to be captured immediately. No sooner were the words out than the sound of rapid footsteps erupted all around them. Guards, lying in ambush everywhere, immediately swarmed in. They drew their bows and aimed at the city gate while shouting orders. One command from the disciples, and they would fill the troublemakers with arrows. Monk Dada sighed softly. Old friend, you're blinded by a misunderstanding. This child sensed your killing intent and lost control. With that, the cloth covering the old monk's eyes suddenly fell away. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze solid. Every guard remained in their firing stance, but they were as still as wooden statues. Xuan Wutian looked around, shaken to his core. The space around them felt sealed off, separated from the outside world, creating a realm of its own. After pinning the two down, Monk Dada said calmly, This technique is called Kang Kyong Moment. It just slows the flow of time to the absolute limit. But time is merciless. Who can truly stop it? Just think of it as a little game, old friend. The moment he finished, it forced Xuan Wutian to recall the long years that had passed. The Zhongnan sword immortal raged. You were the one leading the charge to purge those evil monks back then. How can you be using their demonic arts now? Old friend, you've misunderstood me. This isn't a demonic art, and I don't covet it. When our founder created this, it was meant for cultivation. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, those vile disciples would twist it for evil? Xuan Wutian's expression softened, but he still huffed. Now is hardly the time for your cultivation. Monk Dada sighed again, his eyes overflowing with internal energy, which quickly condensed into two lifelike hands. Inside this space, the caster could control time and even manifest beings that shouldn't exist. I only used this forbidden technique out of necessity. This child, he's not like you. He has no life force left in him. He is undeniably a living corpse. Dada, don't think I can't break your Kang Chung moment. The old monk's eyes glowed, and as he maintained the technique, he replied calmly, If Huangfu Junyue were here, he might actually be trapped by me. But you have a kind heart and a pure sword spirit. A small trick like this could never truly hinder you. Actually, with your strength, you sensed this child's aura long ago. If you had seen him just now, when he used the Tai Divine Sword, he couldn't have reacted in time to stop your strike. Yet, you chose not to attack him, but instead stepped in front of him and unleashed your overwhelming killing intent. You must have realized this child is different from a typical living corpse, right? After the old monk's flattery, the Zhongnan Sword Immortal's rage finally died down, and he asked who the hulking man really was. Monk Dada recounted his past experiences. Over 10 years ago, after parting ways with Xuan Wu Tian, he had been wandering the east. On a jagged cliff in the frozen north, he had discovered this hulking man. At the time, his body was shattered, his meridians completely destroyed. He had clearly been beaten half to death before falling off the cliff. Sensing the man was still barely clinging to life, Monk Dada was shocked, a wave of pity rising in his heart. He assumed the man wouldn't make it, but as he finished his prayers for the departed and turned to leave, he felt something tugging at his monk's robe. Startled, Monk Dada turned back to see the hulking man struggling to lift his head toward him. The look in the boy's eyes seemed to tell him that, no matter how much pain he had to endure, he was determined to survive. Xuan Wu Tian finally understood. So you turned him into a living corpse to save him? No, this child isn't a living corpse. I only used the reversed necromancy technique on him. Before Monk Dada could finish, a loud crash echoed. The hulking man, who had been pinned in place, suddenly roared. Xuan Wu Tian immediately countered. Didn't you say even Huang Fu Junyue could be controlled by this technique? This child has a unique constitution, unlike anyone else. My technique can only temporarily suppress him. As he spoke, Monk Dada gathered energy in his right hand, drifted in front of the hulking man, and gently patted his face. Poor child, there's no one here who threatens your existence. Under the old monk's soothing presence, the man's violent aura slowly dissipated, and he calmed down. Seeing this, Xuan Wutian finally understood. His old friend had been using this technique to keep the hulking man under control. After Dada settled him down, the Sword Immortal asked what reversed necromancy was. The technique was originally meant to preserve the bodies of high monks for thousands of years after they passed. Over time, with a deeper understanding of human anatomy, it evolved into a method for saving lives. I was only experimenting at the time. His survival is entirely due to his own iron will. There must be something in this world he's still clinging to. But the side effects of the technique have shattered his mind. Now, he doesn't even remember who he is. As he said this, Monk Dada's aura grew slightly unstable. Old friend, I've explained it clearly enough, haven't I? Can I drop this technique now? Even I am struggling to maintain this state for much longer. Xuan Wu Tian let out a cold snort, essentially accepting the proposal. The monk Dada flicked his finger, dissolving the arm he had formed from his internal energy. Following a loud clang, the surrounding mental pressure began to dissipate, and time and space started to return to normal. Kat Trung Hak, standing nearby, shouted loudly, and just as he was about to order his men to attack, the monk Dada stated plainly that the misunderstanding had been resolved and there was no need for violence. Seeing Kat Trung Hak still motionless, Xuan Wu Tian poked his head out. My friend and I haven't seen each other in years. We were just joking around. Everyone, disperse. Those present couldn't help but look at each other, thinking to themselves, you're the Sword Immortal, whatever you say goes. Just as the monk Dada stopped Xuan Wu Tian from attacking the muscular man, Wu Vanhiandao, who was beside To Tioha, suddenly sensed two waves of killing intent rising at the city gate. He was very familiar with one of them. It was the Zhongnan Sword Immortal, but the other aura left this iron tyrant feeling deeply unsettled. It was a kind of energy that belonged neither to the living nor the dead. After pondering it for a while, the iron tyrant's brows furrowed deeply. He knew the Zhongnan Sword Immortal had sworn never to draw his sword again, so the fact that someone could force Xuan Wu Tian to nearly break his vow proved that his opponent was no ordinary person. To Tioha, who knew no martial arts, would struggle to survive if she got caught up in this. Thinking of this, Wu Vanhiandao whispered his advice. Miss To, the Great Heaven Trading Group is being targeted right now. Making such a public appearance probably isn't wise. We should return. To Tioha replied with a calm expression, saying that precisely because the Great Heaven Trading Group was in trouble, she, as the young mistress, should appear in public even more to reassure her anxious subordinates. At this, the wealthy young lady smiled. Just consider this a stroll with me, senior. Facing the girl's sweet smile, Wu Vanhiandao sighed helplessly, regretting that he had agreed to help the war god so easily earlier. Senior, don't look so miserable. As a token of my gratitude, let me treat you to some fine tea. Junshan Silver Needle. The two walked into a quiet tea house, and as he listened to To Tioha prattle on about the tea, Wu Vanhiandao couldn't help but admire the girl before him. With the war god captured, the Great Heaven Trading Group was undoubtedly in a dangerous position. Yet this young mistress wasn't just staying calm, she was actively appearing in the city to reassure her followers. Her composed demeanor in the face of such a precarious situation was truly admirable. At the same time, he understood that To Tio-ha, being so close to him, was mostly to probe for information about Huangfu Junyue. He just hoped she would ask her questions and hurry back to the Great Heaven Trading Group. At that moment, the whispers of two people drinking tea at a nearby table made him frown slightly. The gossip about an old man with a young wife sparked killing intent in the Iron Tyrant. Sensing his agitation, To Tio-ha gently asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Van Hiendao answered her directly. "Miss To, if you want to know about Huangfu Junyue, just ask. The Great Heaven Trading Group's intelligence network is second only to the beggar sect. What I know, you likely already know." Seeing his candor, To Tio-ha stopped beating around the bush, admitting that she had indeed gathered plenty of information, but most of it was common knowledge. She wanted to know things few people knew, such as Huangfu Junyue's personality or habits. Wu Van Hiendao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "The Huangfu Junyue I knew back then was quite gentle and kind-hearted." Upon hearing this, To Tio-ha's expression froze, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Wu Van Hiendao sighed, his tone heavy with implication. "I know it's hard to believe, but it is the truth." The Huangfu family was full of talent back then, and Huangfu Junyue was their brightest star. Not only was he a master of martial arts, but he was also very righteous. During the war against the Yuan dynasty, he made many contributions, so at the first Hero Assembly, 72 experts unanimously nominated him as one of the leaders of the Iron Martial Alliance. Even the Nine Layers Mansion and the Lion Gate raised no objections. At this point, Wu Van Hiendao set his teacup down and paused, but for some reason, he suddenly disappeared for a period, and after he returned, his temperament had completely changed. According to Wu Van Hiendao, Huangfu Junyue's disappearance was very sudden at the time, and there were even rumors on the Jianghu that he had died, followed by other rumors that he had traveled alone to the north, though no one knew the specific reason. But Huangfu Junyue's absence threw the Five Dragon Alliance into chaos. At that very moment, the Sichuan Tang sect and the Murong family both requested to join the Five Dragon Alliance. Thus, the Nangong family took the lead in summoning other powers like the Zhuge family and the Peng family from Hebei. Ostensibly, they were discussing who would fill the final vacancy in the Five Dragon Alliance, but in reality, they were looking for a chance to oust Huangfu Junyue from the position of alliance leader, and then collude to remove the Huangfu family from the alliance entirely. During the meeting, the head of the Tang sect was the first to stir up trouble, criticizing Huangfu Junyue for being weak during his tenure, causing the Five Dragon Alliance to be constantly suppressed by the Nine Layers Mansion and the Lion Gate. After a rousing speech, the sect leader changed his tone, openly supporting Nangong Wujing as the new leader. Nangong Wujing, who had already reached a secret agreement, pretended to decline for a while, then said that for the sake of the growth and strength of the Five Dragon Alliance, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept the responsibility. But they did not know that Huangfu Junyue had returned to the Central Plains at that very moment, and had tracked down their secret meeting spot. Just as Nangong Wujing proposed removing the Huangfu family, the Invincible Master had already arrived and was standing quietly outside the door. Hearing the discussion inside, Huangfu Junyue let out a cold laugh, then channeled his internal force into his palms and blasted the doors open. His expression was somber, and he said coldly, "Everyone, why do you wish to remove me?" The head of the Tang sect immediately broke into a cold sweat, looking toward Nangong Wujing. But the head of the Nangong family didn't flinch. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting at him. He first criticized Huangfu Junyue for leaving without saying a word, causing the Five Dragon Alliance to fall into disarray, then accused him of accomplishing nothing during his tenure, making the Five Dragon Alliance the weakest of the three major powers, and finally went so far as to publicly insult Huangfu Junyue, calling him narrow-minded, hypocritical, and ungrateful. Even when an assassin tries to take your life, you just let them off the hook easily. What do you take the reputation of our Five Dragon Alliance for? Seeing someone backing him up, the Tang sect leader immediately felt emboldened, stepping forward to point at Huangfu Junyue and hurling insults. Our new Five Dragon Alliance doesn't need a coward like you. If you know what's good for you, get out. To everyone's shock, before he could even finish his sentence, his head exploded. It turned out that Huangfu Junyue had made his move, killing him on the spot with a single palm strike. That conqueror sneered coldly, "You're right. Huangfu Junyue is nothing but a good-for-nothing." With that, he attacked directly, showing no mercy. The other experts were no match for him. In just a few moments, the place was reduced to rubble. Huangfu Junyue stood in the middle of the debris, looked at those gasping for breath, and said coldly, "From now on, I will continue to hold the position of alliance leader. I've said my piece, who agrees and who disagrees." Hearing that Huangfu Junyue had once killed the Tang sect leader with a single strike, even the usually calm Su Xiaohe had to slam the table and stand up. The Great Heaven Trade Guild had intelligence-gathering capabilities second only to the beggar sect, yet she had never heard a word about the death of the Tang sect leader. As if seeing the doubt in Su Xiaohe's heart, Yuan Xiandao explained enigmatically. Those who had lived through that incident kept their silence, and even Tang Wenquan, the current Tang sect leader, never mentioned his own father's death. Su Xiaohe gasped in astonishment, still finding it hard to believe. A father's murder is an irreconcilable blood feud, even if Tang Wenquan feared the might of the conqueror. If this were made public, he could have sought the power of the Ninefold Mansion and the Lion Gate to suppress Huangfu Junyue. Yuan Xiandao remained calm and said indifferently, "Miss Su, do you really think the Ninefold Mansion and the Lion Gate don't know about this?" At this point, the eyes of this iron overlord became profound, his words full of hidden meaning. This is the pugilistic world. For the sake of one's own interests, forget about righteousness, even one's own father can be discarded. It turned out that on that day, after Huangfu Junyue suppressed everyone with his thunderous methods, he first struck at the Nangang family, those who had designs on his seat. The alliance leader stood amidst the wreckage like a descending god of war, ordering Nangang Wujing never to set foot in the Iron Feather Alliance again. "Nangang Wujing, you aren't young anymore. From now on, stay out of martial arts world affairs. Just stay quietly in your hometown of Anhui and enjoy your old age. I will pretend today's events never happened. If you still refuse to give up, I won't mind wiping out your entire Nangang family." This veiled threat made Nangang Wujing tremble. He clenched his fists tight but dared not retort. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Junyue laughed out loud and said, "If even half a word of today's events gets out, it will be the end of the entire Nangang family." Facing this almost unreasonable demand, Nangang Wujing swallowed hard but still dared not say a word. His thin frame shook with anger and humiliation. In the end, this old fox had to endure it, bowing respectfully to agree to Huangfu Junyue's excessive demands. But Tang Wenquan, who had personally witnessed his father's brutal murder, refused to let it go, declaring that as long as he lived, he would surely expose today's events. And when the time came, he would call upon the Ninefold Mansion and the Lion Gate to uphold justice. Huangfu Junyue smiled, not at all angry. "If I remember correctly, you are the next Tang sect leader, right?" Hearing this, Tang Wenquan was startled, a flash of insight crossing his mind. "If you are willing to submit to me, I will not only help you sit firmly in the position of sect leader, but also allow the Tang sect to join the Five Dragon Alliance. From now on, you will manage the Five Dragon Alliance's martial arts affairs in Sichuan. If you insist on avenging your father, I can only send you on your way. Weigh the pros and cons yourself." This display of both threats and enticements left Tang Wenquan's heart racing. On one side was the blood feud of his own flesh and blood. On the other, a life of wealth and prosperity. Tang Wenquan walked over slowly and picked up the prayer beads from his father's hands. Suddenly, he was no longer angry, and he smirked, revealing a set of white teeth. His father was already dead. Was it worth sacrificing his own life for a dead man? Seeing the mad expression on his opponent's face, Huangfu Junyue smiled triumphantly. This conqueror said nothing more and turned to leave. Behind him, Tang Wenquan fawningly shouted, "Long live the alliance leader," while Nangang Wujing watched his back with venomous eyes. The head of the family swore in his heart that today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. After understanding the whole situation, Su Xiaohe thought quickly, connecting the previous pieces of information, and understood everything. Huangfu Junyue had once suddenly disappeared and traveled to the north, and the Taoist of the firmament, Wan Muwei, had once been defeated by a mysterious master in the north, barely escaping death, only to be saved by Huangfu Junyue at that very moment. These three things seemed unrelated at first glance, but the time and place coincided so perfectly. Adding that to the information the Red Five Devils had gathered about the Huangfu family, Su Xiaohe had a bold speculation in her heart. But this matter was of great importance. Without solid proof, she risked inviting disaster upon herself. Seeing the girl's expression shift repeatedly, Yuan Xiandao couldn't help but ask. Su Xiaohe shook her head gravely and said, "There is an urgent matter to handle. I need to return to the Great Heaven Trade Guild immediately." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiandao breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts to advise her hadn't been in vain after all. Su Xiaohe went downstairs with a heavy heart, with Yuan Xiandao following closely behind. On the way, the Iron Overlord's gaze suddenly paused. It was the life-and-death butterflies at Su Xiaohe's waist that had caught his attention. At first glance, the object looked ordinary, but upon closer observation, he recognized a clue. If one poured internal energy into it, it would become a powerful self-defense weapon. Facing such an exquisite treasure, even this man of indifferent nature could not help but ask about its origin. Su Xiaohei didn't yet know of this secret, and only said it was a gift given to her by Shan Shawu. After saying this, the girl turned to walk out of the tea house, but unexpectedly, she was blocked at the door by a tower-like man. The girl was blocked by a man nearly 2 meters tall, and even as calm as Su Xiaohei usually was, facing such a giant, her expression couldn't help but change. Although she was born in the north and was tall herself, she looked like a child in front of this man. Monk Dada, who was with her, hurriedly spoke up to comfort her. "Young lady, don't be afraid. We aren't bad people." Xuan Wutian, standing nearby, spoke up with a hint of reproach, saying she really should have listened to him and taken the detour. Wen Yandao followed close behind, and Su Xiaohei snorted coldly. "I was wondering why I smelled that stinking Taoist, so it turns out to be the supreme elder of the Zhongnan sword sect." Hearing this, Xuan Wutian wouldn't be outdone and countered. "I wondered who it was, and here it is. You, Wen Yandao, you old coot." Su Xiao, he was stunned by their exchange. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary old man standing before her was the Zhongnan sword immortal. Moreover, Wen Yandao, who was protecting her, seemed very familiar with him. One was the Iron Tyrant who acted on impulse, and the other was the Zhongnan sword immortal, a prestigious master from a righteous sect, standing on equal footing with the sword saint. Su Xiao. He couldn't believe these two old men with completely opposing personalities were old friends. After a bit of bickering, Wen Yandao noticed the burly man, and the Iron Tyrant's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had realized something. "I was wondering why the old Taoist was so furious. So, it's because of this guy." With that, he looked at Monk Dada, his tone turning cold. Even if the old Taoist were crazy, he wouldn't do something like this. "You must be the one behind it, right?" At this, the Iron Tyrant frowned. A tantric monk traveling with a Taoist from the Zhongnan sword sect. It really is an eye-opener. Monk Dada was not offended, but instead recited a Buddhist prayer. "It is a great honor to meet the Iron Tyrant. This poor monk comes from the western regions, merely seeking an old friend." Upon hearing the words tantric sect, Su Xiao, his pupils contracted slightly. The strength of the western region's tantric sect was on par with the Central Plains Shaolin Temple. Although their power had weakened after the war between the two sides, the fact that the western region's tantric sect once coveted the Central Plains remained a taboo that few dared to mention. Hearing this, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Wen Yandao's mouth. "You brought something neither dead nor alive into the Iron Martial Alliance? And just as the Heroes' Assembly is about to be held using the excuse of visiting an old friend? I don't buy it." Seeing the tension rising between the two, Xuan Wutian quickly intervened, explaining that Monk Dada had severed ties with the tantric sect over a dozen years ago and was only here today to visit him. That had better be the case. If he wants to use that corpse to cause trouble, he'll have to get through me first. Seeing that the other side wouldn't let it go, Xuan Wutian quickly changed the subject, asking why a big shot like the Iron Tyrant was acting as a bodyguard for a young lady. Wen Yandao seemed still annoyed and snorted without answering. Seeing this, Su Xiao quickly stepped in to smooth things over, introduced herself, and bowed to Xuan Wutian and the others. Seeing the polite young girl, Xuan Wutian inwardly praised her as someone extraordinary and let go of his disdainful attitude. This Zhongnan sword immortal was not an arrogant person, and Su Xiao he was very sharp and intelligent, so after a few exchanges, the two were chatting happily. In the midst of this, Xuan Wutian asked if Su Xiaohei wanted to switch to a sword immortal for a bodyguard, but she politely declined with a smile. Soon after, Su Xiaohei understood the situation and tactfully took her leave. Wen Yandao said he wouldn't be gone long and would return shortly. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Xuan Wutian sighed with emotion. She was truly a fine young lady. No wonder that eccentric Iron Tyrant was willing to serve as her bodyguard. At this point, the sword immortal suddenly changed his tone. "I wonder if this girl is already betrothed. If not, I know someone suitable. That lad, Su Wenyu, though his personality is cold, he's a good match for her otherwise." Hearing this, Wen Yandao glanced at his old friend and said mockingly, "Are you talking about that Zhongnan dragon? If you don't want the future sect leader of the Zhongnan sword sect to end up in pieces, I suggest you drop that idea. That girl belongs to the war god." Upon hearing these words, Xuan Wutian's aged eyes went wide. The war god's person? So, is she the young mistress of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild? That's right. Look at the butterfly on her waist. That was a gift from the war god himself. This item is incredibly exquisite. To my eye, it's even better than the Sichuan Tong sect's myriad heaven flower rain. For the war god to give such a precious item for her protection, it shows how important this girl is to him. Xuan Wu Tian listened with a puzzled expression. With such an item protecting her, why do you still feel the need to personally guard her? Wen Yandao remained silent. In truth, the reason he protected Su Xiao, he so devotedly, besides having promised the war god, was another crucial reason. He had struck a deal with Shan Shawu. Surely you know that blood jade cannot cure the 8 extremes soul-breaking meridians. I am incompetent, but the heaven-shattering divine technique I practice can mend severed meridians. After the hero's assembly concludes, you can bring your grandson over, and I can cure him completely. Wen Yandao looked at the young man before him, half believing. How certain are you? Shan Shawu's gaze remained calm, his words filled with absolute confidence. The heaven-shattering martial general has never failed in 1,000 years, whether in killing or saving lives. Recalling this, the Iron Tyrant smirked and gave Xuan Wu Tian a "there's no need for you to know" look. After that, Wen Yandao pushed off the ground and soared into the sky, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely departing. Deep in the quiet night, with the bright moon hanging high, a soul-crushing longing gnawed at the bone. Su Xiao, he stood dazed in the main hall, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. Before leaving, Shan Shawu had given her the butterfly ornament, and the image and voice of the person in her heart echoed in her ears. If I am imprisoned in the Thunder Dungeon, there is a chance the 5-Dragon Alliance will move against the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Although Wen Yandao has promised to keep you safe, I still cannot rest easy. As he said this, the young man smiled as gently as a spring breeze. Keep this with you. If you encounter danger, perhaps it can keep you safe. Hearing those tender words, Su Xiao, he felt a sweetness in her heart, and in her beautiful, shimmering eyes, only his reflection remained. The young mistress of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild looked up at the moon and murmured, "Brother, are you doing well? I miss you so much." In the gloomy darkness, hundreds of feet deep under the earth of Lake Dongting, an old man and a young one were talking to each other through the iron bars. The old man moved his scarred hands, sighed, and said, "To be caught in such a disaster, I fear we won't last much longer." The young man had also been tortured cruelly, yet he remained full of hope. He is Mo Jungxi, a member of Mo Guyu's family, from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. The old man struggled to open his murky eyes, sighed deeply, and said, "We were just transporting goods, so why would the 5-Dragon Alliance make things difficult for a small escort agency like ours? I believe it must be a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, they will let us go." But he didn't know how his older brother was doing. He had been taken away so long ago without a single word of news. Before Mo Jungxi could finish his sentence, a loud boom echoed. A wave of overwhelming force shattered the stone wall and spread throughout the prison. As the dust settled, a figure appeared behind the broken wall. Mo Jungxi saw who it was, his expression stunned, his voice trembling. "Hiro-shan, why are you here?" Just moments before, 2 guards had been grumbling while searching the prison. "In the end, we have to kill that brat anyway, so why bother staging this fake hero gathering? Just stop talking. We only have 5 days left. We just need to follow orders." Just as the two were chatting, a figure quietly walked along the wall, stumbling forward. The 2 guards squinted under the dim lamp. It was the Lord of the Thunder Prison, Sa Tianwei. At that moment, he was holding a jug of wine, his body swaying, and his flushed face showed that the warden was dead drunk. Seeing him stagger toward Shan Shawu's cell, the 2 subordinates hurriedly asked, "What is Lord Sa Tianwei planning to do?" "What else could I do? Naturally, I'm going to have a chat with this god of war." One subordinate immediately stepped in to stop him, saying that Huangfu Junyue had given orders forbidding him from approaching Shan Shawu. Sa Tianwei ignored them and went straight to the door of Shan Shawu's cell, but the door was wide open, and the inside was empty. The drunkenness of the Thunder Prison Lord vanished instantly, then his pupils contracted, and blood rushed to his head. At this moment, the 2 subordinates still hadn't realized anything was wrong, and one of them even patted Sa Tianwei on the shoulder. "Boss," the Alliance leader gave the order. "We have no choice. Please leave. Don't make things difficult for us." Veins popped out on Sa Tianwei's forehead, his eyes glaring at them like a hungry wolf. "Is this how you carry out the Alliance leader's orders? If it's so difficult, then just stop doing it." As he spoke, he struck like lightning with his left hand, clamped his fingers around the subordinate's throat, lifted him into the air, and coldly asked, "Tell me, where is the god of war now?" The subordinate, choked and gasping, managed to say, "Boss, are you drunk? Isn't the god of war locked in the cage?" Before he could finish, Sa Tianwei suddenly smashed the wine jug over the subordinate's head with blinding speed. The subordinate cried out and collapsed to the ground. The other one rushed over to support him while loudly asking, "Boss, can't we talk this over? Why are you doing this?" Sa Tianwei stood with his hands on his hips and pointed his chin at the cell. "See for yourselves. That is the god of war you were guarding so strictly." The subordinate who had been hit was initially defiant, but when he saw the empty cell, he was stunned into silence. Then, beads of sweat the size of peas mixed with blood dripped down. The remaining subordinate was also dumbfounded. Since the Thunder Prison was built, no one had ever escaped. Sa Tianwei's roar startled them both. "What are you just standing there for? Seal off the Thunder Prison immediately and hunt down the god of war." Seeing his companion run off to set up the perimeter, the injured subordinate stammered, "Boss, the god of war might have already escaped. Should we report this to the alliance leader? You fool. If we capture the god of war, we might have a chance to survive. If we report this to the alliance leader now, we're as good as dead." As he said this, the Thunder Prison Lord let out a sinister laugh. The prison only had one exit, and the path to it was filled with traps. The god of war had his meridian sealed by T-Ba and the alliance leader. He absolutely could not have easily crossed it. He must still be in the Thunder Prison, and I will drag him out and hack him into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, in the deepest level of the Thunder Prison, Shan Shawu was supporting the heavily injured Mo Jungxi as they walked slowly, with the lightly injured old man following close behind. Now that Mo Jungxi knew Mo Guyu was safe, he asked Shan Shawu if he had seen the others from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Shan Shawu said he hadn't seen anyone alive on his way there, and that for now, he could only get the two of them out of the prison first, then find an opportunity to come back and save the others. Having said that, he turned to look at the old man behind him. "Old man, if you have trouble moving, you can wait here. I will take Mo Jungxi out first and then come back to get you, all right?" The old man resolutely refused, saying he would rather die than stay here for even one more moment. He then added that if Shan Shawu wanted to deal with the Five Dragon Alliance leader, his old bones would surely be of some use. Seeing the old man's sincerity, and knowing he had clearly been tortured quite a bit in the prison, Shan Shawu said nothing more and gave a slight nod. Not long after, the three of them left the corridor and arrived at a large square. Mo Jungxi smelled a burnt odor and hurriedly covered his nose. Shan Shawu flared his nostrils and was secretly shocked inside. He realized this was the smell of charred corpses. When he passed a deep pit, he looked down and saw, as expected, many burned and mangled bodies at the bottom. The god of war frowned slightly. It seemed there was no need to look for the rest of the Iron Horse Escort Agency anymore. At that moment, Shan Shawu's ears twitched. A bell rang out, faintly reaching his ears, followed by chaotic shouting echoing throughout the prison. "Hurry and report to the warden. The guards at the Demon Ceiling Cave are all dead. The prisoner, the Alliance leader ordered to be guarded carefully, is gone, and the god of war is nowhere to be found." Upon receiving the news, Sa Tianwei immediately made a decision and led the guards straight to the deepest level of the Thunder Prison below the Demon Ceiling Cave. Hearing the chaotic footsteps getting closer, Shan Shawu stopped and sighed. "It seems we've been discovered. Hero Shan, don't worry about us anymore. Just run." Shan Shawu wasn't panicked. He shook his head slightly. This place had been completely sealed off. He had hoped to fool them for a few days, but it seemed he wouldn't be leaving quietly after all. Before he could finish, the three heard a loud shout from behind. "God of War, the Alliance leader spent so much effort for your sake. You are the first person in the history of the Thunder Prison to successfully break out." Sa Tianwei gritted his teeth and said coldly, "But so what? Won't you still die by my hand?" Shan Shawu remained calm and smiled faintly. "You bastard. I was just looking for you." One of the subordinates suddenly felt uneasy and stammered, "Boss, I have a bad feeling about him." He managed to slip out of his cell unnoticed, and the guards at the Demon Ceiling Cave, along with that special prisoner, are all dead. Could he have recovered his internal power? Even though Sa Tianwei felt restless inside, he maintained a calm expression on the surface. "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Thiet Ba and the Alliance leader placed 2 layers of seals on him. No one could break the acupoints locked by those 2 masters. Although his sect leader spoke with such certainty, the subordinate still felt a hint of anxiety. The way their target watched so many pursuers without a trace of fear, that calm expression didn't look like he was faking it. Seeing his subordinate still hesitating to strike, Sa Tianwei lost his patience and said slowly, "If he had truly recovered his martial arts, why would he have endured our torture for so long?" Even though the martial arts world rumored his skills to be peerless, he was likely just putting on a brave front now. At this, The dungeon master gritted his teeth and spoke with an arrogant tone. "Those who enter the Thunder Dungeon are nothing more than fish on the chopping block, waiting for us to carve them up. Are you really afraid of a fish?" The two men let out a loud shout and charged straight at Shan Shawu with their blades drawn. Satien Ui stood perfectly still, suddenly smirking. His goal was for these two subordinates to draw the god of war's attention. At that moment, he already had a 1-foot-long golden needle gripped in his hand, just waiting for Shan Shawu to be engaged by his men so he could strike unexpectedly, using the soul-severing needle to pierce the opponent's fatal acupoint. The two subordinates lunged at Shan Shawu like hawks hunting a rabbit. Their two blades crossed in midair, forming a cross shape, and with a piercing metallic screech, a sharp blade aura erupted from the weapons. The veins on the subordinates' foreheads bulged, clearly pushing themselves to their limits. This was the ultimate combined attack technique they had trained in for years, the twin blade slash. It was exactly then that Satien Ui saw his opening. The dungeon master lunged forward, the foot-long golden needle in his hand flashing with a cold light. It was Satien Ui's infamous soul-severing needle. Yet, Shan Shawu stood still, not moving an inch, though two burning blue flames seemed to flicker in his eyes. The god of war looked on coldly and said slowly, "Satien Ui, you are courting your own death." Hearing this, the Thunder Dungeon Master's pupils constricted. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint where the danger was coming from. At that moment, his two subordinates were blocking his view of Shan Shawu. Even if the god of war realized he was trying to seize the chance to strike, he was confident he could hit his target before the man could react. But Satien Ui didn't know that his two subordinates had already silently changed. Although they were still shouting, intending to hack Shan Shawu to pieces, two strands of internal energy, thin as silk, had quietly snuck into their minds. Right after, without any warning, the two subordinates turned their heads and swung their blades backward. Their target was none other than Satien Ui standing behind them. This sudden change left the dungeon master gaping in shock, and caught off guard, he was instantly struck in the chest by their combined technique. The sharp blade aura hit like a tidal wave, sending Satien Ui flying several yards away. The dungeon master let out a miserable scream as blood sprayed from his chest, raining down onto Satien Ui's horrified face. He finally realized that he might actually die today. As he faced death, he heard the chaotic sound of footsteps approaching rapidly, accompanied by the shouts of the dungeon guards. Satien Ui leaned weakly against the wall, breathing his last. Only then realizing he wasn't dead yet, the dungeon master looked at Shan Shawu, his expression bewildered. "God of War, why did you save me? I still have a few things to ask you, so I can only keep you alive for now. Once I've finished asking, it won't be too late for you to die." Satien Ui gave a bitter laugh and asked, "Why did those two suddenly turn on me?" "My sect possesses a secret art called the human puppet technique. As mentioned before, this technique can control not only a person's physical actions, but their consciousness as well. Right now, in the eyes of those two, everyone except for themselves and me is the god of war. Once they finish killing everyone else, I'll have them end their own lives. It saves me the effort." Hearing this, Satien Ui let out a cold laugh. "The rumors in the martial arts world say the god of war is ruthless and cruel. It seems they aren't wrong." Shan Shawu replied calmly, "Compared to what you did to the Thiet Ma escort agency, I'd say I'm far behind. It's useless to say more at this point. Just tell me where the survivors of the Thiet Ma escort agency are being held, and after I find them, I promise to give you a quick death." Satien Ui sneered, "Not a chance. I'm dying anyway. Why should I listen to you? Besides, you should worry about yourself first. The Thunder Dungeon has 27 levels and 5 grand formations. Those mechanisms can't be overcome by high martial arts alone. And the only ones who know how to break the formations are myself and the Alliance leader. Once I die, you'll just be stuck here to keep me company." Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu remained as calm as ever. "Don't worry, you'll tell me the way out yourself." Satien Ui looked at him like he was a fool. "You really think I'll tell you?" Shan Shawu didn't answer but slowly extended his left hand, wisps of internal energy dancing around his fingertips. "I believe you certainly will. Didn't you just ask me what the human puppet technique was? Now, I'll let you experience it for yourself." With that, a surge of energy shot out before Satien Ui's terrified eyes. While Shan Shawu was wreaking havoc in the Thunder Dungeon, a figure silently made his way to a secret tunnel in the darkness. This person was the evil monk, Tong Qin, of the Western regions, who worked for Hoang Fu Quan Nach. He and Hoang Fu Quan Nach had made a secret agreement. They would help to unseal the 7 extreme cold yin crystals and use them to refine 7 immortal vessels. In return, Hoang Fu Quan Nach had to provide them with a hideout, and after all the vessels were refined, he would leave one for Tong Qin to restore his sect. But the reason Tong Qin built another secret tunnel was to guard against Hoang Fu Quan Nach double-crossing him. Therefore, after kidnapping Han Huangya with a sleeping agent earlier, he didn't take her back to the Five Dragon Alliance's tunnel, but secretly brought her here. The monk had succeeded. Tong Qin looked at Han Huangya, who was lying still on the stone bed, feeling extremely satisfied. In 5 days, this ice flower would become the most perfect immortal vessel. A moment later, Zongjung tried to suppress his inner agitation. As he walked to the bedside, the vicious-looking demon monk curled his lip and said coldly, "I have successfully refined 6 immortal puppets. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer at all." As he finished speaking, Zongjung's thin, twig-like hand reached out slowly. Guided by his internal energy, Han Xiangya's limp body sat up. This time, he didn't do as he had before. He wasn't placing the extreme cold yin crystal on her chest. Instead, he intended to implant it directly into her head, to ensure the crystal fused perfectly with her body, turning Han Xiangya into a puppet without memories, programmed only to obey his commands. However, he knew that the sea of consciousness within this ice flower wouldn't be easy to breach. To completely erase her consciousness, he had to find the remaining traces of Han Xiangya's memories. With that, Zongjung unleashed his secret technique, and the demon monk's spiritual sense invaded Han Xiangya's mind. In her daze, she furrowed her brows, and beads of cold sweat rolled down her forehead involuntarily. A moment later, Zongjung found a hidden fragment of memory in her mind. It was a secret base for human traffickers. In the courtyard, a silver-haired girl under 10 years old held a long sword, fresh red blood dripping from the blade. Corpses lay scattered around her, clearly all slain by her hand. The girl seemed to sense someone watching her and turned back, her small face frozen in a cold, icy expression. Zongjung was both horrified and delighted. The lifeless look in Han Xiangya's eyes only made him more certain that this ice flower was the best candidate to forge into a perfect immortal puppet. Just then, in the memory, a man in luxurious robes shouted, "You useless fools! Hurry up and catch that girl! This is top-tier merchandise to be offered to the Five Dragon Alliance. Don't you dare injure her, capture her alive." The young Han Xiangya didn't panic at all. She dropped her sword, pushed off the ground, and disappeared into the night with a few swift leaps. Seeing this, Zongjung hesitated. Although this memory was secret, he knew it wasn't the earliest memory Han Xiangya had lost. Furthermore, with his cultivation level, he couldn't maintain this memory-searching technique for too long, or both he and Han Xiangya would be in danger. After a moment of thought, the old monk decided to take the risk. To refine a perfect immortal puppet, he had to keep searching. With that thought, Zongjung didn't hesitate and unleashed his technique once more. The old monk's spiritual sense, like a nocturnal owl, continuously probed Han Xiangya's sea of consciousness. A moment later, Zongjung suddenly let out a bizarre laugh. He had finally found the cause of Han Xiangya's amnesia. At the foot of a series of snowy mountains, a young girl stood before a plum blossom tree. At this time, Han Xiangya still had black hair, standing under the falling white petals, looking incredibly adorable. Zongjung frowned at the scene before him. He couldn't imagine what had caused Han Xiangya to change so much, but it didn't matter anymore. He was absolutely certain this was the root of her memory loss. Thinking of this, the old monk wasted no more time. The final extreme cold yin crystal appeared in his hand. Just as Zongjung roared and prepared to lunge toward Han Xiangya, a gentle voice echoed, "Xiangya, why did you come here?" Hearing this voice, the old monk's pupils contracted. A powerful pressure forced him to stop involuntarily, and he turned around slowly, only to see a silver-haired old man who had appeared behind him at some point. The man who arrived is Han Yu, the master of Shan Shawu, and a former heavenly breaking martial general. The former heavenly breaking martial general's white hair and robes fluttered in the wind, and the aura radiating from him was terrifying. Facing such power, Zongjung's pupils constricted. He was certain that the person before him could easily destroy his spiritual sense. Just as he was stunned, the situation on the scene suddenly shifted. A powerful burst of internal energy surged within Han Xiangya's sea of consciousness, easily blasting Zongjung out of her body. The demon monk couldn't believe what he was seeing and stumbled back several steps to regain his footing. Zongjung clutched his numb wrist. The shockwaves from the impact made his entire arm tremble violently. The secret sect demon monk narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly. This was a situation he had never encountered since he started refining immortal puppets. The Han Xiangya before him was clearly still in a state of suspended animation, so where did the powerful force that pushed him out come from? Before he could even process it, Zongjung suddenly tasted sweetness in his throat and bit his teeth shut in a hurry, but blood still poured from his nose. Clearly, the previous strike had caused him severe internal injuries. The demon monk wiped the blood from his nose slowly, and after stabilizing the churning energy in his body, he took out the extreme cold yin crystal again. A perfect immortal puppet was right before him. Zongjung naturally didn't want to give up easily. He immediately circulated his energy, preparing to start over. But then, he widened his eyes in disbelief. This time, no matter what technique he used, he couldn't penetrate Han Xiangya's sea of consciousness again. Moreover, the extreme cold yin crystal in his hand suddenly went out of control. Instead of sealing Han Xiangya's soul as he imagined, it slipped into her body through the Bai Hui point and was gradually absorbed by Han Xiangya completely. At the same time, in her daze, the girl felt as though she were falling into an endless abyss of darkness. A raspy voice whispered in her ear like a demon, "Forget the past. From this day forward, your soul belongs to me." In the darkness, Han Xiangya hugged her knees helplessly. She wanted to obey that voice and forget the past, but she hadn't remembered it yet, so how could she forget? Just then, a ray of light suddenly pierced the darkness. The girl stared blankly toward the light and saw a couple standing under the plum tree. Han Xiangya trembled suddenly. She had seen this scene more than once in her dreams. The man's dignified gaze held a hint of affection, while the woman's gentle eyes were filled with infinite love. Han Xiangya reached out toward the couple instinctively, and her lost memories flooded back like a tide. "These are my parents, mother, father. I have missed you both so much all these years." Tears fell silently from Han Xiangya's cold face. In that moment, she finally remembered everything. Meanwhile, Zongjung's pupils contracted in terror. A wave of internal energy erupted from Han Xiangya's body like a tsunami. This force carried invincible power. It felt like everything was being crushed, leaving the tantric evil monk stunned, yet strangely filled with a sense of familiarity. It was exactly like the war god who had once defeated him. The master's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the ice flower and the war god were connected? Before he could dwell on it, that surge of inner energy struck him. He couldn't pull his arm back in time. His right arm was instantly pulverized, and the next moment, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing several yards away. The Western region evil monk clutched his severed arm, letting out a gut-wrenching scream, while Han Xiangya, who had been unconscious, now stood up. The ice flower merely glanced at him and said coldly, "I'll spare your life today." Seeing the look of terror in the master's eyes, Han Xiangya, in a rare moment of patience, explained that although he deserved to die, it was thanks to him that she had regained her memories of her parents, so she would let him live. But the stubborn Western region monk refused to back down, determined to take Han Xiangya's head to reclaim the extreme cold yin essence. With that, the master formed a hand seal, unleashing the blood demon killing aura, sending streams of blood-red energy like venomous snakes toward Han Xiangya. This technique was a forbidden tantric art, where even a touch of the blood energy would drain one dry, turning them into a withered husk. But Han Xiangya remained unfazed, casually plucking a strand of silver hair from her head. Immediately after, the ice flower channeled all her sword intent into that single strand, executing the Moon Soul Sword technique created by her mother. That soft hair turned razor-sharp, cutting through the night like moonlight, piercing straight toward the evil monk's forehead. In a flash, a crescent-shaped scar appeared on his brow, and a spray of blood erupted from the back of his neck, splattering everywhere. The monk's legs began to tremble, unable to hold him up. Soon after, the old monk's body collapsed to the ground. The Western region evil monk had finally met his end in confusion and resentment. The man, who hadn't slept or rested, had been galloping his horse for 3 days and 3 nights, yet he still felt pressed for time and dared not let his guard down. The man was Zhang Xiachu, the leader of the Huai Prefecture branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Su Xiaohe had begun to suspect Huangfu Junyue, so she had teamed up with the beggar sect elder, Hong Wuba, to secretly investigate Quansheng's past from every angle. Now, the final investigation results were in Zhang Xiachu's hands. He had to reach the docks before dawn to send the information off. Because of this intelligence, over 20 of his subordinates had already been wiped out. Zhang Xiachu knew this was incredibly important, and even if he had to risk his life, he had to get the intelligence to the young master. Just then, a faint whistling sound reached his ears. Zhang Xiachu was startled, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Whoever was coming clearly had master-level light body skills to be able to catch up to a galloping horse on foot. A white-clad figure glided through the forest like a ghost, catching up to the speeding Zhang Xiachu in an instant. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiachu saw who it was. It was the Blood Sword guest who had once appeared for the Five Dragon Alliance. The Blood Sword guest was Huangfu Junyue's personal guard. His appearance now to kill him confirmed that this intelligence had touched a nerve regarding Quansheng. Just as the blood-sword guest prepared to leap, swinging his sword down, another figure lunged out from the forest. The newcomer flew up, striking the blood-sword guest's head with a staff. The latter, forced to change his move in a hurry, blocked with his sword, but the immense force still sent him flying several yards back. The blood-sword guest was shocked, realizing the newcomer was no ordinary fighter. After blocking, Zhang Xiachu had only been ordered to investigate Huangfu Junyue's past. He didn't know the young master had secretly asked the beggar sect to protect him. Though he didn't understand why the beggar would help him, he promised that he would definitely repay this great kindness later. The beggar smirked. Once you meet your young mistress, you'll understand. A boat is waiting for you at the dock. If we meet again, just buy me a good meal. Zhang Xiachu knew this was no time to linger, so he turned his horse and continued galloping ahead. The blood-sword guest sneered, saying with a tone of contempt, "You beggar sect types are truly pathetic, selling your lives for a meal. Besides, do you really think you can stop me alone?" Unexpectedly, the beggar smiled. "Who said I came alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard all around them. It turned out over a dozen beggar sect disciples, armed with wooden staves, had surrounded them. The lead beggar rested his staff on his shoulder and chuckled. "Back in Taiwan, we used the staff of the Earth Bridge to beat several blood-sword guests to death. Today will be no different. It's just adding a few more dead dogs to the pile." Before he could even finish, another figure in white appeared. The newcomer wore a conical hat, his voice cold. "I've heard about that incident. If that was your doing, then today, I'll send you on your way." Seeing the newcomer's aggressive momentum as he slowly approached, the beggar stepped back slightly while probing the opponent's identity. "What is my real name? I can no longer remember. Later, the Alliance leader bestowed upon me the name Beilong Cao. Remember this name well, so you'll know who to blame in the afterlife." Upon seeing the golden mask of the man in the conical hat, the beggar's face paled. The three words, Beilong Cao, terrified him. The beggar sect was the largest faction in the world. Their intelligence network spanned the entire martial arts world, and they were well informed about the Five Dragon Alliance's blood sword guests. They were the most ruthless group within the alliance, not only serving as Huangfu Junyue's guards, but also handling investigations and assassinations. Once they determined someone was a threat to the alliance, the Bloodsword guests didn't need to report to the alliance leader and could strike directly. And the founder of the Bloodsword guests was none other than this Beilong Cao. Known as the Ironclad Guard, rumors in the martial arts world claimed that no one who had ever seen him draw his sword had lived to tell the tale. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Bloodsword guests drew his blade, and sharp sword energy instantly flooded the area. Then, waves of sword energy, sharp as ocean tides, came crashing down. This was Beilong Cao's signature technique, blood piercing the cloud sea. The beggar sect disciples were instantly torn apart by the sword energy, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, the area turned into a living hell, with severed limbs, blood soaked into the ground, and screams echoing everywhere. A while later, Beilong Cao and his two subordinates arrived at the docks, but Zhang Xiachu had already boarded the ship and was quickly sailing away. Seeing the boat was already miles from the shore, the subordinate immediately suggested using water-treading lightfoot skills to give chase, but Beilong Cao shook his head, turning instead to explain Zhang Xiatu's background to his subordinate. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild built its empire from scratch in just 10 short years, and today, it stands as a rival to the Black Merchant Guild. People only know their young mistress is Su Xiaohe, a woman of extraordinary ambition and talent, but they don't know that this Zhang Xiatu is the one who truly deserves the most credit. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a small chapter leader of the Huaizhou branch. The intelligence network under his command is no less impressive than that of the beggar sect. Some even say that whoever possesses him effectively holds the entire situation of the Central Plains in their grasp. For such a figure to be secretly investigating the alliance leader, no matter who is behind the purchase of this information, it is a major threat to our Five Dragon Alliance. Taking his life now would be as easy as flipping my hand. But what I want to know is who is so eager for this information. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Merchant Guild within the Iron Martial Alliance, Su Xiaohe looked at the young woman who had arrived in the dead of night, her eyes filled with surprise. Han Shangya's voice was no longer as cold and icy as before. She said she had come for an abrupt visit and hoped Su Xiaohe would forgive her. Hearing this, Su Xiaohe became even more suspicious. Although she and this ice flower had never met, meeting her today, the feeling was different from the rumors. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiaohe voiced her inner doubts, asking Han Shangya if she had come because of Shan Shawu. The latter looked straight at Su Xiaohe, not dodging the question at all, and frankly admitted, "But he is currently being held in the Thunder Prison, and is not here. I have heard about this, but I couldn't hold back, and had to come. Su Xiaohe fell silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, "May I ask why? I want to hear you talk about him." "You inherited my father's martial arts, the person you trust the most. What kind of man is he really?" Su Xiaohe was startled. Shan Shawu had once told her that Han Xiangya had lost her childhood memories. Could it be that she has recovered her memories now? She then instructed her maid, saying she might be talking with Miss Han for a long time, and that no one should disturb them unless it was something urgent. After speaking, she gestured to Han Xiangya. "Miss Han, it's a bit stuffy in the room. Let's go to the back garden to talk." Before they even reached the back garden, Han Xiangya hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Miss Su, I wonder when Hero Shan will return. Perhaps we'll have to wait until the hero assembly ends. He's always like that. He's always very late whenever he comes." Hearing this, Han Xiangya murmured, "We still have to wait that long?" Su Xiaohe looked at the bright moon in the sky, a calm expression appearing on her beautiful face. "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for him. In the past, to wait for him to come see me, I waited for 10 whole years. Now, waiting for him has become a habit." Hearing this, Han Xiangya did not flinch but simply nodded gently. "Then I will also stay here and wait for him." As Su Xiaohe and Han Xiangya went to the back garden, Wu Xiandao thought, "You have been at the Great Heaven Merchant Guild all this time, and you can no longer sit still." The moment Han Xiangya set foot in the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, he had noticed the visitor's powerful aura, but he was in no hurry to reveal himself. First, because the other party hadn't concealed her movements, it proved she had no ill intent. Second, this aura gave him a sense of familiarity. This iron tyrant quietly left his room and looked into the distance. The conversation between the two women in the pavilion in the middle of the lake vaguely reached his ears. The two girls had become friendly as they walked and talked, and realizing they were both from the north, they grew even closer, deciding to become sworn sisters. Han Xiangya was older, so Su Xiaohe considered her an older sister. Just as Su Xiaohe was enthusiastically inviting her to sit and drink tea, Han Xiangya's footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, this ice flower suddenly turned her head to look into the distance, sharp sword chi radiating out like she was stalking prey. It was clear she had discovered the Iron Tyrant secretly following them. Seeing this, Wu Xiandao's brows furrowed. He had not expected this girl to have such sharp senses. Previously, when he went to the Lion Gate to seize the Blood Jade, he had met Han Xiangya once. At that time, in his eyes, while this ice flower had good aptitude, her strength wasn't enough to concern him, yet not even a month had passed. Just in terms of internal energy alone, she could now rival him. Becoming the next sword fairy was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Wu Xiandao couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. He was not surprised by any stroke of luck Han Xiangya might have had during this time, but rather, the speed at which talent was gathering around Shan Shawu left him astonished. First, there was Su Xiaohe, a woman of great ambition and foresight, the young mistress of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, with resources that went without saying. And then there was that kid, Han Su, from the Zhongnan sword sect. Although he had just stepped into the martial world and lacked combat experience, his 36 heavenly origin swords were truly astonishing. His potential for future development could not be underestimated. Then there was Shi Qi, representing the younger generation of the Iron Martial Alliance. These young people did not fear power, and were filled with enthusiasm. After being guided in martial arts by Shan Shawu and cared for by Su Xiaohe, Shi Qi and his group had become very close to the war god and the others. Now, with the addition of Han Xiangya, an ice flower whose strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, the war god's influence had silently grown to such an extent. Wu Xiandao couldn't help but shudder. If Shan Shawu could emerge from the hero assembly unscathed, that would be one thing. But if they truly wanted the war god's life, it would surely lead to a bloodbath. If the Iron Martial Alliance were to dissolve at that point, with the various factions no longer bound by their agreements, the Central Plains martial world would undoubtedly fall into chaos. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through the Iron Tyrant's mind. Could this be the outcome Huangfu Junyue wanted? A night passed, and with only 3 days left until the hero assembly, more and more martial arts masters gathered at the Iron Martial Alliance. At a roadside tavern in the city, 2 guests sat across from each other, whispering. One of them was the beggar sect's first elder, Han Wuba. What did the sect leader finally decide? I'm sure Elder Hong has guessed that the beggar sect will remain on the sidelines for this hero assembly. So the last time was the final time I will help you. Furthermore, the sect leader and the other elders asked me to pass on a message. Don't let your relationship with the war god bring trouble to the beggar sect. Hearing this, Hong Wuba felt a chill in his heart, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. Although he knew that not participating in factional disputes was the iron rule of the beggar sect, When the Iron Martial Alliance was formed, the Beggar Sect had not joined. Even though the Beggar Sect had contributed greatly to the war against the Yuan, interfering in this matter was truly unreasonable. That was why the Beggar Sect leader's decision came as no surprise to him. What truly chilled him was the message from the leader himself. After weighing his options over and over, the implied warning was clear, without a word being said. It was obviously pressure being applied behind the scenes by Huangfu Junyue. After a long silence, the Beggar Sect elder slowly spoke up. "Please pass a message to the leader. Tell him that I fully understand the Beggar Sect's stance." The burly man didn't linger on this, shifting the topic to the request Han Wuba had made earlier. "I arranged a group of experts to rendezvous with Zhang Xiaxu, but by the time they reached the Hai Chao branch, it had already been burned to the ground. The entire branch was massacred, but Zhang Xiaxu's body was nowhere to be found. I sent Chu Jiekai to track him down and provide protection, but now even Chu Jiekai has gone missing." According to the only survivor from the Hui Chao branch, he only saw the assailant wearing a golden skull mask. That man's martial arts were peerless, and he was absolutely ruthless. Hearing about the golden skull mask, Hong Wuguai felt a jolt of shock. If it really was that Bai Longzhao who had struck personally, then Chu Jiekai was surely in grave danger. At the same time, on the misty Yangtze River, a swift boat was heading downstream toward the Tiwu Alliance. On the bank, 3 horses galloped in pursuit. It was Bai Long Cao and 2 of his subordinates. Watching the boat's direction, Bai Long Cao had already guessed the situation. The person backing Zhang Xiaxu must be the young master of the great Tianshang trading house, he realized. He ordered his subordinates to immediately send a carrier pigeon to the blood. Sword guests stationed at the Taiwu Alliance to surround the great Tianshang trading house, while he would board the boat to keep monitoring Zhang Xiaxu, just in case his judgment was wrong. The subordinate accepted the order and asked if they should report this to the alliance leader. Bai Long Cao replied, "Once everything is settled, I will report it myself." Having said that, he yanked the reins, leaped from his horse, and his body shot toward the river like a meteor. Upon hitting the water, Bai Long Cao used his qinggong, running across the surface. Under the moonlight, he looked like a white shadow riding the wind and waves, catching up to the swift boat in an instant. When he was just a few yards away, Bai Long Cao took a deep breath, and his body launched onto the deck like a hawk. The leader of the blood sword guests landed softly, standing perfectly steady. He turned, tossed off his flamboyant robe, and removed the terrifying golden skull mask, revealing a plain, somewhat cold face. Bai Long Cao had made up his mind. If he found anyone contacting Zhang Xiaxu, even if he couldn't track down the mastermind behind it all later, he would kill them on the spot, without hesitation to prevent any leaks. With that, the Bloodsword guest leader casually grabbed a crate, disguised himself as a sailor, and calmly approached Zhang Xiaxu. Zhang Xiaxu, however, had no idea he was on the edge of death. Days of constant fleeing had left the messenger exhausted, but he dared not rest for even a moment. Originally, the eldest miss had ordered him to secretly investigate Huangfu Junyue. He had thought it was just a passing whim of his young master, something done for convenience. Huangfu Junyue was the eldest son of the Huangfu clan, and his status in the martial arts world was well known to all. But after a string of his subordinates were exterminated, he realized this information had definitely stepped on Huangfu Junyue's toes. Still, Zhang Xiaxu felt no fear. Even if it meant losing his life, he had to deliver the news to the eldest miss. Only then would he not fail her trust and patronage. With only 1 day left until the heroes' gathering, at the Wulong Alliance's guest villa, the night was deep, but Huangfu Junyue still couldn't sleep. He went over the plans again and again, confirming there were no loopholes. Although the disappearance of the evil monk, Zhongzheng, had caught him off guard, the immortal demonic corpse had been perfected, so it wouldn't affect the grand scheme. He had prepared countermeasures for many variables. Even the biggest variable was locked away in his dungeon, yet for some reason, he still felt a sense of unease. Inside the dungeon, Shan Shawu and the others finally reached the final exit. He had used puppet arts to control Sa Tianwei, disarming the traps along the way without a scratch, and even had the 2 jailers carry the mysterious expert's corpse outside. Sa Tianwei, his consciousness suppressed, stood with a blank expression as he described the secrets of the final barrier. The massive door in front of them had no lock and could be pushed open easily, but if the hidden mechanisms weren't pressed in the correct order, pushing the door would cause the entire tunnel to collapse. Mo Junji heard this and looked at Shan Shawu with fear, but the man remained expressionless, unfathomable. According to his calculations, tomorrow was the day of the heroes' gathering. Thinking of this, Shan Shawu's eyes turned cold. He whispered to himself, "Huangfu Junyue, after tomorrow, only one of us will remain alive." The Heroes Gathering, which had taken 8 months to prepare, finally officially began. Martial arts experts from all over the country gathered today at the Daewoo Alliance. The inner-city gates were incredibly lively, packed like ants. Everyone was squeezing in, and even martial artists without invitations were trying their luck, hoping to sneak inside to witness this grand event. After all, the 72 heroes invited were all prominent figures in the pugilistic world. On the gate tower, Han Wuba looked at the bustling crowd and sighed to himself. The martial artists qualified to attend. The gathering today could honestly be called the pillars of the Central Plains martial arts world. Suddenly, a golden chime rang out from afar, and Han Wuba's drinking motion paused. He knew a master had arrived. Looking up, he saw the newcomer was one of the 72 heroes, the man known in the pugilistic world as the Divine Dragon of the Frontier, Yun Zhongshan. This man not only possessed deep internal energy, but the disciples under his command were also formidable. It was said that his sect's strength beyond the border had almost no rivals. Next to appear was another renowned master, the sect leader of the South Sea Sword School, Chen Maowei. Relying on his exquisite swordsmanship, he had subdued all the heroes of the South Sea, sitting firmly on the throne of the #1 South Sea swordsman for 30 years. Han Wuba looked at the excited, cheering crowd and lamented, "If only I could be like them, carefree and without worries, how nice that would be." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared and spoke casually. "If you want to, feel free to enjoy this heroes gathering, just like them." Why is a dignified beggar sect elder feeling so melancholic? Seeing an acquaintance, Han Wuba teased, "Oh, it's Master Jedi. I haven't heard much news of you in recent years. I actually thought you had retired from the pugilistic world." Master Jedi smiled and replied, "Well, in recent years, I've heard quite a lot of news about Elder Hong myself. I heard you spent 10 years waiting in Shenyang for a mysterious old man, only to end up wandering the martial arts world as companions with that war god." Han Wuba's expression stiffened slightly at those words. Surely Master Tidi is concerned about the war god. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of such attention. The man glanced sideways at Han Wuba, his tone mocking. "You're overthinking it. Of course, I'm concerned about the war god. There aren't many people in the martial arts world who care about him, so you can rest easy on that count." Master Tidi spoke the truth without a hint of concealment, making the beggar sect elder feel deeply insulted. But before he could retort, the hermit smiled, his voice turning gentle. "It's been 10 years since we've had a proper chat, old friend. It truly gladdens my heart. Elder Hong, it's been a long time." The sudden shift in the other man's train of thought left Han Wuba struggling to keep up. This was exactly why, despite knowing Master Tidi for so long, he never wanted to meet him. The Taoist would be dead serious one moment, then suddenly crack a joke, hitting right where it hurt, before returning to his calm demeanor, leaving him unable to argue back. He never gained the upper hand. Han Wuba gritted his teeth and muttered, "Aren't you here to preside over the Heroes' Assembly? Go and get ready." "I've been inside since dawn, but the Hall of Heroes was so stiflingly crowded, I had to come out for some air. It just so happens I ran into you." The Hall of Heroes sat on a hillside within the city walls, originally built as a sparring ground for martial artists. It was only when Huangfu Junyue suddenly organized the Heroes' Assembly that this hall was constructed in just 10 days. As the two were talking, another figure approached the current sect leader of the Sichuan Tang sect, known across the martial world as the Invincible Bloodhand, Tang Wenquan. Unlike the two masters who had entered the city before him, this sect leader made no effort to conceal his sharp, aggressive aura, which radiated from his entire body like a provocative surge of internal energy. His target was Master Tida. The Taoist remained calm, though his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Wuba watched in astonishment and quickly hissed, "Has this brat lost his mind? He dares to make a move against you?" Master Tidi scoffed, and his internal energy suddenly exploded, a powerful, swirling force that instantly dispersed Tang Wenquan's pressure. The Taoist's lips moved slightly as he used secret voice transmission. "I have no desire to squabble with a junior like you. It would be wise to know your place." Having said that, Master Tide casually flicked his horsehair whisk. A powerful, tidal wave of internal energy surged forth, immediately swatting away the poisoned needles Tang Wenquan had hidden within his aura. The other man laughed coldly and transmitted back, as expected of Master Tida. "It's no easy feat to detect the hidden mechanics in that, but that's what makes it interesting. If it were easy to kill you, it would be far too boring. The Heroes' Assembly has only just begun. There will be plenty of other chances." With that, the Tang sect leader continued walking toward the Hall of Heroes as if nothing had happened. Having witnessed the whole exchange, Han Wuba skeptically asked if Master Tidi had some vendetta against him. Not exactly a vendetta, but since we are both from Sichuan, the Tang sect has always wanted to keep the Qingcheng sect down. That is exactly why I rarely venture out. Wherever there is a crowd, trouble follows. Han Wuba smiled at this. My friend, after all these years, your temper has certainly cooled. In the past, you wouldn't have let such a provocation slide so easily. Aren't you going to show the younger generation how terrifying the martial arts world can be? To his surprise, those words made Master Tidi flare with anger. Fine, I'll go deal with that brat. Since he doesn't know his place, today I shall send him to his reincarnation. Han Wuba's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Wait! Aren't you supposed to preside over the heroes' assembly? If you want to fight, you must at least wait until the assembly concludes smoothly. To his surprise, Master Tidi calmed down just as quickly, and spoke slowly, with deep meaning. Elder Hong, do you really think this heroes' assembly can end smoothly? As it stands, those in favor of disbanding and those opposed are evenly matched. Regardless of who wins, a bloody storm is inevitable. Just then, a rapid drumroll signaled the official start of the heroes' assembly. The marshals in charge of maintaining order shouted loudly, inviting the warriors to enter the hall quickly. A young Taoist boy also came to urge Master Tida to return at once. The Taoist bid farewell to Han Wuba, then flickered and vanished. Watching the retreating figure leading his excited disciples toward the Hall of Heroes, Han Wuba didn't follow immediately, but stood still, lost in thought. He knew Master Tidi was right, there would be bloodshed today, but the problem was that their opponent seemed incredibly well prepared, while his own trump cards felt uncertain. If things continued like this, he feared even the war god's safety could not be guaranteed. At the same time, in a residential area on the outskirts of the Iron Martial Alliance, Shan Shawu had just arrived and was led by a subordinate into a secret tunnel. This tunnel led directly to the inner courtyard of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. It was dug in secret by Nangong Su Qiao, who had always been making things difficult for Su Xiaohe, to provide an escape route from the Iron Martial Alliance in case of danger. Little did she know, it would prove useful today. Before leaving, Shan Shawu didn't forget to instruct his subordinate. Although I haven't detected any signs of being followed, just in case, seal off the tunnel after I leave and find somewhere to hide. With that, he grabbed an oil lamp and hurried toward the end of the tunnel. Not long after he left, a figure like a phantom appeared at the doorway. The intruder spoke softly, but to the subordinate, it sounded like a thunderclap. So it really is Su Xiaohe, of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild playing games. The subordinate turned his head in a panic, and his eyes were met with a grotesque golden skull mask. It was the leader of the Blood Sword guests, Bai Longkao, who had been tailing them the entire way. Recognizing his enemy, the subordinate drew his blade and shouted, "I will avenge the brothers who died by your hand." But before he could finish his sentence, a cold flash of light streaked past. In the next instant, Bai Longkao was standing behind him, sheathing his sword. He was so fast that even a fired arrow couldn't keep up. The Blood Sword leader stared coldly and said, "You pathetic ants, what right do you have to speak of revenge?" 10 years had passed, and the Heroes' Assembly was held once more, with dozens of martial arts masters gathering at the Iron Martial Alliance in a truly grand display. As martial artists flocked to the main hall to witness this grand event, 2 blood swordsmen were sneaking around, keeping watch outside the Great Heaven trading firm. They knew Tila and Wen Xiandao were always guarding the firm, so they only dared to observe from afar on the rooftops. Just then, a figure appeared, and said in a low voice, "I sent orders for everyone to surround the Great Heaven trading firm. Why are only the 2 of you here?" The person who arrived was none other than the blood swordsman leader, Bai Longkao. Seeing their leader, the 2 subordinates hurriedly explained that it was Huang Fu Junyue who personally ordered that all blood swordsmen secretly surround the Assembly of Heroes. They only stayed behind because they were following the leader's previous instructions. As they were talking, another figure appeared within their sight. It was Shan Shawu, the intelligence officer who had escaped through the tunnel. Having seen him inside the Great Heaven trading firm earlier, Bai Longkao thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Wen Xiandao has already gone to the Assembly of Heroes, so there is no need to worry. You 2 should follow the Alliance leader's orders and head there quickly. Once I finish up here, I will join you." The 2 subordinates acknowledged the order in unison, their figures flashing as they vanished, leaving only Bai Longkao standing there with a cold smile, clutching his sword. The war god is imprisoned. The old beggar and Tyla are now at the Assembly of Heroes. I want to see who can possibly protect your young master now. Meanwhile, Shan Shawu ran all the way to the inner courtyard and finally spotted his young mistress in the gazebo. Not daring to delay, he rushed into the pavilion. Su Xiaohe was stunned to see him arrive in person. She knew that the Wulong Alliance always had people secretly monitoring the firm, so she had always used carrier pigeons to ensure the safety of her subordinates. Suppressing her inner suspicion, Su Xiaohe hurried forward to greet him, catching the exhausted Zhang Xiaoshu and asking with concern, "Uncle Zhang, why are you here? Please, rest a moment before speaking." Zhang Xiaoshu didn't have time to catch his breath, and urged her hurriedly, "Young mistress, there is no time left. You must leave here immediately, they are about to catch up." Hearing this, Su Xiaohe's pupils contracted. With the situation suddenly shifting, she almost understood the gravity of the problem. Seeing his young mistress stunned, Zhang Xiaoshu grew even more anxious. "Young mistress, we cannot delay any longer. It is Bai Long Cao from the Wulong Alliance. Who knows when he will arrive?" Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice rang out behind them. "I am already here. Where else do you think you can run?" Zhang Xiaoshu turned his head in horror, and knowing he was no match for the opponent, he still firmly stood in front of Su Xiaohe. Upon recognizing the visitor's attire, Su Xiaohe's face changed. The blood swordsman leader, Bai Long Cao, had arrived in person, which meant that Huangfu Junwei had uncovered her secret actions. He had come today not only for her but also to silence everyone in the Great Heaven trading firm. Su Xiaohe's first reaction was to stall for time. She said calmly, "The Teiwu Alliance has had regulations since its founding. The trading firm is a neutral power, and no martial arts force is allowed to bully them." At this, Su Xiaohe frowned and shouted, "You are a leader of the blood swordsmen, yet you dare to ignore the Alliance's rules? Are you not afraid that the Wulong Alliance will become a target for everyone?" Zhang Xiaoshu inwardly praised his young mistress for having the bearing of a great general, but Bai Long Cao couldn't help but sneer. Everyone praises Su Xiaohe for her unmatched resourcefulness. Now it seems you are just a sharp-tongued little girl. The Teiwu Alliance does have rules about the firm being neutral, but the premise is that the firm must not interfere in factional disputes. The Great Heaven trading firm has used so many underhanded tactics in secret, you know this in your heart. If not, why would the war god invite Ta La to guard this place? Furthermore, ever since the northern forces were driven back 10 years ago, Alliance leader Huang Fu has been trying to rebuild the order of the Central Plains martial arts. You northern barbarians not only pillage the wealth of the Central Plains, but also dare to secretly investigate the Alliance leader. Attempting to sabotage the Alliance leader's grand plan, heaven and earth will not forgive you. Su Xiaohe smiled lightly. So, it all comes down to the fact that we come from a humble background, which gives you the right to rely on the Wulong Alliance to bully others? You little brat, don't try to justify yourself. I am acting against you today, because you betrayed the Teiwu Alliance. Su Xiaohe curled her lip, feigning surprise. Oh? Investigating Huangfu Junyue's secrets is considered betraying the Teiwu Alliance? It seems you have already decided that Huangfu Junyue is the one in charge. If that's the case, I understand the purpose of his assembly of heroes now. Sister, what do you think? The next second, Han Xiangya's cold voice sounded from behind Bai Long Cao. That certainly seems to be the case. The sudden sound startled Bai Long Cao, as he had not realized how close she had gotten. The blood swordsman leader hurriedly turned around to draw his sword, but before he could even touch the hilt, Bai Long Cao felt a chill at his waist. The eyes behind the leader's mask widened in shock. He stood frozen like a stone statue, taking a long while to recover his senses. Bai Long Cao looked at his trembling belt, terror gripping his heart. The fact that the belt had been sliced in two proved that what he just felt was not an illusion. It was her sword energy that had missed by only half an inch. Han Xiangya walked past him indifferently, her voice cold. Be more careful when drawing your sword next time. Otherwise, that might be the last time you ever hold one. Unexpectedly, Bai Long Cao did not know his place, and said hatefully, "A junior like you has only been holding a sword for a few years, and you dare to lecture me?" Han Xiangya glanced at him indifferently, looking helpless. "I am also a member of the Teiwu Alliance, and did not want to create enemies with the Wulong Alliance." Having said this, Bing Hua turned around, taking an attack stance, her hawk-like eyes staring down Bai Long Cao. "But if you insist on seeking death, I don't mind sending you on your way." Bai Long Cao laughed in anger. "A mere girl dares to talk so arrogantly. Today, I want to see who dies first." Saying this, the blood swordsman leader drew his sword from its scabbard, shouting loudly, ready to unleash his special technique, blood piercing the cloud sea. Seeing this, Han Xiangya raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Truly ignorant of your own limitations." Without any further movement from Bing Hua, her 3-foot sword unsheathed itself, guided by her internal energy. Han Xiangya reached out, gently gripping the hilt. As she thrust the blade forward, There was a sound like wind and thunder. In an instant, the sword energy condensed into a single point, like a silken ribbon. The sword strike was like moonlight, piercing the veil of night, and it instantly ran through the center of Bai Long Thao's brow. He swayed twice, then collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Lord of the Blood Sword Sect, you've spent decades wielding your blade, yet in the end, you couldn't escape the fate of dying by one yourself. Just as the 72 masters had gathered at the Hall of Heroes, Huangfu Junyue, the man who initiated this assembly, slowly walked into the hall. He had spent 10 years carving out this path, and today, he was finally ready to reap what he had sown. As he approached the main entrance, two familiar figures were waiting for him. They were the Sword Saint Manhwa Yunhizi and the Blade Lord Wudi Jehe Haoshan. Both seemed disgruntled that Huangfu Junyue had arrived so late. Watching these two longtime rivals, a faint smirk curled on Huangfu Junyue's lips. Once today was over, his Five-Dragon Alliance would dominate the world. He didn't care about their petty bickering. Without a word, he walked into the main hall with them. A short while later, the assembly officially began. The host, Mr. Jie, first greeted everyone, then gave his horsehair whisk a flick, and got straight to the point. As you are all aware, 10 years ago, to resist the Yuan dynasty, we warriors joined forces to establish the Iron Feather Alliance. Now that the Yuan forces have retreated to the north, the people live in peace. Alliance leader Huangfu has questioned the necessity of the Iron Feather Alliance, so he has called this Heroes' Assembly. I invite you all to decide its fate. The Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance agreed to call this assembly. From what I hear, there are as many who support disbanding as there are those who wish to maintain the Iron Feather Alliance. We will follow the Alliance's original regulations and take turns voicing our opinions. Once you have heard all the arguments, please decide for yourselves which side you support. Now, I invite the representative for the pro-maintenance faction, the Supreme Elder of the Zhongnan Sword Sect, Xuan Wu Tian, to speak. At the mention of the title, Zhongnan Sword Immortal, the hall erupted in murmurs. Everyone watched as the old man slowly stepped onto the platform. Xuan Wu Tian stated that the achievements of the Iron Feather Alliance over the past 10 years were clear for all to see. Even though the Yuan forces had vanished from the Central Plains, that didn't mean they wouldn't return. If they disbanded the Iron Feather Alliance now, it would be impossible to prevent the sects from turning on each other again. When that happens, the Northern Yuan will surely seize the chance to strike south, and the people will be plunged into misery once more, forced to wander in exile. In short, the Sword Immortal argued that disbanding the alliance now would do more harm than good, and would likely render 10 years of effort completely wasted. Han Su watched his master speaking passionately, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As a disciple of the Zhongnan Sword Sect, he should have stood with his sect, but given his current strength, he dared not even get close. Thinking of this, the young sword warrior clenched his fists in silence, swearing to himself that one day, he would return to his sect with his head held high. A moment later, Han Su regained his composure and whispered a complaint that this assembly was far too poorly organized. Except for the 72 heroes, everyone else didn't even have a seat. Hong Wuguai shook his head with a stern face. Huangfu Junyue arranged it this way on purpose. Look closely at where everyone is sitting. The faction wanting to disband, the Five-Dragon Alliance, occupies the center, effectively splitting the neutral Lion Alliance from the Nine Heavens Mansion, who oppose disbanding. They didn't provide seats for the others so they could move freely. It makes it easier for the Five-Dragon Alliance to lobby behind the scenes, all while avoiding offending the neutrals and isolating the Nine Heavens Mansion as much as possible. Looking at the Sword Saint's dark expression, he must have realized it. I wonder how he will respond. On the other hand, Jehe Haoshan doesn't seem to care about the life or death of the Iron Feather Alliance. He seems more interested in dealing with the war god. Han Su's heart sank at these words. Before leaving, Su Xiaohe had predicted that the Heroes' Assembly would be turbulent and warned him to be prepared for any sudden incidents. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look toward Shishi and the others on the other side of the hall. If trouble really broke out, they were the only brothers he could rely on. As if sensing the meaning in Han Su's gaze, Guo Dashan immediately responded with a reassuring look. Just then, Jehe Haoshan let out a long yawn. The invincible Blade Lord said, without a shred of tact, that this was all too boring. Yunjiezi glanced at him and said in a low voice, Alliance Leader Jehe, this concerns the future of the Central Plains martial world. Please have some self-respect. Jehe Haoshan sighed, saying with deep meaning, Mansion Master Yun, do you really believe that anyone here will be swayed by words? Most people have already made up their minds. Even if they knew their decision was wrong, they wouldn't change their stance now. Even a child understands this. Being a sword saint, Why are you still so naive? Huangfu Junyue glanced at Jehe Haoshen and added, Alliance leader Jehe may be blunt, but he has a point. This heroes' assembly that everyone has anticipated for so long shouldn't be this dull. With that, the Alliance leader closed his eyes and used telepathic transmission. Lian Boe, take the Bloodsword sect guards to the prison and bring the war god here. Lian Boe, who was lurking outside the Hall of Heroes, couldn't help but be surprised. According to the plan, the interrogation of the war god wasn't supposed to be rushed like this. Before he could even think it through, Huangfu Junyue's voice sounded again. Remember, don't let the heroes see that he has been tortured. Lian Boe dared not delay. He immediately replied with a telepathic understood, then led several Blood Sword sect guards, their figures flickering as they sprinted toward the prison. Less than a cup of tea later, they reached the prison entrance. Lian Boe channeled his energy and shouted, By order of the Alliance leader, we are here to escort the war god to the Hall of Heroes. Open the door at once. Inside, an unremarkable understood was heard, followed by the heavy stone door grinding open. Then, in a voice Lian Boe completely didn't expect, the 35th generation heaven-breaking Marshal General, Shan Shawu, stepped out slowly. Just as the Iron Feather Alliance's assembly was in full swing, Shan Shawu appeared, having somehow found a fresh set of clothes to wear. The war god adjusted his attire and explained, After all, I am going to meet the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance. It would be disrespectful to show up in prison rags. The two people, Mo Junji, whom he had rescued, had their expressions change instantly and urged him to get ready properly before doing anything else. Shan Shawu smiled. Don't worry. After today, the Iron Feather Alliance probably won't exist anymore. Since I intend to settle accounts with that old man Huangfu Junwei, there's no need to waste any more time. Just then, Lian Boe's order to open the door echoed from outside. Shan Shawu chuckled softly and said nonchalantly, You've arrived a bit earlier than I calculated. Both of you wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, Lian Baoyi was still giving orders to his subordinates. Even though the God of War's cultivation has been sealed by the Alliance leader, we cannot afford to be careless. Before he could even finish his sentence, the stone door was pushed open. The first person to appear in his sight was none other than Shan Shawu. Lian Baoyi's eyes widened in horror. This stone door weighed thousands of pounds. Could his cultivation have been restored? Before he could recover, he saw Shan Shawu extend his left hand, the fair palm rapidly expanding in his vision. Bursts of internal energy shot out from his palm. It was clearly Shan Shawu using the puppet technique. Seeing this, Lian Baoyi immediately snapped to his senses. Although it was strange that his opponent could break the Alliance leader's seal, he was now absolutely certain that the God of War had regained his internal strength. Thinking of this, Lian Baoyi suppressed his shock and let out a loud roar. Then, with a sharp swing, he drew the longsword from his waist. Seeing Shan Shawu's energy strike towards him, the Five Dragon Alliance manager leaped up, spinning like a top while swinging his sword in a horizontal sweep, its sharp gleam instantly dispersing the waves of energy. Shan Shawu smiled in praise. As expected of the Five Dragon Alliance manager, this swordsmanship is truly breathtaking, but are your subordinates just as capable? Having said that, he flicked his hand, and several more bursts of energy shot out. The Bloodsword warriors were caught off guard, and the energy struck their glabella, penetrating their minds. In the blink of an eye, these men were under Shan Shawu's control. Seeing Lian Baoyi beside them as the God of War, Shan Shawu, everyone screamed in unison and charged at Lian Baoyi. The latter immediately realized the treachery of the puppet technique, and without hesitation, he drew his swords and took a defensive stance. Before his subordinates could close in, Lian Baoyi unleashed several strikes, and with flashes of swordlight, he cut down the Bloodsword warriors on the spot. Watching this, Shan Shawu's eyes showed appreciation. He silently mused that he truly was Huangfu Junyue's most capable henchman, ruthless in his strikes, yet remarkably calm and decisive. Lian Baoyi struggled to control his trembling body. These Bloodsword warriors were elites he had handpicked himself, yet he had been forced by Shan Shawu to kill them with his own hands. The Five Dragon Alliance manager's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, God of War, today I will kill you to avenge my brothers. With that, he lunged forward, his body like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for Shan Shawu. Facing his aggressive opponent, Shan Shawu remained calm and composed. Manager, Lian, I just praised you for being calm and decisive. Why have you suddenly become so hot-headed? Lian Baoyi roared at him to shut up. Then, as he reached within 10 feet of Shan Shawu, the manager's figure flickered and vanished. The corner of Shan Shawu's mouth curled up. Want to compare speed with me? Then I'll play along. With that, the god of war also flickered and vanished from his spot. The speed of the two was so fast that even the narrator could not catch a glimpse of them. Only after a while could one barely see Lian Baoyi swinging his sword downward. Shan Shawu used his protective energy, taking the blow with his own body. The two quickly engaged again, exchanging several blows in rapid succession, looking like two eagles circling in the sky. A few breaths later, they separated once more. Lian Baoyi landed first, crouching down to steady his stance, while Shan Shawu was still hovering in the air, a half-beat slower. Lian Baoyi naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The manager seized the moment and immediately leaped up. While in mid-air, Lian Baoyi suddenly flickered, and strangely enough, his figure split into two. His form continued to shift, and in an instant, 10 shadows appeared, attacking Shan Shawu simultaneously. Lian Baoyi roared, "God of War, can you tell which of these 10 shadows is the real one?" But before he could finish his sentence, a fair hand pressed against his face. Shan Shawu's cold voice rang in his ear, so noisy. As he spoke, the god of war instantly glided dozens of yards, pressing Lian Baoyi's head, slamming him directly into the stone wall. The latter immediately vomited fresh blood, his eyes wide open. In his dying moments, he heard the god of war say nonchalantly, "I can even distinguish the true from the false among the thousands of petals of the Sword Saint's plum blossom technique. Do you really think you can play tricks on me with these 10 measly shadows?" Looking into the cold eyes of his opponent, Lian Baoyi felt a mix of emotions. Back then, when he had tried to stop Shan Shawu from killing Nanggong Suqiao, it was these same eyes, just a single glance from them had made him falter. Lian Baoyi tried to suppress the fear in his heart, sneaking a glance at his left hand. He was now only inches away from Shan Shawu. If he launched a sneak attack, even the god of war would have trouble defending against it. Thinking this, a short sword quietly fell into his hand. Lian Baoyi suddenly lunged, roaring, "God of war! Today I will make you pay for the humiliation of the past." But before his words had even faded, a burst of fist energy struck him, hitting his left shoulder. The force hit Lian Baoyi, and without losing momentum, slammed into the stone wall, causing the entire dungeon to shake violently as rubble flew everywhere. Once the dust settled, Shan Shawu's cold voice sounded again. "Pinning your hopes on such a boring sneak attack, you really are blind. Is it because you've been a lackey for Huangfu Junyue for so long that you've started to think you're as strong as your master?" Lian Baoyi clutched his broken arm and wailed miserably. "Shut up, you barbarian. Just kill me. Don't humiliate me any further." Shan Shawu raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "You still have some use. I'm not in a hurry to take your life." As he said this, he held up 2 fingers, with bursts of energy dancing playfully on his fingertips. Under Lian Baoyi's terrified gaze, the god of war continued, "You will join me in witnessing the final outcome of Huangfu Junyue." At the same time, Xuanwu Tian, who was giving a speech at the Heroes' Hall, was suddenly interrupted. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected anyone to be so disrespectful to the Central South Sword Immortal. The man slowly stepped onto the podium, appearing as if he wanted to take over the hosting position. "What about the Northern Plains? How the people are living? These are all stale topics. This one doesn't know what the Sword Immortal is trying to get at by rambling on like this. Today's Heroes Conference isn't for praising the achievements of the last 10 years, but to decide the future direction of the Central Plains martial arts world. If the Sword Immortal keeps talking about such useless matters, I'm afraid everyone here will be yawning just like I am. I have a proposal. Why don't we have a debate right here, Sword Immortal? This could make this boring assembly a bit more interesting." The person stepping onto the stage to stir up trouble is none other than the current head of the Sichuan Tang sect, known in the martial arts world as the unrivaled blood hand, Tang Wenquan. As soon as he spoke, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Although they had heard of Tang Wenquan's reputation for acting recklessly, he relies on Huangfu Junyue for support and is usually arrogant and wild. No one expected him to be so brazen in the face of the Zhongnan Sword Immortal. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Tang Wenquan continued to instigate. "There are so many young friends behind me who don't even have a place to sit. Tell me, everyone, do you want to keep listening to the Sword Immortal ramble on his own, or should we all join the discussion?" Hearing this, many independent martial artists immediately responded, though most remained wary of the Sword Immortal's prestige. "Enough. Stop this." Tai Da Shixian, the supreme elder of the Lion League, couldn't take it anymore, shouting loudly, his voice booming like a bronze bell. "Tai Da Shixian, how long do you intend to let this junior ramble on?" Wen Xiandao frowned beside him, complaining in a low voice, "Old man, keep it down, he can hear you." In the corner, the totem monk heard the noisy chatter and sighed softly. This high-ranking tantric monk asked the Ji brothers next to him, "Who is that young man speaking so recklessly? He's turning this solemn hero assembly into chaos." "Master, you may have heard of him. He is Tang Wenquan, famous in the martial arts world for his heavenly flower rain technique and the current head of the Sichuan Tang sect." At this moment, the burly man who had been silent suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, growling incessantly toward the podium for some unknown reason. Jie Zhonghe saw this and panicked, quickly looking at the Tota monk. "Master, I only let you in because I respect the Sword Immortal. If this big guy causes trouble, it's going to be a disaster." The Tota monk recited a Buddhist chant, signaling that the man had no ill intent. "Elders, please rest assured, he only reacted this way because he sensed killing intent." After saying this, he stared intently at Tang Wenquan on the stage through his veil, saying nothing more. Although the sect master tried to suppress it, the killing intent radiating from his body was thick. What terrified the old monk even more was that the aura Tang Wenquan was emitting didn't feel human. If it wasn't due to the Tang sect's poison arts, there was only one other explanation. Thinking of this, the Tota monk sighed inwardly. Perhaps his arrival at the Iron Martial League this time was ordained by the heavens. Back on the podium, Xuan Wu Tian stared at Tang Wenquan, and this Zhongnan Sword Immortal frowned, saying meaningfully, "Is Sect Master Tang acting this way to doubt me? Even if you have some scheme, you should at least wait until I have finished speaking before taking the stage." Tang Wenquan gave a wry smile, feigning fear. Oh my, the way the Sword Immortal looks at me, you almost scared me to death. I'm just stating the truth. Don't tell me the Sword Immortal is afraid to debate with me." Xuan Wu Tian tried to suppress his anger and said coldly, "I don't want to resort to violence against a junior like you. You can step down now." As the two were locked in a standoff, a figure suddenly jumped onto the stage. Tai Shixian's expression remained unchanged, and he said sternly, "Sect Master Tang, the Hero Assembly has its rules. You should step down first and wait until the Sword Immortal is finished before coming up to refute him." As soon as he finished, another voice rang out, "Unbothered. Although I did not attend the Hero Assembly 10 years ago, I have never heard of these so-called rules from Ta Shixian." Everyone saw a middle-aged man slowly step onto the stage, continuing, "Since there was no rule forbidding immediate refutation from the start, why force us to abide by this non-existent rule 10 years later?" Tai Shixian glanced at the newcomer, his expression grave. Even Shen Xuanzi, who is usually timid and avoids trouble, is stepping out. It seems the mastermind behind this has a massive plan. Zhu Gyonghui cupped his hands in a salute and smiled, saying, "This junior does not mean to offend Ta Shixian. Our Zhuge family is just a small, minor clan, and theoretically, we have no right to interfere in the major affairs of the martial arts world. However, this hero assembly concerns the future direction of the Central Plains martial arts world. This junior believes that listening to the opinions of Sect Master Tang, such a talented young person, is very important. After all, the martial arts world will eventually belong to the younger generation." Huangfu Yunxuan, watching from below, laughed aloud. He truly is the Iron Tongue famous throughout the martial arts world. A few words were enough to put the Sword Immortal and Tai Shixian in a difficult spot. After speaking, this young master of the Quan Saint faction whispered to the person behind him, "Their tongues are so sharp, it seems our goal won't be hard to achieve, don't you think?" Murong Juncheng looked grim, his voice hoarse. "I only want to kill Shan Shawu." Hearing the killing intent in his words, Huangfu Yunxuan smiled and comforted him. "After all, my father is currently the leader of the Iron Martial League. He cannot make a scene over a minor war god. But don't worry, you will have your chance to strike soon." Having said that, he glanced at the man in blue robes beside him. The atmosphere is already tense. The young master of the Feng family should speak up now. The man in blue robes smiled sinisterly and nodded in agreement. "This man is Feng Qiwen, the young master of the Hebei Feng family, and his clan is one of the 5 dragons of the 5 Dragon League." Feng Qiwen didn't go up on stage but shouted loudly, "I completely agree with what Senior Zhuge just said. We are the younger generation and the core strength of the martial arts world. If we cannot express our views today, then we will never have a chance to let others know our wishes in the future." Once these words were spoken, they were extremely provocative. Many young martial artists were instantly stirred up like a powder keg being lit. Young Master Feng is right. The Iron Martial League has always suppressed us young people who want to climb to higher positions. The only people who have the final say are those old fossils in the martial arts world. That's right. The Iron Martial League today isn't even the Iron Martial League of martial artists anymore, but a bunch of hypocrites. At this rate, how is the Iron Martial League any different from the Imperial Court? Exactly. We young people also need the right to be heard. Why should everything go their way? We are the future of this martial arts world. The situation, already tense, spiraled out of control in an instant. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, demanding that the younger martial artists be given a chance to speak. As the situation grew increasingly serious, the original issue meant to be discussed, the survival of the Iron Martial League, was ignored. The martial artists began to criticize the three leaders. Although Su Xiaohe had predicted that the Hero Assembly would have incidents, Han Su did not expect them to arrive so quickly. Beyond your expectations, Elder Hong? Is this also a plot? By that old man, Huang Fujunyue? Hong Nukuai pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, setting aside for a moment whether this is part of the Saint's scheme, I have a gut feeling that something is off about these people. Everyone qualified to attend today's assembly, regardless of the size of their sect, is at least the leader of their own faction. How could they be so easily riled up by such shallow rhetoric? Huang Fujunyue stood on the platform with his arms crossed, his face cold as stone, as if struggling to contain his rage at the scene before him. After a long, heavy silence, the Saint slowly spoke to the two men beside him. The Hero Assembly was meant to be peaceful, but now it has turned into a place for people to criticize us. How do you two suggest we handle this? Yunyezi argued that since the Hero Assembly had been convened, it should proceed according to the original agenda. The focus of this assembly is to discuss the survival of the Iron Martial Alliance and how to deal with the God of War, the one who destroyed the Nangong family. As for the grievances of the younger martial artists, they can find another time to air them. Zhe Haoshen chuckled, bluntly stating that the Sword Saint was wrong. They are dissatisfied because we made decisions without consulting them. Does the Sword Saint really think they will just agree to let the assembly continue like this? At this, he gave the Saint a meaningful look and continued, I think letting them speak is fine. As for how to handle it, we can let the one who initiated the assembly decide. Lin Shuyun watched the scene in secret horror. She had expected a grand performance from the 72 heroes, but never imagined such an abrupt turn of events. The Sword Saint's senior disciple whispered to Xu Wenyu, asking what he thought. The latter shook his head and said, I can't predict how this will unfold. Xu Wenyu stared at the three figures on the platform, frowning. The Sword Saint wanted to preserve the Iron Martial Alliance, and certainly hoped the assembly would continue, while the Saint wanted to dismantle the Iron Martial Alliance, and would absolutely not let this opportunity pass. Once their opinions clashed, it would eventually come down to the will of Blade Overlord Wu Di. Although the Alliance leader seemed neutral on the surface, he would surely choose to support Alliance leader Huang Fu in the end. After all, it would be more beneficial to his own sect. Thinking of this, the expression of this Zhongnan Long became even more solemn. He looked toward Xuan Wutian on the podium, thinking to himself, the Grand Uncle must have foreseen this outcome. So why did he insist on taking the stage? Could it be to probe what other agendas the Saint might have? Meanwhile, Xuan Wutian was staring at Huang Fujunyue on the platform, who sat with his eyes closed in deep thought, feigning distress. But that performance could fool others, not this Zhongnan Sword Immortal. Stop the act, old man. The Tang sect of Sichuan, the Zhuge family, and the Feng family of Hebei, aren't they all forces under your Wulong alliance? This is clearly a setup. I want to see what kind of game you're playing. A moment later, Huang Fujunyue suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in them, exuding an imposing, natural authority. The Saint stood up, took 2 steps forward, and the suffocating pressure left the entire hall dead silent. Huang Fujunyue spoke loudly, his voice booming like a bronze bell. Everything has its rules. If we continue to act like this, how are we any different from northern barbarians? I convened this hero assembly. If anyone is dissatisfied, the blame should fall on me. At this, the Saint scanned the hall with a sharp gaze. The topic of this assembly remains unchanged. We will continue to discuss the survival of the Iron Martial Alliance and the fate of the God of War. As for everyone's dissatisfaction, I will give you all an answer. Huang Fujunyue's aura shifted, his voice echoing through the hall. The dissatisfaction everyone feels toward the Iron Martial Alliance is clearly not something that started just yesterday. As the leader of the Iron Martial Alliance, I take full responsibility. I promise all of you here in this Hall of Heroes today, regardless of whether the assembly continues or if the Iron Martial Alliance survives, I will step down and yield my position to someone more virtuous. I will also resign as the leader of the Wulong Alliance. I, Huang Fujunyu, will retire from the pugilistic world starting today. As he finished, the hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Huang Fujunyue sighed and continued, Sect leader Tang and Patriarch Zhuge, it is natural for you to want to express your thoughts, but at the very least, you should show respect to the Sword Immortal. Apologize to the Sword Immortal immediately. This is my final order as the leader of the Wulong Alliance." With that, Huangfu Junyue turned and walked back to his seat. These words left the great master Zhe stunned. He never expected Huangfu Junyue to offer to retire from the world. The Taoist stared at the saint's back, his mind racing. "Huangfu Junyue, what exactly is your scheme in organizing this hero assembly?" Meanwhile, Tang Wenquan, the one who started the trouble, was not surprised at all. The Tang sect leader bowed respectfully to Xuan Wutian. As the alliance leader said, "I was reckless. I apologize to the Zhongnan Sword Immortal. I hope the senior will be magnanimous and forgive my rudeness." Zhuge Yonghui did not want to be outdone, and also bowed repeatedly to apologize. This behavior made Xuan Wutian even more anxious. But no matter how he pondered it, he could not guess what Huangfu Junyue was truly calculating. At the same time, Shan Shawu, escorted by Lian Bowie, was on his way to the Hall of Heroes. Under the control of the puppet technique, the guards along the way failed to notice anything unusual. Looking at the distant Hall of Heroes, Shan Shawu recalled what Su Xiaohe had said about the three leaders of the Iron Martial Alliance. The Sword Saint, Manhwa Yun Yezi, was the classic soft on the outside, hard on the inside type, with a gentle appearance hiding a sharp sword intent. The Blade Overlord, Zhe Haoshen, might seem crude, but was incredibly shrewd. He appeared hardy but was actually meticulous. Moreover, he seemed to have a talent for seeing through the big picture, maintaining the upper hand in any situation. As for the saint, Huangfu Junyue, he was far more terrifying than the other two. He was not only adept at scheming, but also incredibly patient. He wouldn't strike unless necessary, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. He never acted without careful, long-term planning. No one knew how many other tricks he had up his sleeve. At the hero assembly, "You must be careful, brother." Thinking of his sister's warning, Shan Shawu suddenly grinned. He felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. His strange smile stunned the guards along the way. Everyone knew the god of war was destined to die today, but who in their right mind would smile while being led to their own execution? Just as Shan Shawu was brought to the Hall of Heroes, the argument inside was still raging on. Because Tang Wenquan and his cronies kept causing trouble, Xuan Wutian finally had no choice but to wrap up his speech in a hurry. Seeing all this, the expression on Hong Wuguai's face turned heavy. Even though Huangfu Junyue eventually stepped in to mediate, keeping this Zhongnan Sword Immortal from losing too much face, Tang Wenquan and Zhuge Yonghui had effectively achieved their goal. Many young martial artists were already agitated, whispering that the TU alliance had become useless. Chen Maowei turned his head and shot his disciple a cold glare. The younger man fell silent instantly, not daring to say another word. Meanwhile, Xuan Wutian stood on the stage, looking dejected. He felt he had been toyed with, while Zedi Mulin, standing below the stage, was getting increasingly confused by the situation. Bei Feng Yushou, one of the three heroes, couldn't help but transmit his voice to ask, "Father, I don't quite understand Huangfu Junyue's intentions." Given his nature and personality, he would never willingly give up the power in his hands, but since he made a promise in front of everyone, he can't back out of it now. Zhe Haoshen narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. "I have a hunch that Huangfu Junyue's goal might not actually be the dissolution of the TAU alliance." Zedi Mulin was startled, and couldn't help but press further. Then why is he so eager to call a heroic assembly? Zhe Haoshen glanced at the Quan Sheng standing nearby dismissively. Who knows what that cunning old fox is plotting? Let's just wait and see. Before the heroic assembly ends, the truth will surely come out. Having said that, Zhe Haoshen took a secret glance at the Sword Saint in the distance, feeling that his old rival was truly pathetic. Everyone knew that Yun Yezi was a pure martial artist who wasn't skilled with words. His way of doing things was always upright, honest, and strictly by the book. Perhaps he knew he couldn't gain the upper hand in this assembly, which is why he asked Xuan Wutian, who also came from a Taoist background, to speak on his behalf. He never expected to be ruined by two people planted by Huangfu Junyue. When it comes to schemes and plots, the Jiuchong mansion is truly no match for the Wulong alliance. Thinking of this, Zhe Haoshen let out an enigmatic smile. Dissolving the TU alliance didn't seem like such a bad outcome after all. Huangfu Junyue spoke up, and the assembly proceeded. This time, it was the representative of the pro-dissolution faction, Zhuge Yonghui, who took the stage. "I still remember 10 years ago, we were just a ragtag group, and it was only thanks to Alliance Master Huangfu's call that we established the TAU Alliance. Under the leadership of the Quan Sheng, the martial arts world of the Central Plains joined forces, and in just 10 years, we drove the Yuan dynasty back to the north. But now that times have changed, and the people are living in peace and prosperity, the martial arts world should return to its true purpose. After a long-winded speech, the master of the Jug family declared the debate open. The first person to take the stage was Chen Maowei, the leader of the Nanhai sword sect. I believe that since people's hearts are no longer aligned, it wouldn't be impossible for us to go our separate ways. But isn't dissolving the TAU alliance a bit too hasty right now? As the Zhongnan Sword Immortal said, we currently have no idea what the Northern Yuan is up to. I would like to boldly ask Alliance Master Huangfu one question. Why the hurry? As soon as Chen Maowei finished speaking, Tang Wenquan interrupted him. There's no need for the Alliance Master to personally answer Master Chen's question. I can answer on his behalf. The head of the Tang clan cupped his hands toward the master of the Zhuge family and explained. This question should have been answered by the Wulong Alliance's general manager, Wen Xiandao, but since Lian Beishi isn't here, I ask for your permission to stand in for him. With that, he opened his fan and countered. May I ask Master Chen, when exactly do you think it would be appropriate to dissolve the TU Alliance? Just because the Northern Yuan hasn't appeared yet, does the TU Alliance have to continue forever? The TU Alliance is no longer what it used to be. Forcing everyone to stay together will only be counterproductive. At this point, his tone shifted, dripping with sarcasm. Of course, there are some who want to cling to the Juchong mansion, hoping to borrow the prestige of a tiger to gain some benefits. If the TU Alliance is dissolved, those benefits will naturally vanish. So, I can understand why they jumped up to oppose it. But isn't behaving like that a bit unsightly? This jab immediately enraged Wan Dejiang. Seeing his old friend being mocked by a junior, this supreme elder of the Lion Alliance flew into a rage. A stream of insults poured out, with enough foul language to make anyone blush. Wen Xiandao, standing nearby, felt embarrassed, and repeatedly urged him to maintain his composure. But Chen Maowei remained surprisingly calm. The #1 sword of Nanhai said casually, his words not showing a hint of weakness. It is said that a gentleman is open-minded, while a petty man is full of worries. It's no surprise that you, a sect leader, would judge a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a petty man. Aren't you just someone relying on the power of Alliance Master Huangfu, acting like a fox borrowing a tiger's might? All the evil deeds the Tang clan has committed over the past few years, everyone here knows well, not to mention all the dirty business the Wulong Alliance has been doing behind the scenes. Although Tang Wenquan was still smiling, his voice turned increasingly cold. Master Chen, you can eat anything, but you can't say anything. You can smear my Tang clan, but how dare you slander the Wulong Alliance without evidence? I am not speaking nonsense, I have proof. The most recent incident involving the war god has been causing quite a stir. Do you dare say the Wulong Alliance had no part in this? As far as I know, it was the Wulong Alliance that detained the people from the Tai Ma Security Bureau first, and the war god only came into conflict with the Wulong Alliance because he was trying to save his friends and family. The Nangong family received orders to eliminate them to cover up the truth, but they bit off more than they could chew, and ended up having their whole house wiped out. This war of words finally caused Tang Wenquan to drop the facade. We are here to discuss the survival of the TA Alliance. What is the meaning of you bringing up the war god out of nowhere? Furthermore, the Wulong Alliance has already thoroughly investigated this matter and announced the truth to everyone. The detention of Mo Guyu's family was a unilateral decision made by Elder Deng Yushan. The Wulong Alliance's law enforcement hall has already executed him to set an example for others. At this, the head of the Tang clan narrowed his eyes, and waves of internal energy radiated from his body. A moment later, Tang Wenquan opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and every word was enunciated clearly. With the matter already so clear, you keep harping on it, and using this opportunity to smear Alliance Master, Huangfu. What exactly is your hidden agenda? As he spoke, Tang Wenquan's entire body exuded a powerful stream of internal energy, swirling like the Yangtze River flowing eastward, crashing directly toward his opponent. Everyone present turned pale. No one expected this sect leader to dare attack in front of everyone. What shocked them even more was that this internal energy, which was filled with killing intent, actually contained countless tiny, rice-sized insects. Looking closely, one could see these were the very ice spirit goo poison that the Sword Saint had been afflicted with. Among those present, only Master Thap Thap noticed the anomaly. This high-ranking monk of the Tantric sect hurriedly sent a telepathic message to warn his old friend, who was lost in thought. Old friend, there is something colorless and odorless within that burst of internal energy. I cannot yet determine what it is, so you must be careful. Upon receiving the telepathic message, Xuan Wutian's expression changed, but in a moment of distraction, he was exposed to a trace of it. Meanwhile, Huangfu Junyue simply smiled. The saint suddenly roared. He unleashed the lion's roar, ostensibly to stop Tang Wenquan from acting disrespectfully. But in reality, he was spreading that internal energy to every corner. Martial artists with weaker cultivation were immediately stunned, covering their ears, dizzy and disoriented, completely unaware they had been exposed to the poisonous energy. Experts like Wen Xiandao appeared calm, though one couldn't be certain if he had detected the abnormality within it. Chen Muwei, standing at the forefront, definitely didn't notice anything unusual, inwardly cursing Huangfu Junyue for acting so overbearing. As for whether Xuan Wutian was affected, it remains uncertain. The Sword Immortal was still silently deep in thought. In terms of internal strength alone, Huangfu Junyue truly deserved to be the #1 person in the Central Plains. After a while, everyone finally recovered from the lion's roar. Huangfu Junyue folded his arms and said loudly, "First, I would like to apologize to everyone. After all, this matter originates from the Five Dragon Alliance. It seems that for the assembly to proceed smoothly, the issue between the Five Dragon Alliance and the God of War must be clarified first. There are many rumors about the God of War in the Jianghu, but rumors are far from the truth. Therefore, it is better for everyone to confirm it for themselves through the God of War's own answers. I am sure no one will have any more doubts." As he finished speaking, the grand doors of the Heroes' Hall slowly opened. Everyone curiously turned to look at the door, only to see Shan Shawu being escorted in slowly by Lian Boei. The eyes of this heaven-breaking martial general were devoid of any emotion. As soon as Shan Shawu stepped into the hall, everyone's gaze immediately fixed on him. Han Su excitedly shouted from afar, "Big brother, are you all right?" Although the Hong Five freaks were not as agitated as Han Su, their aged faces clearly showed concern. Shan Shawu turned his head slightly, giving the Hong Five freaks a subtle, meaningful look. The Hong Five freaks then realized Shan Shawu had recovered his internal strength, and the elder of the beggar sect felt much more at ease. At that moment, Shan Shawu suddenly felt a powerful presence from the corner. The God of War withdrew his gaze and secretly glanced toward the corner, seeing only an old Western region's monk blindfolded with a strip of cloth, standing there silently. The old monk's face was calm, his energy contained, yet he felt like a towering mountain, immovable as a mountain, yet striking like thunder when he moved. This was a sensation he had only ever felt from his late master. Shan Shawu quickly judged in his heart that this person's strength was among the top 3 experts he had ever encountered. After everything here concluded, he had to find a chance to get to know him. Inadvertently, his gaze drifted to the burly man, standing next to Master Thap Thap, and he was shocked to find that the man's aura was like that of a dead person. Shan Shawu frowned, and his previously calm, rippleless heart suddenly surged with waves. He was certain it was his first time meeting this person, yet the burly man brought him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling confused him, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. But with the decisive battle approaching, he had to try his best to suppress the agitation in his heart. To avoid being discovered by Huangfu Junyue, he dimmed the light in his eyes, pretending that his internal energy was exhausted. Little did he know that Master Thap Thap was also secretly observing him. The reputation of the God of War was something the old monk had heard of while wandering the Jianghu. Meeting him today, one look at his aura confirmed the rumors were true, but he also noticed that Shan Shawu's eyes were dull and lifeless. It seemed the rumors in the Jianghu about the God of War having his martial arts sealed were not false. Suppressing the emotion in his heart, he telepathically asked his old friend, "Old friend, have you found the anomaly hidden in Tang Wenquan's internal energy?" Xuan Wu Tian, while absorbing the ice spirit goo poison into his body, replied telepathically, "I haven't found it yet. Just now, I seemed to sense something." But Huangfu Junyue's lion's roar made that sensation vanish immediately. This Central Plains Sword Immortal looked at Huangfu Junyue in the distance with a grim expression, completely unaware that he had been struck. Meanwhile, Huangfu Junyue chuckled inwardly because his plan had succeeded. The ice spirit goo poison was not only colorless and odorless, but also as fine as dust. Currently, it seemed no one had detected the abnormality. The saint pretended that nothing had happened, but secretly sent a telepathic message to praise Tang Wenquan. "You've worked hard. The methods of the Tang sect are truly brilliant." Tang Wenquan laughed sycophantically. "Alliance Master is too kind. As the sect leader of the Tang sect, if someone discovered me poisoning them, I might as well kill myself." Huangfu Junyue's eyes flashed with a cold light as he warned, "The matter is not over. Do not be complacent. I have never doubted your ability to get things done, but this is not the first time you have let your emotions ruin a job." Huangfu Junyue shifted his gaze to the center of the courtyard, and when he saw 2 subordinates carrying a stretcher, the saint couldn't help but frown. Looking closely, he realized it appeared to be a corpse. This unexpected development made Huangfu Junyue's face darken. He telepathically asked, "Manager Lian, who gave you permission to act on your own?" At this moment, he still didn't know that Lian Boe had fallen victim to the puppet technique and was now completely a puppet in the hands of Shan Shawu. And Shan Shawu had not expected that a modern-day heaven-breaking martial general could be so outstanding. The puppet technique he created could even eavesdrop on the telepathic messages of the person being controlled. He had heard Huangfu Junyue's questioning loud and clear. Shan Shawu quickly and cleverly decided to control Lian Boe to reply telepathically. Reporting to the Alliance Master, this soldier was killed by the god of war while trying to break out of prison and launch a sneak attack. Subordinate has checked the acupoints on his body many times. He remains in a sealed state and possesses no internal energy whatsoever. Subordinate thought this corpse could further prove the brutality of the god of war, which is why I brought him here. I beg the Alliance Master for forgiveness. Perhaps because victory was near, Huangfu Junyue's mind was not entirely clear, and the saint did not suspect a thing. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction and telepathically instructed, "You have done well. Continue with the plan." Afterward, he said loudly to everyone present, "Now that the god of war has arrived, it is just unclear why he sustained injuries back in the dungeon." Then he raised his voice for everyone there to hear, declaring the god of war had finally arrived, though he couldn't fathom why he'd been wounded while held in the dungeon. Communication might be a bit awkward. I hope everyone understands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure leaped onto the stage. Wen Xiandao glared at Huangfu Junyue, retorting coldly, "How absurd. Why would he be injured for no reason? I was the one who used the Asura heaven-sealing finger to seal his acupoints initially. Before I handed him over to you, aside from being unable to use his inner energy, the god of war was perfectly fine." At this, Tai La stared at Huangfu Junyue with a chilling gaze. If what Alliance leader Huangfu says is true, could it be that you tortured him in the dungeon? Before Huangfu Junyue could even open his mouth to refute, Tang Wenquan jumped out. "Senior Wen, you can't just speak nonsense. The Teiwu Alliance has always strictly forbidden forced confessions through torture. As the leader, why would Alliance leader Huangfu knowingly violate his own rules? You are a martial arts master. How can you casually slander others without any proof? Besides, you've never cared about the affairs of the martial arts world before. So why stand up for that demon today? And to slander an esteemed figure like Alliance leader Huangfu, I wonder what your true intentions are." Before he could finish, Wen Xiandao's energy suddenly erupted, surging like a violent tsunami. Tai La narrowed his eyes, enunciating every word clearly. "Boy, I don't have the patience of Xuanwu Tian. I've found those beady eyes of yours annoying from the very start. And now you keep obstructing the heroes' assembly over and over. If I hear one more word out of you, I'll tear your tongue out and feed it to the dogs." Having said that, Wen Xiandao didn't even glance at the Tong sect leader, turning his head to press further. "Huangfu Junyue, I'm asking you, why is the god of war suddenly injured to the point of being unable to speak?" This repetitive questioning made Tang Wenquan's expression change instantly, and energy began to condense in his palms. Suddenly, the Tang sect leader let out a cold laugh. Huangfu Junyue's previous warning was washed away by his rising anger. "Old dog Wen, you're going to die sooner or later anyway. I might as well kill you now." Suddenly, Huangfu Junyue's voice echoed in Tang Wenquan's mind. "Stop." The latter looked at the stage with deep resentment and replied via telepathy, "Alliance leader, this old man is going to die regardless. Wouldn't it be perfect to finish him now? Everything must be done with proper justification. Otherwise, why would I have gone through all this trouble preparing the heroes' assembly? This is a critical moment. Don't act on your own. Just follow the plan and pin the crimes on the god of war. Everything else will fall into place naturally. If you ruin my grand plan because of your temper, don't expect me to show mercy. I've made up my mind. Stand down." Tang Wenquan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice appearing before vanishing. A moment later, he replied respectfully via telepathy, "I will obey your orders, Alliance leader." After dismissing Tang Wenquan, Huangfu Junyue spoke aloud. "As far as I know, the Asura heaven-sealing finger is your unique technique, Tila. May I ask, Tila, is it possible for the god of war to have broken your seal on his own? Nothing in this world is absolute. I cannot guarantee he absolutely couldn't break it himself. But if he could break the Asura heaven-sealing finger, his cultivation would surely have to surpass both yours and mine. If so, why would he let himself be captured?" Huangfu Junyue tapped his fingers on the armrest and countered, assuming his cultivation wasn't enough, but he tried to force the acupoints open anyway. What would the consequences be? Naturally, the blood and energy would reverse. Minor damage would be to the meridians, while severe damage could be life-threatening. As soon as he said this, Wen Xiandao understood. The man had prepared his lines in advance. Huangfu Junyue's schemes were truly unfathomable. As expected, the alliance leader immediately capitalized on the opportunity. Just as you said, Tila, your Asura heaven-sealing finger is legendary. Even I wouldn't be sure I could break it. The god of war is only 30 years old. No matter how high his cultivation is, he couldn't possibly exceed the half-step martial saint level. Everyone knows that forcing the seal will surely lead to a backlash. Becoming a cripple would be the least of his worries. It's understandable why he might be bleeding from the gums. Seeing Wen Xiandao frown, looking suspicious, Huangfu Junyue continued. Moreover, the god of war is standing right here. At least from what I can see, there are no signs of torture on him. If you still don't believe me, Tila, you are welcome to examine him yourself. Wen Xiandao was left speechless. Shan Shawu truly appeared to have no physical injuries. Seeing this, Huangfu Junyue wore a smile, but feigned a suggestion. If Tila was still unsatisfied, why not ask the man directly? Even if he cannot speak, he can nod or shake his head. This remark created a dilemma. If Wen Xiandao actually asked, he would seem unreasonable. Furthermore, even if he caught them in a lie, they likely had countermeasures prepared. Without complete certainty, it was better to hold back and observe the situation. Thinking this, Tila bowed. My apologies. I was too impulsive just now. I've been a bit disrespectful. I hope Alliance Leader Huangfu and everyone else will forgive me. Hearing this, Tang Wenquan immediately mocked him. I thought you had some brilliant insight, Tila. Who would have thought you'd ask such a childish question? I wonder who's really disrupting the heroes' assembly here. Wen Xiandao glanced at him and said coldly, Boy, keep running your mouth. You'll regret this sooner or later. Tang Wenquan laughed loudly, continuing his provocation without any restraint. Didn't you want to tear my tongue out, senior? Naturally, I should make good use of it while it's still attached. After this brief interlude, the heroes' assembly continued. Tang Wenquan began to rattle off a list of Shan Shawu's crimes. As everyone knows, the god of war first appeared in Shenyang a few months ago, and the moment he did, he wiped out the Murong family. The reason for the slaughter is laughable. He just happened to meet the second young master of the Murong house at an inn. They had some petty argument, and he held a grudge. The result is something you all know. Second young master Murong Guang was brutally murdered. The third daughter Murong Ji's fate remains unknown, and the family head, Murong Dongtian, was killed right in his own home. The martial arts world has a rule against harming families. For the god of war to act this way is truly unforgivable by heaven and earth. Before Tang Wenquan could finish, someone else leaped onto the stage and shouted, What a load of lies. The person who arrived was the father of Wan Zexiang, the leader of the Dali gang, Van Duk Gyang, current Elder Supreme of the Lion League. Back then, the Murong clan obtained the legacy of the Northern Ridge Great Emperor and wanted to wipe out our great power gang to monopolize Liuning. But for some reason, they provoked the war god and were retaliated against by him. I can bear witness to that for the war god. Weren't you at the Iron Martial League at the time, Elder Van? Since you weren't at the scene, how could you possibly testify? Kid, let me tell you, anyone in Liuning 2 days ago knows exactly what happened that day. The theme for the Heroes' Assembly was announced a month ago. During all this time, why haven't you, Elder Van, found anyone to testify? Don't tell me you're just trying to find some random person to give a fake testimony now? Van Duk Jiang was so furious his eyes bulged, and he roared. Fine, then I'll find someone right here. Northern Wind, Jade Hand. Triet Mook Lam was also an eyewitness. His testimony surely shouldn't have any issues, right? Hearing this from under the stage, Triet Mook Lam looked troubled. He and his father had argued about this last night. Father, I don't understand. If we publicly announce that the Murong clan colluded with the Black Trade, the Five Dragon League's reputation will be heavily affected. Besides, Van Duk Jiang is our Elder Supreme. No matter what, we cannot just sit by and watch. The Great Power Gang suffered heavy losses back then, and Elder Van will surely clarify this at the Heroes' Assembly. I will handle the persuasion on that side. You just need to remember one thing. Do not get involved in this matter. I have reached an agreement with Hoang Fu Quan Nach. He won't pursue your involvement in the annihilation of the Murong clan, and I won't interfere with his plan to eliminate the war god. If you step in tomorrow, it means I've broken my word, and the Lion League and the Five Dragon League will definitely engage in an all-out war. This would be detrimental to our future development. Recalling his father's instructions, Triet Mook Lam felt torn. If he stayed out of it now, not only would the Great Power Gang fall apart, but it would also leave Shan Shawu, who once saved his life, in a difficult position. This Northern Wind, Jade Hand squeezed his eyes shut grinding his teeth in frustration. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, his gaze firm. Triet Muklam calmly said, "Elder Van seems to have misremembered. I wasn't in Shenyang when the incident occurred. I was at the Iron Martial League, so I don't really know much about what happened that day." As soon as he finished, Van Duke Gyang gritted his teeth in anger. "Triet Muklam, are you even a man?" Just as he was about to start berating him, the voice of Triet Hao Tham echoed in his mind. "Elder Van, don't make a scene. Let's end this here." Van Duck Jiang looked at the invincible Blade Master in the distance and telepathically asked, "Does the Alliance Master not know how heavily our great power gang suffered that day?" Triet Hao Tham's gaze was cold, and his tone became stern. "The most pressing matter right now is the future of the Lion League. One should not let minor affairs affect the big picture. I guarantee that the great power gang's losses will be compensated tenfold later." Hearing this, Van Duke Jiang fell silent for a long time. He understood that the Lion League had completely abandoned the war god. Witnessing this scene, Hong Vukoi sighed inwardly. He had long expected Triet Hao Tham to do such things for profit, but he hadn't expected Triet Muklam to be sacrificed as well. After all, if Shan Shawu hadn't stepped in years ago, all of them would have been buried in the Northern Ridge Cave. But on second thought, this beggar sect elder also realized that Shan Shawu's reputation and cultivation among the younger generation were incredibly outstanding. Now that there was an opportunity to remove a hurdle on his son's path, a man of Triet Hao Tham's character would naturally not let it slide. But regardless of the reason, after today, these two young heroes would surely become sworn enemies. Thinking of this, the beggar sect elder couldn't help but sigh. Truly, in the face of profit, so-called righteous brotherhood is worth nothing. At this moment, Duong Van Koan proudly shouted from the stage, "Elder Van couldn't find a witness, but I have found a survivor from the Murong clan. Let him recount just how brutal the war god truly is." Immediately after, a figure slowly stepped onto the stage. It was the eldest son of the Murong clan, Murong Quanthan. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Just as Murong Quanthan took the stage to accuse Shan Shawu, two beauties were rushing toward the hero's hall. Due to the urgency, Han Huangya carried Tutuha and used light foot techniques to vault over the rooftops. Even this usually calm, ice flower could not help but be anxious. "Tutuha, if we do this, we are confronting Hoang Fu Quanhuk head-on. Are you sure, Han sister? This matter cannot be taken lightly. We must get this information to brother immediately. Having this in our hands is enough to shake Hoang Fu Quanyat's position within the Iron Martial League. This is the crucial turning point for us to reverse the situation." Hearing this, Han Huangya said nothing more, picked up her pace, and flew off with Tutuha. Back in the Heroes' Hall, Murong Quanthan was recounting the events of that day, but the content of the story had been heavily distorted by him. Fellow friends, at that time, this war god heard rumors from somewhere that there was a lot of gold in the Northern Ridge Cave behind the Murong clan's mountain. So, he colluded with the Great Power Gang to monopolize Liuning, ambushed our Northern Ridge Cave, and killed everyone in his path. Even more infuriating is that this animal saw beauty and became greedy. He even wanted to humiliate my third younger sister. As Murong Chi said this, Murong Quanthan glanced at Shan Shawu, a sense of boundless joy rising in his heart. Even if he couldn't take the war god's life for now, he would still ruin Shan Shawu's reputation today. Conversely, Shan Shawu frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect Murong Quanthan to be so vicious. To frame him, he was even willing to sacrifice his own sister's reputation. Thinking this, Shan Shawu's eyes narrowed slightly, the coldness in his gaze sending shivers down people's spines. He wanted to see what other tricks this scum had up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, this sharp gaze was caught by Murong Quanthan. This young master of the Murong clan suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The opponent had clearly lost all his cultivation, yet this oppressive aura made him feel as suffocated as if Mount Tai were crushing him. Murong Quanthan instinctively clutched his chest. Just now, his heart felt like it had been squeezed by a giant hand, which made him suddenly have an absurd thought. Could it be that the war god's cultivation has recovered? Seeing Murong Quanthan's small action, Hoang Fu Quan Nach could not help but frown. The first thing he thought of was the after effects of the immortal demon corpse. This saint quietly transmitted his voice. "Quanthan, do you feel anything unusual in your body?" Murong Quanthan gritted his teeth, and after a moment, he managed to suppress that feeling of oppression. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied telepathically that he was fine. He continued his recount. "My second brother, Mo Rongguang, fought to the death against this beast to protect our third sister's honor, only to meet a tragic end at his hands. I too was slashed across the face by him. Though I narrowly survived, I have been left disfigured. At this, Mo Rongjuncheng cupped his hands, his expression filled with bitter resentment. After learning what happened, my father wanted to rally the martial arts community to demand justice. Little did he know, that very night, the god of war snuck into our manor and brutally slaughtered him. In all my 10 years, I've never seen anyone so cold-blooded and ruthless. I implore you 3 seniors to seek justice for the over 100 members of our Murong family who died in vain. Today, we must kill this demonic murderer, Shan Shawu. As soon as he finished, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Was what young Master Murong said true? How could it be false? Who would ruin their own sister's reputation just to frame someone? I'm not so sure. We can't just listen to one side of the story. Exactly. We should at least hear what the god of war has to say for himself. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Feng Qian felt a secret joy in his heart. It seemed that the impression these martial artists had of the god of war had shifted drastically. It was just a pity that there was no concrete proof yet. At this thought, a cold, mocking smirk played on his lips. So what if there's no concrete proof? All he had to do was pour some oil on the fire. Suddenly, the young master of the Feng family spoke up. Friends, don't forget, the god of war comes from the northern barbarian lands. Such behavior is second nature to those savages. In their eyes, we people of the Central Plains are no better than pigs or dogs. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Hong Five reached a realization. So, this was Huangfu Junyue's true killing blow. The Snow Martial Alliance has been at odds with the North for 10 years. There's no need to mention the depth of that hatred. If they successfully branded Shan Shawu as a northern barbarian, then Shan Shawu would be facing near certain death today. Sure enough, after Feng Qian added his own twisted flair, the martial artists in the hall immediately grew furious. Plus, given Shan Shawu's close ties to the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce, which also had roots in the north, many vented their anger toward them as well. Seeing that the time was ripe, Murong Juncheng hurriedly shouted, "Our Murong and Nangang families gave our all during the battle against the north. Yet now our homes are ruined and our families destroyed. I beg Alliance leader Huangfu to punish the war god and the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce." Huangfu Junyue feigned deep thought for a moment before rising slowly and speaking coldly. This matter truly requires a satisfactory answer for the 2 great families. We cannot let our friends in the martial arts world down. Yun Diezi, standing beside him, sensed that the tone was off, and secretly hoped Alliance leader Huangfu would step in to mediate. Little did he know, Huangfu Junyue completely ignored that, continuing, "I know many still have doubts, but it cannot be denied that the god of war has wiped out 2 great clans of our Central Plains martial arts. For a northern barbarian to act so arrogantly in the Central Plains for this alone, he must die today. Otherwise, won't those northern barbarians think the Central Plains martial arts world is easy to bully?" Having said this, the saint-level master suddenly roared. The god of war framed these 2 families. The evidence is clear. There is no need for further discussion. Lian Boe, execute this man on the spot. Shan Shawu saw this and had to admire the saint-level master's tactics. Redefining the narrative and downplaying the truth, he was truly skilled. Even so, he had to give the man a little something in return. Thinking this, he used his puppet technique, quietly moving his lips to speak 4 words through Lian Boe. Huangfu Wu Yue. It's too loud in here. Huangfu Junyue didn't catch it at first. Lian Baoe, what did you say? Immediately after, the steward said, word for word, if it is an order from the martial arts supreme, Huangfu Junyue, I must obey. But you, Huangfu Wu Yue, on what grounds do you take command away from Huangfu Junyue? As soon as the words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap in Huangfu Junyue's ears. The saint-level master's pupils contracted, a look of shock crossing his face as buried memories rushed back like a flood. Wu Yue, why are you here? Wu Yue, what are you doing? Help! Big brother, just stay here. Cold sweat trickled down Huangfu Junyue's forehead. The saint-level master gritted his teeth, his inner rage reaching a boiling point. Veins bulged on his forehead as his expression turned ferocious. Trembling, he spat out, Lian Boe. Before the words fully landed, the master suddenly reached out with his left hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw, spinning in the air. A surge of invisible energy erupted, tightly constricting Lian Boe's throat, silencing him instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his hand into a fist and struck with all his might. Lian Boe's head was blown off like a ball. Huangfu Junyue roared in fury. You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing a head ripped off right in front of them, Shan Shawu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes indifferent, as if all of this had been within his calculations. The god of war curled his lips in a cold smile. Oh, he's lost his temper. Seeing Lian Bao's head rolling on the floor, everyone present turned pale. It was obvious to everyone that Huangfu Junyue had killed him in a fit of rage to silence a witness. In an instant, the entire hall was buzzing with incessant whispers. Alliance leader Huangfu, what does this mean? Could what Steward Lian said be true? That's right, Alliance leader. Why were you in such a rush to kill him? Are you hiding something? Faced with the accusations and skepticism of so many, Huangfu Junwei was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed. He never expected a secret buried for so long to be exposed here. At this, Shan Shawu stopped pretending. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said slowly, "Old man, killing a witness in front of everyone, a low-level mistake like this, isn't something you would usually make." Looking into Shan Shawu's eyes, Huangfu Junyue's pupils contracted. The saint-level master gritted his teeth and whispered, "So, you've broken the seal." Shan Shawu snorted coldly. His tyrannical internal energy surged throughout his body. With a crisp, sharp sound, he used his power to shatter the shackles made of black iron. The god of war raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. "I heard the Snow Martial Alliance acts with the most integrity in the Central Plains. It seems they're only capable of this. Distorting the truth and framing others, you all are very good at it. If I hadn't prepared in advance, how could I just stand here and watch you run wild?" Duan Wenkua looked at the man in front of him, gritting his teeth in fury, but trying his best to stay calm. He said coldly, "You monster! Don't you dare spit on us with your lies. The Snow Martial Alliance has always been righteous. You say you were wronged? Then show us the proof. You truly turn white into black. To kill me, all you need is the 4 words, Northern Barbarian, to convict me. Now you demand I provide proof to prove my innocence? Fine. Today, I, a barbarian from the north, will provide all of you with the proof." Seeing this, Shan Shawu turned to the crowd and spoke loudly. "Let's start with the Mo Rong family. They spent 10 years plotting to seize Liaoning, deliberately spreading rumors about the Northern Ridge Cavern to lure the Dali gang there. Inside the Northern Ridge Cavern lies the inheritance of the Northern Ridge Great Emperor. Anyone who obtains it can multiply their strength exponentially. The Dali gang knew it was likely a trap, but they had no choice but to go. As for me, I joined this affair because I learned that hundreds of displaced Northerners had been enslaved by the Mo Rong family. To rescue these innocent people, I charged into the Northern Ridge Cavern alongside Elder Hong of the Beggar sect. During the rescue, I was forced to engage with the Mo Rong family. Mo Rong Guang and Mo Rong Dongtian were indeed killed by my own hands. But if we are to talk about right and wrong in all this, Shan Shawu paused for a moment, glancing at Zhe Mulam. Among those present, there were some who knew the truth, but he chose not to speak, claiming he knew nothing of the matter. Regardless, it matters not. The survivors of the Dali gang can testify on my behalf. As soon as he finished, Zhe Mulam's face turned pale and then green. After stammering for a long time, he could only say that he would investigate the matter himself. Zhuge Yonghui, standing nearby, immediately seized the chance to sow discord. Northern barbarians are truly uncouth. Are you suggesting that the young alliance leader is intentionally concealing the truth? As the noble young master of the Lion Alliance, how could he tolerate your slander? Furthermore, your crimes go far beyond the Mo Rong family affair. You claim the Five Dragon Alliance imprisoned the families of the Iron Horse Escort Agency and used that as a pretext to destroy the Nangong family? Are you trying to pin this blame on the Nangong family? You are correct. At the time, Huangfu Junyue had detained everyone from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Nangong Wujing wanted to vie for the position of alliance leader with Huangfu Junyue, so she ordered Nangong Suqiao to secretly transfer the ancient fish artifact to the Nangong estate. After the incident was exposed, the Five Dragon Alliance shifted all the blame onto Deng Yuxian. Who is right and who is wrong? You all can judge for yourselves. Just as Zhuge Yonghui insisted that Shan Shawu had no evidence, someone in the crowd suddenly took off their hood. Mo Junji mustered all his strength and shouted, "I can testify for Hero Shan. I am a guard of the Iron Horse Escort Agency, Mo Junji. My older brother is the head escort, Mo Guyu. 37 of us from the Iron Horse Escort Agency were held in the dungeons by the Five Dragon Alliance. Except for my brother and me, all the others were tortured to death by Sa Tianwei, the dungeon warden. I stake my life on the fact that everything Hero Shan has said today is the truth." Seeing Mo Junji speak these words, combined with the rumors circulating earlier, most of those present, about 70 or 80%, were convinced, and many felt deep pity for the wrongful death of Deng Yuxian. Wen Xiandao, feeling manipulated, questioned in a fit of rage, "Huangfu Junyu, Is it true that you were the mastermind behind all of this? Shan Shawu looked at Huangfu Junyue and added, Alliance leader Huangfu, there is no need for you to answer. You have surely already concocted an excuse. Shan Shawu reached out, pulled the white cloth off the stretcher, and continued. I only want to know one thing. Does Alliance leader Huangfu recognize this person? Shan Shawu flicked his hand, pulling the white cloth away completely. The body lying on this stretcher is the strange man from the dungeon. Huangfu Junyue's lips trembled slightly. He tried to open his mouth to deny it, but found himself unable to speak. Receiving no response from his opponent, Shan Shawu did not care. He continued to recount what he had experienced in the dungeon. I met this strange man in a cell in the deepest part of the dungeon. Not only were his limbs severed, but his entire body was bound by 36 iron chains. As you can all see, his eyes were gouged out, and his entire facial skin was peeled off. When I first found him, he had completely lost his mind, incessantly muttering that Yunjue had harmed him. I didn't know who Yunjue was, so I didn't pay it much mind at first, until he was on the verge of death and regained his clarity for a moment, saying, I am the real Huangfu Junyue. It was my younger brother, Huangfu Yunjue, who reduced me to this state. At that moment, I thought, if this man is the real Huangfu Junyue, then who is the alliance leader Huangfu before us? In this world, outside of identical twins, almost no two people share the exact same face. Then I remembered the assassin, Ying Jidu, who tried to assassinate me earlier. He used a human skin mask to disguise himself as Han Xiangya. Furthermore, he claimed that using human skin to make masks is the best method. The Wuyang Yin family is a subordinate of the Five Dragon Alliance. It would be no difficult task for Alliance leader Huang Fu to order them to create a human skin mask. At this point, Shan Shawu's gaze grew icy as he spoke each word clearly. Am I right? Your younger brother, Huangfu Yunjue? Huangfu Junyue stood on the high platform, his expression shifting constantly. Duan Wenquan, his loyal dog, was the first to jump out. That's your younger brother, Huangfu Wuyue. Huangfu Junyue stood on the high platform, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Tong Wenquan, his loyal lapdog, was the first one to jump out and laugh loudly. Friends, I think this war god has lost his mind. How could that ugly corpse possibly be Alliance leader Huangfu? And talking about peeling off people's skin to make masks? What a load of nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice rang out. I can testify that this corpse is the real Huangfu Junyue. The person who spoke was the old man Shan Shawu had saved from the dungeon. The old man took off his hood and said loudly, I, Shangguan Chuan, am a personal guard of Huangfu Junyue, known in the martial arts world as the Iron-Faced Judge. It has been 10 years. I wonder if anyone still remembers that name. Han Wuba in the crowd nodded slightly. Although 10 years had passed, the man's appearance still resembled 80% of the person in his memory. Great scholar Shi frowned slightly. He had heard the name Shangguan Chuan before. He was said to be a genius martial artist, whom Huangfu Junyue valued highly, keeping him by his side for training. But he had suddenly disappeared without a trace 10 years ago. Shangguan Chuan held his head high and continued, I can prove that the person standing on the platform is Huangfu Yunjue. 10 years ago, I witnessed with my own eyes him ambushing Alliance leader Huangfu. This guy was afraid that killing me directly would raise suspicions, so he crippled my martial arts and locked me in the dungeon for 10 years. I swear to the heavens, he is the younger brother of Alliance leader Huangfu Yunjue. Just as Shangguan Chuan finished his words, a female voice rang out. I have proof that he is Huangfu Wuyue. Suddenly, a figure in white leaped across the crowd's shoulders, landing right in the middle of the courtyard. It was Han Xiangya, the ice flower, bringing Su Xiaohe along with her. Han Su's eyes widened in excitement at the sight, while the Red Five Devils remained as calm as ever, as if they had seen this coming all along. Tu Tieha looked at Shan Shawu and said softly, Big brother Shan Shawu, it's been a long time. He smiled in response, signaling her to handle the business at hand first. Seeing this, Han Huangya was lost in thought. Ever since regaining her memory, she had felt an indescribable emotion toward the successor of her father. But feelings could wait. Tu Tieha stepped forward and spoke loudly. Huangfu Quanyach has a twin brother named Huangfu Vunyach. But because Huangfu Quanyach was so prominent, few people knew of Huangfu Vunyach. 10 years ago, the brothers traveled to the north together, but only Quanyach returned, while Vunyach disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, we have many logistics bureaus and merchant associations under our Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce along that route, and after investigating, we have uncovered the truth about what happened that year. Shan Shawu smiled, and added at the perfect moment, Hoang Fu Vunyak, what do you have to say for yourself now? Cheat Hao Tham stood by, gritting his teeth. Alliance leader Hoang Fu, you must give us a clear explanation. Van Diep too also looked grim. Could it be true, as they said, that you have been playing the entire martial arts world for fools? Hoang Fu Vunyak closed his eyes tightly, remaining silent. At that moment, he finally understood why Shan Shawu had spoken like that. Old man, will you regret not killing me with your own hands today? Hoang Fu Vunyak suddenly sneered. After saying this saint-level expert suddenly swung his arm and threw a punch. A surging force of internal energy blasted outward. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with dust and flying rubble. The heroes' assembly, which had dragged on for half a year, finally saw some real action. The saint sneered and said slowly, I spent 10 years of blood and sweat planning this, only to have it ruined by a brat. Chiat Hao Tham was stunned upon hearing this. Are you truly Hoang Fu Vunyak? Before Vunyak could answer, Duong Van Koan, his loyal dog, jumped out. The Tang sect leader, with a ferocious expression, said coldly, Alliance leader, there is no other way now. We might as well kill them all and be done with it. Hoang Fu Vunyak moved his lips slightly and uttered two cold words, attack. Duong Van Koan respectfully obeyed. He immediately began chanting a mantra to circulate his poison arts. Van Diep too, having just recovered from the shock, tried to speak up to stop him, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Van Diep too let out a pained cry, nearly collapsing. The pupils of this plum blossom sword saint constricted, and a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. The ice spirit goo poison, which he had been suppressing for months, had suddenly flared up, violently devouring the internal energy in his body. Cheat Hao Tham, standing beside him, also widened his eyes in absolute terror. This invincible blade overlord felt his internal energy pouring out like a broken dam, flowing away unceasingly. Within just a few short breaths, Chiat Hao Tham could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. Hoang Fu Vunyak narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, as expected of the plum blossom sword saint, it seems you discovered the ice spirit goo poison in your body long ago. Van Diep too frowned, his gaze sharp. Indeed, it was you who played these dirty tricks. Hoang Fu Vunyak smirked and looked behind him, his tone mocking. And you, Chiat Hao Tham, you didn't even know you were poisoned with the ice spirit goo? With just this level of skill, do you really deserve to be one of the three overlords? Chiat Hao Tham had been famous for a long time. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But forced by the situation, he could only harbor hatred in his heart, not daring to speak. At this moment, other martial artists in the hall also began to suffer the effects, including Van Trung Sun, the divine dragon of the outer sects. None of the 72 heroes were spared. Tran Mao V, known as the #1 sword of the South Sea, tried to circulate his energy to suppress the poison, but ended up coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. The South Sea sword sect leader's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted angrily, Hoang Fu Vunyak, what have you done? I only used a small trick. I have long found you, bunch of rabble eyesores. The Ninefold Mansion claims to be an orthodox sect, looking down on others, and the ignorant Lion Alliance knows nothing of the vastness of the world. I have long wanted to trample you all under my feet. The Central Plains martial arts world doesn't need so many sects. My 5-dragon alliance is enough. Huyen Vuthian leaned on his cane, struggling to stand steady. This sword immortal of the southern sky was extremely anxious. He felt his internal energy vanishing at a terrifying speed. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before everyone here suffered from chi deviation and died. The other martial artists clearly hadn't realized they were in danger, only criticizing Hoang Fu Vunyak for his underhanded poison attack. The latter laughed loudly. You are welcome to try and stop me, but I guarantee that none of you will make it past 7 steps. Just then, a voice rang out. Old man, you've already lost, and now you're resorting to cowardly sneak attacks? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Hoang Fu Vunyak's expression changed. Previously, when facing his sneak attack, even his own brother hadn't been able to escape, but the god of war was still speaking with great vigor, clearly showing that the earlier blow had caused him no harm. Before he could think, he saw a powerful wave of internal energy surging toward him, the overbearing energy roaring like a massive wave crashing onto the shore. Hoang Fu Vunyak hurriedly ducked and pushed his hands out, barely managing to block it. As soon as the saint-level expert made contact with this energy, he felt a jolt of terror. He felt the opponent's energy like a gale-force wind, incomparably powerful, and the ferocious energy within it made his blood boil, making it impossible to control. Hoang Fu Vunyat shouted in horror. God of War, have you lost your mind? For a few pathetic martial artists from the Iron Horse Bureau, is it worth risking your life against me like this? Having said that, the saint shouted, and suddenly flipped his hands, channeling all his power to push the incoming energy above his head. The overbearing force surged upward like a reversed waterfall, blasting into the roof of the hero's hall. A thunderous explosion echoed out, and the entire hall, which had taken a month to build, was razed to the ground. Shan Shawu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "A great hero acts for the nation and the people. A lesser hero acts for friends and justice, regardless of the scale. Today, I will kill you with my own hands, you old villain." Immediately after, he gently instructed Tu Tiaha to take the poisoned martial artists to safety. She nodded in agreement. "Miss Han, please look after the remnants of the Five Dragon Alliance. You don't need to be so formal with me, just leave it to me." Right then, two more figures appeared, followed by a clear, crisp voice. Han Tu, with a sword at her waist, said loudly, "Big brother, why did you forget about me? It breaks my heart." Hong Ngu Kwai folded his arms and added, "You just go ahead and fight. I'll handle the funeral arrangements for that old geezer." Hoang Fu Vu Nak gritted his teeth and said angrily, "When did this world become filled with such pests, that even you dare to spout off in front of me?"